dropping kick and went forward, and nearly got a shot on. Well, Kerr sends it around. Marner waiting. Connor McDavid! Connor McDavid for Canada!
Oh, man. Big win for Canada over USA yesterday. As I welcome in all of you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning to you. It is the Morning Roast. Joe Pedon alongside Nick Fridell, who's been in studio all week for the great Joe Shasky, who is out in Hawaii. Shasky will be back next week, but we want to thank Nick, doing a hell of a job all week long. And Nick, tough L for the US of A yesterday. 3-2 the final in the Four Nations Face-Off Championship. Does that sound courtesy of Sportsnet? Good morning to you. And were you locked in? Were you wearing your stars and stripes yesterday, Nick? Were you locked in?
Unbelievably, for the first time that I can ever recall in my life, a hockey game grabbed my attention in the middle of February. So much so that I got back to my hotel last night and Mr. Pedon, Channel 13 was supposed to be ESPN, and Channel 13, for whatever reason, on this TV in this room was dubbed over by European soccer. So as overtime starts going, I FaceTime Mr. Lubman, and I'm like, Sam, I need a little help here. Can you just turn your screen so I can watch the end of this game? So for 10 minutes of overtime, we watched, and then Canada ended it, and it was sad. But credit to the NHL because they got people to care about something that was going on with their players in the middle of the year.
And you know what? I'm kind of sold now. You were alluding to it. A couple people were talking about it. You know, Team USA versus the world in the NBA All-Star game. You know, I'm not mad at it. I'm not. Obviously, it's going to be a little different than Canada, USA. There's just a historic rivalry there within the sport of hockey. But as it pertains to the rest of the world and everyone catching up, in basketball, you just look at all the different names, right? You can say Giannis, you can say Jokic, you can say Luka, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander from Canada. All these different players going up against still some of the best. KD, Steph, LeBron, Tatum, Brown. Like, I'm kind of in on that now. Now, do you do a tournament style still? Do you make it a full game? Do you make it, first team to 80, 60? I don't know. But I appreciate what hockey did over this past week. Something I haven't said in I don't know how long. Listen, I'm not going to pretend like I'm some NHL guy. I was looking at a box score for the first time ever for a hockey game. I'm looking at it right now. I don't know what I'm looking at. Shift to 25. I don't know what that means. TOI, time on ice, I'm assuming.
There you
Look
go.
at me. Ha!
Learning on
Hockey
the fly,
insider,
Pedon.
Joe Pedon.
That's right, baby. See, again, but this is
That's
what I'm
John
saying.
Buccigross.
Thank you. Sidney Crosby gets another medal of some sort, of championship, a trophy. That's what he does. He's one of the greatest of his generation, so I guess congrats to him. Connor McDavid. It's good for the sport, too, because he is the face of the NHL right now, one of the faces, alongside one of the older faces, as I just mentioned, Sidney Crosby. So it would have been nice to see our own guy here in the Bay, though, Nick, Macklin Celebrini, be a part of it, because I do think people would have been more locked in the Bay had Macklin been a part of it. It's like, oh, we get to see him on this biggest stage against some of the biggest names in the sport that Joe Schmo down the street or Joe Pedon down the street might not know who they are. Again, people that don't watch hockey probably know who Sidney Crosby is. It's like, oh, I've heard of that name. I don't know who it is. Connor McDavid, sure. But for sure, Macklin Celebrini. But I say all that to say this, as we shift back to the NBA, into basketball, and huge matchup tonight to start this final stretch for the Golden State Warriors, Nick Fridell, Kings-Warriors tonight at Golden One Center. You going to be there or no?
I will be there Sunday at Chase. I will not be in Sacramento tonight.
Okay. There's a lot of action in Sacramento on Friday nights. Did you know that?
There actually is, because I've spent way too much time with Slater in Sacramento, but no, I'm good on Sacramento, but I'll see everybody Sunday.
Speaking of Slater, the aforementioned Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider for The Athletic and 95.7 The Game, joining us at 8:30. So your old buddy Anthony Slater, we get to talk to you there. And Bonte Hill, friend of the show, friend of the station, legend. Bonte Hill got to talk to Joe Lacob earlier in the week, over the past weekend, actually, at the All-Star Game. So Bonte Hill in studio, 9 o'clock for the full hour. Can't wait for that. Shameless shout-outs, 7:45. But as I was mentioning, Warriors-Kings tonight, 7 o'clock tip, right here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for Golden State Warriors basketball. 6 o'clock, our coverage starts with Warriors Live. Is it Evan? Is it Grandy? Do we know? It's one of them. We know they both crush it. So you're going to get a good pregame and postgame show no matter what. And shout out to those watching or streaming us on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube. Nick Fridell, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We got a lot to get into today. Just talking about this final stretch with the Dubs. A lot of news is happening, just like little tidbits I want to get to at the top of this hour. Like 20 minutes ago, did you guys see this? Nick just told it to me. The Yankees are allowing facial hair. They just announced it. Is that breaking
news sounder, Carter?
That is kind of like, wow. The New York Yankees posted this. I'm gonna read the statement from managing general partner Hal Steinbrenner. Thank you. So this is the statement. Hal Steinbrenner, quote, "In recent weeks, I have spoken to a large number of former and current Yankees, spanning several eras, to elicit their perspectives on our long-standing facial hair and grooming policy. And I appreciate their earnest and varied feedback. These most recent conversations are an extension of ongoing internal dialogue that dates back several years. Ultimately, the final decision rests with me, and after great consideration, we will be amending our expectations to allow our players and uniform personnel to have well-groomed beards moving forward. It is the appropriate time to move beyond the familiar comfort of our former policy." Beards are back, baby, in New York City, in the Bronx. Woo, Nick Fridell, you can go. Wow, dude. You got a manicured beard right now?
Right now, I'm also the guy who waits like a month to actually get that thing manicured. So I think the difference is that enough people over time, Pedon, have looked at this policy and been like, really? This is 2025. You're not going to let somebody have a beard? Come on.
Am I the only one that I probably am going to be labeled a square after this? I always thought it was kind of cool. I don't know. Like, they had to be forced to have the mustaches. It was different. It's the Yankees. We're cooler than you. We're classier than you. We're the class of American sports. I kind of liked it, to be honest.
You know what is different, though, about maybe when the policy started and where it's at now and what's around the game? Every one of these teams has like a personal barber. You can go sit in the chair before the game and get a haircut, get a beard trim, get everything looking right. So the grooming aspect of it, long gone are the days where, oh, man, I don't want to shave for a while. I'm just going to sit there in my hotel and let this thing grow out on some road trip. All of these teams have taken that next step for player comfort. I am certain that the Yankees have somebody on call that sits there ready to get everybody in shape, but it is a policy from a different era, and I think it's about time and has been long past time where if a guy wants to have a beard, let him have a beard.
Was that the difference between the Juan Soto getting it done or not? Juan Soto wanted a beard, and they said no, and now they're backtracking. Juan, you were right all along. I'm so sorry. Come back to us. Well, he's not. He got paid by the Mets. And the Mets, did something the Yankees usually do and steal a player away. And again, back to baseball.
Times are changing.
Times are changing. The New York freaking Mets are spending more money than the Yankees, which is nuts. And speaking of money when it comes to baseball, and again, there's going to be a lot of NBA today, but there's a lot of news and notes that happened in the last 24 hours. ESPN not renewing their contract with Major League Baseball. So that's the end. Right after, what is it, through next season, I want to say?
This is the last
This is the last year. Okay. Through the end of this season, and they got a couple wild card games, a couple wild card series, I should say, in there, and then it'll be over with. So we started talking about a couple days. Hey, it's cool that Joe Buck's going to be on some baseball again because he's on ESPN. Well, that's the last we're going to see of him, and then probably if he calls any series for the wild card round. But goodbye baseball tonight. Goodbye Sunday night baseball. Goodbye home run derby on ESPN. Right? Wow.
It's actually an interesting segue from beard talk into what we're seeing now, Pedon, with MLB's change in how they want to push the game and how they want to sell the game and where they want to sell the game. It's really sad for me. I know I'm the oldest one of the group here, but all those years I would sit there and watch baseball tonight. Game after game, night after night, when you heard that music go off,
right,
and you thought, oh man, there's something happening in the game somewhere. This is long before the internet. This is long before you could pick up every single game on a satellite somewhere. Baseball Tonight was your entry into every game that there was. And I cannot tell you how many hours of my life were spent glued to the TV at 10 o'clock at night going, oh my gosh, what's happening at all these different times? It sadly, and I heard this several times through the years, but what replaced Baseball Tonight were all the pre and post game shows on these local cable channels. Because now if you're a Cubs fan like myself, you're not going to flip on to Baseball Tonight. You just want to hear about the Cubs. The A's out here for all those years, the Giants, of course. But Baseball Tonight was really kind of the first show of its kind in that it took you all over the country. You got to know all the different players, and I think there's really something lost for baseball without that relationship to ESPN. The hardest part, Pedon, is ESPN is still on all over the place, and Rob Manfred's basically like, well, we're going to find a different place that promotes our game a little bit more than not much anymore for ESPN. Good luck to you, though. I don't see how there's a better landing spot because of the reach, even as it's been taken back numbers-wise over the last few years.
Right. Does Turner start picking up more of that slack? Obviously them losing the NBA. Do they start TNT, right? And obviously they still do a lot of, they always alternate it on Fox and Turner. If it's AL, NL, it feels like. So do they continue to add on more games there? But to your point, it does suck, right? It is a little sad if you grew up watching, Carl Ravitch is the voice of Sunday Night Baseball right now, but he's a studio guy for me. As far as I'm concerned, he's Baseball Tonight, right? It's him, back when I was watching too, was it high school. So for me, it was 07 through 2011. Don't mean to, date you there. So
I'm dated.
You're dated. There you go. Hey, I like to say we're both millennials still. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
I love
there
this.
It is.
I love that.
It was the theme song, and then you would hear da-na-na-na when they had a break-in from a game somewhere.
An update, right? An update.
Oh.
It's great.
Yes.
And I think of,
Ray Knight for those old heads like me from way back in the day.
Hell, I think of a guy that was here that kind of got his start there that I think is one of the best in the business. Dallas Braden started at Baseball Tonight. He was over there too. That last iteration with Carl Ravitch and co. Steve Berthiaume as well, who took over for Carl Ravitch for a little bit. And then who's my guy? Boog Scomby. I think of him there too, and he's one of the great play-by-play guys and all of baseball. He does ESPN radio still when it comes to the World Series, when it comes to the playoffs. So, goodbye. And I think of John Miller, a guy obviously synonymous with Giants baseball, and RIP Joe Morgan. That was one of the greatest tandems I've ever heard when it came to baseball. And just as a national, entity, when I heard those guys' voices, I was like getting transported back in a certain time. Like, I felt comfortable. I can just listen to those voices. I didn't have to see them. Like, that could have just been the radio, right? And in its purest form, as this is a radio medium we're speaking on right now, an auditory medium, just listening to a game of baseball, still for me, it means something, but times are a-changing, Nick. Times are a-changing, and eyeballs are different. And if you can't capture an audience, and that's why we're seeing, the pitch clock, that's why we're going to see automatic balls and strikes in training camp, in this, you're going to see it. And I just wonder this future of baseball everywhere, not just in the Bay Area, but, in Chicago and New York and all these different, big markets, what is it going to look like? Because as we've been talking about all week, it's the NFL and everyone's catching up.
Pedon, it really scares me, frankly, because my first
spring training, I call it training camp.
My first love was baseball. It was what I grew up on. I was a diehard Cubs fan who came home from school every day and turned on WGN to watch Harry Carey. That was what I was most excited about, and that was what really got me the passion to be in this business. The idea that baseball has lost its footing to a point where ESPN, for all of the different ups and downs that they've had as a network, is now saying, you know what, this just doesn't work for us anymore. That is a sad day for Major League Baseball. And what it also does, at least for me, is it reminds all of us that the stranglehold that football has on the country and on the day-to-day operations of these the biggest networks there are, it is only growing more powerful. Because if ESPN thought they could make more money from showing and talking about, maybe more importantly, baseball all the time, they would. What do they talk about all the time, every day? It is the NFL. And it's not to say that there aren't baseball fans, because I think out of the four of us, everybody still follows the game on some solid level. But when you talk about baseball now, it's more niche than it's ever been.
It's the haves and the have-nots.
Completely.
It's more this so than it's ever been.
Completely. And so as they move forward, it's not that the game's going to shrivel up and die, but think about all the streaming options and all the different ways you've got to click on different avenues to find whatever games that you're looking for. I really think that baseball has done some good things to get the game to a point where people are tuning in again, and they're gonna see a game that is quicker and maybe more interesting. But Pedon, to lose ESPN and to not have that next outlet lined up and to go through trying to find games on Roku and Facebook and Apple TV and all the different other places that Rob Manfred has tried to put MLB, it does make me sad. When I saw that news come down last night, I went, uh-oh, because if you're not watching MLB Network and you're not consuming it day to day like that, there's just not a lot of other places that you're going to find it.
Speaking of those streaming services, why don't you stream us on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube right now? Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right, we talked hockey. We talked baseball. Let's talk some basketball, Nick, because we got some basketball tonight here in the greater Bay Area. Sacramento, we'll lump them in, I guess, but Sacramento, Golden State, Warriors, Kings, a little bit of a rivalry recently, Nick, and the Kings have had their way with the Dubs, and they've been a bad matchup for them. I'm very curious to see this new-look Kings team, Doug Christie and co., against, well, obviously, Doug Christie, Steve Kerr. That was chronicled. They had to be separated at one point earlier on this year. I don't know if you watched that.
Yeah,
so there's some layers to this.
Buds there.
Yeah. I'm very excited about this. Zach LaVine's there now. Jimmy Butler's with the Dubs. There's a lot to break down here. And also, I want to get into, the standings in the Western Conference. And, we're talking about this Warriors team maybe making a run. And the teams that could stand in their way of an actual legit run for the Golden State Warriors. Because I think you'd be surprised if we go through all these teams in the West, how many of them you're taking over the Dubs when push comes to shove. 888-957-9570. It's Nick Fridell. It's Joe Pedon here. It's the Morning Roast. It's not a payday Friday, but it's a feel-good Friday here in the Bay, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Spadoni, damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Bonte Hill sounds good, and he's going to be sounding good in studio at 9 o'clock. Spadoni, Fridell for the next 3.5 hours now, because, we just had a whole segment talking about NHL, Canada, taking out Team USA in the Four Nations Face-Off Championship. So the inaugural Four Nations Face-Off Championship goes to Canada. And, oh, Canada. A lot of trash talking from USA early on, but we could not back it up when it mattered most. And that's disappointing. But you know what? Hockey did its job, Nick. It did its job. It got us to this point for the Warriors. All I needed for them to do is be entertaining last night. Although there was a lot of NBA games yesterday. I don't know if a lot of Warriors fans were tapped into all the different scores and everything happened yesterday. You saw the Celtics just absolutely destroy the Sixers. I mean, who didn't see that coming, I should say. Peyton Pritchard with 28 points. Sixth man of the year, maybe, Peyton Pritchard. Magic, your Magic, beating the Hawks, 114-108. Paolo Banchero, 36 points. Trae Young, 38 in that one. The Cavs, all they do is win. They're 45-10. I kind of feel bad. They're just going to keep winning, and no one's going to take them seriously.
Do you take them seriously?
No, I'm just saying.
You are everybody.
110-97. They're just going to win and win and win. And until they show it in the playoffs, no one's going to care. Because that leads me into a conversation right now. And 888-957-9570. Good morning to all you just getting off work and ready for work. Yeah, Bonte wants me to mention, he just texted me, shout out the overnight dancers. Shout out the overnight dancers. I hope you're making some money over All-Star Game weekend. All right, the weather is getting nicer around here. Maybe people are staying out a little later. It's like, I could take this off. I scootered in today. I didn't have my beanie on. It felt good. Felt brisk, right? Like the iced tea felt brisk. Real quick though, Nick, before I know you have some thoughts on the overnight dancers, but the fact that I just said that about the Cleveland Cavaliers, show me in the playoffs. Is the regular season ever going to matter again in the NBA?
Oh no. Spadone, we have 3.5 hours left on our joyride here, and we have hit a nerve that I am constantly texting my friends about and talking to them about.
We'll ask Slater about it at 8:30.
Well, he's going to be like, I'm so sick of listening to this dude talk about the regular season. The NBA regular season is in the worst place that I can ever remember remember it. I have not been at a point with the game, having covered it as a journalist for 15 years, having watched it as a fan all my life, where I remember that regular season games had as little impact as they do. And this is a story I've been telling my friends for several months now, when people say, why are you so down on the regular season? Because there's clearly a line. There's a big difference between regular season games and the playoffs. Playoffs are still awesome. Spadone, I grew up in Orlando. I was lucky enough to go to the same school, kindergarten through 12th grade, with a majority of my friends. So when people say, oh, my high school friends.
It was a K through 12?
It was a private school, K through 12.
Wow.
Well, but when people say my high school friends, I say, oh, you mean the kids I met in kindergarten?
Childhood friends.
Childhood friends. So I have known these dudes and my little brother almost all my life.
Brother? I didn't know that.
A little brother.
Does he have the same voice as you?
No. Shout out to the Birdman, wherever he is, down there in Orlando, getting ready for work.
Can you get him to call in? I need to hear what his voice sounds like.
Oh, man. I don't know.
Little bro.
I don't know. I think he's already at work. I don't know if we can get him to call in now.
Just take a 2-minute break.
Is he a Magic fan? What is he? Is he an Orlando guy?
He actually, because I was a Magic fan as a little kid, what did he want to be? The opposite. We lived in the suburbs of Chicago before we moved to Orlando.
Got it.
So he was a big Michael and a Bulls fan. So, but he's not really into the NBA, which leads nicely into the rest of what happened. We're sitting in Vegas. All the kids I've known my whole life, 35 years, and my little brother. And we're talking about all kinds of things. And I have to say, our text chats, and Spadone, when you hit 40, your text chat becomes, at least if it's anywhere close to me and my friends, hey, who are we betting on Saturday and Sundays in the fall? It's all college football and pro football. somebody sends some crazy meme in, and then somebody will drop in like a picture of their 4-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
Now, obviously, I'm not lucky enough to be at that point yet in my life where I can drop the picture of the little kid in. So I'm usually just like, what are you guys doing today with the kids? Like, I'm the funkle.
There you go. That's a good one. The fun uncle.
That is me. That is my goal in life, to be a fun uncle to my 2 nieces and to all my other nieces and nephews from my close friends.
There you go.
We get to Vegas. We're talking about all this stuff. And I say to them at one point as we're sitting at dinner, what are you guys watching in the NBA right now? Joe Pedon, there's a pause. Everyone turns their head and looks at me. It was like I had 10 heads. These dudes who I've known my entire life and my little brother are like, you think we're watching the NBA in the regular season? Are you serious? And these are guys that, not just my little brother who is a Bulls fan and a Michael fan. They grew up on Shaq and Penny. They grew up on that Magic team with Dwight Howard that was very good for that stretch while he was one of the best players in the game. These are guys who watch the NBA throughout most of their lives. They are not watching the game anymore.
Well, in the Magic, like, Paolo's like a legit star.
Legit.
Franz is
legit. They're going to be good for a while, even though they've really had their issues this year and have fought through some injuries. I cannot get them to consume the game the same way that we did even 10 or 15 years ago. That is why, and I've told you this for several years, but it's why I enjoy coming out to the Bay so much. It's why I enjoyed living here. You could talk about the Warriors all day, every day, and people are into it. But it's just not the case for my friend group anymore.
Right, and that brings me to this, because we're lucky here in the Bay. We have a franchise like the Golden State Warriors and an owner like Joe Lacob that wants to win constantly. And, they made the big move for Jimmy Butler, and it's revitalized not only the team, the front office, the ownership, but the fan base. We're locked in again. We're creating urgency today, Nick. This is a big game tonight. Stan was mentioning it yesterday. If you really are a new team, and this is a new wave and a new sense of hope, shout out Star Wars, A New Hope, you need to beat this Kings team tonight in Sacramento. You can't be losing to Sabonis, to Zach LaVine, to Doug Christie, to Malik Monk. No.
What a murderer's row there.
Right? You have Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler, 3 future Hall of Famers. You need to win this game. Now, it's going to be difficult because the Kings have just been historically a bad matchup for the Warriors recently. Their youth and athleticism has just gotten in the way. And the size of Domantas Sabonis. Let's be honest. Sabonis has been a baller this year. Probably should have been an all-star. Was snubbed. He was very good. I watched him in that starting 5 doc. I think we've mentioned ad nauseum this week. He's very nice. Again, you're talking about family guy. Nice family guy. Very quiet.
Yeah.
Kind of how he is on the court at times. He's a no-nonsense individual. His father, Arvydas, way more interesting than him. That guy's just an absolute legend. Heard some of the stories about him. But that's a team and a player right there that have had their way with you as of late. So I want them to make a statement tonight. And 888-957-9570. Is it a must-win?
No.
Is this a must-win game?
You never go full Shask. Full Shask and full B. Do not go into we got to win game number, whatever it is, 50-something. No. No.
27 games remaining, Nick Fridell. Every single game is a playoff game. Not my words. That's Mike Dunleavy, the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Every game from here on out is a playoff game. And tune in, by the way, for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Again, Warriors Live today, 6 o'clock, right here on 95.7 The Game. Nick Fridell. Okay, must wins a stretch. But if you want to make a statement, I think you do it tonight. To start out this final stretch of the year, you make a statement win. Not saying you have to blow them out, but you have a big win against a team that's also fighting for a play-in spot. Yeah, I'm calling them a rival right now because you know what? They've had their way with you recently. And they're right there. They're in Sacramento. There is a geographical rivalry. And Doug Christie and Steve Kerr going at it. This is big. This is a big game. And I'm legit, this is one of the biggest games I've been excited about in the regular season for the Warriors in a long time. Like, they have the Lakers and LeBron, but it's like, where are these teams going? Like, I don't know. This feels big time tonight. This feels big time.
It should be fun. The Warriors, with the momentum that they were finding prior to the All-Star breaks, Pedon, should be able to find their way through this one. And if you're Steve Kerr, you say, hey, guys, let's start off the stretch drive with a win that we need, and let's get out of the play-in. I think you and I both agree throughout the weeks, Pedon, if the Warriors find the right matchup in the first round, they can set themselves up really well for really making some noise in the playoffs. The only way you do that is to stack up wins when you can get them. Everybody should be feeling good, should be feeling healthy going into this Sacramento game, aside from Kuminga, and we're going to get into his status over the course of the next few hours. But Spadone, if you're the Warriors, this is a game that you need. It's a game that you feel good about, on top of the fact, what in the hell are the Kings doing as an organization? What are they doing?
Well, that's just an never-ending question right there.
We could be asking this question all the time for years and years.
I mean, that's your boy Vivek Ranadive, man.
But don't. The Bulls didn't work with LaVine and DeRozan for several years in Chicago. So what do the Kings do? They trade their best player and they say, you know who we need to acquire? You know who we need to bring in here? We need to bring in Zach LaVine. You know who we're going to pair him up with? We're going to pair him up with DeMar DeRozan. This is like JV Bulls team that didn't win anything to begin with. I don't get the strategy. I've never understood what's happening. They fired Mike Brown after giving him the extension seemingly just a few months ago. Always remember this in the NBA, but in pro sports in general. Bad teams make bad decisions repeatedly and put the wrong people in the wrong places in order to succeed. It's why they don't have success for years and years. And when you run like that, and it always starts at the top, Vivek has made a whole bunch of questionable decisions. When you're run like that in pro sports, you don't have a chance to find any sustainable success. It's why, for as much as the Warriors get criticized in the last few years, fans should be thanking their lucky stars that they have not only the ownership group in place, but they've got the right people usually making the right choices.
Warriors Kings tonight, 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to continue to talk about this matchup. Plus Anthony Slater, 8:30, Bonte Hill in studio at 9 o'clock. It's Spadoni, it's Fridell, and that's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I like my Warriors.
What'd you have? A truly? My fault.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Kids, am I right? Yeah. Hey, shout out Tim Roy. Speaking of his kid, his daughter just got married. He just posted on Twitter. Shout out Tim Roy. Congratulations
awesome.
to the Roy family. That's awesome. The great Tim Roy. He'll be on call tonight. 7 o'clock tip. Warriors, Kings. It's Spadoni. It's Fridell. We're rolling here. We're excited. It's a huge game. Now, listen, I said must win. It was a little tongue-in-cheek, but...
not for this show.
But I do believe this is the biggest regular season game of the year. I do believe that. This setting a tone for this final stretch, this 27-game stretch, Nick Fridell, I think is very important. You got the jersey retirement on Sunday. You got the Mavericks. You've got Klay Thompson coming into town, Kyrie Irving. You just lost to them in a very brutal fashion just the other week. You're retiring Andre Iguodala's jersey. You're going to be in the building. So setting the tone tonight, I think, would pay huge dividends going forward. DeMar DeRozan, I know we laugh at the Bulls experiment with DeRozan and LaVine, but DeMar, he balled out against the Warriors last time they played. He had 32 points in 39 minutes, 12 of 21 from the floor. He was balling. He's been clutch too. Like, I know we kind of like think of his Raptors days as DeMar DeFrozen. He would show up cold and in the biggest moments. R.I.P. Herbs, our guy Michael Urban, who would always call him DeMar DeFrozen come playoff time because he would just come up short. And in fairness, he was going up against those Cavs team, and really no one in the East ever had a chance against LeBron in hindsight.
Nobody's beating LeBron.
No one's beating LeBron in the East. There was some sort of psychological block that LeBron had over every other team in the East, whether it was the Pacers and Raptors, and they were getting over it. But DeRozan with the Kings, against the Warriors anyways, he's been a baller. So I'm very intrigued on what's going to take place tonight at Golden One Center, Nick Fridell.
I think it'll be an interesting litmus test for where they are right now, Spadone. But where I would caution anybody who says, oh, well, this game matters more than others, or Sunday, Klay's coming back. There's going to be a lot of emotion in the building with Andre's jersey retirement and Jimmy's first game at home. I'm viewing this as Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph know exactly what to do in the biggest of moments. The thing they need to focus on more so than, all right, we got to beat the Kings or we really got to get this Mavericks game on Sunday, is just find ways to win. Because I think you can put those three in any situation, in any moment, and they're going to find a way. The question is, how will the other guys within that group respond? We knew how Andrew Wiggins would respond because he proved it in a lot of big games, especially in that bonus title run when everybody kind of found a rhythm behind Steph. Now you have another guy who's done it at the very highest level and has carried two Miami teams to the finals. So I see exactly what you're saying. They need to win. There is a lot of importance on this game, as there will be Sunday. And as Draymond said, hey, there's 27 of these things. We gotta really get going now.
Kings are the 9th seed right now, so they're technically tied record-wise, but the Kings have the tiebreaker over you, and they're the 9th spot. Like, you need to start climbing these standings, Nick.
So every single one of them has some push behind it. But Spadone, when you have Jimmy on your team, who is absolutely a basketball killer, to go with another basketball killer, probably the basketball killer in
that's France
the era.
and Serbia.
Yeah, right. Well, that's true. Yeah. Look, when you have him, your worries dissipate. There's a reason why he's fit into this group so well, so quickly. There's a reason why he's given life to a team that looked pretty lifeless prior to this trade. I'm not worried so much about tonight the same way I'm not worried about whatever is going to happen over the course of the next 2 months. This team has a guy who can lift up everybody else around him. What I want to see is them being able to do it in real time, and tonight offers the next example of that.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. 888-957-9570. You got 27 games left on this final stretch. What are your expectations for this final stretch, Dub Nation? Is it, the 6th seed? Is it a play-in spot? Is it hosting a play-in game? Is it going on a run starting now to a Western Conference Finals? What are your expectations for this final 27-game stretch? 888-957-9570. We got shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. Shout out whoever and whatever you want. Shameless shout-out 7:45. Anthony Slater, 8:30. Our Warriors insider for 95.7 The Game and for The Athletic. And Bonta Hill in studio, 9 o'clock for the full hour. So we are locked and loaded on this Friday in the Bay. And check this out. We got this contest going on, folks, called the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. So you're going to win. If you qualify to win this, you're going to win travel and accommodations for 4. So that's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas and $20,000. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is so easy, guys. So easy. It's already what you're doing right now, probably. So just download the Odyssey app. It's free. Log in and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. Remember, this is a national contest, so download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. All right. The news yesterday, the news 2 days ago, I should say, was Jonathan Kuminga returning to practice next. He's been missing time since January 4th with a significant right ankle sprain. And this, boy, was it significant, because it's been longer than 4 to 6 weeks, which if it was a grade 2, that's usually the recovery period. But they're being careful. They're being cautious. I'm sure the Warriors and Dr. Rick Celebrini are. And I'm sure Kuminga and his own team are being very cautious about this. This is a very crucial stretch, not only for him, but for the team. So they need to be careful with this guy. He's a huge piece. If they want to actually get to a finals run, Jonathan Kuminga is going to need to be part of it in some sort of fashion.
On top of the facts, Pedon, if you're Kuminga and the Warriors, you're looking for not only what happens in this last 2 months of the season, maybe beyond in the playoffs, you're looking at this summer.
Yes.
With the contract negotiations that will be going on. Plus, if you really believe that Kuminga is the guy, the last thing in the world you want is to rush him back on the floor now, because you have to trust that this is one of those key pieces that you want to build around for the long haul. So they're going to be very, very cautious. They're not going to make him go out there if he's not feeling back to 100%. But I am with you in this. I never thought it would take this long. And the fact that it has, and the fact that he's still not, it seems, ready to just run back, I think that's a pretty serious flag that shows you that this is way worse than anybody thought in the beginning of it.
We have a YouTube poll up right now, so search 95.7 The Game on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. But the YouTube poll brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. The expectations for the Golden State Warriors are what in this final 27-game stretch? Is it the 6th seed, 7 through 8, 9 through 10, or 11th or lower? What are your expectations for this Warriors squad heading into this final 27-game stretch? Talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Why are we talking about Jonathan Kuminga? We thought he was going to be back sooner rather than later. Well, Steve Kerr on yesterday on the River Islands guest line with Willard and Dibbs, Nick Fridell, had this to say about Kuminga's return to practice, and he might still be a ways off from coming back.
He looked good, but he hasn't scrimmaged yet, so he's still a ways off. But it was great to have him back out on the court with the guys, and he's obviously a phenomenal athlete, and keeps himself in great shape. So now it's a matter of getting rhythm and progressing each day, and hopefully getting to the point where he can scrimmage and really really put it together for a good stretch of days where he'll get cleared to play.
A ways off. That scares me as a fan. When you say a ways away or a ways off, that tells me at least another week or two.
Absolutely.
That's concerning.
Steve Kerr's job, as it is for any head coach in the league, is to be the public face and the organizational I want to say mouthpiece, but the guy who gets the messaging out.
Yeah.
That is the job. You're coaching the team, sure, and you're drawing up the plays late in the fourth quarter, okay. You're also the guy who directs the messaging to your fan base day after day.
He's like the Speaker of the White House, right? He's always out there. All the questions, right? Steve, Fox News, right? Like that's who he is.
Well, that would be a fun interaction right there.
Yeah, I'm sure Steve would be like, no, let's go to CNN over there.
Yeah, let's go to the back.
Let's go to Anderson Cooper. Hey, what's up, man? No, but that's basically right. Like that's what it is. And all these guys. Why do you think Bill Belichick is the way Bill Belichick was? You don't want to give anyone anything. Honestly,
Ever.
Now that. Probably pissed off a lot of the media. That probably pissed off a lot of. That's why they became hated at one point. It's because, all right, this guy's being a total a-hole about it. He's not being forthcoming. Even Popovich, to an extent, he'd be salty. He'd be surly all the time to all the sideline reporters just trying to do their job. And just he has a certain way about him. Some people think it's funny. Some people don't think it's funny. But Steve Kerr, what I always appreciate about him, and this is what anyone should do. I used to work in a lighting store. I don't know if you know this. So. Sorry, my mic just busted off. I don't know if it just broke and thing. I'm going to power through here.
He pulled a Willard.
I love it, Spadone.
I'm holding it
Do
right
your
now.
thing, my man.
I don't think it's totally broken. It just looks like the threading. I'll screw it in at the break, but it's fine. I'll hold it like this. I used to work in a lighting store as my microphone like switch came off. It was funny I said that. I used to repair and refurbish old fixtures. Like people would come and they bring fixtures from, I don't know, like France or Italy, and then they have all the old, they have different, connections, different wiring, different sockets. So I'd Americanize them, if you will.
Right.
And you know what? And people would always ask, hey, how long is it going to take? Up to 2 weeks. Always up to 2 weeks. You always undersell, over-deliver. Always.
A great idea and point.
That's what you always do. Undersell, over-deliver. I'm not promising anything. I'm not promising this thing's going to be done in 2 days when you want it to be done, because I know that's what you want. I'm not promising that, even though I usually get it done in 1 to 2 days. And then they're like, oh my God, I can't believe you did it that fast. They're going to bring your business back. They're going to be very happy because you planted that in their brain that it might be up to 2 weeks, and it came sooner. Kind of like Amazon Prime, if you will, right? I think Steve Kerr's doing a little bit of that, but this is also, he's not promising anything in the Jonathan Kuminga front. He's being very cautious about this. And he's not going to try to get the fan base's hopes up early on saying, yeah, I think he's going to be pretty soon, because if you say pretty soon, that tells me in a few days. A ways off sets an expectation that it's up to weeks away, which I think is the smart case. If he's truly that hobbled still and that compromised, then you have to put it like that. You do.
He's being safe. That's what's happening, Spadone. He's being safe, and if you're Steve Kerr and you have a young player who hasn't been out there yet, it's going to take some time for him to feel comfortable getting his wind back, being up and down on the floor without holding his hands down to his knees and feeling like he's really out of breath all the time. When you go through what Kuminga has gone through and you miss 2 months, I think the other part that you take away from Kerr's quote is, hey, it's going to take some time for him to get in those scrimmages and get going. But that was the tell to me in all the years, Spadone, when you heard a coach say, well, he hasn't scrimmaged yet. You might as well tack on a week and a half right there. In order for a player who's missed 2 months to come back, they need to go through 3, 4, a handful of scrimmages to feel comfortable, not just for themselves, but for the training staff to clear him and allow him to be back out there. If you're Kuminga, he's going to have to go to Rick Celebrini and say, okay, I'm feeling a lot better. The thing to keep in mind here, though, is Kerr's saying he hasn't scrimmaged. We are almost 3/4 of the way through the season. At this point in the year, there aren't many scrimmages to begin with.
No.
You don't have a lot of practice time, so it'll be Jonathan Kuminga going against Chris DeMarco and a lot of the other members of the
Ron Adams going to suit up?
the coaching staff and some of the guys on the periphery who are in there day to day.
Who's our guy, Q, Frazier, right?
Yeah. And I remember Clay's brother Mikey would come out there sometimes. He would go through some practices. So it's a matter of getting bodies together out there. I'm sure they'll figure it out, but my takeaway was the same as yours. If you're Kerr, what you're doing is you're allowing for more time and grace as Kuminga finds his way. I thought he would be out when we saw that statement from Warriors PR. Yeah, hey, things are coming around. He's rejoining practice. Kerr wanted to tamp the brakes and make sure that things are really slow so that he's ready and they're ready for him when it happens.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app. 1 hour down, 3 to go. Spadoni and Fridell, shameless shout-outs at 7:45. The top of this hour, shout out whoever and whatever you want. Anthony Slater, 8:30. Bonte Hill, 9 o'clock in studio. All right, talking about Jonathan Kuminga and him, returning to practice. Well, what about the fit, Steve Kerr? Again, Steve Kerr on yesterday. William Dibbs. Find this entire interview on YouTube or the Odyssey app. I already told you should download the free Odyssey app because you have a chance to go to Las Vegas too. So what are you doing? Download the Odyssey app, baby. Steve Kerr on if Butler and Kuminga, Nick Fridell, can fit on the court together.
It's going to be fun to watch them together because, to have two big wings like that who can switch and guard multiple positions and get downhill, get fouled. There's a lot to like about it. And obviously, the concern would be spacing, especially because they've got to play, with a five-man. Neither one of them can play five. So they have to be the 3 and the 4 together, which means, we got to figure out what we're doing offensively. We could put Quentin Post out there and space the floor, and that would open up some driving lanes for those two. But we want to put Draymond with them. That's our 3 best, probably athlete defenders. On the interior, and you can imagine them switching everything and staying in front of people, and that could be great for our defense. But we'd have to make sure we could survive that way offensively in this modern era of 3-point shooting.
Kuminga and Butler on the floor together. It's the ultimate piece that we have yet to see. We've seen Butler and Draymond, and I think that's working very well. We've seen Butler and Steph. We've already talked about the opposites attracting. Both the players have talked about it. They complement each other beautifully. How are Kuminga and Butler going to complement each other on the floor? Again, that's why it's so frustrating. If you're a fan listening yesterday and you hear Steve Kerr say he's a ways off, Kuminga, from coming back, because the faster you get these guys integrated into NBA action, not just scrimmaging, but like actual playing against the Kings of the world, the Mavericks, like getting live reps in game is so crucial at this point in the season for a guy that has only played 4 games with this new team and Jimmy Butler, and a guy in Jonathan Kuminga who's going to be away for probably 2 months now. It was back January 4th. It's already February 21st. So I'm assuming he's going to be out for at least 2 months at this point. It's go time. And the more these games keep going by and by, Nick, I'm wondering about Jonathan Kuminga and how long it's going to take for him. And hopefully it doesn't take long. Hopefully it is seamless like it was with Jimmy and these other guys. And to your point, I do think, Jimmy does expect a lot from younger players, and he's obviously had his run-ins with some young guys, whether it was Andrew Wiggins and Karl-Anthony Towns, obviously, in Minnesota. I do think Jimmy's going to ultimately be a very good mentor for Jonathan when he does come to the court.
I agree with you, and Spadone, this is why, again, I think that Kuminga has the most pressure on him than anybody else on this Warriors roster. Draymond and Steph are proven commodities. Jimmy, long before he got to the Warriors, is now a proven, especially in the playoffs, commodity. Kuminga wants to get paid. Kuminga wants to be a focal point of this team for years to come. How do you prove that? Well, you go out when you are healthy and you play really, really well. In order for Kuminga to play well, Mr. Spadoni, Jimmy Butler is going to have to believe in this young guy. And he's going to have to believe that he can help push him to a different point. Because so often, Steph and Draymond were the voices and the leadership on this team. When you acquire Jimmy Butler and he has the pedigree that he does, all of a sudden his voice very quickly, especially as he begins to work with Kuminga, becomes a lot more important in this dynamic.
The word I would use, as you were just alluding to brilliantly, trust. What is the trust factor
Exactly.
between Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga? What's the trust factor between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga? There's a lot of trust that needs to be built in this 27-game stretch now that we're talking about if this team truly wants to go on a run. Again, we have a YouTube pull up right now. Search YouTube, like and subscribe, 95.7 The Game. What are your expectations for this Warriors team in these final 27 games? Is it the 6th seed? Is it the 7th through 8th seed? Is it the 9th through 10th seed? Is it the 11th or lower? Do we have an update on that poll, Sam? Do we? He's got it right there. Sam
Yeah, we
Lemon.
do have an update on that poll as of right now with a whopping 62 votes so far. The 7-8 seed is leading at 42%. 6 seed or better, 35%. 9-10 seed is at 15%. And then 8% of respondents so far think it'll be 11th or lower.
And 7th and 8th, obviously, you'd be hosting at least one game in between there. If you're the 7th seed, you host one. And if you're the 8th seed and you lose, you'll end up hosting one as well. So 6th seed is still attainable. And I want to get into it on the other side because we're up against it. I want to go through this Western Conference with you, Nick. And we're going to go team by team. And we're going to see, we're going to put your money where your mouth is, Nick Fridell, all right? You know Carter's the big gambling guy in the back. He gambles. He's gambling on this Kenyan Open right now in the PGA, or not
What a
the
move
PGA.
also. Like, hey, what's on? The Kenya Open. All right,
The
throw
European
me
tour,
down.
right? The European tour, the European extravaganza, like Bonte Hill likes to talk about. You're going on the Asia extravaganza,
That's right.
if you will. Singapore and Tokyo. Nick,
Little Hong Kong action.
let's go.
in there,
Hong
too.
Kong, let's go. Hey, we're fired up, baby. It's a Friday. We're up against it. We're going to come on back, 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs on the other side as well. And that's brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
I love the long balls.
Oh, no.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Pedon and Joe Shiesky on 95.7 The Game.
Chicks dig the long ball. That's what they say. Shout out JK. Hopefully he's coming back soon, but Steve Kerr says he's a ways off. On yesterday at Willard and Dibbs, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, saying Jonathan Kuminga, who's been dealing with a significant ankle sprain since January 4th, is still a ways off. How concerning is that for you? 888-957-9570. It's Fridell. It's Pedoni. We're locked and loaded here on this Friday in the Bay, and good morning to all of you who are, getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the weekend. It's beautiful out there. Again, sun's out, it's shining. It hasn't been as cold. It's been still a little low 60s. I could deal with some low 60s, though, Nick. Low to mid 60s, I'm chilling. When it gets to low 50s, it's like, sweatshirt, all right.
I had to laugh, Spadone, because we've been talking about it all week, but I went to meet a couple friends of mine at a bar right downtown.
Nice.
After the show yesterday. And dude after dude walks in polo and puffy vest.
Yep.
And I went, up the uniforms out here. It's 60 degrees. There's some sunshine, and the puffy vests are all over the place.
You got to have the Oakleys or Ray-Bans, too, on top of that.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta.
Oh, yeah.
The Patagonia vest.
The Patagonia vest.
Patagonia.
Yeah, that's right.
That's exactly right.
North Face, sometimes. It's more Patagonia these days. North Face was so 2005, am I right?
Yeah. But
Totally.
I remember Christmas a few years back. In fact, the first year I was in Oakland, I get this box, and I'm looking at my mom had sent it to me, and I open it up, and it was a gray Patagonia vest, and I'm like, you know what? I have arrived in the Bay. This is like that next step where you go, yep, this means that I am a Bay Area man now.
Not many vests in Florida is what you're saying. Now,
no.
Humidity's not going to allow it?
It's not part of the day-to-day wardrobe routine.
No.
But out here, do I go blue? Do I go gray? Do I switch it up a little bit and throw some yellow on there? Like, do I really stretch it out? So there is a plethora of different vest options, the likes of which I haven't seen anywhere
There's
else.
certain colors where our complexions are just not going to allow it. Yellow is one of them.
That is
Yellow is a no-go as far as I'm concerned. Bright red, another one. Brights are just not good. They're just not good for your boy. That's okay. You go black, you go gray, you go dark blue. You'll be just fine, Nick Fridell. I guess the equivalent in Florida, instead of vests, we have jean shorts. See a lot of jorts,
The jorts.
over in Florida for sure. They love that because if you're just wearing pants, it's too sticky, right? I played, was playing golf in North Carolina, where obviously it's very humid. Played in August over at was it Pinehurst or Pinecrest? I always forget what's the name of the golf course.
Pinehurst.
Pinehurst, thank you. But Pinecrest is where it's located. That's where my brother lives, my brother Anthony. I was just telling you guys were both at Jimbo Kincaid's wedding, the great James Kincaid.
Shout out, Jimbo.
Who didn't invite me to the wedding. That's all right. I'm not salty. He didn't invite Bonte either. It's like, we're Team RC Davis at this point. It is what it is.
Oh, no.
But we were golfing in North Carolina, and everyone was looking at me because I was wearing pants. I wasn't wearing shorts. Golf. I'm not a shorts wearer when I go golf. I like wearing the pants, and people, even if it was 90 degrees in humidity, I didn't mind. People were looking at me different ways. You know what? I don't care. I was comfortable wearing that, Nick. So I'm built for all types of weather, whether it's cold, whether it's sticky and humid, and whether it's 60 degrees right now and sunny here in downtown San Francisco. I don't think it's 60 degrees. It's probably in the mid-50s, but we'll get to the 60s later. I'm no meteorologist, but I like to think I am.
You play one on the radio, Spadone.
Right.
That's all that matters.
Where's that Brian Palo Alto drop about being a GM? Because I do feel like that right here. Here we go.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Exactly. That's one of our callers.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know Brian?
I remember he used to call the Warriors wrap-up show every Saturday. Priest in Palo Alto, too.
Love Priest.
Priest was putting James Wiseman in the Hall of Fame. That one didn't go over as well.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
This is Priest. This might be one of the greatest Priest in Palo Alto drops of all time.
I can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes.
That's Priest in Palo Alto.
Was he talking about Wiseman? I mean, he used to call every Saturday.
That's a 5.
And he would say...
That was like a month ago, by the way.
He would say, James Wiseman, you're too quick to give up on James Wiseman. He's going to the Hall of Fame. And I'd be like, what? Priest and my man, Mark Spears, we're all the way in on the James Wiseman experience.
Mark with the Kevin Garnett comp was tough.
Oh, man.
We love you, Mark. Hall of Famer, right?
Hall of Famer.
There you go.
Hall of
Him and
Famer.
Woj, your boy.
Yeah.
Not James Wiseman.
James Wiseman. We used to have this troll caller. We had the opposite of Priest and Palo Alto. I don't think he calls anymore, but it was either, I think it was Chris and Alameda. I used to call him Troll Chris, and he would call in all the time and just say how it was the worst pick in the history. Every time he brought up James Wiseman, he'd say it's the worst pick he's ever seen in his entire life. And poor guy James Wiseman, because in fairness, he was, and we'll have Anthony Slater on 8:30, and he speaks about this all the time. Like, he was playing well prior to the meniscus injury. It's not like he wasn't on some sort of a trajectory.
The flashes were there, Spadone.
And then he gets hurt, and then that kind of just, you turned this team into, you were always reaching back. Now, they won a title, so I want to say that. They did win a title in 2022. So whatever you say about that pick, now I get it, but then it was like, hey, you won a title, so no matter what, you won something still. But that whiff of a pick, because that's what it is at this point. You whiffed on the pick. Whether it's injury or not, you whiffed on it. And, God, you just look at all the talent around there. Were you going to get Anthony Edwards? Probably not. I think he was going to go number 1 overall regardless. LaMelo Ball? I think LaMelo would have worked on this team. A lot of people don't seem to think. He's like, he needs the ball in his hands. I was like, you can pass the ball, though. Like, if you could pass, you could play on this team as far as I'm concerned. I just saw what he did in the closing minutes against the Lakers a couple nights ago against Luka and LeBron. Looked pretty good to me.
He blew right through Luka.
Not
that he's the first person to do that.
I think you could do that if you wanted to, Nick, or I could do that against Luka.
Spadone, they called me Nick the Pick for a reason.
Whoa, Nick the Pick?
So I don't know if I was.
He picked your nose in school. That's why.
No.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but I really think that LaMelo could have worked here, and certainly he would have been better than the fit that Wiseman ended up being, because once he came back, that was just about it. And I still remember Wiseman trying to line up on the floor, and this goes back to a theme we've gone throughout the week. Learning how to play with Steph is different. That's why it's been impressive to see how quickly Jimmy has carved out his own path within the framework of the Steph Warriors offense. Wiseman, though, there were times on the floor you'd be like, what the hell is he doing? And you'd look over at Kerr and the coaching staff, and they'd be like, what the hell is he doing? And that just never really got that much better.
I'm glad you brought that up on if it's easy playing with Curry, because Maurice Spates joined the program yesterday, joined 95.7 The Game.
Spates.
Courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Yeah, Mo Buckets, Mo Spates, Maurice Spates on if it's easy playing with Steph Curry.
It just depends on how you look at it. But I say it's easier because he could take so much pressure off his shoulders, especially in the game. He could go crazy, and you can learn so much from him. The way he works, the way he be a pro, the way he's a superstar, the way he carry himself, you can learn so much from him. Honestly, from a younger player like a Jordan Poole, you probably learn so much from stuff, and that's why he was able to be successful with the Warriors. So, man, it's about really paying attention to details with him and just watching him. So I think it'd be easy playing with him. I know it's easy playing with him.
Well, it's funny, and I know it's easy playing with him if you're Kevin Durant and you're LeBron James and you're Jason Tatum, Joel Embiid, Anthony Davis, and Team USA, Nick Fridell, because that's been the talk of the week, right? The Court of Gold. What is it? Court of Gold? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
For Netflix? Yeah. Yep. The whole doc, all of it, and it's on Netflix if you want to find it, Court of Gold, and it's going to be a 6-part documentary series chronicling all the teams, basically. I think it was Serbia, France, USA, Canada, a couple of the teams there, some of the big dogs of the Olympics in regards to basketball. And, the behind-the-scenes look. And obviously, we heard from Steph, and we heard from KD. And let's hear from Steve Kerr yesterday, because he had the great sound clip of saying, he's one of the greatest people he's ever known, one of the greatest players, one of the biggest shots he's ever seen. I turned off my own mic. I pulled a Ray Ratto. One of the biggest shots he's ever seen. Steve Kerr on yesterday talking about that moment he shared with Curry after the gold medal game.
Well, it's pretty special to see him have that moment, 2 years after winning his last championship. He was dying to be back in the mix again. And for him to have that moment in front of the world, amongst the greatest players on earth, and for him to stand out and make those 4 threes in the last 2 minutes, it was just vintage Steph. I mean, the way he rises to the occasion. It never ceases to amaze me, even though I see it over and over again. But my comments were real. I mean, the reason I think he's the finest human being I've ever been around is I just don't think there's ever been this combination of talent and humility and perspective and awareness. And it's just this incredible mixture that makes Steph who he is that I think attracts, all sports fans to him. They see these qualities, and those things don't often come together, to have that kind of swagger on the floor and be that humble, genuinely humble. It's incredible. And what Steph has done with his life to impact others, being aware of his power and yet using it in such a beautiful, authentic, humble way to help others. He's remarkable. So, yeah, I meant every word I said, to him after that game.
And that was Steve Kerr on yesterday with Willer and Dibbs, as he does join them every single week, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And, some other things he was talking about there was, the shot, right? And one of the biggest all-time in Steph's career for sure, that shot against France, the night in Paris at the home of the Olympics that year. And he likened it to, Jordan in the playoffs. What was it? Did you say in 89?
The shot over Elo.
One of the all-timers, right? And Steve Kerr played with MJ. So there's levels to this. It's one thing to play with the guy. It's another one to coach a player. And the relationship he has with Mike, way different than he has with Stephen Curry. Probably a lot closer with Steph than he was with Mike.
I don't think Steph ever punched Steve.
It was a love punch, right?
Although that would be a really interesting story.
Well, not the first time a player in the Golden State Warrior uniform was thrown a punch. We won't get into that, but it was interesting when you hear from Steve Kerr, because what he says is so interesting because of his career, Nick, because of all the players, all the coaches he's played with and who have coached him. Phil Jackson, right? Probably the greatest in the history of sport, if not 1A, 1B, right? Greg Popovich, same thing. Greatest in the sport. Michael Jordan, are you kidding me? Tim Duncan. We're talking about top 5 players and top 5 coaches he's played with.
Pippen, Rodman.
I've even mentioned those guys, but all of them. Tony Parker, right? Ginobili, all of them. And he gets to coach Steph Curry. And his perspective on that and being able to break it all down, and the human element, I think, gets lost in this. And we were talking about it yesterday, the human element of Stephen Curry and why him winning a 5th for me would mean the most, more so than any other championship coming up, more than the Niners, more than Giants, more than the Sharks. It'd be Steph getting his 5th and having that culmination of a career and saying, yeah, I was the best of my generation. I have won more than LeBron did. People are going to have their arguments. LeBron, MJ, LeBron the greatest ever. But if Steph gets that 5th, that is something LeBron doesn't have. That's why I'm anti-LeBron and Steph getting together, because there is that battle, that rivalry. It's just and I hate that we're getting away from actual rivalries in the NBA, and that's one that we really truly love. We don't have any rivalries in it. We just don't, which is why tonight when they play the Kings, which actually does feel like kind of an old school rivalry a little bit, because there is no love lost between these. Mike Brown's not there anymore. There was that Mike Brown, Steve Kerr. And Doug Christie's not about that. We learned that real quick. So
yeah, Steve probably I got to win this one for my friend.
I say all that to say this. I love hearing Steve Kerr talk about Steph, and I'm finally glad we get to watch some actual Stephen Curry legitimate basketball again tonight with Jimmy Butler, with Draymond Green getting back on the court in this final 27-game stretch that starts tonight.
Spadone, when you hear Steve Kerr say those things, he means them very sincerely, and this now goes to a worldwide audience on the Netflix documentary, but I can only tell you that Kerr has said a variation of the same thing for years. The reason Steph resonates with so many people within that organization, players, coaches, the people that work in the offices, is because they believe who he is. He's genuine. I covered the league for 15 years, and I always went back to 3 people who people would say, who are all these guys behind the scenes? In other words, do you believe who they appear to be on TV or when you're watching them in an arena? There were three guys always for me. The first guy was Kyle Korver. He is such a genuine dude. He is who he appears to be, just a nice guy who knocks down all kinds of three-pointers all over the place, and you go, yeah, he's pretty legit.
Would you believe me if I said Kyle Korver is a name that sparked a lot of controversy on the roast at one point? Sam knows what I'm talking about.
What happened?
Well, let's just say a certain host here on the Morning Roast made the comp that Klay Thompson was closer to Kyle Korver at this point in his career than he was, let's say, a Ray Allen type, and people got upset. We'll just say that. People got upset.
Okay. All right.
Continue.
I can see why they might get upset there, but from a personal standpoint, I always found Kyle to be very genuine. The second person was Joakim Noah. People see Noah and they see going back to when he got drafted, the crazy suit and the hair, and it was looking sideshow Bob-ish. But in my experiences with Joakim, he is who he appears to be. He's not trying to be anybody else. He's going to go out and have a good time, and he's going to party, and he's going to be one of the most popular teammates that you got, and he's going to give you everything he has while he's out there on the floor. The third guy, Joe Spadoni, always is Steph Curry. Mm-hmm. Because when people say, is Steph really like that? Is he really as genuine as he seems? Is he as solid of a person as he appears to be? In my experience, being around him for all these years now, the answer is yes. I really think that he is that type of person. And the thing that Steph appreciates, again, from someone in my role, is just having those human conversations. And he's got so many people tugging at him all the time. It's pretty impressive to see how he handles all that. But in listening to that Kerr clip and hearing him speak in the reverential terms that he does about Steph, it was just echoing what he says all the time. The reason Steph Curry is as popular as he is because he's real. And that's not to say that there aren't plenty of other real NBA players out there. It's just that for him to achieve the level that he has for so long, to stay at that level just as a human being, there's a reason Kerr talks like that. There's a reason Bob McKillop, his college coach at Davidson, talks like that. There's a reason Mark Jackson still talks like that about Steph. Anybody who's around him knows that the guy is not a phony, which is impressive given his stature in the game.
I liken him to, it's rare when you have a player of his level that no one really hates. Like, it's hard to hate. Like, LeBron does some things where people, I get it. Like, LeBron has done some things in his career where people get upset, or if it's his post-game antics, whether it's, he's like, oh, my arm was broken after this, or, they lose the finals, and people think there's excuses built in. I get it. There's a lot of people that have had tumultuous off-the-court issues in the past that have, swayed out the public's opinion on certain players. Michael Jordan, not a lot of people liked him.
He was a jerk.
He was a jerk. Like, people didn't like Michael Jordan. He took a year off. Some people thought that was like, I don't know. Like, taking a year off, like, I guess.
He's shady.
He's shady. Like, he wasn't universally loved, even though in hindsight he was, I don't think anyone's touching him as far as, the merchandise, as far as being such a huge public figure like that. No one's touching the era of Michael Jordan back in that 90s window, what he meant, Air Jordan, all of that. But I say all that to say Stephen Curry, when it's all said and done, might be the most universally liked, greatest superstar in the history of the NBA. And I don't say that flippantly. Like, Magic Johnson was one of those guys.
Yeah.
Tim Duncan to an extent, but no one even knew it. Like, Tim was just Tim. He was just there a little bit. He never, his personality never shined. And I do think Steph does have a somewhat of a personality, a little corny sometimes with jokes, but that's okay. He's a family guy. I can relate to Stephen Curry being an average Joe, being a father of two, and it's like I gravitate towards some of his dad jokes, some of his dry humor. Like, he's just a nice guy, and I can gravitate towards a person like that. My son can gravitate towards a person like that.
It's the way to kind of frame that, Spadone, is Steph is one of your favorite players' favorite player. When you hear other people in the league talk about Steph Curry, they'll tell you, and you'll see in their words just how much respect there is. There were three guys through all those years that always seemed to pop up. Who's your favorite player? Who's your favorite player? It was Steph, it's still LeBron, and it's Kyrie. There are so many young players in this league who are obsessed with Kyrie, and more of that is his ability to make plays on the floor, to dribble through any kind of traffic that comes his way, to knock down big shots. But I think what has impressed so many people around the league about Steph for so long isn't just that he's the greatest shooter of all time. It's the way he carries himself. That's why I just mentioned Bob McKillop as coach at Davidson. Spadone, McKillop always would say, I could see Steph running for president. And who knows what can happen after somebody's playing career is done, and Steph still has at least a few more years of high-quality play. But the fact that you'd even broach that, having seen Steph, when he comes into any arena and seeing all the people that come towards him and go, oh, my gosh, Steph, can I get a picture? Can I get an autograph? Can I ask you a question? Oh, he has a way of dealing with that is pretty impressive for somebody who has that type of attention all the time.
So what you're telling me is the ticket in 2028 is going to be Stephen Curry and Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Steve Kerr. That would be impressive, too.
Not the Steve I'm thinking about. Stephen A. Smith. Who's starting to get into that politics game, baby. Why not? You know what? Whatever. Just go ahead. That's literally where I'm at in society. Sure.
I can't imagine how you would have gotten there, Spadone.
Yeah, apathy, right? It kicks in. By the way, shameless shout-outs in about 6 minutes here. Shameless shout-outs, 6 minutes. Call in, text in, 888-957-9570. Shout out your dog, shout out your cat, shout out Nick Fridell, shout out Nick Fridell's brother, shout out his mom.
Shout out Bertie and Donna.
There you go. Love them. By the way, Anthony Slater, 8:30, Bonte Hill, 9 o'clock in studio. And by the way, yeah, this is still going on, folks. The Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas and $20,000. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. You got to check out Stadium Swim there. Huge swimming pool. All the games up there. All the odds. It's awesome. Ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. Winning is easy. Download the free Odyssey app now. Log in and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour. For your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20K. Warriors, Kings, tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on 95.7 The Game. Huge win. 27-game stretch. This is a playoff stretch starting now. You don't think so? Just ask Draymond Green.
It's the playoffs for us coming out of the break. What we got, 27 games left? It's a 27-game playoff. And then a grind to win 16. That's the urgency I expect. That's the urgency that we will have.
That is a man who knows how to craft a soundbite, Mr. Spadone. Every time Draymond says something, you think, yep, he's getting closer to the art that is hot takery. Draymond knows what to say to draw attention. And I tell you that usually when you listen to Draymond, rare is the time he's just saying stuff to say stuff. He believes that they can win another title. He believes that this is a 27-game stretch that's going to set the tone for whatever else is coming. So listening to the energy that move to bring Jimmy Butler to the Bay has brought Draymond and Steph, you can hear it in damn near every answer. They believe now that they can win every time they go out there. They believe they have a chance, and that is just not something they truly believed prior to making that deal.
888-957-9570, your belief in the Golden State Warriors and your expectations for the Golden State Warriors in this 27-game playoff. We have a poll up right now on YouTube. And your expectations, are they the 6th seed? Are they the 7th through 8th seed? Is it the 9 through 10? Or is it 11th seed or lower. Currently, Nick Fridell, if you look at the Western Conference, you've got the Warriors at the 10th spot, Kings at the 9, the team you're playing tonight, Mavericks 8, T-Wolves 7, Clippers 6, Lakers 5, Rockets 4, Nuggets 3, Grizzlies 2, and number 1, leading the way, the Oklahoma City Thunder. Okay. Thunder, Grizzlies, Nuggets. I look at those top 3 right now. Of those top 3, the only one that I'm still not a believer in fully, because they haven't been there and done it. And when I say been there and done that, because you can lump the Thunder in there a little bit too. But the Ja Morant angle and aspect of this, I don't know what I'm getting from him come playoff time. I don't. I saw what the Thunder did last year, and it was fun. It was exciting. They looked like a team last year that said, you know what? They could make the jump next year and go to the finals. That's what they showed me last year. I got to see it with this Grizzlies team, because the high water mark for them was against the Warriors a couple years ago, and Ja got hurt after they were down 2-1 in that series. Remember, it was who did it? Was it Jordan Poole? Someone grabbed Ja's knee. Remember that? And they blamed him for the injury. It was a bunch of ridiculousness. It was the Dylan Brooks aspect. There was a lot of craziness happening in that series. So I'm not taking that Grizzlies team seriously just yet. But the Thunder, I'm taking somewhat seriously. The Nuggets, I'm definitely taking seriously, because they have been there. They have done that. They have a championship coach in Michael Malone, championship MVP in Nikola Jokic, and Jamal Murray, when he is on, he is as dynamic and lethal and as deadly as anyone in the league. Aaron Gordon, he's figured it out. Michael Porter Jr., if you get anything from him, they're very tough to beat, because if he is on and his three-point stroke is going, coupled with his size, Nick, good luck. And then Christian Brown off the bench or starting, he's a pretty good player too. After that, though, maybe it's pretty wide open, Nick. Maybe, just maybe, it's pretty wide open, which is crazy. Which is crazy to say. And we're going to get into it after the shameless shout-outs, but real quick, just looking at this Western Conference in totality, the Warriors got action. They got action, as Steiny likes to say.
The Jimmy trade gives them a chance, Pedon.
A chance. There you go.
They just didn't have it before. We can talk about hope and belief, and all of that is fun. If you acquire Jimmy Butler and you put him on a team with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, you allow for the possibility that you find the right type of play leading into the postseason, and then you get there and you make some things happen. But as you say, all those teams, I think there's nobody that truly, truly would scare me to a point where you go, they don't have a chance. And when you have 3 alphas, truly, like Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph, you have some kind of chance to do something in the playoffs.
We want to do some shameless shout-outs? Let's do it. Shameless shout-outs.
Such a good wedding song.
Sure was played at James Kincaid's wedding. I wouldn't know. I wasn't there. Sorry, Jimbo. Yeah. Actually, I shouldn't be sorry. Saying sorry to me. Anyways, shameless shout-outs. I'm not salty or anything. 888-957-9570. Shout out whoever and whatever you want. We'll start with you, Nick Fridell. Who are you shouting out today? What are you laughing about? Huh?
Oh, I love it, Pedon. I'm going to miss you guys. I you know what? If you can shout out anything, I always come back to the Bay Area, and I always go to a place called Wood Tavern. They have the best pork chop. It's in Rockridge. I've been going there since I moved here the first time. I went back a couple weeks ago. That place and the quality of that specific meal. They got a good burger, too. There's I'm sure, some other great stuff on the menu that I've never even looked at.
Yeah.
The pork chop at Wood Tavern out there is unbelievable. And every time I come back to the Bay, I go in there. They have absolutely no clue who I am, what I do. They don't care. They treat everybody the same. That pork chop is ridiculous. That's my shout out for the Bay.
Grilled double cut pork chop. I'm looking at it right now.
It is the best. It is the best.
The description below it says Italian sausage, wild mushroom, Italian butter beans,
Think you'd like
squash,
that, Spadone?
turnip, kale, Fresno chili, marsala cream sauce. There's a lot on there. Jesus. I can go for one of those right now. You got a seafood stew there, grilled ribeye steak. Hey, I go for the tavern burger with fries. Why not? Hey.
It's not bad.
Not bad. Are you kidding
The
me?
star of the show, though. Oh,
The pork chop.
the pork chop.
All right, not mad at that. They got some gnocchi to start if you want some chicken liver pate. You a pate guy?
I look like a pate guy. Oh, no.
Maybe.
Time to go back to the gym right now. 10:01. I'm racing onto the elliptical.
I'm loving the Goonie shirt, by the way. What's up, Carter? What you got? You shouting out?
I'm going to shout out Nick. Thanks for coming in this week, man. We've loved having you.
Carter, it's been a blast. Like, truly, I know I've told you guys this a couple times already, but it has been so much fun being back here in the mix of it all. And I think I sit and I look back on my time here, and it was always fun. But even more in the last year and a half or so, I'm kind of like, all right, I wake up some days, I'm like, what the hell am I doing?
Right.
So to be back in the moment, and for all the people, not just here, but who wake up early, who are on the early shift or the late shift coming in from work, shout out to all of them, guys. I have woken up at 4 a.m. pretty much every day this week. 4 a.m. Pacific, coming in from the East Coast. The idea that I, as a person who usually wakes up at 11 a.m., consistently been getting up at 4 a.m. is shocking to me, but it is a reminder of all the good people out there who work so hard in the wee hours of the morning. There's not a lot going on. There's not a lot to see. It takes a special type of person to pull off that every day. So to all the early risers out there, more power to you.
And we take pride in trying to entertain. Again, we try to entertain these people that work so damn hard for us in this community. The overnight shifts, the doctors, the nurses have to do. My brother's one of them. He has to do the overnight, the graveyard shift. Sounds horrible. Love you, Mikey, but God, I don't know how you do it. Sam, what you got, man?
Yeah, waking up saying, what the hell am I doing? That's me every day. Honestly, I kind of want to shout out Nick's life. I want to wake up at 11 every morning. But
No.
Oh, no. How will I know unless I try it, right? But no, I want to shout out all the city workers who clean the streets up, because they had two big events last weekend. Obviously, there's NBA All-Star Weekend, but there's also the Chinese New Year celebrations were going on last weekend as well. And I had a chance to kind of go into Chinatown last Saturday night during all the celebrations, and every single intersection was littered with like the red paper from all the fireworks that were being, lit up and shot off down there. And it was just such a mess on those streets. So shout out to the city workers who work so hard to keep the streets clean after these events. That can't be a tough job. They're probably working those jobs overnight too. They probably are those overnight workers who we love to give shout outs and love to. So shout out to them for all their hard work, and they give them a little love.
Speaking of Chinese New Year, I believe it's the year of the snake, by the way, Nick. Year of the snake, and you lived in Oakland, and you'll attest to this because Sam also lives in Oakland. It is literally popping during Chinese New Year in Oakland. Oh my God. It's all
some of these fireworks strips these people light off. It's like they are so long.
Well,
so it's just like
whether it's an actual firework at times. You are in Oakland. Shout out Oakland.
Well, sometimes
California.
a firework, sometimes it's the popping ones. It's like 20 straight seconds of just bang, 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 bang. Oh my God, it's insane. It's pretty cool, but it's insane.
I love it. No, it's cool. I have a lot of my apartment complex, a lot of Chinese neighbors and people that celebrate and observe Chinese New Year. I'm year of the cock, year of the chicken. What are you?
Easy now.
No idea.
Oh, okay, easy. Did I stumble you there? He looks uncomfortable there. What? It's just you're the chicken. I don't know why he's getting uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're the chicken. That's how you said it.
Well, no, but
that's the part that threw him off. It was the year of the chicken part. Definitely nothing else.
That's what it's called.
That's not what you said, though.
No, but that's what it's called.
Part is I'm looking at Carter.
I didn't want to make you guys uncomfortable. I call it that first and foremost because that's what it is. A chicken is also known as that. So you guys, all right?
Never go full Shask. I think you just went full Shask there for a second.
Relax, all right?
Relax.
No, don't you insult me like that, all right? I'm a little more
I know you are slippery.
Let's go to Leroy in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? Who are you shouting out?
Hey, what's up, Joe? What's up, Nick, man? I'm working over in the Oakland Hills. I'm looking at both of the bridges and the water. And I want to shout out Klay Thompson. I'm seeing Captain Klay going across the water. I miss that cat, man. So I want to shout out Klay on this day. On this day, 6 years ago, Klay Thompson made his first 10 three-pointers in a row to set an NBA record, had 44 against the Lakers, and we won. So he made his first 10 attempts from three-point land on this day. So shout out Klay. Klay, I miss you, man.
There you go. That's Leroy in Oakland. He misses Klay, and shout out Klay. You'll see him.
Love the passion
on
from
Sunday.
Leroy there.
I
That's
love
awesome.
Leroy in Oakland. He's one of our all-timers. Richard out in Union City. What's up, Richard? You're on with Spadoni and Fridell. What you got shouting out?
Morning, Spadoni and Fridell. It's Richard out of Union City, man. I just want to give a shout-out to my son, Achilles Jack Spahn, who completed his third grade CYO out here in Union City for the St. Anne Mavericks. I want to give them a big shout-out. They played really hard this year. They did their most best. And I can't believe I had another chance to watch my son play another year. I just want to give a shout-out and tell him I love him.
I love that. That's Richard in Union City, and I'm going to do a shout-out as well. Shout-out Fran Aliotti, who I was talking about that light store that I worked out, Lighthouse Lighting and Lamps out in Monterey, owned by Sal Aliotti, but Fran, his wife, she recently passed away, and, just so sad, and she was 75 years young, as I say, battled cancer for a little bit, and very sweet woman, and I'm going to miss you, Fran. And her son, actually, Frank, calls in occasionally. Remember Frank, who I used to work with down Frank in Monterey? He calls in occasionally. Oh, yeah, a teacher Frank down there. Big Niner fan. So, Frank, I'm thinking of you, their son, and obviously Seska, the daughter, as well. I'm thinking of all the Aliotti family. And with that said, I think we're ready for the injury report. Kata? And we've been talking about it, folks. Jonathan Kuminga is a ways away from returning to game action for the Warriors. Head coach Steve Kerr said on Willard and Dibs yesterday that while JK is back at practice, he is not participating in scrimmages. Right now, the plan is to get him into playing rhythm and game shape before determining a return date. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Anthony Slater, 8:30. Our Warriors insider for 95.7 The Game and The Athletic. Bonte Hill in studio, 9 o'clock. We're halfway home on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Fridell on 95.7 The Game.
Right now at Verizon, you can get one line.
Damn right. That threw me off there. The chicken. You're damn right it is. Filmo Mike. It's Pedoni. It's Fridell. We're halfway home here on this Friday. We got Anthony Slater coming up at 8:30. We got Bonte Hill in studio at 9. We got Warriors. We've got Kings tonight, 7 o'clock. And it's all right here on 95.7 The Game, as you know, Nick Fridell, as we are the home of Golden State Warriors basketball. 6 o'clock, Warriors live. And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Yes, we are streaming all day long, Monday through Friday, right here on 95.7 The Game. It's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We started discussing something a little bit before we hit the shameless shout-outs. And it was about, who you fear in the West. And if I was to say this to you, because we're doing the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, what if you won $20,000? And I've been saying all week, a sure bet for you. You said earlier, if you had one sports bet to make $20,000 just to put it on whatever, you said it was the Celtics winning the championship this year. It's like, okay.
Repeat time.
Repeat. Okay. Fair enough. If I was to tell you, and this is the way Nahigian, the great Matt Nahigian phrased it to us earlier, if I give you $1,000 and you have to put it on one Western Conference team to win the championship, they all have the same odds. How many of those teams are you picking over the Golden State Warriors? That was the question. And you start thinking about it, and we've been kind of dabbling this all week. I don't think it's that many teams. What say you? How many teams are you taking right now, if you had to bet on it, to win the West over the Golden State Warriors?
If I had to lay down my own money, there's only two teams I'd feel confident in that I'd be pretty sure could knock off the Warriors this year, Spadone. Those two teams are the Denver Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Top to bottom, I just think they're better. It's been my running thesis not only throughout our week together, but since the Warriors made that move for Jimmy a couple weeks ago. I think the Warriors' best year for a championship, possibly, again, number 5 for Steph, is a year from now. Because right now there's a little bit of a roster imbalance. You make the move, you get Jimmy, but you give up a bunch of pieces. You give up Wiggins. You've got to see what else they can do this summer leading into the deadline a year from now with the assets that they still do have. So when you go back to this year, it's not that it's impossible because, again, if you get Jimmy Butler and you pair him with a motivated Draymond and Steph Curry, you have a chance. But there's only two teams on that list in the Western Conference that I feel really sure would beat the Warriors in a 7-game series. It's Denver, largely because of Jokic. I just think he would dominate, on top of the fact that Jamal Murray really seems to be coming along. You mentioned Porter. Who knows with the rest of those pieces, but they have one. And it's the Thunder because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, assuming he doesn't get hurt, he's the MVP, more than likely. And that team is so deep. They have so many pieces. They play defense all over the place. And Spadone, they have the type of wings that can match up against Jimmy, especially when Steph doesn't have it going and they're going to hand the ball to Jimmy. It's not that he still can't find his own. It's that the Thunder match up very well against anyone.
Well, and we saw the Nuggets match up against the Miami Heat as well. You're alluding to the Thunder there, but the Nuggets in that size was a problem for Miami. And I don't think anyone really...
Oh, yeah.
That no one expected that Miami Heat team to win the whole thing, but it was the Nuggets. It was like, are we really believing the Denver Nuggets? My entire lifetime, the Denver Nuggets haven't done anything. And it was kind of like this matchup. It's like, all right, we'll see. The Nuggets ended up pretty much dominating that entire series, their size, their shooting, their prowess, and their health. And that comes back down to it, too. The health of some of these guys and the health of the Warriors is going to be huge, too. Like, do you see this Warriors team, again, goes back to this Jonathan Kuminga and why he's so important because of his youth in all of this, being only 22 years old. They need those heavy minutes, those heavy allocation of minutes for a young guy with young legs that could recover quicker than some of these other guys. But it's going to be very difficult for this Warriors team with 3 aging veterans. 2 of them are stars. One of them is a defensive star in Draymond Green. Can they 3 times in a series through the Western Conference get through that grind. I don't know. The grind starts tonight, though, 27 games before you get to that 16-game playoff. But as Draymond Green and Mike Dunleavy are putting it, this is a 27-game playoff as far as they're concerned. Every loss is going to feel excruciating. Every win is going to be like, great, let's go get the next one. But I look at the Western Conference. Thunder, absolutely. They're going to give anyone headaches, especially the Warriors. And Warriors fans will tell you this, though, Nick. They play the Thunder tight. Like, they play them very well. Now, you didn't really play them when they had Chet Holmgren because Chet got hurt in that Warriors game early on in the season. He missed so much time. You haven't really seen them at their full artillery of weapons, if you will, because Chet, he's a huge mismatch piece. We saw that. He made game-changing plays last year against the Warriors. And if you ask Warriors fans last year, if the Warriors were somehow able to sneak into that first-round matchup against the Thunder, a lot of Warriors fans liked their chances against the Thunder last year. Now, kind of seems laughable in hindsight as you get absolutely destroyed against the Sacramento Kings in a play-in game. But I'm just telling you, the Warriors fans' confidence as the season goes on, it gets closer to the playoffs, it grows because you've seen it before with Stephen Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr. So I can't knock a fan base for wanting to believe. It's like the X-Files and Mulder. I want to believe, Nick, right? Shout out Scully. They want to believe. Thank you. God, I love the X-Files.
The X-Files with Mulder. Shout out Scully.
Come on.
I love it.
Come on. I
love it.
We got Jalen Silent Bob references. We got that. We got everything here. But I look at those teams. I look at still, and again, these teams are in the play-in situation right now, so we're going to have to see how things shake out. Are the Lakers going to fall? Are the Rockets going to fall? The Rockets are 3-7 last time. The Lakers, they got a win last night. They snapped a little mini losing streak. LeBron is 40, scoring 40. The guy's amazing. I still think what he's doing right now, we're kind of taking it for granted a little bit. What I fear the Lakers, though, in a series against the Warriors, there's always a fear factor of LeBron of some sort. Luka, I don't know what I'm getting, but there's no Anthony Davis there. So the fear is not the same. So no, I don't fear the Lakers. And I wouldn't take the Lakers over the Warriors if I was betting $1,000 on. I'd take the Thunder. I'd take the Nuggets. This team, and I kind of made fun of Steiny a little bit earlier in our thread that we have because he says this team has action. And I was like, depends on this guy's knees because it always depends on health with this guy. I think I might take the Clippers, though. I think I might take the Clippers.
But don't.
You know
now
why?
That is going out on a limb I didn't expect.
You know why? There. I respect the hell out of Ty Lue, and say what you will about this guy, and we just saw him in the All-Star break. James Harden's playing well this year. And James, you have to give him credit. I think a lot of people saw this Clippers team losing Paul George, not knowing where Kawhi Leonard is. You have James Harden now. You bring him in. What do you really expect from this Clippers team, right? Not much. They're 31-23. They're 2 games ahead of the loss column as the 6th seed right now over the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think they're going to hover around 5 or 6 still. I do think they're a playoff team because of how well they are coached. Zubac, Norman Powell, borderline all-star this year. You know, they got action as far as I'm concerned. And if Kawhi, again, this is the biggest if in the history of ifs. We've been burned. You know where I'm going. We've been burned by this for the last 4 to 5 years since he won a title in Toronto. If Kawhi can stay reasonably healthy, that changes everything. Because is he the Kawhi Leonard of 2019 against the Golden State Warriors? No.
Is he the Kawhi Leonard of 2024?
No.
I mean,
no. Well, his knees are too old. They're 85-year-old knees on both of them. I understand that. I know how this team has played the Warriors, though, and I know in a given series, I'm going to take that experience of some of those guys over a team like the Rockets, over a team like the Grizzlies potentially. So, yeah, I think I am taking the Clippers over the Warriors right now, which is, I didn't expect to say that because I've been one of the guys that has been the hardest on the Clippers ever since that experiment of Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. I thought it was the worst move that Kawhi could have made in hindsight, choosing the Clippers over the Lakers, because I think Kawhi would have had another ring at this point. We'll never know, but he had that opportunity to go play with LeBron and Anthony Davis. He said no. He wanted to be the guy, and with the Clippers, was it the right decision? I don't think so. If the goal is winning a championship, I'd say no. But I'm taking the Clippers right now. I'm taking the Nuggets. I'm taking the Thunder.
Don't do it.
I'm not taking the Lakers. I'm not taking the Lakers. I'm first and foremost.
Thank you.
Why do I still want to take the Timberwolves? Why do I still want to
do it?
Why do I want to take them though, Nick?
Oh my God!
They were just in the Western Conference Finals. I know they don't have Karl Anthony Towns.
Well,
I know
but it's not even that.
I know Julius Randle's just been this black hole offensively. First team, all bad body language. I get it.
Yes.
But something about Anthony Edwards when push.
That's why you're taking.
When push comes to shove in the biggest moments last year, who thought the Minnesota Timberwolves and Anthony Edwards were beating the Denver Nuggets in Game 7 in Denver? Who thought that? Did you think that?
Hell no, I did not think that.
No one thought that. And that was Anthony Edwards putting the team on his back. Naz Reid still there. I might be taking the Timberwolves. It's a tentative yes there. So I'm going 4 teams I'm taking ahead of the Warriors here still.
Look, I understand, and it's good perspective to say, did anyone have the Timberwolves going into Denver and knocking off the Nuggets? No.
Different season, I know.
Are you telling me that you're going to take Anthony Edwards and a depreciated Timberwolves team over Steph, Draymond, Jimmy?
I don't know yet what I have in Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy yet. I know what I saw with the Minnesota Timberwolves last year, albeit Karl Anthony Towns is not there. Different version of the team. Playoffs are different, though. We're talking about a playoff scenario here, and teams are taken ahead of them to potentially win the West. Again, the Timberwolves are a team I'm not sleeping on yet. I think everyone else is falling asleep on them. Carter's asleep back there as I'm saying this. Sam, I'm sure, is. Don't sleep on them yet. Don't. I'm out on the Mavericks. Anthony Davis, they came out yesterday. Oh, he's going to be reevaluated in a couple weeks. All their size is gone. Yeah, I'm out on them too. I know what the Timberwolves are, and I'm looking at this through the lens of how they match up against the Warriors too. And the Timberwolves and Naz Reid in particular has been a Warriors killer. Anthony Edwards has been a Warriors killer. Mike Conley's hit big shots in the past for them against the Warriors. Karl Anthony Towns, but he's not there anymore. Dante DiVincenzo, the injury hurts. I do love me some Dante DiVincenzo. He was huge for the Knicks last year. And so I'm giving the Timberwolves a little bit more credit than I think you or a lot of others might not give them. I still fear them.
And I am just not a big Karl Anthony Towns fan. It's not even so much that they lost Towns. It's that they traded Towns and they have not found any kind of magic anywhere close to what they had last season.
Not yet.
Well,
it's projections right now. This is me projecting 27 games left.
It's a big projection on Anthony Edwards, which I understand. The guy's really, really talented. He continues to get a little bit better, but I just don't buy that a team, when you try to change things up on the fly that was so close, immediately comes back through and you go, all right, maybe they can make a little bit of a run. And I know this is unique to playing the Warriors. Who would you like in that series? Spadone, you make an interesting point here that I would dive into a little deeper and say, there are so many people who go, well, let's wait to see what we have in Steph, Draymond, Jimmy. I'm telling you, as somebody who's watched them year after year for so long, not only do I buy it now, I'm buying it into the future. I'm buying it into a potential playoff series and saying, I believe these three can find a way to win at least one playoff series. I flatly don't believe this year they can win a title. But we started this exercise with who actually strikes fear in your heart in the Western Conference. Who would you bet on?
If you had money, how many teams are you taking over the Warriors right now to win the West?
And there's only 2 that I would feel that good about because, and let's go back to your Clippers pick, I'm not buying Kawhi. Not at this stage. Not in a playoff run where you have to stay pretty healthy all the way through. I think they could carry him for
He's missed most of this year, it feels like, and there's still 8 games over 500. And again, I think they're going to sneak into that 5 or 6 spot in the West. And if they play a team like the Rockets, I like their chances. If they play a team like the Grizzlies, I like their chances. I do. And then they're in the second round series, and then all of a sudden you're saying, hey, Kawhi's looking good. Again, we're projecting right now. but I could talk myself into it. Can't you? Can't you?
I can't buy Kawhi on any level at this stage. He just has not been able to show that consistently. And Spadone, this goes to the point about the Clippers in general. Can he still play at a high level when he's out there? Sure. It's still within him. But in order to win in the playoffs, you have to do it every night. And Harden, at this stage of his career, he can have some great nights, but far too often, especially in the playoffs, he just kind of disappears in games. It's another reason why so much of our time today and always out here in the Bay is centered around Steph Curry. Why is Steph so beloved? Well, he's got a great personality, hits shots all over the place. I think a huge part of this, and I think he knows it, is Steph's played in one place for one team. He has represented one region for the entirety of his career. Your point about Harden is well taken, but Spadone, Harden was in Houston, made a name for himself. Before that was in OKC. After Houston, he's like, I'm just done here. Let me go to Brooklyn. They're going to find a way to win. It didn't happen. Harden, KD, and Kyrie did not work for a variety of different reasons the way everybody thought it would. He goes to Philly. Philly was good. Oh, Harden's going to help Embiid. He's going to be the number 2. No, that hasn't happened. So now here's James Harden on I think, team 6 with the Clippers, and you go, wow, Harden's still pretty good. Well, he's one of the all-time greats. But if you're looking for reasons why Steph is thought of in a certain way, on top of being a great shooter and on, he stayed with one team. James Harden is an all-time player, but he's on 6 teams. That just, it deludes greatness on some level.
Why?
After all that time.
Why?
Because you have to fit into all these different places and play a different style. And if you don't have success in the same way after moving place after place after place, I do think it does something to the reputation you have as a player.
Do you think Kawhi Leonard's reputation is any less because he went to 3 different teams? He won 2 of the locations.
What does Kawhi have that James Harden never does?
Okay, the title. I understand that. It's not like it was those Rockets teams. They should have had no business competing. That's one of the greatest. Take a step back here. Those Rockets teams, what they were able to do and being up in that series against the Warriors, and I know we have the old joke, they missed a bajillion 3-pointers in a row in Game 7, but the fact that they, against one of the greatest team, if not the greatest team in the NBA, had them on the ropes and could have won that series, I know they didn't. Oh, it's the participation trophy era, you're going to give them credit. Well, I'm going to give them some credit because they tried. Daryl Morey and that crew tried to beat them, and I appreciate them trying to go at Goliath in this situation. No one else tried to. Everyone else went in their turtle shells like the Thunder. Yeah, we're just going to suck for a while. You know what? We'll come out of this and Sam Presti will look like a genius, and that's what's happening right now. That's fine. But the Rockets said, no, we're going to go after it. We're going to fight. We're going to make some trades. We got PJ Tucker. We got, obviously, who's my guy? Clint Capella. We've got Eric Gordon, who turns into a god when he's playing the Warriors in some of those series. Chris Paul, obviously, but gets hurt. I don't look at James Harden any less because he's played on a million teams. I think a lot of people do. I just don't think it worked out in Houston. He got as close as he could with that team to Game 7 against one of the greatest teams of all time. Didn't shake out. Is he the person that Stephen Curry is? No. He's not.
I don't think anybody,
exactly.
If we're measuring people to people.
Exactly.
I don't think anybody's the person
leader-wise, too. It's so hard to, if you were comparing leadership, sure. Steph being on one team and being the face of a franchise for that long is tough. I don't think James Harden was ever going to be the face in OKC. Ever. It was KD, then he was hated when he left, and then it was Russ. And now it's, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and, you had Paul George there for a second, and you had Carmelo Anthony there for a second. So, I hear what you're saying, where you think it dilutes it, but we're getting off on a tangent here about James Harden and leadership and staying with one franchise for so long. But to your point, this Warriors team, the only reason a lot of people teams would fear them still and see that jersey is because they associate it with Stephen Curry.
And therein lies the key, because Spadone, we asked Frank Isola this a couple days ago, and he was talking about that Steph still has that power over especially the younger players in the league. What I would also tell you, though, is when you talk to people who see Steph coming down the floor, there's only a few guys that still strike that fear into everybody's heart. I think LeBron does.
I was going to say, name them. Okay, LeBron.
I think Giannis does when he's racing down the floor. And, Luka to a point, but Luka hasn't won yet at the same level. After that, I think everybody's still afraid when Kevin has the ball and he can make a play, but that list is not long.
It's crazy because you didn't mention any of the recent champions, right? You didn't say, I'm not really fearing Jokic that way if he has the ball, Jamal Murray, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. No. It's rarefied air. It is. It's
very rarefied, and it's why the Warriors, at least this year and next year, are still going to be in the conversation because they know that they have the ultimate shot maker that they need to have to carry them at times. Steph, going on 37, isn't going to be able to do it the way he might have 5 or 6 years ago. But Pedon, he can still do it a couple times in a series. And when you now, and this is the whole point of making this deal, have a guy who you can hand the ball off to when Steph doesn't have it going in Jimmy Butler, you give yourselves a chance. So many times in the last couple of years, and you've lived it on a daily basis out here doing the show. If Steph didn't have it cooking, nothing was happening.
Oh, Steph wasn't cooking, they were cooked.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I am telling you, people see it. They've watched it now for years. If push comes to shove in a playoff game and Steph does not have it going, they now have the answer that they need. They have the guy you can turn to and go, okay, I know where the ball goes. I know this guy's going to make a shot or get to the line. And the amount of pressure that will take off of Steph's shoulders and the amount of confidence it will give to everybody else on that bench is huge.
It really comes into the duos, right? Like, who are you taking over Stephen Curry and Jimmy Butler as a duo in the West or in the East for that matter? Like, I think everyone's probably taking Brown and Tatum. They just won the title. Okay. If you go in the West, are you taking Shea and is it going to be Chet? Taking Shea and Chet over him? Are you taking Ja and Jaren Jackson Jr.? Are you taking Murray and Jokic? I could be talked into that. Okay. Luka and LeBron? I have to see it still. Like, it's a work in progress. I don't know. Again, so is Steph and Jimmy to an extent. I've seen more of their chemistry work more so than Luka and LeBron, that's for sure. And Luka was held out yesterday on the back end of a back-to-back. They're being careful with his calf. The Rockets, who are their two best players on any given night? I don't know.
Şengün,
right? Like Şengün sometimes, right? Like that team's so young, so it's give and take, right? The Clippers, is it Kawhi and James Harden, or is it Norman Powell this year and James Harden? Is it?
Well, therein lies where I fall on the Clippers, though.
Sure.
If you are trusting that Harden's going to be that same top-tier player every night in the playoffs, good luck.
Okay.
I've watched it.
Okay.
Harden can go off for 40. He still has the ability to turn it all the way on, especially those last couple of years in Philly. Spadone, where was he?
Hey, I'll tell you this, though, with the Clippers, Zubac and Norman Powell are Warriors killers. I have seen that. So if James Harden's not, I know those guys are going to show up. By the way, the Clippers have won 6 straight against the Warriors. Last time they lost was November back in 2023. Clippers have some ownage on the Dubs. I get it. New Dubs, new team, the Jimmy Butler era. We're grading differently. Same Steph. All right. So we'll see. And Steph has historically, he shoots well against the Clippers, but not in the Lakers. And now it's the Intuit Dome. Have you been down to the Intuit Dome?
I have not yet.
Not yet? You looking forward to it?
I have heard that the wall of fans is pretty impressive. What scares me, and it's funny.
How many fans are actually in the wall?
We started the show talking about how baseball is kind of, at least the national popularity is kind of eroding a little bit. And so much of the question is, Well, how many people are showing up now to these games? Pedon, at the beginning of the season, that Clippers arena, Intuit Dome, it was packed. It was lively. I had some friends that were out there to cover the Celtics, and they were sending me pictures from inside Celtics Clippers, the defending NBA champs. And there were empty seats all over the place.
Well, everyone was connecting the dots with Steve Ballmer, former CEO of Microsoft, right? Where is Microsoft based out of? Washington. Where does the team used to play there in the NBA? Seattle, right? Clippers moving back. It just made sense to me. The Clippers are never going to rate in LA. There's just so much. It's the Dodgers, it's the Lakers. Hell, it's USC football when they're good.
Well, I mean, it's like the Chargers moving there. It was just
the Rams, right?
comical.
Exactly, right? Yeah, exactly. They should be in San Diego, so it's a joke. We're up against it. We're going to talk to Anthony Slater on the other side, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. And then after that, we got Bonte in studio. We're locked and loaded, baby, on a Friday. It's Pedoni and Fridell in the Morning Roast.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
ready, Nick? 1 hour of uninterrupted sports talk, hardcore. You ready for that?
Hell yes. It's the story of my life.
Dude, we got slates coming up. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. We got Bonte Hill, top of the hour in studio. We got a lot to get into. We got Warriors Kings tonight. We call this the Anthony Slater series, actually, when the Warriors and Kings play each other, because that's Slate's neck of the woods up in Sacramento. Obviously does a hell of a job covering the Warriors, but he dabbles in some Kings now and then, too.
It's a little more than dabbling now, baby.
Hey, don't. Kings better not be poaching our guy.
The bacon and butter game from my boy Slater. That's what that is.
Okay. Well, that's Nick Fridell, by the way. For those of you who don't know the voice already, you should by now. Nick Fridell been in the studio all week. It's been very fun. Shasky back next week. He's been in Hawaii, hanging out, hanging loose, enjoying the sun right now. What is it? It's only 5:30 over in Hawaii now. He's still sleeping probably. Or he might be here up early with baby LJ. Who knows? But you know what? When you're on vacation and you're in Hawaii and you get up a little bit early because he's probably still jet lagged, so it feels like 8:30 for him, he's probably feeling great. You know why I feel great right now? Because we got Anthony Slater on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, Lathrop? And speaking of like sandy beaches, I heard one Anthony Slater was hanging out in Mexico this past week. Is that true, Slates?
I'd heard Nick Fridell was hanging out in the Bay Area. That's what I'm more interested in.
Yeah, I need to get in the car and get down to El Dorado Hills in a couple hours and just start hanging out before that game. That's what I need in my life.
Golden One Center tonight. That's regular season basketball. It's a great environment. It might get the juices.
I told you, Spadone. I told you he'd be all over me about regular season basketball and all the intensity that comes with it.
In fairness, though, we were like tongue-in-cheek with the Cavs, right? Because they're 45-10, and no one really cares what the Cleveland Cavaliers do. No one's taking them seriously until the playoffs. But for this Warriors team now, Anthony, in the 3-1 in the Jimmy Butler era, right? Like, there's some extra juice now that wasn't there before in this 27-game stretch. You know, you heard Draymond say it. You heard Draymond say a lot of things, by the way. We can get into that over the All-Star game weekend. You heard Mike Dunleavy say it when they had that loss to the Mavericks. Like, these are playoff games now, so every game from here on out is going to feel like an excruciating loss, and you're going to want to be at full strength here. And we got the news yesterday when Steve Kerr joined Willard and Dibbs that, you know, he says Jonathan Kuminga, although he's returned to practice, he's still a ways off. What did you make of that, and what does a ways off mean to you for JK in his eventual return to the Golden State Warriors everyday lineup?
I think that was termed in a scarier way than reality by Steve. Like, my sense is probably maybe early road trip coming up. Again, this is more educated guessing, speculation, I guess you could say. But it's coming. They got to get him in a scrimmage. That'll come pretty soon. Post All-Star break was always kind of, it had become the timing on what has been a really bad ankle sprain. We'll see. I mean, like I said, he's got to get through the scrimmaging, and maybe that's why Steve's using some of the cautious language, but I don't think we're that far away from a Jonathan Kuminga return.
So you're saying potentially next Thursday when they head to Orlando, potentially?
Yeah, again, I'm not giving a target date. Sure. They're not giving a target date, but yeah, like I would say in the next couple of weeks, I would be surprised if we don't see him.
Mr. Slater, while we're on the topic of Kuminga, what is it about Kuminga's game that the Warriors think is going to fit so well with Jimmy Butler moving forward?
I mean, just extra space, extra. I think it was more identity style, like, they could switch and be small again. And y'all remember last year where it was him and Wiggins. The thought was, the data was showing them that Kuminga and Wiggins couldn't play together. And then Draymond comes back from a suspension. They go small. They start Draymond at the center, and suddenly that unlocked everything. It was Draymond at the 5, and suddenly Wiggins and Kuminga could play together. They had this small ball style that they actually won a lot of games last year with. To me, this is just kind of a supercharged version of that, theoretically, which is Butler in the Wiggins spot. Butler does more than Wiggins. He passes better than Wiggins. You've seen a couple plays since Jimmy's been here where it's Steph and him in like a high pick and roll, Butler on a short roll, and then he's passing to Draymond, and Draymond's like sneaking in a layup. Well, that can now be an alley-oop throw if that's Kuminga in the dunker spot. So little stuff like that. And again, I think on the defensive end, just knowing Kuminga pretty well, I think them saying, hey, like, there's no more Wiggins. They need a point of attack guy that takes on some of the tougher assignments. You got Jimmy sitting in help side. Jimmy's a really good help side defender. And then obviously Draymond's one of the best ever. If you just point and shoot Kuminga at, LaMelo Ball when the Hornets come in, Kyrie potentially, although that's a tough matchup. I like him on bigger wings. But I think giving Jonathan Kuminga really tough individual assignments could kind of unlock some of his defensive potential, because I think he's a better individual defender than a team defender. So I think it's just some of that. But we'll see. I mean, to be honest, there's also probably ways him and Butler don't, mesh that well together on the court, particularly if we're talking about shooting.
Talking to Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, covers the team for The Athletic, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Anthony, obviously, a lot took place over All-Star Game weekend. A lot of comments. Draymond Green being a part of the television broadcast. He was part of the skills competition. But, he turned some heads when he said, we're going to win the championship. That's what he said. He said, I don't think I know we're going to win the championship. Draymond Green said that. Your thoughts on this Dubs team? And listen, championship, okay. But does this team got legit action in the West after this trade? Because Nick and I were going through the teams of teams that the Thunder and the Nuggets, sure. Those are the two teams I think everyone would put at the top. The Grizzlies are the 2 seed right now. I don't know how seriously a lot of us take them. They're very good regular season wise, but we'll see come playoff. We saw the Thunder in the playoffs last year win a round. We've seen the Nuggets win a title. But you start going through the West, maybe it's not that crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look, the West is a glut of good but not great teams. The Thunder maybe can prove that theory wrong, and if they rattle off and roll through the West playoffs right now, I think they're 8 up coming out of the break. Then probably by next season we'll be considering them something like hard to take down Goliath. But generally, I've thought the West has been a little overrated all year. But no, I'm not on the championship train either. For the Warriors, Draymond making headlines. I remember just even talking to Kevon Looney after they got Jimmy, and the idea of their play. I do believe they raised their playoff ceiling. I think we all believe that. But Looney is basically, and he's maybe the more rational, veteran voice in the locker room, was like, hey, how about we get to the playoffs first? They're in the 9-10 with the Kings right now. The same 9-10 we saw, a year ago, April, where they got blown off the floor by the Kings. I still think they have offensive issues, scoring at the rim. We saw it in that Dallas game. How many layups did they miss? We'll see what Jimmy Butler, maybe once he gets a better rhythm, but he's kind of passing up shots on the interior too. I still think against the best defenses, and by the way, the Thunder's a historically great defense, they're going to have trouble scoring, and then they don't have rim protection themselves, and I think they have a lot of tricky lineup combinations that don't have 2025 type floor spacing. So I'm skeptical of their real, contender potential. But yeah, sure. If we want to frame the conversation of the West is not that threatening around them, and they have Jimmy Butler, who has dragged, worse teams to the East, through the East playoffs. I don't think a team wants to see them in a series necessarily. I do think they could upset a Grizzlies, upset a Rockets. I think, as you mentioned, Nuggets and Thunder would be harder. They could get a series, but I am not predicting a deep, run into June, and I don't think y'all are either.
So the Clippers right now are 31-23. They're the 6th spot. What would it take for you? What do you think right now with the Warriors standing at the 10th seed, 28-27? You got 27 games left in this regular season. Anthony Slater, how do the Warriors get to that 6th spot here?
I mean, they really just need help. They got the Bucks beat the Clippers last night. I mean, that's big. You just need those teams above to lose, because 27 games. What's the best record you could possibly see them having? 20-7. I mean, that's, I feel almost ridiculous saying it, but if you have looked, it's a pretty soft schedule. A couple Hornets games coming up. I think they have 3 more Spurs games. Obviously now,
hey, those Hornets are pesky, Anthony. I just saw what they did to the Lakers. I mean, LaMelo just driving by the great defensive effort of Luka Doncic.
Well, I mean, I would say it's crazy. You can't pencil a win in for it's no longer where you can just say, oh, Hornets, that's a definite W. It's not for sure. But look, again, I think 20-7 is too unlikely, because that would get them to 48 wins. They were 46 last year, and they're in the 9-10. So to me, what matters more than their record, although it obviously does matter down the stretch, is they need just these glut of teams above them to struggle. Phoenix is just falling off a cliff. Dallas has no centers for the foreseeable future. That's important, although they just won 2 games coming out of the break. But Sunday's game on ABC against the Mavericks will be huge. Tonight's huge. To me, right now they're very equivalent to the Kings, right? They're both 28 and 27. They've had real trouble with the Kings. So tonight's a big game. You're going to get a lot of head-to-head matchups. But generally, to answer your question, for them to get to the 6th seed, they need what it took to get to the 6th seed a couple seasons ago, which I don't know if y'all can bring up the standings, but I bet it was like 43, 44 type wins. Whereas last year, they got 46 wins, and that was like, you're in the 9-10. So to me, it just matters what happens, in the direct vicinity above them to see if it's realistic or not.
Slater, the early returns with Jimmy have obviously been great. Why has he fit into the framework of that locker room so quickly?
You tell me. There's the Jimmy Butler whisperer over there in Chicago. You probably saw this coming more than I did. Again, it's the honeymoon phase. He got paid. That's pretty important. They kind of want to downplay it, but look, he came in. He got an extra $58 million in his age 37 season tacked onto his contract. Mike Dunleavy saw this coming. Yes, it is very nice. Mike Dunleavy saw this coming, right? Chicago teammate. Did you cover those Dunleavy Butler teams?
Oh, what a moment in time. Yes, I did.
Yes. So, Mike kind of knows his locker room, the Warriors locker room, and knows Jimmy and knows just like the kind of winning qualities that he'd bring. I mean, he just came in and it's, in your favorite city in Chicago, first game, he's just like spinning in power layups, getting to the line 13 times. What Steve Kerr called him a lion post game, which I thought was kind of an interesting way to term it. But yeah, he's just a superstar personality that there's just a gravity to his presence. And what Draymond, I don't believe in the championship, aspirations he's talking about, but I do believe that Jimmy does bring a level of winning belief to the arena. There have been a few games this year, I can remember particularly like MLK game against Boston, where you could just tell they knew like opening tip, like, oh, the talent level on the floor just makes it impossible for them to win. And it was just this disheartened team. I think that was the game where Steph got subbed out, with 7 minutes to go in a blowout loss, and he's just wandering around the court just looking defeated. And I think that was just generally like they didn't have the horses. They didn't have the talent. And while I still don't think they have championship talent, Jimmy has brought a level of talent and personality and attitude to the locker room that they just desperately needed. Wiggins was a very good role player, but he didn't bring any of that. Again, Nick, you know him. You're probably not surprised at all as long as he's happy and content and paid like he wants to be paid. This is who he is.
Spadone, pulling the curtain back just a little bit.
Please, yeah, no, this is great. I'm loving the Chicago days.
When they made the move, I texted my boy, Mr. Slater, and I said, let me just go on record right now and say, I actually believe this is going to work. And as he just mentioned, there are a lot of various reasons why, but the part of Anthony's answer there that strikes me is the swagger. Jimmy brings belief not only to the rest of the room. Jimmy believes in himself at a level that is really kind of palpable when you're around him day to day. He just thinks he is the man. And when you're playing with the man and Steph, that's why they've had the initial success early on top of the contract that they've had.
No, absolutely. And that yin and yang, right, Anthony, that Steph and both Jimmy have alluded to, like the opposites attracting. Like, did you envision this? Like, again, it's 3-1. It's very early still. But the early returns, like when Steph speaks that glowingly early on, saying like, yeah, like we're opposites, but it worked somehow. Like, did you expect it to work that quickly as well?
Maybe not as smoothly on the court. I thought there was obviously there was a lot of focus on the train wreck of the Miami finish, but also, he doesn't shoot and, he doesn't turn the ball over, which is massive for the Warriors, right? He just despises turnovers. So I think that mindset's big. We've seen how getting to the free throw line matters. I still would like to see him score more and be more aggressive offensively. They want that. He doesn't have a feel to his scoring game right now. But I'm not surprised, honestly. And, clearly they went after Durant harder. And I think if everything had broken the direction that the front office, all the way up to the top wanted, it would probably be Durant instead of Butler. And there's an obvious argument that that's more of a talent upgrade and would make their championship aspirations, more likely. But to me, the level of life that and attitude that we're talking about that Butler provides, maybe we didn't see coming fully and how that jolts the locker room. And also just he really feels like in some ways like almost rescued from one of the more unhappy situations that he's had in his career. He's had a few. And it, like for him, like, I mean, Nick, you've been around so many locker rooms, like when you have a very content, happy superstar who's every time he gets a chance is like glowing about the organization. And again, sometimes it feels like subtle shots at Miami or whatever. And we all know, a year or two from now, he's not just going to be, glowing at every chance he can get about Steph or the organization and how well he's treated, whatever. But when he is in such a happy mode about, what an organization is doing for him, he's going to play really well. He's going to play through little injuries and stuff like that. And like, he's going to sprint to the finish line here the last 27 games. Where in Miami, you've heard the last couple of years, they feel like he's been taking sections of the regular season off. That doesn't seem to be happening in the next couple of months.
First of all, I agree with you. I think the point is very well taken. And when Jimmy is motivated and focused, that is always the best version, and he makes it much easier to deal with whatever personality he may have day to day. Mr. Slater, Kevin Durant, your old friend from long ago, he did that interview with Malika a few days ago over the All-Star break, and he's explaining why he didn't want any kind of deal to go down midseason. This obviously centers around Kevin going into whatever happens this summer with Phoenix. But from a general standpoint, as you cover the Warriors, do you believe that they have enough assets moving forward into the summer? Let's see what happens with Kuminga to potentially land one more piece in the future to pair up with the core that they've got?
Yeah, they have they purposely traded the 2025 protected first-round pick where they want this pick to convey this year's top 10 protected going to Miami. They wanted to trade this year's pick for a few reasons. Number one, they didn't love the late lottery and beyond of this draft. Everyone's hyping this draft, but we always just hype the top end of the draft. Nobody's saying like pick 11 is a generational 11th pick in the draft. And because if you trade this year's draft pick, on draft night, it unlocks, your 20, like none of the restrictions that come with the Stepien rules apply because the draft pick's been used by that point. So they got a ton of draft capital left. And to be honest, I think if, a lot of these teams view certain picks in higher regard than others, would you rather have the 2029 Warriors pick or the 2029 Spurs pick or the 2029 Thunder pick? You'd all want the Warriors pick. This is a post-Steph Curry era you're looking at. And I think those future picks are really valued by the league. And again, if you unprotect a 2029 or a 2031 Warriors pick, that's like a real jewel in this league for a team that might be trying to rebuild. Not that that's the only asset you got to give, but I think those are really high level assets where you pair with, if it was a Kuminga and a sign and trade, or, you got to match contracts, Draymond's contract's big, Jimmy Butler, if he's potentially retraded down the line, like you have contract matching ability. And then, Pajemski's on a really good deal. So they have they don't have the best asset covered in the league. You'd probably say the Thunder do. But the Thunder also don't want to add a bunch of future money. They're very protective of what they have. So yeah, I do. I mean, the long way of answering your question, I do think they have a nice little asset covered to go get somebody.
Talking with Anthony Slater. And Anthony, we appreciate the time, man, today. Got one more for you here. You alluded earlier, what were the Warriors' record as the 6th seed a couple years ago, that 2022-2023 season. They finished on a 3-game winning streak to sneak in the 6th spot at 44-38, just over the Lakers, who are 43-39. Lakers obviously got the Grizzlies in the first round. Warriors got the Kings. And then those two teams, the Lakers and the Warriors, faced off in the second round. So, yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see if something like that could occur again, because I'm looking back at the standings then. It was wide open. It was feel like way more wide open than it is now, because I don't think anyone was really believing fully in that Nuggets team yet. I think we have a little more belief in this Thunder team because they won a series last year, and obviously the Nuggets have won a title since then. I say all that to say this. Pressure. It always comes down to pressure, whether it's on an individual, a coach, a GM, whomever. This final 27-game stretch, who is under the most pressure in the Warriors organization during these final 27 games? Could be a player, could be a coach.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I think if you're actually, like Steph, legacy cemented, Draymond in a lot of ways, legacy cemented, Jimmy, I mean, he's his own little personal brand situation where we could certainly go down that road and argue he is, the way he just, upended Miami and he's going to prove this trade is worth it. I'd probably, if we really talk about, career defining moments, I'd probably would say Kuminga, right? I mean, he's got a contract on the line. He's got his future on the line. He's walking back after having to miss a couple months, basically walking back into a rotation where he's going to be really necessary and needed to kind of hit the ground running. He had that really strong, finish right before the ankle sprain. And he's like, to the other guys, not only are their legacies cemented in a lot of ways, but their contracts are secure. And Steve Kerr, we can't really okay, Steve Kerr's under a ton of pressure. Sure, we could talk about his future, but Steve Kerr has 9 titles. The front office, I think Dunleavy's got a really strong reputation in the league, and I think people internally and externally really understand the Butler trade and why he made it at this point. So even if it flames out a little bit, it is kind of given without sacrificing too much. It's given Steph a proper level of talent and a co-star he needed. So there's I think Kuminga seems to be the obvious choice because he's the one that is trying to attain something that he hasn't yet in his career, and this is a massive couple months for him before restricted free agency.
Hey, Anthony, appreciate the time as always, man. Good to have you back here in the States after enjoying the beaches down in Mexico, and it's always good to hear you and Nick go buddy-buddy there from the old days. It's nice to hear.
Okay, can y'all come up to Golden One Center tonight? It is a terrific regular season environment. It's a big game, 28-27 against 28-27 in state, and watch some good regular season basketball.
Anthony Slater Bontemps right there, everybody.
Wow. I don't know if I like
selling that regular season game hard. I love it.
Thanks, Anthony.
I'm just saying, you enjoy the environment tonight.
I'll see you Sunday, big fella.
All right, there you go. Well, that should be good, too, actually. Jimmy Butler's home debut.
And Iggy's retirement ceremony. That'll be fun.
There are always storylines with the Warriors you can make on.
Always.
Every time.
Appreciate it, Anthony.
All right, fellas.
There he goes. That's Anthony Slater, who joins us on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, it is time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop. And we'll be stopping by River Islands again here in just a couple minutes because Bonte Hill is going to be joining us as he does each and every Friday at 9 o'clock. So real quick, I got to clean up some stuff because I got to tell you about the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, Nick. Yeah, I've been telling about you all morning. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas and $20,000. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. March Madness is almost here, folks. I'm excited. Winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now. Log in and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. All right, Slater, a lot of good stuff there. He echoed kind of what we were talking about, pressure, as we were ending there.
Kuminga.
Jonathan Kuminga, and that's why it's a little, he actually, I think, calmed a lot of Warriors fans down when he said, when Steve Kerr said yesterday he's a ways off, maybe he's a little overzealous with that phrase, and maybe he was, again, undersell, over-deliver kind of a thing there. They didn't want to see how he is in scrimmage, but Slater seems to think it's going to be closer to the start of the road trip, which would be next week, next Thursday in Orlando, so maybe at the start of that road trip, maybe a game or 2 into there, which would be good. That'd be less than 2 weeks. Yeah.
If you get Kuminga back and you can ease him into playing 25 minutes or so, maybe early on. Spadone, this is a player they need moving forward for the long haul. They're certainly going to need for whatever playoff push there is. The timing would work out just fine. But again, one more time, it's been a theme for us all week. When you bring in Jimmy, he takes pressure off of everybody else. You don't have to rush Kuminga back because you have a guy who can carry what Kuminga does, especially pretty well in Jimmy Butler for the short term.
888-957-9570 is the number. Bonte Hill coming up here shortly. As you know what? No, I can't get legal just yet, but that's okay. We do have a poll question up on YouTube, by the way, and we've been asking it all morning. It's your expectations for this 27-game stretch here at the end of the regular season. Draymond Green says it's a 27-game playoff, and that's just what it is. Are your expectations the 6th seed, 7th through 8th seed, 9 through 10th seed, 11th or lower. Do we have an update on that poll, Sam Lubman? What's the poll showing on our YouTube? It's okay. Whenever you want to chime in, it's fine. But the expectations, I think, for a lot of Warriors fans, they should be the 6th seed. Anthony Slater alluded to it just a second ago, too. The West was just as wide open, if not more so, back a couple years ago. Now, they lost in the second round, and in hindsight, the entire season was just marred from the punch before the season even started with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, the dark cloud over the organization. But coming off a championship, you still had that belief that this team could do it. This team's not coming off a championship. This team is coming off a play-in loss to the Sacramento Kings, Nick Friedel. So
what a horrifying sentence.
It was, right? No, it's crazy.
This team with Steph and Draymond are coming off a play-in loss to the Sacramento Kings.
That team last year with Steph, Draymond, Klay Thompson, Chris Paul, who barely even played in that game. Remember, that was the big trade early on in the season. Earlier there was trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. This is a fever dream, by the way. Chris Paul was a Golden State Warrior at one point. It's very weird. Still very odd to say. And it sucks, obviously, now that Chris Paul is in San Antonio. We're not going to see him playing with Wemby. Wemby shut down for the season. Deep vein thrombosis. Hopefully that can get corrected, and it's nothing that lingers on because he is fun to watch. He's an incredible talent. And we need all the young, incredible talent we can get in the NBA right now. As we're talking regular season hoops, I say all that to say this, Nick Friedel. Massive opportunity tonight against the Kings, who have owned you as of late. Get a dub in Golden One Center. Set the tone for the second half.
And there's no way that Steve Kerr isn't delivering that message to his group, Spadone, because they know they got a week off. They got time to recharge. I mean, hell, Jimmy was in Dubai. I don't know how much you can recharge on a 14, 15-hour flight each way.
You guys are overblowing the Dubai thing. Like Carter was telling me earlier, because, again, Carter, our resident degenerate gambler here at 95.7 The Game, Spadone, who do you like tonight? And just the action, what do we got tonight? I was like, got to be more specific. Kings Warriors. He's like, yeah, I don't know. Jimmy being on that trip, a lot of the Steph and Draymond and the All-Star. I don't know. Maybe they'll be a little sluggish. Jimmy's going to be fine, people. Jimmy Butler's going to be just fine. What's the difference between going to Dubai or going to Europe or going to Mexico? These guys
How about
live
go
a
to a
private
beach
life.
that's like an hour away? I mean,
I want to go to a beach.
You want to go to Dubai, Bonte? Yeah, you want to? Yeah, right now? Let's go. I'm not mad at that. Let's go. Hey, Bonte Hill, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Bonte Hill joins us on the River Islands guest line in studio. It's the River Island, I want to say, right here at 95.7 The Game. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? I told you, it's one full hour, baby. We got Slater and then Bonte. It's appointment radio right there. And we got Nick Friedel in studio.
This is McGuire and Canseco, just Bash Brothers back and forth right now. I love it.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Are you McGuire or Canseco?
Needle in my butt sounds good right now, right? I mean,
oh no, it's a lot of home runs though.
It's a lot of bombs.
Chicks stick the long ball.
A lot of bombs.
A lot of bombs. Yep. A lot of bombs out here, man.
Well, speaking of that, speaking of hitting the home run, I mean, you got to talk to Joe Lacob this past week, Bonte Hill, the owner, governor of the Golden State Warriors, Joey Lightyears. What was that like?
Oh, he's feeling himself. Joe,
that's any day that ends in Y, B.
Exactly. Nick knows with Joey Lightyear, so just wanted to talk to him about the All-Star break. And, as Nick knows, when you get out there to business, there's always the off-the-record stuff and the on-the-record stuff. Won't really get into the off-the-record stuff, but I can tell you that the Warriors feel good right now. And it's all because of Jimmy Butler, which is remarkable. Remarkable. Now, I know they went 3-1 in Jimmy's first 4 games. I want to just pause the optimism for a second. Truly, tonight's a big game against Sacramento, set the tone for the next 27, but let's be realistic. His first game against Chicago, they're down 24. A Bulls team that scored 29 points in the first half the next night against Detroit. They're down 24.
The Bulls logo right now should have a tank to the side.
Yes, exactly.
Like the Bulls horns with a tank just rolling.
Honest to God, Billy Donovan, before that game, was asked by a reporter, maybe it's Sam Smith. He goes, does it just feel like tryouts right now with all the new players? Billy Donovan goes, yeah, it kind of is like tryouts. And then they were up 83-59 midway through the third quarter, and then Steph Curry went nuclear. All right? They allowed Kyrie to score 42. Kyrie, Klay, and a bunch of who's on the Dallas Mavericks. All right, so they beat Milwaukee without Giannis, but you control what you control, which is playing well. And they played better in that game. So I don't know, all the championship talking. But there is a lot of optimism with Joey Light years. There's no doubt about it. And he was beaming with pride because of the All-Star break and the way the Bay Area presented itself. I thought last weekend was great. I mean, I had low expectations for the All-Star game, and I'm sure we'll get into the actual game
Did they
itself.
jump over that low bar for the game, B?
No, it was the low bar for everything. And you know what? It exceeded expectations. It did something to me, Cousin Nick, when I saw Oscar Robertson walk on the court. When I saw Dr. J Stalin the profile and walking into Kenny Smith's party. It did something to me. The legends were in town, and so it meant something. And so I thought the Bay Area as a whole just really presented itself well. Oakland, California, Oakland Arena was hopping Saturday for Media Day. It was like a game, Nick. You don't remember walking into that arena, Oracle Arena, where it's just loud. They're right on top of you. Felt like I was walking into a Western Conference semifinal game. It was insane out there. So the All-Star break and the whole presentation presented itself well. The games we'll talk about. I mean, there's some work to do. I mean, less Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart hasn't been funny in 10 years.
The games itself was like whatever. Like you saw that. No, that's a great point. I've never.
I mean, they actually were playing hard, and they took a break, and it was like, wait, Kevin Hart's part of this now?
Well, the first team that won had like an hour off between their next game. Like the product itself, it needs to be fixed. I thought like the effort was a little bit better, which is again, we're asking about effort and like these things. That's all we need as we see USA versus Canada yesterday in a glorified exhibition game. The effort there was palpable. Yeah. It was USA. It was Canada. Yeah. There were names. There was star power there. There were fights. There was bad blood. Now, do we go USA versus the world going forward? I'm after watching what took place in hockey yesterday, maybe you start doing that.
Do four nations?
Yeah, 4 nations, right? Who are you going to go? You're going to go Canada, USA, Serbia, and France.
Yeah.
Like there you
maybe
go.
A mix of who? A mixed mash? I don't know.
Exactly. So there's that. And by the way, Bontail in studio for this whole hour.
Everybody else.
Warriors pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area. Relax. You can't name a player from Fiji.
Fiji? New Zealand.
VJ Singh is the only player of note ever from Fiji.
The others. We got the others.
Well, that was part of it,
And the jerseys just say the others.
That's the Shaq phrase. And did you feel like it was weird? They were doing like eulogy basically for Inside the NBA on TNT at one point.
Yeah,
like I was like, you guys aren't going anywhere.
It put a halt to
everything. You're going to be on ESPN still.
It was a lot of downtime during the games.
Signed off on that.
I don't know. I don't know. They were doing so well up until that point, and then break here, break there. What was it, like 34 actual minutes of basketball? And then I was thinking, I was like, well, we know how television works. You got to fill 3 hours. How are you going to fill 3 hours?
Well, Carter was there, producer Carter in the back, and he was actually out there. He's like, and he kept texting us during, like, with updates. He's like, is this presenting as poorly on television with this pacing as it is in person?
Oh, I forgot. By the way, Carter, about to cut you off, Spinoni. He's walking around chasing her like he owned that place.
Well, he looked like he could suit up for the Rising Stars at that point. I didn't know half the people that were there. He could have snuck on the court.
This guy was running material all day long at Chad. I was like, you just got the job 2 weeks ago. He's at the All-Star game.
He's holding court.
He was holding court. I was very impressed. It's like, damn, Carter. But no, it was a lull inside the arena, and it completely killed all the juice. It did.
The Mr. Beast shot was the funnest thing of the evening. Yeah, it was the kid that won the $100,000. Thank God he finally adjusted because I was going to go nuts if he kept pushing it right every single time, and Dame kept missing on purpose. It felt like to give the kid an opportunity. But listen, I'm not the All-Star game. We've been talking about it all week, and as you said, the Bay Area shined and showed out. I felt like over the week. A lot of people. Frank Isola joined us earlier in the week.
Damn,
ESPN, NBA. Yeah, Frankie Ice, we love him. Yeah. He's coming from New York where it's cold and it's snowing and it's sleet and it's gross. He's like, hey, it was 50 degrees and it was sunny all week. Basically, he loved it. He was walking around the city. He felt the vibe. So for as much as the doom and gloom everyone wants to say about San Francisco, Gotham City, Bonte, as you like to say, Oakland. They showed out this week, and that was the positive for me as we get ready for the Super Bowl next year and World Cup action.
There were celebrities walking around without security down Powell Street. Nothing happened. I mean, I even read into Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley goes, young man, this city did well. And look, all the homeless stuff that we talk about, that they've been homeless in that same area for 40 years. I've been sitting for 40 years. So all of a sudden you see a news outlet start promoting, oh, man, homeless. I read a Kid Bear already. He goes, man, I felt at home. We got bums like this in Manhattan and Brooklyn. This is all good out here. I love Frisco. He goes, I love Frisco. So
I told you look like the Kid Marrow. Yeah, you guys look like you could be brothers.
Yeah, maybe they thought he knew me because he was talking my ear off for a second, man. I was like, man, look at all the name drops over here, cousin Nick. Hey, look, but no, there was no talk. I didn't hear, they have this thing called bipping, right? You heard about bipping, right, Nick? I know you know about it, Spadoni.
Absolutely
bipping, where you break a car window. Where they said the All-Star break was going to be the Bip Olympics. People were lining up to see what they could bip during the All-Star break. Guys were getting it. They had a full training camp for the Bip Olympics. And you know what? Nobody medaled because nobody got bipped really this weekend. Honestly.
I came in about 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, so right before the game got rolling. In all my years out here, even traveling back and forth before I lived Oakland, then in San Francisco, I've never seen the police presence that was downtown, which I'm sure kept everything in check. But that was impressive in its own way because you're not used to seeing that anywhere. And I got down there, I was like, whoa, there are police cars everywhere. So that was a change that I noticed.
Well, yeah, they were everywhere, but I ran into a couple Shasky's family members that are part of the police department. And let me tell you, Fahey, I'm going to shout him out, Fahey, because you know Shasky brings up the Fahey's all the time.
He brings up every single person in the history of San Francisco all the time.
Exactly.
We literally walked to go get coffee at 5 in the morning, and he's saying what's up to 3 or 4 people on the street.
Well,
I don't know how he does it.
Well, there was 5 cops, and love them, and I'm gonna put them on blast. They were straight up chilling. I was like, man, they was in a circle shooting the star. They was out there stealing money. You officers out there, you know who you are. Y'all was stealing money, man. They had the biggest break. It was like vacation for them.
Protect and serve.
Protect and serve. No, they did an awesome job. And the police presence was definitely felt. They were out there. They were going to let nothing happen. And Daniel Lurie, the mayor of San Francisco, did a great job as well as making rounds around. And so this sets up well for when they bring in the Super Bowl and the World Cup. This is good momentum moving forward because, you know, when the World Cup comes, you're going to need all the cops. And Fahey and company, there's going to be no break time when the World Cup comes.
Oh, it's next level. It's Olympics on steroids when it's the World Cup, the biggest sport in the world when it comes here. And, you know, that's my sport, Bonte. I'm on Team USA, the Stars and Stripes. I was hurting yesterday when they lost to Team Canada. Not really. It was literally my first time ever looking at a box score for hockey. I did not know what I was looking at.
Wow.
I saw time on ice, and that's all I recognized. TOI.
They got plus minus. It's big in hockey, Nick.
Sure.
Yeah, they asked me one time in Chicago, would you rather see the Blackhawks win another Stanley Cup or find $10 on the street?
Oh, my God.
And I answered with the cash. And let's just say, fellas, that didn't go over so well.
Give me the Alexander Hamilton.
That did not go over so well.
Patrick Kane and them boys, right?
Yeah.
I like Connor McDavid. Connor McDavid's a boss, man. Go Connor McDavid. Well, I was worried about Canadian fans, though. They were out there in Boston, man, and you know, things get highly political right now with U.S. and Canada, and you're out there in Boston, and you're out there singing "Oh Canada" on the streets. I hope they were safe last night. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, man. Well, we got the 27-game stretch, this 27-game playoff starting tonight, Bonte Hill. That's what Draymond called it. The 27-game playoff stretch. So they got the 16 on top of that.
B, what was your favorite Draymond quote of the last week? Because we could go in about 9 different directions.
I mean, you know, when you covered his team for so long, when Draymond says something, I'm just like, well, he says that every year. They're going to win a championship. But even Joe Lacob was, Bonte, did you hear what Draymond said today? He used to even say, because if I was said that, they would have killed me. Probably. But Draymond, that was the whole talk on Sunday. It was like, did you hear what Draymond said? Did you hear what Draymond said? And it was, you know, it was Steph's weekend. It's the house that Steph built, Chase Center. It was all about Steph. And next thing you know, by the end of the All-Star game, it was like, Draymond guaranteed a championship. Draymond said this format sucks. Then you see Oscar Robertson said,
Draymond said the NBA's boring.
The NBA's boring. And then Oscar Robertson's like, well, maybe he thinks it's boring because all he does is pass to Steph. Nobody cares about what Draymond says.
You know what's hilarious about all that? At the end, Steph must have felt like he was right at home because he's the in-charge adult in the room, the leader. And one more time, somebody asked him about the 10 things Draymond said. He's like, yeah, I heard during the game that Draymond's guaranteed another championship. So I'm sure Steph was like, well, I know what this is like. Everything's good.
Right. Everything is good.
Love the confidence, right?
Absolutely. The confidence. But, I mean, look, there's intrigue with the Final 27. I'm revved up for it. Because now, even though, you know, Draymond's saying they're going to win a championship, I don't think any Warrior fan thinks that right now. They're legit championship contenders. However, there is a confidence with Jimmy Butler and an optimism that when Jonathan Kuminga comes back, maybe you can make a run in this Western Conference that doesn't look as daunting as it once did. OKC's the cream of the crop. They're what, 8.5 up on everybody.
They're chilling.
They're chilling right now. But does anybody believe in Houston?
No.
Not long.
We just talked about this, actually.
The Rockets coming out to play. They're a year away from being, they're about a year away. Yeah. They need some shooting. The Lakers, we watched them lose to the Hornets. And then they beat the Blazers last night, but they're going to be hit or miss. Defense. Teams are hunting Luka.
What's happening in the middle, too? No Mark Williams, Alex Lynn.
Alex Lynn?
No.
Come on, Sacramento gave up on Alex Lynn. We all know they need size. So you look at these teams in the Western Conference, Denver's probably, I would fear Denver because of Jokic. Jokic is a problem. And Jamal Murray looks like he's getting healthier and healthier, and he's starting to pick up his game as he always does during this time of season. But there's a lot of optimism with the Golden State Warriors. So you know what? I'm intrigued as well because from December 1st till about the Jimmy Butler trade, things were looking bleak. And the fans are starting to get a little annoyed with the lack of play or the lack of passion. And, that Orlando game that they had on Monday at Chase Center a couple weeks ago,
that's when I saw
that may
you.
have been rock bottom. Yeah, I saw you that day. That was, fans were leaving in the third quarter of that game. And I was thinking to myself, something's got to change. That was the first time I thought, okay, maybe standing pat may not work around this market.
Spadone and I talked about that throughout the week. The atmosphere in that game, and maybe there were fans listening to us who were in Chase Center. That was with Steph. It was flatter than a pancake in there. Now, that's a regular season game before the trade deadline in February. In fairness, still, you have Steph, you have Draymond, you've got Banchero and Wagner, young guys that are starting to come into their own. I saw you before that game. In the middle of that game, I look at Slater, I'm like, are you kidding me? It was silent. So, if nothing else, what Jimmy did was bring life into a team that desperately needed a jolt, no matter how the rest of the 27 games end up here.
And I'm curious to what you have to say about this, because we just asked Anthony Slater, courtesy of the Rivalry guest line, of course. And Anthony was, we were talking about this matchup tonight against the Kings. It's a huge one just for the standings, obviously. They're both 28 and 27. The Kings have just had their way against the Warriors. Like, they've just looked so much younger and more athletic. Now, both these teams have made significant changes since then, right? De'Aaron Fox, he's out in San Antonio, and it sucks that we're not going to see Fox and Wemby the rest of the year. Wemby being shut down for deep vein thrombosis in his shoulder. Hopefully it's nothing serious going forward because he was one of the guys showing effort this past week at the All-Star game. I made the joke. He was the only one I saw actually sweating profusely because he was trying on both sides of the ball. But new look Kings, you got Zach LaVine. We're LaVine, DeRozan, back to the Bulls days, as Nick was alluding to.
Bulls East, Bulls West.
Right, and you got Sabonis, who's been balling, and he's been balling against the Warriors all season long as well. But you got Jimmy Butler now in a Golden State Warriors uniform. Just looking at this new look West now, and it gives you life if you're a Warriors fan. And I think starting tonight, Bonte, if they could just establish a tone within these final 27 games against a team, and I'm calling them a rival right now because right now they've kicked your ass. They kicked your ass in the play-in game last year. There's some bad blood between the Doug Christie and Steve Kerr going at it a couple games ago. Like, there's some juice to this, and it feels like this is the first time I feel actual juice for a regular season game in a long time. I get it. There's always some for LeBron and the Lakers, but that's the LeBron angle of all of it. You hate the Lakers. It's the cachet. But like, no, if I'm a Warriors fan, I want to beat the Kings badly tonight. Badly.
Well, they're 0 for California this season.
Yep.
They've lost all 3 times to the Clippers, the Lakers, and twice to Sacramento. And Sacramento's won 5 straight, including that play-in game. But you look at some of those losses where the Warriors, the last time they were in Sacramento, they were up 18, I want to say. 18 points, and they blew that lead. Last season in the NBA Emirates Cup game, they blew a 24-point lead. That was the game in which Moody was rolling. He got yanked out of the game, and Clay comes back in. The fan base the next day was calling, why did they take out Moody? So they've been there with Sacramento. They had the game at Chase Center where Steph Curry gets trapped at half court and can't get his shot up. So they're right there with the Kings, and this is a desperation game for both teams. Both teams, because the Kings, they went to the All-Star break limping a bit, trying to figure out their rhythm with Zach LaVine, Malik Monk, and DeMar DeRozan, 3 guys who needs the ball. Sabonis needs the ball as well. Their depth has been impacted, but they pick up Valanciunas and LaRavia, the young man from Memphis, who I like. This is a desperation game for both teams. And yes, the Warriors, you want to get the Kings. You've lost 5 straight games to them. You're 0 for California. You're 1 for 10 in the Pacific Division. And if you want to talk championships and titles and making a deep run and saying, we're guaranteeing this, well, you best win tonight in Sacramento. You have to win a game like this.
Well, it's funny, too, because LaVine was a guy that a lot of Warriors fans were clamoring for, Bonta. As you know, sitting in the same chair, the amount of calls we took, go get Zach LaVine, go get Zach LaVine. He's young. It's not going to cost you as much. Yeah, money, yeah.
Yeah, that contract,
right?
yeah.
I know, but the fans, right? Like, they were desperate. The desperation was palpable here. Hell, we wanted just Vucevic for nothing. Just get Vuce. Maybe we could salvage him. It's just like, oh, my God.
And then Quinn posts out plays with both games head up.
He looks like
he knew what he was doing.
He knew what he was doing.
Vucevic looked like an absolute dinosaur in that game. He was so slow. So you get that aspect in all of this too. And it feels like Jimmy Butler at this point could not have been a better fit for just everything that they needed at this point. Yes, he's older. Like that would be like the main talking point of why you would have gotten LaVine, because he has some youth to him now. He's had a lot of injuries and concerns there, this foot with his ankle. But the Jimmy Butler aspect in all of this, I think it's just going to be so fascinating to see all these matchups now against teams, as you said, in California, where you didn't have Jimmy. So we're going to see Jimmy against the Clippers. We're going to see him against the Lakers. And those are going to be the games you're going to have to win, because these are the games, the teams that are affecting you directly in front of the standing.
Well, it's not just Jimmy, because Jimmy's going to get his. We know Jimmy's going to get his, and it's going to look different. And I don't want to disrespect Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins was fine, but this was obviously, you needed to make this move because of the style of play. He gets to the free throw line, obviously, manufactures that low block, that mid post. But I also think, Jimmy's going to do his thing, and Steph's going to do his thing, and Draymond's going to be barking. The guys who I looked at going into the All-Star break, Nick, was Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody. They've been polarizing around these parts. Brandon Podziemski, everybody thinks he was untouchable in the Utah Jazz.
Why didn't they put him in a trade?
Well, they did. Danny Ainge just wanted to hoard it. He wanted the picks.
Your boy Joey Lightyear's saying he's a future All-Star didn't help.
You know what? But it didn't help. But you know what? Brandon Podziemski went to the All-Star break feeling good about his game. He's actually playing a lot better. His percentages are up. He's shooting around 50% from the floor and nearly 40 from three in a return from his injuries. Now, I'm not saying he's a perfect player, but the turnovers are down. He's pushing the pace. And then Moses Moody scored double figures of 13 in the last 15, and he's going to the rack. So you need Jimmy, you know what you're going to get. You know what you're going to get from Steph. But can those others, those ancillary pieces, step up in a way that, if we're going to talk titles, those other title teams had the Livingstons, the Iguodalas, the Barbosas, you name it, Nick, you covered those teams. If those guys produce and are consistent, then all of a sudden it makes Jimmy's job easier. It makes Steph's job easier to where they don't have to go nuclear on every given night. You're saying, wow, I'm getting 10 to 13 from Pods. Wow, I'm getting another 12 to 15 from Moody. Well, I'm getting 8 to 10 from Draymond. And then all of a sudden, Jimmy doesn't have to go crazy for 30 and Steph doesn't have to go crazy for 35.
And B, to exactly your point, it always ties back to Jimmy right now for the Warriors, because as I hear what we're talking about, Spadone and I, throughout the week, and you bring up all the different names and the impact they're going to have, the key is that Jimmy takes the pressure not just off Steph, he takes the pressure off of Pods and Moody, because now with Jimmy on the floor doing what he's able to do on top of the gravity that we're always talking about with Steph, here comes a wide open three for Moody. Here comes Podziemski being able to go down the lane with a little more space than he's seen in a long time. So I think all those guys will benefit from Jimmy and what he knows he can do out there on the floor. And what's fun, again, in Spadone, I'd bring it back to what Slater just told us before B came in here. The next move, and that's why I thought Draymond's best quote, and his funniest quote was the title quote, because I didn't think he was talking about this year. I thought he was talking about a year from now, potentially maybe 2 years. That's a little bit of a stretch. But I think their best bet for a title is a year from right now, because, and this goes back to what Slater just told us, they have the assets to get one more piece. There's going to be so much focus on KD. I mean, guys, all summer long, it's going to be, is Kevin going to do it? Is Kevin going to, are they going to make the move? I can feel it because it was already happening right before the deadline.
He's definitely not going to be a Phoenix Sun. Like, I will put money on that.
They look lifeless last night.
Oh, man, that team.
They're cooked.
That team. Okay. And V, you and I have been around Kevin a long time. He knows basketball. If anything else, he knows the league. He follows what's going on. He knows that team is got to be teetering right around the end.
They're going to be a 10 seed, maybe, if that.
If they get there.
If they get there. So, no, Kevin Durant is definitely out there. The one guy I'm looking at, Nick, and Milwaukee's and I don't want to bring this up. I don't want to bring this up, and I don't think it's going to happen. But
Bobby Portis.
Bobby Portis
got some time on his hands.
He's got some time on his hands to get in shape. But Giannis Antetokounmpo, the league is watching. They're watching Milwaukee and to see if they flame out early in these playoffs. Now, they're a 5 seed right now, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure who I think they may match up with the Knicks in the first round.
Yes, it'd be Pacers-Bucks right now.
Pacers-Bucks. They'll be able to handle Pacers beat them last year, but Giannis was hurt. I like the Bucks in that one. Bucks should outlast them.
Be Pistons-Knicks in the first round, actually, in the Eastern. I actually kind of like that. Go ahead.
That's not bad. Yeah. That's not bad. But, all right, people are going to be watching Milwaukee to see what happens. And I know, there were some conversations, and Giannis was doing a hangout here in the Bay Area.
Oh yeah. And the tea leaves are all about being read on that topic.
Oh, yeah. You heard about the tea leaves with Giannis? Yeah, so just saying, watch Giannis in the Milwaukee Bucks to see how it ends, because there could be a lot of smoke around that. As Nick just said, the assets of having a JK, having a Jimmy Butler, having a Draymond, having a lot of these young players
and these picks.
And you got your picks. The Warriors will be active once again. This is what Joe Lacob does. He's swinging for the big dogs now. To change, like the mentality that the Warriors have right now is a mentality that the Lakers have carried for so many years. We are star hunting. We want the best product. We want to be entertaining. We want to sell out this building. We are one of the top dogs in the NBA. And that's how the Warriors operate right now.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I am just so out, and I think Kevin Durant is on the idea of coming back to Golden State, that I think it's actually more likely that Giannis becomes a Warrior than Kevin Durant. I believe that. He's not coming back here,
I
Nick.
still think it could happen.
It could happen?
I really do.
You think you can talk him into it?
I really do think that there is a chance that he reappears because he knows basketball-wise what it means.
I want you to sell me on that and Bonte on the other side, and that's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Bonte Hill in studio, host of Warriors pre- and post-game live for NBC Sports Bay Area, as he is every single Friday in studio here at 9 o'clock on the Morning Roast. We're rolling, baby, on a non-payday Friday, but we're feeling good, baby.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Nick Fridell in studio all week for Joe Shasky. Thank you, Kevon, who's going to be back in action tonight for the Warriors as they take on the Sacramento Kings. You can hear that right here on 95.7 The Game. Starting at 6 o'clock with Warriors Live, 7 o'clock tip with the voice of the Golden State Warriors, Tim Roy. And shout out Tim Roy again. His daughter got married recently, so shout out to the great Tim Roy. And we got Bonta Hill right there as you hear that voice in studio with us as he is each Friday at 9 o'clock for the entire hour. Bonta Hill, of course, formerly of the Morning Roast, still with the 95.7 The Game family. And obviously Warriors pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area.
Like scoring X right now, man. Formerly, man. Damn. It's already gone, Nick.
You could be. You want
to all love. Now you're Uncle B.
Contributor?
No, I'm Uncle B.
You transitioned to Uncle B.
We got Cousin Nick and Uncle B.
Yeah, right.
I like that. Uncle B's joining us on Friday.
Uncle B on Friday.
Cousin Nick. Yeah, Uncle B. I kind of like that, actually. All these kids are calling me OG now.
I love it.
Uncle
B.
Once you get to Unc, that's when you know.
It kind of gets depressing. I'm not going to lie. A couple guys call me, "What up, OG, man? We love your work, OG." And I'm like, damn.
But that's ultimate respect.
It's ultimate respect, but it also makes me feel a little older. And then I'm like pulling out white hairs in my mustache. I'm like, damn, I'm really
a little gray, but you know what? That beard is good enough, Bonta. You can play for the New York Yankees now. You see that?
Yeah, I did see that.
Like that.
How about Hal Steinbrenner?
That was unbelievable. Although, I'll tell you what was just as unbelievable, guys. I look up at the TV and they're like, breaking news. The Yankees are going to allow beards. And who's up on the TV breaking down the Yankees having beards and facial hair?
Who?
Timmy Bontemps.
Oh, my God.
And I saw Bill Barnwell, too.
And I was like, wow.
Wow. Damn.
All-time moment at this station was an old, what was it, Warriors This Week show at 8 o'clock in the morning. Tim Bontemps and Matt Steinmetz going at it about God knows what. Steiny so angry at Bontemps.
What did Timmy B
out
do?
of the studio. Whatever it was mid-interview. Walks out of the studio. And Bontemps and JD, John Dickinson, go for the next 10 minutes. And then that was it. Steiny eventually came back. But it was one of the funniest things. I was working the board at the time I've ever seen in my entire life. Steiny will tell you about it.
Hey, that was when 95.7 The Game, they first got the Warriors, and they signed every NBA writer under the sun.
They got them all.
Got them all. Mark Medina, what up?
Oh, hell yeah, Medina.
Medina's down there in L.A. covering Luka, though. He's feeling it. He's feeling it right now. He's in Lakerland. He's back there doing hits with Jim Hill down in L.A. Jim Hill's been doing television down in L.A. for 50 years.
The Jim Hill-Medine combos just knock me out every time.
Doesn't it, though? It's a great combo, man. Coming live from Southern California.
I love it.
Nick, you were just saying before we hit the break there, you were still in on this Kevin Durant thing back to the Bay. You're still in on it. I've been trying to talk you out of it all week long. Maybe Bonte can talk you out of it.
No, I can't talk Nick out of anything.
Because 2 weeks ago, KD told you he doesn't want to come back here.
He has no desire.
He has no desire to come back here. Why? We talked to Howard Beck earlier the week. He said it's not happening.
And Spadone, what did I tell you earlier in the week that I will repeat now with being here? The breakup is never over.
Oh, it is.
This is from my own personal experience. It's never, ever all the way over. There's always some hope somewhere. And specific to Kevin and the Warriors, the reason I believe it still so strongly is because he knows the best basketball that they ever had were when Kevin and Steph were there. Game after game, day after day. B, how many times at the old Marriott in Oakland would we sit there after practice? Kevin's on one side of the floor, Steph's on the other, and you're watching greatness, truly, every single day. They brought the best out of one another. So I'm not going to sign off on never, ever, ever over the next few years with those two at the very kind of end of both prime, but they probably got 3 or 4, maybe Steph's case, 5 years left in the league. I don't think it's completely over because I think both of them have so much respect for each other that they could pick up the phone either way and say, hey, I think this could work one more time. Let's try it.
Oof. I think it's a very long shot. I know the Warriors won't stop trying. That I do know. They won't stop trying to go get Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant, the way it was put out there, I have no desire to come back there. and the way it ended for KD. And just watching that Court of Gold documentary and seeing the way, because we know Kevin Durant, he's all about hoop. Hoop, 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 hoop. He lives in the gym. He does. I just don't see it happening. I thought this trade deadline was the perfect way to say, you know what? I'm going to go back up there. I'm going to help this team out. And he would have picked, think about how many new fans he would have picked up with the Golden State. Because a lot of Warrior fans turned their back on KD.
Yeah.
They don't want to admit it now, but they did.
They were mad at the way it ended and that he actually left after they had gone 3 straight finals.
It was unreal. It was unreal the way some Warrior fans treated him. But I think KD started thinking about that and maybe got some PTSD saying, you know what? I know if I go there at the deadline and I help this team make a run in the Western Conference, he could win over a lot of those fans. But I just think if he didn't accept it now, he's never going to accept it. I don't know. I hear you, because you never know in this league. This league is so wacky.
Ever.
It's the wackiest it's ever been. The new CBA's got people doing crazy stuff out here. So I don't think it's 100% that it's a done deal that he's never coming back, but I find it very I think it's a long shot that he'll ever come back to the Bay Area. I just don't see it happening.
Well,
I hope I'm wrong. I miss watching Kevin Durant play basketball.
Another guy that Warriors fans have, always, wanted to come back, or not come back, I should say, but just come here. And no, it's not Bradley Beal, ladies and gentlemen. He's in Phoenix. Don't worry, he's not going anywhere. I remember the Bradley Beal talks for years and years.
Yeah.
Go get Bradley Beal. Gotta go get Bradley Beal. Why? I don't know. But Giannis Antetokounmpo, if the Bucks flame out and they're one and done again.
You like this.
Well, I like it when Shams Charania of ESPN talks about it as a potential possibility of Giannis wanting out of Milwaukee, which is, of course, Algonquin for the good land.
Giannis Antetokounmpo loves the Bucks, but I'm here to tell you he loves winning more, and that's why everyone in that Bucks organization, they know what's at stake this season. They know the pressure, and every summer when Giannis looks around and he looks at the Bucks' current roster, he looks at sustained long-term winning. Where will he be able to find that? And he has said publicly on the record, if he feels like that's not attainable anymore in Milwaukee, he will look elsewhere. But, of course, he has tried always to make everything work in Milwaukee.
So there's the tea leaves right there. That just tells me if they're one and done, he wants out.
Oh, I just said Shab's reporting what I just said.
That was from yesterday.
Oh, okay. I listen, my new shift, I haven't watched TV before noon. It's crazy.
Hasn't been great.
I just watching documentaries and getting walks and exercising a little bit. I can't watch some of this stuff, man. Some of this stuff is just, the narratives, it's like, how do people watch this for 3 hours a day?
It doesn't
Real
stop.
quick.
It doesn't stop.
There's too many documentaries,
guys,
first and foremost.
Once you get, as far as Giannis goes,
never enough
if you get into the engine of the hot take conventions every day, if that starts to pop out into the news cycle, Spadone, I'm with you. Yeah. If they go and get bounced early this year, that's the name that's going to pop up way more because he's younger. He's been in Milwaukee the whole time. Maybe he wants a change of scenery. Kevin, for as great as he still is at a completely different stage of his career. So that part is very intriguing. The relationship that he has built over time with Steph has been documented to a point. That's a name absolutely to keep an eye on, but it's the same thing. And B, you mentioned this with Lacob. He's going to go for the big dogs. He's going to go for the stars. The thing I've always respected about the way in which he ran this team, especially as you compare it to other professional sports teams around North America, Joe Lacob will spend.
Yep.
And players know that. Fans understand that, and I think they appreciate that about him, even though sometimes he says some crazy stuff, and you go, what's going on? He spends money, and he backs
Trades
up
are hard.
trying to push the best product out there that he can. And there is something to be said for that, especially in this era.
And that's why when people say he's a bad owner and I get labeled the Lacob apologist or I'm on the payroll, we know what bad ownership is. We've seen 2 teams get up and leave this region. Literally. John Fisher, Mark Davis moved their teams out of Oakland, California. Now, you can say Lacob did the same thing. Moved them across the Bay Bridge, business opportunities. I've heard from people in Oakland say, yeah, you had to do it. The money over there in San Francisco is just long.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. These guys spent over $600 million in luxury tax. I mean, the guy, what was the Kelly Oubre contract? The guy wanted to win so bad.
Your favorite player,
he forced the front office to go get Kelly Oubre Jr. for a shot at a playoff opportunity and paid the tax for it. Nick Fridell's favorite player to cover. Now, did you talk to him after he told you not to talk to him again?
Well, that was in the Zoom era, so maybe they just muted me.
The Zoom era.
This thing isn't working. What's the problem?
Kelly Oubre, Kyrie Irving. Who else am I missing that loves you, Nick? The players you cover.
Kyrie loves me now. I talked to him Saturday, Nick. He gave me some daps.
You know what is crazy, B? We drip everywhere.
Kyrie, I was like, Kyrie, man, he's smiling. He's got the earring, man. He's a new man.
It is interesting talking about Kyrie because Pedon and I were talking about it earlier in the show.
I forgot you had beef with Kyrie.
No. Actually, Kyrie, we had so many private conversations over time that I think if I walked in there and I saw Kyrie now, I'd be like, "What's up, man?" I'd be like, "How are the kids?" And we just keep it moving.
Did he offer you a ride home?
Oh yeah, that was before. we were going to be really close, and then
he said we're going to be close. I'm going to give you a ride.
Yeah,
home.
and then things turned a little bit, but it is interesting, and it ties into actually the Giannis conversation. Who are the players over time, and you've been in those locker rooms like I have for a long time now, who are the players that other NBA players look at the most? And I told Spadone, it's Steph, it's LeBron, and it's Kyrie. When you talk to other NBA players on the whole, guys can have different favorites. KD's up there as well. But when you say, who is your guy? Who is the guy that you followed growing up, that you watched, that you want to pattern your game after? More often than not, it's Steph, it's LeBron, and Kyrie. And if you're Giannis and it plays out that Milwaukee just cannot seem to find their way back to the top, they made the Lillard move that has had kind of diminishing returns to this point. Maybe it is the time going into again this summer with all the assets that the Warriors still do have that you say, all right, I think it might be time to change it up a little bit.
Well, you know what? You know what's funny? It's well said, Nick, when it comes to Giannis and it comes to all these players here. Also, I look at the league executives. You don't think the league wants Giannis out of Milwaukee? You don't think the league was giving each other high fives for Luka leaving Dallas to go to L.A. to play for the Lakers? Now you're shifting basketball back to NBC, to Amazon Prime. And you saw the first commercial NBA on NBC. Who was it? Wemby, Giannis, Jason Tatum. They want to market the hell out of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Now, you can market stars in small markets. We've seen this in the league throughout its tenure. LeBron James played in Cleveland, Ohio. They're on TV all the time. Kevin Durant played in Oklahoma City. They're on TV all the time. Karl Malone, John Stockton were in Salt Lake City, play for the Utah Jazz. They're on TV all the time, and the league did well. But you know there's some execs saying, we can get Giannis into a bigger market, whether it's New York, L.A., South Florida, Miami, go to Bay Area, whatever it is, they would be delighted. They would be delighted. And if he's with the Warriors and Stephen Curry, be a great return for NBC when it comes when they get the NBA back. If Giannis was a member of the Golden State Warriors.
Not to cut you off there, Bonte, but we were talking about that earlier in the week, right? And I asked Nick because, talked to Nick. We kept play catch up. His thoughts on just the big trades that happened the last couple of weeks, right? And whether it was a good thing overall for the league or a bad thing. And I thought Nick had a very interesting point. I'll let you talk about it, Nick. But, I think everyone was so in on Luka going to LA. It's a no-brainer because they're the biggest brand. It made the sport probably. It's them and the Warriors, right? It's the Lakers in the cachet of LeBron and Steph Curry in the cachet of the Golden State Warriors now. But for Dallas, for Miami now, losing Jimmy Butler, like this shift, there's part of me that wants to see Giannis outside of Milwaukee and maybe go to a Miami, right? Or maybe go to New York City, a Golden State. But then there's part of me too. It's like, God, is that a good thing for the league? Is it ultimately?
It will be.
Well,
it will be, Nick. You know how it runs.
Well, but this is the point I made to Spadone, B, and this is where I think there's kind of a delineation between A and B for the league and the television partners, and this goes back to the Luka part.
Right.
It's fantastic because you put Luka in Los Angeles, and if he stays, and I know that's kind of getting some more traction, will he stay? Let's see. If he stays, you have your premier franchise with one of the premier young players in the game for at least, you'd figure, the next decade. So they're set. You have the Warriors now with Steph Curry, with Jimmy Butler, with Draymond, whether it's Kevin, Giannis, whoever the next piece may or may not be. The chatter will always be there. My point to Spadone was, for the league as a whole, not for NBC, Amazon, because I'm with you.
Yeah.
Right.
That's all great.
They want
Get
that.
the ratings and
Right.
churn it out.
Yep.
For the league as a whole, I don't know if either one of those moves were great, because what you've done is you've taken two of your main stars and you've put them on the two teams that we all agree everybody cares about all the time. If you look up on that television screen at ESPN or Fox Sports 1, it's literally right now, it is Lakers and Warriors, and it's Lakers and Warriors all the time, aside from the trade deadline where that got people revved up again. So if you put Giannis and you take him from Milwaukee and you put him in a big market, great for ratings and for that aspect of the business. I don't think it's as great for the league, though, because you are deflating these fan bases. Dallas is the perfect example. The Mavs fans that cared about that team will always care about that team. Now you're taking away the casual people that were caring about Luka and tuning into those games on a regular basis.
The casuals will be out. And to your point, Nick, I like it when the league has parity. I do. Like Oklahoma City's a great story. But have the casuals locked in on OKC yet?
No. I would say, B, can you name three things about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
Canadian.
It's
Converse.
I said.
Converse. It was in the Paul George deal. It was in the Paul George deal. Converse in the Paul George deal. And I
made the terrible commercial with Holmgren.
Right, yeah, there you go. So there's not much about OKC, right? You got Houston, who I think is a nice young team, but nobody's locking in on Houston like that because you got the Ime Udoka factor, and guys are going to say, well, Ime Udoka cheated on Nia Long. We don't care about him. We're not rooting for him, right? That's the thing. Wemby is going to translate. A fringe player. I think Wemby is unbelievable, and I gained so much more respect for him after watching the quarter. He tried in the All-Star game.
And he was hurting, clearly.
He was hurting, no doubt. So I think Wemby does have a shot. It's been floating around the last week. Can an international star be the face of the league? Probably not, because I enjoy Jokic, and I think the casuals, but we've had this conversation with Shasky. Shasky thinks Jokic is boring to watch. I don't. I'm like, this guy's dropping triple-doubles and hitting shots that you couldn't even dream of making. This is unreal what he's doing. But casuals say, well, he's boring. He doesn't show a lot of emotion, blah, blah, blah. So to your point, is it good for the league to have the big stars leave the market? Whether it's good for the league or not, it's going to happen because it's always happened. We see it in baseball. We see it in baseball all the time. So do I think it's great for the league? The league will survive. The league is built on their stars being in big markets. It just is. It's Michael Jordan, Chicago.
Speaking of stars, I want to go to a star right now on the River Islands guest line. It's Tony in Oakland.
Oh, my
She's
girl.
a star.
Oh, my girl. Cousin Nick, you meet Tony yet?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tony called in a few days ago,
She
right?
certainly did. Now she's calling in to say what's up to Bonte.
Oh, wow.
She didn't realize you were gone from being the host here.
You didn't know I was gone, Tony? She's our 2024 Roaster of the Year, by the way.
And you know, I thought you were on vacay. And then I managed to go on YouTube one day, and I'm going, oh, my God, it was the sob story. You were leaving, right? But I don't know whether you saw that, what I wrote. But then I said, like Arnold, he'll be back. And the very next day, I listened, and you were there. It's hilarious.
I did see your tweet, Tony. Tony, was that you? I saw a tweet from you. It didn't have a face on the avatar.
No, not a tweet. No, it was on YouTube.
Oh, no, but I saw it. No, you tweeted at me, Tony. I believe you tweeted at me, and I forgot you had a Twitter account.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Right.
That's right.
And it's funny. I just talked to Brad Gilbert this morning. We could talk some tennis, man. Me, you, BG. Play some tennis out here. Cousin Nick, what's up?
Bring that boy on. But, it's so bad that you've left because, there are very few stars that can put on the cloak. And what I want to add to the moment is this is the way you fix the Warriors. With McClung, okay, I know everyone's going to laugh, right? But that dude can bring it. And he, for most people, they can't feel if the person has it. So he has to jump over a car like Superman. But you know what? Just like every morning you had to be in a good mood, Bonte, this guy brings it, and he could light everyone up. Between him and Curry, they could have the magic because this guy would bring it. I mean, who cares how short he is? He jumps higher. White men can jump.
They can jump, Tony. They can jump. They can jump. But what if they put the picket fence defense on Mac McClung and they tell him to shoot? Then you're going to notice, Tony, that maybe there's a reason why he's in the G League playing for the Osceola Magic, not the Orlando Magic.
He can jump over the picket fence.
What swamp is that?
How fast would the Shask have a Mac McClung full-on Warriors jersey?
Fastest fast five.
Oh, my God. There we go.
That was great.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it's time for our final thoughts of the show, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We'll start with you, Bonte. You're the guest.
Oh, man. That was a quick hour, man.
It was very fast.
It wasn't because you, Spino. It's because Cousin Nick, man. Cousin Nick doesn't. And you know what Cousin Nick did today? Because he knew it would tick me off and he wants to keep me in a good mood. He did not mention the 2022 bonus championship. One of the most disrespectful things I've ever heard.
I got all the references out during the week.
Well, you know what it's called if they win it this year, right?
Oh, the bonus.
No, it's the double bonus.
The double bonus.
2 shots.
I can't stand you. Hey, Nick, I can't stand you, dog. The bonus chat. It's one of the most disrespectful things I've ever heard. I can't get over it. But it's hard for me to hate Cousin Nick because of that. Hey. Toronto. We were talking about Toronto during the All-Star break. Yes. Remember that speakeasy? Dude, Spinoni.
That was a great night.
This lady pulls down a pink wine bottle or champagne bottle. I'm like, what is that? And it just opens up, and it's like, we're in Toronto.
We had a great night. But you know what I was thinking of when you were saying, you were talking about being back in Oracle or Oakland Arena over the weekend. How many nights you and I would stand on the floor during pregame and just watch all the things play out. And for you to have gotten to this point, I tell you this all the time. I tell you this now. It's pretty awesome to see.
I appreciate it.
Pretty awesome to see, man.
We had a lot. Nick was one of my favorites from day one. Always had a smile on his face. Always. I was like, man, Nick Fridell dude, that beat during that time, it was all time. Deal. And then Toronto to kind of cap it off. But I've always loved when I see Nick, he's in the Orlando game, goes, the Magic, what are we doing? And it's Nick with that deadpan voice like, is this really NBA basketball? Like, and that night rough. It wasn't. That night it was very rough.
It's rough. But, I mean, there are so many good things. I would say quickly, Spadone, it has been fun as hell being with you this week. And to Carter and to Mr. Lubman, thanks, guys, for making it easy. This week has flown by. It's been cool as hell to be back at the station. Thanks to Matt for setting it up. But that is what I will remember. Everybody... you and I went through this when I started doing the shifts, and it's like you feel like you're part of the family. You do. And that really is what came through as I was sitting here.
I've often said 95.7 the game's a lot like Olive Garden when you're here, your family. So
or the breadsticks.
Unlimited breadsticks. They're in the pantry.
Hey, they shut the Olive Garden down. Those breadsticks are hidden.
Hey, smash it, bro. The unlimited soup, salad, and breadsticks,
They don't have any Olive Gardens anymore, huh?
Oh, wow.
They shut the one down at Stonestown. I swear to God, Nick, I was looking for one day.
Maybe.
And I was like, I drove by and it was gone.
It was out of there.
It's out of there. I was like, what?
It was like Luka in Dallas. It's gone. It's over.
Gone.
And then people are rioting, right?
Nico Harrison. You know who they just signed? So I don't know if you know about Moses Brown.
I've heard that
Moses
name.
Brown, 7'2" guy. Well, maybe an off-the-record story, but Moses Brown.
I'm glad the mics are on.
Let me just say this. You know it's bad when you got to sign Moses Brown down in Dallas. I'll just say that. His pick-and-roll defense may be worse than Nick's.
And that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Stoddy and Good Next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
We're warriors.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
So you're telling me that I can't even say that, what I said.
No, you can.
Okay.
But I'm jealous because I feel like when I have my victories, you just oh boy.
All right.
But you gave Carter Chickering, our man here, some love, and you can tell the listeners what you told me. That it was random.
I just said it feels like Carter hasn't lost a bet in about 3 weeks.
I made it up.
And Evan says you can't even say that.
You can.
It'll jinx him.
Yeah.
Anyway.
My man's on fire.
Anyway.
I got something to tell you guys.
Good luck, Carter, with whatever you're doing this weekend betting on. Hey, go ahead.
Way to go out on a limb, Goo, before I tell you, there's no greater day of the week than Friday. I don't even care if it's a payday. I don't want 2 days without you. But, Steiny, is there anything better during the week than Friday?
At 2.
No, I'm fired up now. Thinking about 2. Yeah.
Well,
how about that?
I try not to get too high or too low.
All right.
I try to keep it even keel.
There you go.
Hey, you want to I kind of feel like trying something today, but we got to have our listeners take part.
Well, they do every day.
Yeah, they do, but sometimes, like you and I, Goo.
Yeah.
We're like Iron Men. We're like Iron Men.
Yep.
We come to post every day. Some days our listeners are a little more lethargic than other days, and they're not interested in participating. But bottom line is, Guru and I are we're getting a little tired of all the negativity and the criticism out there. And, we want to give you guys a shot to do what we do.
Yeah.
Since you guys seem to know it all about the business. Everything's tongue in cheek, relax. So the boss has come up with these questions / debate topics.
He's special, man.
So here's what we'll try to do. You call in, and we'll ask you a question about one of the teams in the Bay Area.
Gotcha.
Warriors, Giants, or 49ers. And we'll ask you a question. And since you guys know it all, you know all the answers, you'll have 60 seconds, 90 seconds to make your point and to try to answer the question like you'd answer it if you were a sports talk show host.
There you go. Bang, bang.
Now, the thing is, we're gonna find out if
we got some astute listeners now.
Well, we do. But I could see a lot of our listeners not wanting the smoke.
Yeah, Apollo Cruz says radio host tryouts. Let's ride.
I mean, listen, this is how you got your start.
Well, I won a contest.
I know, but in a format like this. So, I mean, we'll talk about some other things during the show, but we can do that. 888-957.
I like it.
9570. You guys try to convince us of the way you feel about a take or the way you feel about something. Let's kind of get it on.
All right, man.
Wait, so Goo, for the Lucky Break contest, did they pose questions to you? Did you know what the questions were before you went to the stage?
Yeah, so what happened, Evan, is we would show up to the local tavern, and they would give you the subject matter. And my first one, you didn't ask, but I'm going to share with you, was should Hugh Jackson be retained as the Raiders coach? And he'd start calling out the Raiders. He'd go around the Bay, and I ain't mad at you, Hugh, getting facials. And I thought, you know what? What type of coach calls out his team and then is not in the lab? So they would tell you the day that you showed up, and then I went out there and let it go.
Well, because that's kind of what we're doing. You call in, you give us a topic, and then Steiny and Goo will give you the question.
Exactly.
Let's go, Steiny, Evan.
Exactly. In the meantime, so 888-957-9570 is the number. In the meantime, we got Warriors Sacramento tonight. Last third of the season starting. Teams are tied. Big game, big push. Steve Kerr talked to Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Steve Kerr
great combo.
Talked after practice yesterday, so he has a lot to say. We'll touch on that. And today seems like a fun day coming.
And we got Warriors Kings tonight.
That's what I led with.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say.
I said we got.
Yeah, there's never enough promo. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I want to get into some other stuff too.
I'm here for you.
But it looks to me like you are going to. You were prescient. I think that's what I'm saying. I mean, the one thing we'll talk Warrior related is Steve Kerr. He's gonna play Kuminga, Butler, and Draymond Green, and he said we're gonna sort through it.
That's it.
But we got to do it because we got to put our best players on the floor.
No doubt, Steiny. And I think on any level, that's what you do. You go with your most talented five. You see what you need to do, where you can make improvements if need to. But, man, Steiny, you can't run from it. So we're going to find out when that day does come. I hope sooner than later for Kuminga. But it starts tonight, and I'm excited, man.
All right, let's see how this goes.
Yeah.
Let's go out to Sushi Steve. What's up, Sushi Steve? How you doing?
Steve.
Good, guys. What's up, guys? How are you?
All right. We're good. What team you want to talk about? The Niners, Giants, or Warriors?
You guys pick, right? I'm the host, right? You guys pick.
Oh.
Yeah, let's start with, how about the go ahead.
Bring it on.
Bring
it on, guys. I'm ready.
You go first, Donnie.
Okay. All right. Hey, Steve, if the Warriors play like they have in their last 4 games with Jimmy Butler, how far are they going to go?
I think you can expect at least a playoff run, at least one series or two. We bought ourselves a playoff for without that addition. I think we would be, you would see pretty much the end of Steph Curry. But now we have a timeline. We have a 2.5-year timeline, and at the end of that 2.5 years, it's going to be really bad in the Bay Area. Hopefully not, but I mean, as of right now, in 2.5 years, when Jimmy's gone and Steph's done and all that good stuff, like it's going to be a complete reset in about 2.5 years.
What's the biggest difference?
Playoff this year.
Okay, what's the biggest difference you've seen in this team?
You know what it is? I was talking to my buddy last night about it. It's size. I mean, even though Jimmy Butler isn't like a center or power forward or anything, because we've lacked size for so many years, like, when you see Steph going around screens and just the spacing on the court, Steph was doing so much to get a shot off. And now it's like, just with Jimmy, just with another big, buff 6'7", 6'6" guy, it looks so much different, and you can see it in Steph's face. Like you see some kind of relief in Steph's face. So yeah, that's what I've noticed.
All right, hey Sushi Steve,
good job, baby.
Pretty good.
He was ready.
Pretty good. He was ready. I would
and thorough.
I would say this. Hey, 510, get off him. 510 saying this guy should be fired. Disagree.
Stop.
You know what? That's the first time I've heard that point, and I actually do think it's a good one.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler's not a center, but he does play big. He plays bigger than his size.
Now
they have a post-up threat now they can play out of. Now he's not a center, but I like what Sushi Steve said there about he plays in the paint, so he makes him a little bigger. Well done, Steve.
Yeah. This is just how my computer, the Guru computer works. Shout out Commodore 64. Was it you fired or Sushi Steve?
What is Commodore?
Remember, that's the old computer, the first computer, Commodore 64.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh.
Was the 510 saying you should be fired or Sushi Steve?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, just how I think.
That's a good question.
But that was good. That was solid.
That was pretty good. So if you want to be a little radio host,
today is the day.
We'll put you on the spot with some of our questions. You guys
Freestyle Friday.
You guys put us through the ringer every once in a while.
Yeah. Shout out Simmons.
He deserved it. Thank you. We'll put we can put you through the ringer if you want. So 888-957-9570. We'll test your knowledge of Bay Area teams and your opinions. We'll share. All right. So that's what's going on today. Also, we are efforting maybe somebody from Sacramento, but we'll tell you about that in a minute or two. But what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular Winemaker Dinner Series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with delicious 4-course menus. Reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com.
How, what you mean you not done? You are done.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a
man.
Well, now that I'm thinking about it, any chance that was before the play-in game last year?
Oh, it's possible. You know what? Where's Ernie?
Hey, I hope not, Evan.
Give me Ernie
we'll be
Chavez.
0 for 2. Yeah.
All right, so here's what we're doing today. It was last year.
April 16th, 2024.
Okay.
We're done. That bit's over.
That apparently it didn't work then. All right. We're trying to have some fun today is what we're trying to do. And we're going to give you a shot to be a radio host. We want you to call in.
Let's go.
And we'll ask you some stuff.
You think some are nervous,
about
though? Because it's easy to be on the chat and text line, keyboard gangster, but to call and formulate a thought with heat, it ain't easy.
I don't know if they're nervous or they're gutless.
I'm going to go with gutless.
Let's go to Trevor in Roanoke Park. And Trevor, what's going on, my man?
What's up, man? Good conversation with you the other day on the podcast. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, let me do my plug, and that is Sideline Sports Bay Area with Trevor.
He's the man.
Did a podcast with him. Check it out. I talked a lot of Warriors, and Trevor was a wonderful host.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
What you got, T? What we going to ask him? Sonny, go ahead.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Well, so, yeah, I mean, I don't know what sport you want to talk about. I think we kind of talk a lot about Warriors, so I kind of like to switch it up, maybe talk a little bit about Niners.
All right. Here's the Niners question. What position are you spending your first-round pick on, and why?
Okay. That's a tough question because I'm not really sure what's going on with Debo yet. So, so here's what I would do. Depending on what the Debo trade basically comes out to be, it could be maybe for somebody good like Myles Garrett, which would be like a dream trade. If that's true, I'm going offensive lineman. So basically, I'm going with like the non-sexy draft picks this year. I'm going like either offensive lineman or defensive lineman. But again, that really depends on trading Debo because now he's demanding a trade, and I think it's just a matter of time before that happens. So if they trade him for a defensive lineman, I'm going offensive lineman. If they don't, I'm going defensive lineman, somebody who can rush the passer, help Nick Bosa out, because I don't think Nick Bosa is really living up to his potential right now in that department. So that's where I'm going with the first draft.
All right. D-line. Thank you, Trevor.
Yeah. And
Good
I
job.
agree. Any line
D-line.
with the 9, both lines.
Well, I was gonna.
They got a to-do list, Donnie. I'm for real, man.
I was gonna follow up with Trevor and say, hey, Lynch and Shanny, they don't draft offensive linemen.
Well, I think that's changed. And they hit a home run with Pooney, right?
Second round.
Pooney
or third? Yeah, Pooney wasn't a first.
Yeah, third.
Third. Yeah. So they can wait.
All right.
They got time.
And I'm gonna ask the next question because that's 2 for you.
All right.
Yeah.
Jason's in Milwaukee. What's up, Jace? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? First time calling into the show, but love what you guys do.
Oh, thank you, man.
Trying to get a job.
Thank you. What, you want to talk about any team specifically?
Yeah, we're going to see if the boss really prepared you guys. Okay. I want to see if we're ready to talk about the Sharks today.
Yeah, I'm ready. We got a question for you.
Goo, go ahead and start.
You ready?
Yes, I am.
The NHL draft is upon us. What position do the Sharks need to draft?
Okay. Yeah, I really think we need a defenseman. With Macklin Celebrini coming in and Will Smith, we've got some great forwards that we can focus on the next couple of years. But trading away Cody Ceci, we really need to get a young defenseman coming in. Dickerson's going to be great as he moves through the minor leagues the next couple of years. With Askarov at the goaltending spot, the next 2-3 years are going to be really, really impactful for the Sharks. And I think locking down a great defenseman in the coming draft is going to be crucial to filling out every spot through the 3 levels of the entire team. With Macklin, he's an incredible player, really, really special. What he does on the ice is crazy, especially as coming from a previous defenseman as well. He's got such great eyesight and vision on the ice. He's going to be really, really special to watch the next couple of years, and getting a defenseman in the draft is just going to make it all better.
Wow, my man, defenseman.
Real quick, do you like Askarov between the pipes?
Askarov. is a great goaltender. He's a fantastic goaltender. He's getting a little shaky the last few starts. He's gotten a little shaky, but that's how it's going to be when you don't have a lot of good defensemen in front of you.
Let's go
in the front of the net and things like that.
I mean, he's getting peppered, isn't he?
Yeah. Veggie Delight says good shark knowledge.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. See, I asked the tough questions.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
He said defenseman.
Oh,
I love it.
That was a good one.
Yep.
That was a good one. How the Sharks doing this year? They're starting to turn it around, right?
Let's just say no playoffs.
I know how they're doing.
Yeah.
Let's go to Nick in Clayton. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
I love this little extemporaneous exercise. I'm pretty excited.
Oh, good. You got any specific team you want to talk about?
Specifically, no. I kind of like the idea of you guys throwing something out there and seeing if I can catch it.
All right, I'm going to throw one at him, Steiny.
I'm not a hockey guy.
All right, I got one for you. We'll go baseball with the Giants. You ready?
Sure.
Okay. Blank player has to have the best season if this team is going to the playoffs.
Ooh, if this team is going to the playoffs. You know, I want to see the first baseman coming up from the
Eldridge.
Eldridge coming up.
Yeah, try to have his name handy.
To see him. Yeah, but honestly, I think Matt Chapman needs to have a career season. Matt Chapman, he can always do it with the glove, but he needs to have a career year with the bat. He's always been he'll have his hot streaks and have his real big slumps. If he can have a year where he kind of shortens up that slump and just really becomes a run producer, he'll have the protection with Willie Adames and whatnot. So I like that. And with the Jung-Hoo Lee on top of the order, the table's going to be set for Matt Chapman. I think he needs a career year in order for the Giants to make the playoffs.
There it is.
Yeah, and I also think
27 homers last year, Steiny.
Maybe not a career year even. Maybe what would it be good enough if he kind of duplicated 2019's numbers with the A's?
Yeah, I'd say so. He doesn't have to be the best player on the team. You have Willie Adames. Willie Adames.
All right.
So you're fine. You're fine. You don't even need him to be the best player, but he does need a career year. His career year's doesn't blow anyone else's career year away, by the way, offensively. It's just for him to have an offensive career year, that would put them that would make them dangerous in the playoffs.
Gotcha.
Sure.
Not bad. Not bad.
He had 27 bombs, Steiny. What did Willard Dibbs say yesterday?
He had 36 in 2019.
Yeah, I saw that. And 27, 24 the year before, 27 2 years in a row. What is that? 21 and 22. But I believe Dibbs said the last Giant to have 30 bombs, homers, was Barry Bonds. He was 3 away last year. Now, that 247 batting average, and I know it's new baseball, batting average doesn't mean anything. Could you imagine if that was 265, 270, 35 bombs, 100 ribbies?
Can I imagine?
He's got some help in the lineup with Adames.
I mean, clearly you're going to have to imagine it because it's probably not going to happen.
How would you two ask that? How would you two answer that? What player has to have the best year for the Giants to make the postseason? I'm going Adames, see?
Like, who's going to be their best player or which guy? Because I'm assuming Adames is going to be fine. Chapman will do what he did last year. It's got to be someone like Robbie Ray. Like, Logan Webb's going to be good. You're going to have your young arms. But, like, Robbie Ray, if you have a legit number 2, can help you get over the top.
I would actually, believe it or not, would this one be okay? Jung-Hoo Lee.
Well, I'm not
we
mad
didn't
at
see
it.
a lot of him last year. He looks like he's going to be
table setter.
Pretty good table setter. Looks like he's pretty good defensively. Maybe a little spark at the top of that lineup. Stay healthy this year. Play 150 games. Let's go to Sam. Sam's in Chicago. What's up, Sam?
It's on you, Steiny.
What's going on, guys? Love the format today. Want to talk hoops, talk Warriors.
All right.
Dubs.
How would you like to see Jonathan Kuminga incorporated when he returns in a couple weeks?
That's a great question. I think it's going to be really important for Kuminga to be coming off the bench. I think it's going to be crucial for him to, take a back seat. I know he's been taking a back seat. But a point you guys made that I thought was really interesting with Kuminga, we're looking at him a little bit wrong. He didn't go to college, right? So this is his third, fourth year in the league. We got to view it as him coming out of college. And if we give him a couple years under Jimmy Butler to kind of take some pieces of Jimmy's game, Draymond's game, I think that'll be super beneficial for him. Let him come off the bench for the rest of the year. Let him close games for the team. But, yeah, I want to see him kind of incorporated in that kind of bench, sixth-man, crunch time type of role.
I got you. Goo, you like him in the sixth man?
I don't dislike it, but again, I'm about the starting five. It's Halle Berry. It's sexy, right? So I want my best players out there. And if Kuminga's 100% ready to go and there's nothing about health, you don't got to worry about breaking him in slowly. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Steiny, I get goosebumps thinking about him in that starting lineup. Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're having fun today. We'll throw questions at you. You don't get to call in today and ask us. We'll ask you. We're going to test your guys' knowledge. We're going to put you on the spot, ask you a question about one of our Bay Area teams, and just we'll see how you guys answer. We'll get some of your opinions out there today. Just 888-957-9570. Just tell us, you want to talk about a certain team?
Yeah. We got something for you.
We'll ask you a question about a certain team. We'll see how much you guys know.
Remember that show we did where the boss helped us out, where they called in and ripped us?
I don't remember
wasn't many
that.
calls that day. I didn't for me.
I don't wait.
Remember, if you had beef with any of us or anything we did that bothered you, call in.
Steiny, you're off, bro. Way off.
Wow. See, this one I think we're going to get Javier and Vacaville.
No, but this is where the
Mystic.
This is where the big,
Austin and San Jose, scary.
Well, this is this is where some of the big boys.
Yeah, I got you.
They walk away.
They cower.
I mean,
shout out Bill.
Let's get into some of this Kerr sound. In the meantime,
it was great interview, man.
He was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and I want to talk about the rotation. We're talking a lot about Kuminga, but is Steve Kerr thinking about how we're going to use Kuminga when he comes back?
In wait and see mode because you don't want to make these decisions before you have to, and so JK is not going to be back this week for sure. So whenever he's back, hopefully next week sometime, but we don't know yet. But when that happens, then I'll see who we have available because somebody else might be hurt, might be out, and we've got to make a completely different decision. So there's no point in going down that road right now.
Yeah, and what Steve was talking about was when he was asked about what Kuminga's role is going to be when he comes back, and he said, I'm not thinking about that yet because it's still, 7 to 10 days away. And they'll have plenty of time to deal with it when he comes back. And when he comes back, maybe they'll be missing another guy. So I do wonder, do you believe him? Like, do you believe he doesn't really know how he's going to use Kuminga right now?
And it's kind of funny you asked that, Stoney, because these things kind of have a way of working themselves out. He comes back and then somebody's out, and it's like, oh, you didn't have to deal with that right on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control, making a tough decision because it was already done for you if somebody goes down. But let's hope the Warriors are done with injuries. But I honestly believe, Steiny, I think a lot is going to be on what Celebrini and the staff tell Jonathan Kuminga or tell Kerr how ready he is. Like, do you think he's going to be 100% as soon as he touches back down?
No, he can't be. Will have missed probably more than 2 months. So he's going to have to be. He's going to have to be brought back slowly, I would think. And that might be the way to go. That might be the way to go. Let's go to Jordan. Jordan's in San Leandro. What's up, Jordan? How you doing, man?
I'm doing just great. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I want to talk about the Warriors, especially this deep into the season right now.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What do you think their best closing lineup is?
Oh, that's tough. That's a good question. Best closing lineup. It's got to be, obviously, we got Steph at the 1.
Okay.
We got the 2 should be, I think it should be Kuminga when he comes back.
Okay.
Go 2 Kuminga, 3 Jimmy, Draymond with quick post for shooting.
All right. That's it. You're comfortable playing Jonathan Kuminga at 2?
I'm not going to agree with the guy before me. He could be a great six-man, especially since he's a little underdeveloped at this point. But if we keep him on the bench, he's going to stay underdeveloped. I'm going to be honest.
Well,
especially looking at our position right now, we could spend a few games just allowing him to get the flow with Jimmy. But when you look at it in that perspective, you kind of give yourself, okay, is he going to take a backseat role? Is he going to get overtaken by these dominant players like Draymond and Jimmy? But I can put him on the bench. I can take it or leave it, but I would rather give him more playing time than cut him off in his development years.
Yeah, thanks, Jordan. Appreciate it. I mean, that was pretty good.
Good job, man.
That's pretty good. And I see what he's saying about, if he starts by coming off the bench, then sometimes Steve forgets about him. Steve Kerr.
Yeah, but those days are over, though, man. It's go times, Donnie. So you need the infusion of everything he brings.
Yeah. Let's go to Jack. Jack's in Oakland. What's up, Jack? How you doing?
Good. And my question is about the A's, because they got to squeeze it in within these next couple months before they move. I know they don't get talked about enough, but want to get challenged with any questions you guys have.
Okay. What do you expect from Butler following up his great rookie season? Is he going to take a step up, or do you think he's going to come back to the pack a little bit?
Nice one.
Yeah, no, I think he's going to take a step up, and they're in negotiations for an extension already, which is before arbitration. That's a good sign.
You breaking news here? You breaking news, Jack?
Well, it's in the news. I'm just repeating it.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I think he's going to take a big step forward, and I think he brings a unique pulse to the team that it's sad with them leaving Oakland, because he has kind of an Oakland vibe to him with his energy. But I think he's going to make a major step forward. And I think the team is moving in a good direction and finally spending money, thank God. Yeah, I think he's definitely very talented and has a multiple skill set where he can be a 5-tool player for sure.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about his 108 strikeouts last year.
That's just what the game is. People strike out or hit home runs nowadays.
Look at my man.
It's not the old school baseball.
And all right, not bad.
I am really worried, Steiny, because you know I love sports. And I'm going to ask Evan, the resident A's fan, how is that going to play on TV when you have other major league teams playing at Rayleigh Field? My home's in Sacramento, so no shade. I'm happy for the people, but the A's, man, the storied franchise, the Oakland Athletics, Ricky Henderson, rest in peace, Dwayne Murphy, Tony Arm. Now you're playing in a park that wasn't built for Major League Baseball.
But
how's it going to look?
The dimensions are the same. The playing field. It's not?
My man, help us.
It's a little smaller. There's also...
And I've been there.
There's no clubhouses.
Think about that, Evan.
When Kotze gets ejected, they're going to have to wait for him to walk to left field.
Well, it's like a Little League game. When they send you got to leave the playground. You just have to leave the whole playground.
And you want my comp for this?
Not really.
I'm going to give it to you. When the Warriors played the 1 year in San Jose, but that was different. That felt like, I was like, okay, it's just one and done. Calipari, but Steiny, this park is not Major League Baseball ready, and I'm about the optics. And you got Judge and all, the Giants, when they play, like, what are we doing?
I got a piece of advice for you, Gil.
Give it to me.
Hammer the over in every game for the first month of the season. Before the lines kind of come back down and balance things out.
Oh boy. I love my man.
Let me ask you a question. How hot's it get in Sacramento for a day game on August?
It could be 111,
14th.
108, 107.
It's going to be like the St. Louis turf.
Yeah, Steiny, 104. Man.
I'm looking forward to seeing it once.
Yeah. You going to go to a game?
Probably not.
I am.
Seeing it once on TV?
Yeah. And take a look at it.
But the night games will be dope because it'll be hot, and Sacramento has that dry heat, so you don't got to worry about sweating. But the sun can not be your friend.
That's true. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, what's going on, man? You got one for him,
What's up, fellas?
Yeah, let's see. What's up, Christian?
Hey, what's up, man?
Can I give you a? Go ahead.
I think he wants Warriors.
Okay, you want a Warrior question, right?
Don't bring if you do 49ers or Giants, the Sandman on Apollo's coming. So
okay, here we go. I got one for you. If the Warriors somehow pull this off and win a championship, would it be the greatest championship in the Bay in the last 60 years?
Ooh, it'll be the Warriors' best championship, but let me think.
I like it.
Man.
Yeah, I think so, because all the Giants World Series, they weren't that big of underdogs. They had the best pitching. All the 49ers Super Bowls, they had Joe and Steve. So, yeah, if the Warriors do this year and they come from the 6th seed and beat the Nuggets, like I think they have a chance to, that'll be the best championship in Bay Area history.
Christian, how much money would you put on the Warriors right now?
Uh-oh.
The most you would bet, and you'd get odds at 60-1 or whatever it is. How much money would you put on the Warriors right now to win it all? Would you put 100 on them?
1,000.
1,000?
I put $1,000. Yeah.
Damn.
Because I think, listen, I'll give you my reason why.
All right.
And I hope they sign Bojan Bogdanovic, who just got released by the Nets, 6'7", 40% three-point shooter. But anyway, because Kuminga, watch Kerr start using the triangle for Kuminga and Jimmy Butler. Jimmy's been working on turnouts with Stackhouse. And so now with Kuminga, everyone's talking about the play with the Bucks where they threw Steph the ball, they trapped, threw it to Jimmy, he got a layup. If Kuminga is the screener, he throws it to Kuminga, that's a dunk. He's going to catch the ball at that free throw line, and they're going to say, get buckets. He's going to average dub. Kerr's making the lineup small because now the only team is a threat is the Nuggets with the height. They already beat the Thunder 2-1. What's the Thunder going to do? Who's going to guard Jimmy if they put Dort on Steph?
Well,
with the Grizzlies.
One of the Williams.
They hide on the Grizzlies. They're not scared of Eddie. They're not scared of Jason Jackson Jr.
All right. You know what?
Nuggets is the only thing.
Now, listen, it was pretty good.
I like it.
It was pretty good. One little minor point.
What happened?
Bojan Bogdanovic is having foot surgery, so he's not playing for the rest of the year.
All right, well. Yeah.
Not bad. Listen, you got to keep up with this stuff if you're a.
But good job with
if you're a real
finances. Austin in San Jose saying if he has 1,000 for that bet, he got stock money. He's doing well.
That's right.
What happened?
I wanted to ask that guy how much he was making.
So thank God he's off.
To bet $1,000.
Yeah, he got it.
Jeez. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to talk sports? You want us to pick your brain? We want to know what you guys think about the teams. 888-957-9570. We'll get to more of you on the other side. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Once again, 888-957-9570. And Goo.
I like this.
It's fun. It's a lot of fun. By the way, that segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
I might go viral. I'm pregnant with this next take I want to get off.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Moody.
Well, we're letting listeners give us their takes today.
Yep.
That's what we're doing.
I think it's going well.
So far, pretty good. If you're just joining us, Guru and I are turning the tables a little, or trying to, rather than us talking at you or with you or talking too much. We're giving you a chance to call in, and we'll grill you a little bit about the Bay Area team.
Not your job.
It is today, Jerry. It is today. So call in, give us a team in the Bay that you want to talk about. We'll ask you a question or two and see how well you guys think on your feet, like we do every day. Can you do what we do? We'll see. Coming up at 11:15, which is at a half hour.
We got our guy.
We got Kenny Caraway, 1320 ESPN. He's D-Lo and KC. In Sacramento, they do a show from 12 to 4, and I want to talk to them about what's going on with the Kings. Kings and the Warriors right now tied.
This is a big one. Kings ahead of their ninth.
It is.
Yeah.
I thought they had the same record.
They do, but they got the tiebreaker.
Oh, okay. So that means it's a real big game for the Warriors.
I've had enough.
But I listen, they can't start getting hot early enough. Because it's already late enough.
Yeah, you're right. That's why that Houston win was big.
Yeah. Let's go to James in Antioch. Hey, James, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Let's talk hoops.
All right. You want to talk Warriors? You want to talk Warriors?
Uh-oh.
I tell you what. Hey, so I was listening to Spadoni. Hey, James, I was listening to Spadoni earlier today, and he threw a question out about the Warriors that I thought was pretty interesting. He said, with 27 games to go, and you think about the Warriors, who's got the most pressure on them? Players, coaches, front? Who's feeling the most pressure the last 27 games?
Last 27, it's on Steve. It's on Steve to get these guys together, get the offense looking right with Jimmy, Draymond, and Jonathan when he comes back. He got to manage those minutes. Jonathan, he might feel the type of way, man, coming back, got to come off the bench and play behind two other stars. So got to ease his way in and see he got the pressure to make sure that everybody's doing what they need to do.
I like that.
Well,
and also playing the right lineups at that.
There it is.
Giving us size and defense and offense.
I get the sense you're not a huge Kerr guy.
The last 2 years, Kerr has made some questionable decisions that I have not agreed with.
All right. Thanks, James. Appreciate the call. That's who I had, Steve Kerr.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
What?
Who had the most pressure? Remember, I posed it to you. I said, is it a player or is it on Steve Kerr to get this down the home stretch right?
I think I said Kerr there, didn't I?
That's what I'm saying.
I heard the morning show asked Slater that, and he said
Slates.
He said Kuminga because he's the only he's playing for a contract. Everybody else is signed, sealed, and delivered. But
wouldn't that? And I love the answer. But wouldn't that naturally be the case?
Take it up with Slater.
No, because of the contract.
Yes, that's why he answered that.
But it's that's like I'm going politics. That's a landslide because of his contract situation.
Well, I actually.
Because I asked you yesterday real quick, we love Slater, is he playing for a contract in these 27 games? Kuminga.
I actually think it's Kerr.
It is. I believe so,
you said
too.
Kuminga in a landslide.
No, hold on.
I do think it's interesting how, because you can hear it from some of the callers, they do exactly what we do, which is we talk bold and brash outside the studio, and we get on the air.
That hurts.
And we're gutless.
No, I go in.
Well,
I was using my man. I was using. And I'm not going to hold the players accountable. Oh, you know what? Grab the next one, Stoney.
Well, I just think it's interesting how you can hear the politician in everyone's voice when they call in, and they really want to say something, but they're respectful. They understand that this is a quality program, and they don't want to be the ones to ruin the mood.
Yeah, no, they're very responsible.
We got great listeners.
Yeah, very responsible.
I'll say before you go.
Now let me explain what you meant. All right.
No, I don't like that.
Let me be Willard. Yeah. Here's what you really meant to say.
Will.
You meant to say Well, Kuminga's probably the obvious answer, but after that, I think it's Kerr, right?
No, that's not what I said. I love you for doing the Willard, but my point is, if you talk about the Warriors' future, and you do it a lot, Jonathan Kuminga, to me, is your future. So that supersedes what I think these next 27 games are going to be for Kuminga in regard to the impact on him staying or going. I think Lacob, that's his guy. Steiny, I think that contract, and now the chicken, I don't know how much, but I think he wants to be here and they want him. But with that said, it's on Kerr. And let's put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco, Steiny. Is he coming off the bench? Moody, does he get lost? TJD, does he reemerge? So there is some pressure to Kerr, because now I feel like, Steiny, when it's all said and done, let's just say, oh my gosh, Steiny, somehow it doesn't work and they don't make the playoffs. People are going to call and rip Kerr. They already do it when he wins. Oh, it should have been this way or that way. So I don't think he's you know what? He can't even win.
Well, I always think pressure's kind of funny because I don't really think these guys feel pressure. Like Steve Kerr doesn't feel pressure. We got to go 20-7, otherwise we're not going to make it. And then if we don't make it, what? He's just going to do the best he can. But
yeah, I mean, Draymond felt a lot of pressure clearly in that skills challenge on Saturday.
Dude, Dre, we love you, baby. You still were the star.
He didn't
get it in the hole. 3 passes.
I didn't watch.
Oh, come on. Steiny, and he can pass, but it didn't go in.
Okay.
I was shocked. Then he had to hit a 3. I was like, oh, boy.
I actually do think it's a lot of this is on Steve Kerr.
I'm with you.
Because he's got to figure it out.
Fast.
Exactly. Let's go to... Antonio in Oakland.
Oh, here we go.
What's up,
Watch
Antonio?
out.
How you doing? You got this one for A?
You go ahead.
Okay.
I did the last one.
What's up, Antonio?
Hey, what's up, y'all? I want to talk about the Warriors.
You want to talk about the Warriors? All right. You want to talk about the Warriors?
The dudes.
Let me think. The Warriors. Okay. Tell me, where do you think the Warriors are? What's the goal of the Golden State Warriors for the rest of this season? Where do they want to get up to if they can? And what's realistic and what's not?
I think they can have a chance to at least go to the conference finals, man. But I would be
whoa. Hey. I didn't ask. I asked you where they needed to finish. You jumped to the conference finals already. See? They got to make the playoffs first.
Okay, yeah, they got to make the playoffs. They got to win games. They got to, they got to keep on winning because we could be 4-0 right now, Jimmy Butler, man. Like, he's really added another element to us. So, at the end of the day, please get that 6th seed. That way we can be like the 95 Rockets, win a championship like that. That's just my opinion. I think we can do it. But all the pressure is on Steve Kerr, man, because, he got to get us out of this rut, man, because now you got another future Hall of Famer, Jimmy Butler, right here and there. And, you got some emerging young players, Kuminga, Moody, Pozinski. So now's the time, man. We got to get Steph number 5, like Kobe, like a Magic, like Tim Duncan, guys like that. We got to give him the one for the thumb.
Yeah,
look at him.
Let me quick follow up with you, Antonio. Through 4 games, I mean, it looks like Jimmy Butler is the real deal. It looks like Jimmy Butler was the guy they maybe wanted all along. Like, he's fitting like a glove. So my question is, what's the biggest bullet the Warriors have dodged with the signing of Jimmy Butler?
Probably like getting like another player, maybe like a Paul George. Like, I think Jimmy Butler's just the right fit, man. We could have got a Zion, these injury players. Like, I don't want that. Jimmy Butler, yeah, he's had injuries. Everybody gets injured, though. But like I said, man, we got this missing piece. This is going to be like how when the Niners got Emmanuel Sanders and went to the Super Bowl. Hopefully nobody doesn't throw it over Jimmy Butler's head. But I think he's a missing piece, man. We can go all the way. Denver, I don't fear them, but, they're kind of the only team in the West that I think, we can be, and we can't be, but, I think we got a 50-50 chance. So, I think we can do it, man. Steph Curry have another ball, a super, tremendous postseason. Kuminga, Butler. They ain't going to stop that triple threat. Westbrook going to shoot nothing but bricks. Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking Denver.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Antonio. By the way,
I woke up to a text from your guy, Silk Basie. Said, Guru, tell Steiny, it was to you. Denver is a problem. And they are, Jamal Murray is back or healthy. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they're darn good.
Mm-hmm.
Evan,
9 in a row.
Evan threw that one at me. We can. I'll throw that at some people too. So, it was a good point. Like, it's hard to imagine the Warriors acquiring anybody that we were talking about that was going to fit better than Butler looks like he's fitting right now. Yeah. And so Evan goes, Butler, assuming Butler is the right guy, and they found the right guy, what's the biggest bullet the Warriors dodged then? And I was with Antonio. I said Paul George. I said they dodged the bullet with Paul George.
Can I add marketing?
You can add marketing.
Okay.
But I got to go to our main man, Evan, because his surprised me. So Jimmy Butler looks like the right guy. Evan, how would you answer that question? What's the biggest bullet the Warriors dodged, if that's the case?
I was planning on saving it for Warriors this week, 9 to noon every single Saturday.
Whoa.
But
big time this.
No. We were talking about it before the show. I think the biggest bullet they dodged was Clay not taking the 2 for 48 that they offered him a couple of years ago.
Interesting.
But don't you still really have Clay though, Evan, with Buddy Hield?
Yeah, for $8 million, not for $28 million.
And then
also, you don't
follow
have
the money. You got me.
Well, you don't have someone in the locker room that needs to be taken care of.
You might not have Jimmy Butler either, right?
Yeah, I think the domino effect, you keep the big three together. I mean, it's a little down the rabbit hole, but
that reminds me of remember when
what?
Another one worked two of those have worked to the Warriors' advantage. When Clay said no to 2 years for $48 million, and when Harrison Barnes turned down $64 million over 4 years, that gave him the window into Kevin Durant. Gave him that window. 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGM's the FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go out to Al in San Pablo.
Okay, Al.
What's up, Al? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I want to talk about the Warriors.
All right. Goo, you got one?
Yeah, I do have one.
You got one for Al?
Al, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, since we're talking Buddy Hield, will he snap out of his season-long slump?
That's a great question.
Correct him if you have to.
That's a great question. I have no idea. He has been so inconsistent. I haven't seen any signs that he can make a three-pointer with somebody guarding him. The All-Star game he did good. Nobody was guarding him.
Well, here's what I would have preferred.
And I robbed him. He got off to a good start, but go ahead.
Yeah, I would have said
his numbers are where they're normally at.
All right. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Al. Appreciate it. Yeah, I would handle it a little bit. That's fine. Like, I would have challenged you right off the bat.
And what would you say?
I would have said, dude, he was shooting 47% through the first 15 games.
But when I did that last year with Clay, you didn't like it. You went about, forget the, what it is,
that was
number.
Last year, first of all.
All right, Steiny, that's pressure for Kerr. Do you forget about him?
They can't. They can't forget about him.
Well, that bodes well for Buddy. He's just got to do his part then. But let's be honest, Steiny, the rat on the table is you've lost the opportunity to start. Kerr wanted you to start because of what you just said, the spacing, and because you're not on and you can't get hot, Pods has reemerged now, and I don't see that going the other way. So, man, buddy, you got to get going. Hopefully it starts tonight at your old stomping grounds.
I was saying this today, too. Just, I was talking about Paul George.
And we got our guy, KC, in 15 minutes.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
K. Diddy.
Kenny Caraway, D-Lo, and KC. We'll talk about the Sacramento Kings. I forgot what it is. Oh, Paul George.
All right. Oh.
He's taking, pain injections. Embiid's. Let me explain this to you. The foundation of all my Warrior takes, in a way.
Okay.
The foundation.
Hate. I'm playing. I couldn't resist. Go ahead, Steiny. You know I'm playing. Nikki.
The thing that I'm so scared of, it's my sports nightmare. It's my basketball nightmare. It drives my thinking about the Warriors, and it's this. The Philadelphia 76ers. They are shot.
Yeah.
They are shot ladies and gentlemen. And that's like, and I'm not saying it's going to happen with the Warriors, but that's the scenario that
That's your nightmare.
Yes, that is my nightmare. Can you imagine being a Philadelphia 76ers fan? Paul George has played half the season. Embiid's played 18 games.
His career could be in danger, man.
He's got to have surgery in the offseason.
He said that, and I don't think Evan was talking about, I don't think they wanted him to say that. He said that's imminent, but how about this? How much of this is bad luck too, though, Steiny?
Well, I don't think a lot of it.
Like Embiid had no business, and we knew it before the Olympics started. He was the last person that should have been playing. Just from a Sixer standpoint, we got everything we have invested in you, and now he looks like Fred Sanford. Like Steiny, I don't know if he can come back.
Did you say, should this have been expected? Or is this bad luck?
Yeah, it's
Have you followed Joel Embiid's career? He missed the first 2 years of his career because he couldn't play. He's never been healthy.
But now this is getting to a point to where, like, his career could be in jeopardy, man. Like, it's one of those.
And as for Paul George, I mean, like, that's what I'm worried about with a guy like Butler, Draymond, or possibly Steph.
Where did you get these taking the pain and like, I didn't know that.
On the internet.
Yeah.
Somebody asked him, there was a report by Sham Charania that he was taking injections for pain, and then somebody asked Paul George about it, and he said, yeah, no, that report is true. He said, I'm trying to play through it. I'm hurting, but I'm going to try to play through it.
Damn.
I don't know.
Yeah. You think so you would take the Suns over because I think
I don't want either of them.
But the Suns situation is not injury-based. It's just like, what the hell is going on?
Like
Booker, Durant, Beal, when you play, what is going on? I get they don't have a tradition. I mean, they got Tyus Jones. What is Phoenix?
The reason Philly's in a worse spot is because at least Phoenix's players are healthy. And you know what? You have a decision to make on Kevin Durant. You can make a decision on Kevin Durant, so you can go in one of two directions. You still have Devin Booker, who's 28, All-Star.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, I think Maxi's
terrific.
Maxi's awesome. But to your point, Kevin Durant's a player that people would actually want this summer. If you tried to trade Joel Embiid, if you tried to trade Paul George, I don't know how many people want him.
You'd almost have to include unprotected picks
for Paul George. Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, just one word answer to you and Evan: Maxey or Booker?
Yes.
No, which one? Who you taking, Maxey or Booker?
Give me Maxey.
Wow. 2 years ago, you still thinking?
I think I would take Maxey because he's like 23 or 24.
Man,
he's pretty young, right? Booker's probably.
Well, I'm watching Booker just like, he ain't playing bad, but it ain't Booker like every night.
Let's go to Caleb in Livermore.
What's happening, guys? Happy Friday.
Yeah,
sound like you're ready.
Same to you.
I'm always ready, girl.
What teams? What team you want to talk about?
It's time to switch it up, man.
All right.
It's time to talk about some Niners, man.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Y'all ain't ready.
All right, let me just start out this way. Just to get the conversation started, Caleb, would you ever, would you trade Brock Purdy for Myles Garrett?
That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. No, I would not do that because respect to Myles Garrett, he's elite. He's one of the premier pass rushers in the game, but you have to have that quarterback. That's the most important position.
How much you paying Purdy?
That's phenomenal.
Brock Purdy, I think definitely you got to give him around $30 to $40 million for sure.
Oh, you think?
I mean,
what makes you think he'll take that?
Well, Brock Purdy's done more than Tua. How much is Tua making? Like 40?
50,
and more than Dak. Yeah, he's done a lot more than a lot of guys.
Dak's making 60. We may have negotiation issues.
Well, there you go. I think 30 to 50 million for sure. I mean, he's been to a Super Bowl, NFC Championship game. He's accomplished more than Tua and Dak for sure.
Well, let me ask you this. He's gone. I was going to ask him about Trent Williams.
Bounce backs, Donnie. Redemption. Yeah. Got health is wealth. You know this.
Yeah, okay.
You feel like he's nowhere near at his Embiid phase. Trent Williams, he's a lot older, but it's not.
Trent Williams he should be playing for the Sixers. Trent Williams.
But Stein, he was all pro last 3 seasons.
Not
man.
last year he wasn't.
I know, but prior to. So,
and you know what?
This is a one-off. Give him the BOD, the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
man.
Trent Williams had a great college career too. What did that mean? Does it mean anything now?
Well, he's going to get a gold jacket. Now it's just about the bling. Can he get a ring here on the red and gold?
I mean, I got nothing to say.
Yeah. Would Cleveland do that deal? They wouldn't. I mean, Niners could go get Aaron Rodgers, but nobody. I think he's shot. And I love Purdy's, Donnie, but man.
And by the way,
Myles Garrett with Bosa.
By the way, that was Caleb in Livermore. Mm-hmm. What did he say? That question's ridiculous. That was from the boss.
Yeah.
That was one the boss gave us, so don't blame us on that one. All right, let's do one more before
our guest.
We get Kenny Caraway in here. Elena in Phoenix, Arizona.
Hey.
Hey, guys.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We're doing well. What team you want to start with?
Let's talk about the Warriors, and maybe in comparison to the Suns. I feel like they dodged a really big bullet for me, honestly, with Paul George. Even when they went to try and acquire him in the offseason, I really didn't like it because Paul George is a very ball-dominant player. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but very, ball-dominant players that don't know how to move without the ball or cut don't really work well in the Warriors system. They look kind of clanky, just like Dennis Schroeder kind of did, just like KD did even in the beginning. I don't know if you guys remember, but he kind of struggled a little bit until he found a way to kind of move without the ball.
Yeah, he did.
That was kind of my opinion.
So, yeah, go ahead if you got more.
And then that's the reason why the Suns are not working right now, because they have literally 3 ball-dominant players.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Yes.
Every time they get the ball, they just play one-on-one. And they don't play on, it's a 5-on-5 game. You can't play one-on-one every time you get the ball. So nobody gets the feel. Nobody's in rhythm. And it just kind of feels clanky and odd, even though you have the talent on paper.
Appreciate it, Elena. Yeah, they don't fit in Phoenix right now.
But that's shame on the front office, Donnie.
Oh, please. You supported everything they did.
Sometimes I really don't know who you are.
I'm the guy who holds your feet to the fire when you say, hey, Kevin Durant, Beal, Booker, they're going to win it all, Stein.
I did that in Brooklyn with Kyrie, Durant, and Harden. That hurt. That hurt me. That hurt everybody. I got a question for you on the other side. You and
we got Kenny Caraway.
All right, after we're done with him, I got a question.
Okay, you'll forget it though, probably.
No, I'm in the zone right now.
All right. Hey.
That's 6.
Listen.
That's 7.
Thank you, Magic. I mean, LeBron. Sorry.
Tyler, when did he say it?
My bad. Big deal. I misspoke. That's what you guys.
If I had done it, you would have made a wedding about it you. Yesterday when I got the lob wrong. It was a bounce pass. It was in Milwaukee, but you, I get some bad news.
There's a difference.
Just have fun with it.
No. His was a mistake. I simply misspoke. Big difference.
Which is a mistake.
No.
Scott Miss in front.
Hey, our slam dunk contest in Vegas is on. Check it out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Vegas with $20,000. That's right. We're going to send you there with $20,000. $5,000 for each person. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It is absolutely awesome. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is easy. Here's all you do. Download the free Odyssey app, log in, and then listen for 1 hour at least each day, and that's your automatic entry. This is a national contest. All you got to do is download the Odyssey app, log in, and listen for an hour, and you're automatically registered, and you might be headed to Vegas in March.
We're back in the Miller's front yard who recently switched to True Green. Their lawn started looking like a golf course, and PGA Tour golfers started showing up.
Alrighty, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let me introduce Kenny Carraway, 1320 ESPN. He does a show in Sacramento from 12 to 4.
Our man.
D-Lo and KC, you can hear him daily.
Back to the office.
Real quick, Kenny, I know you got to get out of here. We'll get you out of here at 11:30 because I know you got a show to do. Is that cool?
That's all good. That's all good, Steiny. I got to ask you a question. Shout out to my man Guru, of course.
Okay.
But Steiny, you're a hooper. You know ball. You know, I'm 40. I'm gonna turn 42 in a couple of weeks. I still get out there. I hoop. I do my thing.
Okay.
There's a long-standing conversation on our show and within our station. I tell these people all the time, look, I could beat Steve Kerr today one-on-one. The man is 60-something years old. He's got a bad back. I could beat him. You think I can, Steiny?
Yes, I do, actually.
Wow.
But
you know, Steiny.
42 is usually the end of a pickup career, though. I must tell you that. But 60 is a whole nother league.
Look at him.
Trust me on that one.
That's what I'm saying. But Steiny, you know, and Guru, you know as well. That jump shot ain't never going away. I'll be cashing out from a wheelchair. It don't matter.
Wow, my man.
Somebody coming in hot.
He got that Draymond confidence.
Hey, let me start here, Kenny. Obviously, Fox gets traded, and it happened pretty quickly. It may have taken people by surprise. But where are the Kings right now? How are they feeling? Give us like the temperature of the team right now, if you can.
Man, they're in flux right now, to be honest with you. I mean, I think the team and the fan base are on two different wavelengths. The team, I think, with a guy like Doug Christie, who is just eternally an optimist, who's a guy that's a problem solver, and he's always looking for an opportunity as opposed to you're in a detriment type of situation. I think the team has confidence in what they can do. But people around the team look at the loss of De'Aaron Fox, and maybe not necessarily him as the offensive player, because you have that with Zach LaVine, but you lost his defense, and that's been a concern of a lot of people. You lost a natural point guard in De'Aaron Fox. I know Malik Monk has taken it real serious to jump into that leadership role and into that point guard role, but it's a position and it's a role he hasn't had maybe ever in his basketball career. He's always been a bucket getter. He's always been an off guard, and now to ask him to be a point guard and a floor general out there is something that I think he's capable of, but at the end of the day, he still hasn't done it before. So I think the team is in a little bit of flux right now. They're at a fork in the road of their season, and to be honest with you, in their near future as a franchise, they're at a fork in the road right now, and we're going to learn a lot about this team over the next 27 games.
Man, Casey, I couldn't wait to talk to you. All three of us are married, so you know there's that honeymoon phase, and I bring that up for Doug Christie. You know, early on it was he couldn't do any wrong, and I'm just wondering, you know, this last stretch of the season, is he coaching for the gig? And also Sabonis, is this now his team now that Fox is gone?
That's a good question, Goo. So when it comes to Doug Christie, there was a honeymoon phase, and I don't know what happened. Maybe they were, you know, on a tropical island somewhere, and the honeymoon was going good, and all of a sudden a hurricane hit, a Category 5 hit when De'Aaron Fox said he wanted up out of there, and that threw a wrench into everything that they were doing. They were starting to feel good about themselves as a team, as a unit, as a group, and that trade request kind of hit that team out of nowhere. And it kind of stunned them a little bit. And then trying to incorporate a Zach LaVine, trying to incorporate a Valanciunas, Jake LaRavia, all these other guys, they were kind of limping to that All-Star break, just trying to get their feet under them. So we'll see coming out of this All-Star break if they were able to catch their breath a little bit and work with this group as far as what he's trying to do moving forward and what the team is trying to do moving forward. I think this is Doug Christie's job to lose. He'd have to completely collapse not to get the job, in my opinion, on a permanent basis, and I don't think he's going to collapse. They may not take off, but I don't think they're going to collapse. I think he's a good coach. I believe in Doug Christie. I believe in how he approaches the game of basketball. So I think it's a good, I don't want to say risk to take, but I think he's the guy for this franchise right now with where they're at and, you know, maybe the bad reputation that they have around there. You need a guy like Doug Christie who can come in here and not worry about the reputation and embrace everything that may be that may come with being the head coach of the Sacramento Kings right now to try to turn it around. When it comes to Domantas Sabonis, he is one of the leaders. I really think that this team looks at Malik Monk as a guy that they take energy from, they take their cue from, they take
a lot of the ways that people have talked about for so many years about Draymond Green. Obviously, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson were the better ball players, but a lot of people believe that the team as a whole responded to Draymond's energy. I think a lot of that is going on with Malik Monk, and I think they look at DeMar DeRozan, too, as a leader. So they got a couple of guys that they look to, but I think at the end of the day, when something needs to get done on the court, in the locker room, something needs to be said, you need an emotional lift, I actually think it's Malik Monk right now. I think it's been Malik Monk for a while, actually, to be honest.
Kenny Caraway joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him on 1320 ESPN in Sacramento every day from noon until 4. He does a show with it's D-Lo and KC, and it's a great show, and these guys know the Kings. And let me ask you this. There's a conventional wisdom here, and I want you to either dispel it or affirm it, and it's this. The Warriors have definitely gotten a bump from Jimmy Butler, and the Warriors think they're going to play their best basketball in the next 27 games. When you look at Phoenix, it looks like they're in trouble. San Antonio, their outside shot, they may have lost because Wembanyama's hurt. Dallas is all of a sudden vulnerable. Is it fair to put the Kings in with those three teams, or do you believe that this team can also play its best ball from now coming home?
I think it is fair, even though I do believe they can play their best basketball moving forward. That's just me personally. Out here in Sacramento, I kind of feel like a one-man wolf pack. A lot of people look at the fit of LaVine and DeRozan and not having a true point guard like Malik Monk, like De'Aaron Fox, and having Malik Monk learn on the fly in that role. We love Keon Ellis out here, and we're trying to figure out, hey, how do you get him in the game? A lot of people want to start him. So to be in the group with those other three teams as a lot of question marks, I think is completely fair. I think they're going to play better basketball. I think, ironically enough, this team is more talented from front to bottom, top to bottom, than they were with De'Aaron Fox on the floor. Now, that doesn't mean De'Aaron Fox was the problem. That means you get a talent in there like Zach LaVine, you add a Valanciunas, you add a LaRavia, you combine them with Malik Monk, and top to bottom, they're a better team. But they're also probably a little bit more, even more than they already were, unbalanced with LaVine, DeRozan having to be in those starting and closing lineups and not having a guy like Keon Ellis in certain situations out there on the floor because you got too many guards or too many wing players. And a lot of people are calling for LaVine and or DeMar DeRozan to come off the bench or, to be benched late in games for Keon Ellis. I think that's asinine. I think those guys deserve the opportunity to work through whatever they need to work through in those tight situations. I'm a believer that you play it out situationally. And to be honest with you, Keegan Murray may need to be the guy that comes out in certain situations. They had a game before the All-Star break where C.J. McCollum was just barbecue chicken this guy Keegan Murray all over the place. Now, to be fair to Keegan, he shouldn't have been guarding C.J. McCollum. He's too tall for that. But I think in certain situations, you may have to look at putting him on the bench for Keon Ellis and leaving LaVine and DeRozan out there. But like I said, I'm a one-man wolf pack with that train of thought out here. A lot of people want DeMar DeRozan to be subbed out in those situations. So there's a lot of questions to be answered, and they've got a short time to figure this whole thing out, to be honest with you.
Yeah, KC, we were panicked up here before the Butler trade. I was like, they need something. I don't know who it is. And Zach LaVine, a lot of fans didn't want him. I was like, he'll do. Are you satisfied with what you've seen thus far from Zach LaVine, and do you think he can take you to the promised land, the playoffs?
I think Zach LaVine is immensely talented. I like his game a lot more than most. You'll hear a lot of people talk about how he's not a defender. I've talked to a number of different people. I've watched him firsthand. I think that's a little bit overblown. He's not Kawhi Leonard out there, but he's not Luke at the same time. The guy will get after it on the defensive end from time to time. I like him as a player. I know in the first 5 games or so that he's been with the Kings, I can only imagine it was a complete whirlwind. He just had a baby. He wasn't even playing. He was on maternity leave because his wife had a baby. And then he gets traded in the middle of that. So you haven't been playing for a week and a half, and then you get uprooted out of Chicago. You got to come to Sacramento. He said yesterday there was guys he didn't even know their names for the first 5 games or so. So I don't think it was an accurate assessment of what Zach LaVine can be with this team, just because, number one, he was trying to get into basketball shape, and he was also trying to learn
this new group of guys that he's going to be playing with. I feel better about Zach LaVine the most, man. I think he's a good ball player. He's having one of the most accurate seasons of his career this year, and I think he can do a lot of really good things here in Sacramento. And I'm looking for him to pick up his game a little bit in this second half after catching his legs a little bit, catching his breath. And I think he's going to do a good job here in Sacramento. And I think, to answer your question directly, Goo, I think he can lead him to the promised land. And right now, the promised land is getting into the playoffs. We'll worry about that other stuff when we get there.
Kenny, thank you so much.
Love it, man.
Go do your show. Have a great one. And it should be a great atmosphere tonight at Golden One Center.
Yes, sir. Go. I'm getting in that tournament, big dog.
Oh, yeah, Warriors. Hey, real quick, Steiny asked me, where did you play your college ball?
Man, shout out to the East Bay, man. Cal State Hayward. When I was there,
all right.
It changed to Cal State Hayward, it changed to Cal State East Bay during my second year. But, check the record books. Your boy's in the books.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? Top 10 all-time scorer.
What?
The books, for anybody. Yeah. When I left the school, I was number 7. I'm at number 9. We'll see where I'm at right now. But you know what I mean?
My man.
Your boy's in the books.
All right, we can't wait for I'm loony now, but we'll have you be Steph, baby. Let's go.
No doubt, man. I appreciate y'all, man.
All righty, have a great one, Kenny. That's Kenny Caraway, 1320 ESPN. You can hear him in Sacramento from 12 to 4. He does a show with D-Lo. It's D-Lo and Case.
Yeah. So essentially, it doesn't take Einstein down near Oppenheimer. Christie probably coaching for his job, right? How well they do, you would think. Because if they were in love, they would have said it's yours, and don't even worry about that, Doug.
What are they since the trade? Like 2 and 3 or 3 and 4?
Yeah, it's not that great. Like that?
Yeah, I mean they haven't fallen totally off.
And tonight's a big one for them as well.
Oh my God,
standing wise,
absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean it's a monster game. Steve Kerr was on with the afternoon show, Willard and Dibbs, yesterday, and he was talking about Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green and how they've gotten along so far and what their chemistry's like.
Oh, it's been great. Those guys are really enjoying playing together and collaborating. And, when they're on the floor together, you can see them working in tandem, especially at the defensive end. And so it's fun as a coach to be able to have a couple guys like that who can really solve a lot of problems for you when you have breakdowns.
All right, that was Steve Kerr talking about Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, and they've both kind of assumed leadership roles on this team.
Yeah.
Obviously, Draymond has had one, but it feels like Jimmy Butler, doesn't feel like he's the loudest guy in the world, but it feels like he does have a presence about him that's tangible.
Yeah, let me this was a question, and it kind of might be unfair because there's 27 games, but I was going to pose this to you and Evan. I am so drunk on this trade and what it's meant for the team and where they can, the heights they can reach. But Steiny, can you and Evan look me in the face right now and say, Guru, this team is not going to miss Andrew Wiggins one iota? Like, is that all out of your thought process? Or do you think there's going to be times in these 27 games and maybe the playoffs where it's like, damn, nothing against Jimmy, but man, Andrew Wiggins here would have been
no.
Okay.
No.
Wow.
Not even a little. I mean, nobody's going to miss Wiggins. Nobody. The team's going to be different.
Yeah.
And there may be times when you miss his three-point shooting or maybe you miss some aspects of him defensively, but I don't think there's any doubt that Butler makes this team better than Andrew Wiggins does. He makes it a little different, but I don't think anybody's going to miss Andrew Wiggins. I just mean as a player, obviously.
That's what I mean too.
As a person.
On the court. Evan, how would you answer that?
I mean, if you're better as a team, I don't know how you can miss a guy.
And don't ask Stackhouse that. You shared that with me. Uncle Looney said that on the chat.
Well, Jerry Stackhouse is obviously a great basketball mind, but everyone's got their own opinion. I mean, the moment that Malik Monk starts thrashing the Warriors' point of attack defense tonight, you might say, yeah, actually, we miss Wiggins a little bit.
No, he's right. Yeah.
That is true. Mm-hmm. That is true. 888-95. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? I want to do something here. Because this is really cool. Steve Kerr was talking about Curry at the Olympics and the documentary Court of Gold. Mm-hmm. And just take a listen to this. It's about Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and their relationship, and it's after they won the gold medal game. It's part of the documentary that we're probably all going to watch. But just listen to this, and then I want to go follow up on it.
Well, it's pretty special to see him have that moment, 2 years after winning his last championship. He was dying to be back in the mix again. And for him to have that moment in front of the world, amongst the greatest players on earth, and for him to stand out and make those 4 threes in the last 2 minutes, it was just vintage Steph. I mean, the way he rises to the occasion, it never ceases to amaze me, even though I see it over and over again. But my comments were real. I mean, the reason I think he's the finest human being I've ever been around is I just don't think there's ever been this combination of talent and humility and perspective and awareness. And it's just this incredible mixture that makes Steph who he is that I think attracts all sports fans to him. They see these qualities, and those things don't often come together, to have that kind of swagger on the floor and be that humble, genuinely humble. It's incredible. And what Steph has done with his life to impact others, being aware of his power and yet using it in such a beautiful, authentic, humble way to help others. He's remarkable. So, yeah, I meant every word I said, to him after that game.
All right. Wow. Can you do the next 7 minutes alone real quick? Yeah. Because I got to take a victory lap.
Oh,
and I'm not going to be here.
For real. Yeah. Backyard Boogie, Snotty. 2 years. I got it.
More and more.
Is that because it's going to take you a while to do a full lap?
I could do a 7-minute mile. Actually, no chance.
I
could do a 7-minute lap.
And as an active guy.
First of all, there's only one of us here who's run cross country and long distances. It's me. I once ran an 18-mile race in Long Beach Island, 2 hours and 13 minutes.
But I'm still going to the Cup.
That's irrelevant. We're talking about distance running.
Well, good job.
Can I take my victory lap? And it's about time more and more people affirm what I said about 5 years ago to Bob Myers.
Which was?
That Steph Curry is the greatest face of a franchise in the history of sports. In the history of sports. There has never been a player to combine the skill level he has and what he's achieved on the court with all the other stuff that you want in your athlete to be representative of your organization.
I'm not mad at that. Now
anybody else?
Derek Jeter. Like I think, and he has the rings to back it up. And forget the logistics. No doubt. So this is not going against Steph. It's just still a bit from Dibs. I never do it. The Mount Rushmore. It would be Dibs. It would be Derek Jeter, Steph.
No,
Stoney Jeter was. What did he was the face?
Right, he was, but. No, he's not. He was never as accessible as Steph Curry. Steph Curry relates to more people, I think, than Derek. Yes, I do. That's just me.
And do you think a lot of people, let's say, in
personality was, I mean, he was.
I love Curry. I'm just like, if we were somewhere else in the world and we brought these, would they say, oh, you guys are saying that because we're from the Bay and we covered the Warriors?
Michael Jordan, well, he had issues gambling. LeBron James, well,
but I don't think Michael's gambling issues in a social media non-era.
That's being a face of the franchise.
But I think it worked well.
No, it hurts his legacy that the gambling thing.
The dude was in front of be like Mike Steiny. None of that gambling hurt him to the world, and his shoes are still the #1 seller.
Guru.
So he's on there.
Guru.
That's all.
Michael Jordan
had demons.
Exactly. And he wasn't relatable like Steph Curry. I'm talking about the total package.
But he had
Steph Curry's got no blemish.
Yeah.
He's got no blemish. Yeah. Jordan's got multiple blemishes.
And I guess that's where I'm at.
That's what I'm talking about.
If Mike was in the Twitter or social media era, oh my gosh.
Exactly.
But he wasn't. So I don't know what he lost, especially now that his shoes are still something that it will never be duplicated. He had a movie, Stoney, movie.
This is it's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a representative of your organization. And Michael Jordan, with all due respect, can't
he's
touch
up there for me,
Steph
man.
Curry when it comes to leadership, dealing with the media, being in the community, all that stuff. He's never been in any trouble.
I'm putting him up there. Yeah.
I mean, it's like LeBron James. Well, he's an armchair GM. Like, that works against him as the face of a franchise.
But he's been on he's been on franchises. We're talking about icons that have been on one team: Jeter, Steph, and Michael.
He just pissed me off.
I didn't try to.
He's not saying that they're better faces of franchises, but they're on the Mount Rushmore.
I mean,
Michael was his mainstream, Stoney, and out in front is anybody. And there were whispers of his demons.
Michael Jordan did not. He was like, he didn't have a personality. Steph Curry is known to everybody. He's a humble guy.
Yeah,
he's all those things. Like, Jordan was aloof. He was a jackass to his teammates. He's got a movie.
But he is what word is it? Am I looking for, Stoney?
A global icon.
No doubt.
Like, Stoney,
But that's why I said face of a franchise. Face
but he
of a
fits
franchise.
that.
Not like Curry.
Who else do you associate with the Bulls?
Phil Jackson.
He's been a coach for like 3 different teams.
No, but what do you mean? Who would you
like? If I say Chicago Bulls, who do you think?
Jordan.
If I say the Golden State Warriors,
Curry.
And
who?
I don't know. Rick Barry, Chris Mullin.
Yeah.
Oh, I
there's only one person in Chicago.
And I don't want to
think those guys have been pushed down a little though now.
But I don't want to make this about Curry is presidential. But as much as we know about Mike and the whispers, Stoney, he was presidential too. And Derek Jeter, my gosh, Stoney, he came before Steph. I think he was perfect.
Okay, you want me to break it down?
Yeah.
This is exactly what I mean, even though it's selfish and it's self-serving. But this is what I'm talking about with the face of a franchise. Okay. You think Michael Jordan would have autographed a jersey for me? Hell no. That's what I'm talking about. That's the stuff he does day in and day out.
But we don't know
that
if it's a Stoney in Chicago.
Yes, we do
if
know.
There's a Stoney in Chicago.
Yes, we do know.
We saw The Last Dance.
There's
how
not just a
he looked like
there's everybody.
He was
treats
Gandhi
everybody.
to the security guys, just like Curry is. Like Mike didn't.
Not even
those
close.
dudes love Mike.
Not even close.
The world loved Mike. Stoney, they still do.
But Steph's a significantly better representative of his organization, in my mind, than Jordan was. That's just me.
Well, we agree.
Feel free to weigh in on this one. On 95.7 again. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Stop. Put your hand down. Put your hand. Oh man, I got it.
Thank you. He was hating. It's all good.
No,
I get what you're saying about Steph. I'm with you.
You clearly don't.
Yeah.
You clearly. I got to read something first, and he's not letting me.
Well, quit arguing with him then and read it.
You don't get what I'm saying. 12:45, 11:42. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Help me, Bay Area. He's hating on Curry. You know it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Ian Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm all right.
What's up, baby?
I'm fine.
You take everything personal. I'm good now. Like, nobody's fighting you. I just hate that you're hating on two icons, Derek Jeter and Jordan. Curry is everything you said he is.
You're not fully grasping the like what I'm talking about. Like it's like those guys were great. I just think Curry is on a completely another level.
All right.
But Evan brought up a good thing.
What did he say?
Let's just go with this for a little bit. He brought up Derek Jeter. And, we're talking about, before the break, I said that I think Steph Curry's the greatest face of a franchise in the history of sports. In terms of combining what you do on the court with everything that comes off the court.
Gotcha.
I feel like Steph Curry, there's been nobody better than Steph Curry as a representative of a franchise. Okay, so Jeter's name came up. And, for me, I thought Jeter, I think my way of thinking, Curry's a little more accessible. I felt Jeter was a little aloof. However, Evan brought up a good point. Go ahead, Evan, about Jeter, and then we can throw this for Curry.
Well, I would just argue it's more difficult to be the face of an established entity as the New York Yankees. Like when you're the face of the biggest brand at the time in the history of sports, you kind of need to play it a bit more privately.
Okay. So what do you think would have happened to Steph if he got drafted by the Knicks, which he was close to being? Like,
I think he's still a Hall of Famer. He still wins championships.
Would he have?
He'd be a god like he is here.
But would he be this? Would he be able to be the same person he is here? Or are you saying he would have to make some adjustments?
Let's just say there'd probably be 20 Steinmetzes in New York for Curry as opposed to just one out here. Like, it's a different beast. And I feel like when you knock off guys or you say, you know what, they can't come in, Jordan and Jeter, I feel like you're a private investigator and you got some dirt on them. But I'm just telling you, Steiny, Evan was right, and he knocked me out the chair with the global icon in regard to Jordan.
But that's not what I'm not talking about that. I'm specifically talking about, because they're all global icons.
Yeah, okay.
Curry, Jeter, and Jordan are all like global.
Would Tom Brady fit?
Yes.
I was going to Captain America.
Joe Montana. See, Joe is a no for me.
Because
he was too quiet.
All right.
He was a little bit aloof.
But sometimes I think that's what adds to the mystique.
Curry's a better guy than everyone we just named.
Yeah,
he's a better human.
Yeah,
but how unfair is that to say that about I'm just using Jeter for example, to say he's a better human than.
Well, I didn't say that.
Well, Evan, do we really know that? Because Curry is the man, but I don't know why I'm holding on to something. And again, I'm on the other side out here on the West Coast. Evan, do we really know Jeter's not that same caliber guy?
I mean, all the stuff off the field he kept close to the vest.
Like I don't think negatively of anything Derek Jeter related.
Yeah.
I don't. But I just feel like Curry does a better job representing his organization because he's out there more than Jeter was. I think he's a little more accessible. Now, maybe that had to do with where he played. I
think it's dangerous to be accessible in a city like New York.
That's fair.
And I'll leave it with this one from the chat. My ex in Texas, Stotty, I got to say this about my guy. He goes, how many of Jordan's, because this counts to me, how many of Jordan teammates despised him?
A lot.
And I would use Curry and Jeter and probably say 0 or maybe 1. But I know Mike had dudes that didn't like him.
Yeah. That's part of it.
But society was in love with him and still is.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Austin and Redwood City. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. I'll be right back. I'm doing pretty good. How y'all doing?
All right.
Doing well, thanks.
All right. And I want to say this about Jimmy. I know I wasn't a true fan of Jimmy coming to the Warriors based on his comments or whatever. You don't want to be at the Warriors. But kind of changed my mind. I kind of like what I see. I see a good mentor for Kuminga. Kuminga wanted to come in and play in a post. He can learn from Jimmy Butler in that post game. And not only that, it can also help out Draymond. Now you got two legitimate defensive players. One to have the ball, the other one can roam around. Show Kuminga how to roam around and do all that, et cetera, et cetera. When Kuminga first came in the league as a rookie, he was doing all the extra stuff, hustling, getting all the rebounds. And, I like that. And also open up the floor for the rest of the shooters. And I feel like we also need at least one more piece. Let's hit that free agent list, either find a big man or bring back somebody that, that know the system, like Patrick Baldwin. He's 6'10". He can hit that outside shot. That'll open up everything for Warriors. What y'all think about that?
Yeah, isn't that clock almost at 1 second left, Stoney? Whatever you get, if you were to bring another body in here, the impact would be minimal. Well, isn't this who we're going to battle with right now?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they're going to – I should be better at this, but they can still waive one of the two guys they've just signed and sign somebody else. They got the 10-day stuff right now. You know what? You mentioned Brady.
Yeah. I was just thinking about it man.
Well, he's got Deflategate. There's a lot of people out there that think he's a cheater. Whether he is or isn't.
Yeah, that's fact. That's fair. But up until that point, he would have made it, right? But you are right with Deflategate.
Something else he was involved in, Brady? Not just Deflategate.
Well.
No, I'm thinking of the videotaping, but that wasn't him. Go ahead.
Where you going?
Oh, you saying divorce?
Yeah, well, his wife was pregnant.
Oh. Yeah.
But see, now
well, that's
Tupac
part of
said
it.
only God can judge
that's part of it.
But I'm just telling you, Michael beat the system in regard to, because there was no social media, it wasn't out there like on 60 Minutes about his demons. Even with his dad, there's stories and podcasts about what really was. He still got past it, man. And Tom Brady, one of the greatest leaders. I was going to say Barry, but he got the Barry Bonds, but no, because he got the lotion.
I don't think anybody's saying that they're better faces of franchises. It's just that you push back so hard that they don't even deserve to be on the Mount Rushmore.
No, I didn't push back.
Yeah. And Jordan's a sore subject for you.
He's
Bird's
not.
Your favorite player. It's natural.
Bird was ask me about Bird as a face of a franchise.
No, because I know.
No, ask me.
How was Bird as
not great?
What did he do wrong?
He couldn't communicate.
Damn.
He literally didn't do a lot of interviews. He was shy. He didn't want to be put out front. Let's see, what else? He had, it wasn't, he has a child situation that he doesn't recognize, which also is out there a little bit.
And I got one other guy. I know
Bird does not belong on this list that I'm talking about.
Okay, and
you heard it here.
I'm being real because when I hear these names or see their faces, I think of Wayne Gretzky, Stoney, the Robert Redford of the Edmonton Oilers before he moved on. He was perfect.
Who?
Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah, I maybe
presidential. That's just
Well, I actually couldn't speak to that because I know he was great, but I don't follow hockey like all the other sports.
Am I wrong? Are we wrong for not bringing up Magic Johnson? But I didn't say it, so I can't claim it. But I'm not denying he could be. No,
depends on what you consider important in the face of a franchise. That's all. I love Magic Johnson.
Yeah, me too.
All right. 888-957-9570. Earlier in the show, we were having some fun with a little segment. We'll continue to do it right now. Here's kind of what we've been doing. Guru and I are giving you guys a shot to give your take on something. We want you to put yourselves in the role of a radio host where you got to think on your feet and you got to present a view and an opinion and you got to try to persuade us of something that you think. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take calls. We got a couple people lined up right now. Give us the team you want us to ask a question about, and we'll ask you a question, and it's up to you to persuade us with the answer.
Let's go.
How about that? All right. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Rob in San Bruno.
Our man, Rob, baby.
Rob, how you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Doing well.
We hanging in, man.
Well. That's right.
Let me see. Do you think? Say it again. So what's the process again? I'm kind of confused.
You wanted me to? I'm going to ask you a question, and you give me the answer like a radio host.
But you pick the team that you want him to ask you the question about.
Okay, got it. 49ers.
Okay.
Nice.
How's the Deebo Samuel situation going to play out?
I think at the end of the day, I think Deebo gets traded. I think he got a market. I feel like you got Baltimore, you got DC who trying to spend some money. They got a young quarterback. You got the Rams who can use them. You got Harbaugh down there in Sandy or LA too. So I feel like the 49ers probably end up trading for a third or fourth round pick in the draft or something like that, because there's no point in releasing because he has a crowd. People want him. I think if he go to Baltimore, I think that puts Baltimore over the hump. To be honest with you.
Do you think the Niners are going to miss Deebo, or they can function without him?
I mean, this offense has been functioning for almost 30-plus years. It's a scheme. So no player makes the scheme. But I just feel like they're going to miss him because they're going to have to replace that talent. So how do you replace that? Do you find another player like Deebo, or do you just go the normal route and get another receiver where you just run? You basically just have receivers and not a guy like Deebo who can, create mismatches. You can put him in the backfield. You can match him up with a linebacker. You know what I'm saying? Different mismatches like that. And corners don't really want to tackle him one-on-one. Corners, but $180, 200 at most. He 225. So you're going to lose some physicality in that locker room. Plus a leader that's on the field. He walks out with the boombox.
Hey, Rob, let me ask you this, man, because I miss you. If we were at the old ship and I said this to you, give me your honest answer back about Deebo. I think one of Kyle's greatest things he's done as a coach is drafting Deebo and making Deebo into what he was and devising that scheme. Rob, I'm being real right now, today. I think the league has figured Deebo out, and I do wonder, have they figured Deebo out with Kyle? I don't think other coaches are going to be able to get Deebo and kind of reinvent him, but it sounds like you do.
It's a scheme the Niners run. You got to look at, okay, look at Baltimore. Look at D.C. They got running quarterbacks, right? So if I'm Baltimore, if I run that jet sweep action, I got Henry and Lamar Jackson. What are you gonna look at? So you're not gonna look at Deebo Samuel. You're gonna look at the other two guys, of course, MVP and a 2,000-yard rusher. Yeah. Now you got Deebo running little crossers, drags, jet sweeps around. That makes it even more unstoppable. We gotta realize when CMC was healthy, he had 12 touchdowns a year before last. He had 12 total touchdowns and missed about 4 games. You know what I'm saying? So if the team is looking for Deebo to be a third option, of course, but if he looks to be your first option, no. He wasn't even a first option on the Niners. The Niners depended on the run game. He became an option. When the quarterback wasn't looking good, so they put him in the backfield, and that made the team run more efficiently. So I think with the Ravens, with a quarterback get the ball down the field who can really actually run. Purdy can run, but he's not a threat like that. But he can run, but so you mix in with Lamar Jackson. I think with Baltimore, I think that fits his style of play, and I think that with all the stuff they got going over there with the play action, I think Baltimore is his best move.
Thanks, Rob. Good stuff. Rob was solid.
Yeah, he was
solid as a rock.
It'll be interesting if his days are over. I guess Rob's saying he's got to be with a running quarterback, a threat. Stoney, it makes sense. He broke it down, but what if he were not? Then what is he? And I know last year was a bad year for him, especially that Ram game where he dropped a would-be touchdown.
Yeah, he was terrible before that, too.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go out to Austin in San Jose.
Our man.
Austin, how you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Talk to us. What's up, baby?
What's happening? Hey, one scary thing, Goo. Last caller. What if Deebo went to the Eagles?
That would be that would be enticing. I'd be like, that's the same as Baltimore with Jalen Hurts and Barkley.
Be like Kevin Durant going to the Warriors a few years ago. Think about it. You know what I mean? After they won a championship. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's your question for me? I'm ready.
What
you give us who? Niners, Raiders, or Warriors?
Niners. I'm gonna go Niners just for fun. I'm gonna go Niners because we talk enough about the Warriors. I'm gonna go Niners.
You got him?
Yeah, I'll get him. I like this question, and I've asked it before. What position are you spending your first-round pick on, and why?
Whoa, that's a good one. I believe now I'm gonna shock some people here, Goo. I think they should go with a backup quarterback.
Wow, Austin.
Go get them a youngster. Go get them one of them youngsters. I don't know who, but go get one of them backup youngsters. Listen, the tide is turning in NFL. Look at the young quarterbacks that are emerging faster. It don't take 4 years now. It takes 2 years. So you can pay Brock, but you get a short-term deal with Brock, and then if Brock starts to have issues, you got yourself a backup. I think they should look at a backup quarterback, the Niners should. If I was a Niner, I'm not a Niner fan, but if I were a Niner GM, I would go get a backup quarterback. How about that?
Wow, Austin, I'm shocked, man. They need help, and you know this. We all do on both lines. I would do that maybe later in the draft, but the first rounder to just come in and get schooled and groom and watch, like that's too expensive for me, Austin. I'm shocked.
Look what Atlanta did. Look what Atlanta did this year. Everybody's shocked what they did. Look how that's working out.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. The backup's playing now. He's going to be starting next year. So I'm just saying, you don't know what's going to happen.
That shocked me, Steiny.
Gutsy.
Yeah.
They're like Carter Chickering shoes today. Gutsy. You see Carter's shoes?
I did not.
You should take a look at them.
Did you miss anything?
Nope.
How much you make?
That's why I was such a great point guard. My vision is unbelievable. Hey, I'm talking to Guru.
You missed something earlier.
Oh, boy.
Broussard.
What?
So Chris Broussard was on Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and he said something about Kevin Durant and Draymond Green. And we had the sound, and I print out every single day the daily cut sheet
for
Steiny to look at all the sound available to him to build off these topics.
Right. Oh, Evan, keep going.
And so, right at the top of the sheet,
Ellen Keller
said Broussard. And Steiny's first question to me was, where's the Broussard sound? And so I thought that I printed out something incorrect or from a day before.
Stood up.
I stood up, asked for the piece of paper, was prepared to ball it up and throw it away because I thought I did a bad job. And then I looked at the very top of the page, and ho-hum, Broussard was right in front of Steiny's
And
eyes.
I watched it all.
Did I have my readers on?
Yes.
No, I didn't. I didn't have my new progressives on.
Steiny, I think you had them on, man.
I didn't.
Evan, I think you had them on, but yeah.
You had sunglasses
You
on.
missed something today. Hey, it's okay.
Right, just note the day. Probably won't make a mistake for another 4 years. Oh, boy.
Who we got?
Murillo.
Our man.
In Petaluma. I tell you what, you better be careful, Murillo.
What you got, baby?
Am I playing the host? All right, let's go out to the River Island guest lines. All guests on 957 The Game appear on the River Island text line. Is it time for you to discover the island, River Island in Lathrop? Let's go out to...
Dude!
There are two guys. Is it two guys on the line, Steiny and Guru? Steiny, is that you that quoted Mike Dunleavy that Steph is the greatest face of the franchise? I'm going to call a challenge on that. Steiny, what's your take on the Warriors for me? Go ahead.
I called Steph Curry the greatest face of a franchise about 4 years ago. I don't even know if Mike Dunleavy was employed by the Warriors at that point. So that's my original take.
He wants a Warrior question from you.
If anybody borrowed,
I remember that day, and it went
was
viral.
Myers or Dunleavy.
Lightweight.
All right, challenge unsuccessful. What's your Warriors question?
My Warriors question is, do you think Steve Kerr plays Brandon Podziemski too much?
Absolutely not. I think Brandon Podziemski kind of fits the profile of what this team is, which is a more cerebral. Now, he doesn't have the upside of a Kuminga, and I understand why the fans want to see a little more Kuminga, because maybe he would have hit that upside. But I'll be honest with you, I see Podziemski more as a small version of Draymond, the way he plays, the way he sees the floor. I don't see him as being someone taking minutes away from Kuminga. That's my take on it. Do you have anything for me, Goo?
Yeah, I do. Which Warrior of these three has to have a better second half for this team to go far? Moody, Pods, or JK?
Oh, I'm going to go with JK because I think JK especially on the defensive end. I think we're going to have to stand in front of these guards. I think we're going to see in the second half here, guys are going to try to attack that because if you get in the paint with the Warriors, you can find open shooters. So I want to see JK playing with the three guys and see if he can be the point of attack guy, maybe picking someone full court.
Not bad, Murillo.
Yeah,
not bad.
Especially the legal.
Do you have an impression of me? Is that what I'm to understand?
No, I like I said to the guy who filters the calls, I just like that read, and I felt like I could
nailed
do that
it.
read well.
You nailed
it.
You did. The host, I can't do Guru. Guru is on the 100. I can't get to 100 like that. I wish I could do a Guru
You don't want
speech,
to,
but
yeah.
I'm a little more conservative on my take. So
You were
thank you
great.
guys. Have a good weekend.
Good stuff, Murillo. Appreciate it. Really do. Murillo.
Yeah, he nailed that read.
You think he had it written down?
That didn't sound like it.
I know it didn't. And that means he's ahead of me.
I didn't want to go there.
I can't do that read without reading it. I'll guess.
We got what's bugging you today.
I can't
so
even
get
do
ready.
the legal, which I've been doing for 7 years.
But you have.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. I can't.
Always
you
almost had it.
Yeah,
Evan knows it like his alphabet.
He's younger than me, so he can retain information to a greater degree than me. He just can. Speaking of Broussard, we can get into that sound on the other
They had
side.
him on, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, I thought
Kinda my guy.
our guest KC, I thought he was coming at you about the hoop game. When he was asking about Kerr, I was like, oh boy, he's coming for Steiny. I was worried for you.
By the way, now I know what I'm doing during the break. I'm checking the Cal State East Bay record book. That's D2, right? It was
D1 now. It's D1
Oh, it was
now.
D1.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it is D1. It used to be D2. 2-2-2.
That's my man said he's 9. He'll be on the roster. Warrior World Tournament. The 3 guys I'm staring at stood me up.
Unbelievable.
I got to find a different sector of
You do.
friends.
Yes, you do.
That support me.
Yes, you do.
Well, you guys support me.
All right. On the other side, we can get into a little. We got so much stuff to do yet. We got Chris Broussard, and we also have. We got to get to some of this Kerr sound too from yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. But we're having fun today on
It's
that.
already halftime. Past halftime.
What do you mean? No, it's not.
It's 12-11.
Yeah, but oh yeah, it is. Okay. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. By the way, you want to get a trip to Vegas? You want to go to Vegas for the March tournament? Check it out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas, along with $20,000. You're going to stay at Circa, downtown Las Vegas's best destination, featuring the Stadium Swim Club, where you can watch all the games from a pool. Pools, plural. It's the ultimate viewing experience. Winning is easy. Download the free Odyssey app now. Log on and listen each day for a minimum of an hour, and boom, you're automatically registered. So there it is. It's a national contest, and you might be headed to Vegas come March. Mm-hmm.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work.
Have you lost weight in the past but gained it all?
Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me. I really love the.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Did you look at the stats?
I did not.
Oh,
I forgot.
Man, because I talked your ear off.
That was. It's like elderly crime is what you pulled on Dick Vermeil. Seriously. I mean,
No. I have hung up on people before, but this one I most definitely did not hang up on the great Dick Vermeil.
I love Dick.
All right.
He's the man.
Okay.
You'd be a different story, though. I'd definitely hang up on you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Can I tell you what else? This is the way my mind goes. So I thought we had the sound of it, but we didn't. And Evan, though, can clue us in because Steve Kerr, I'll just throw this out. I'll throw it out, see if it hits. Steve Kerr was talking to Willard and Dibbs yesterday. And I guess Evan told Dibbs or asked Dibbs to ask Kerr if Steph Curry's shot in the Olympics was like the greatest shot in the history of the game.
Okay. Wow.
And did I basically get it right, Evan?
Yeah, but just with everything that was going on, because in the documentary he talked about it being just one of the greatest moments in basketball. So just curious if you'd take it a step further and say it was the greatest shot in the history of basketball.
Gotcha. So Steve Kerr then says, here's what I think the greatest shot was of all time.
Okay.
And he cited Michael Jordan's jumper from the top of the key over Craig Elo. It was a first-round series, best of 5. It was 2-2.
Yep.
The Bulls were down 1, and he hung in the air and made like a 20-footer, and he misses it. They go home. But he makes it, and they advance. So Steve Kerr said he thought that was maybe the greatest shot in sports. So I was thinking, okay, let's not limit it to shots in basketball. Let's just say plays. Like, what is like the greatest play or shot in basketball? What's the greatest play in football or baseball? Like, what do you remember as the most significant sporting achievement that you've watched, and it buries all others?
The catch. And,
Dwight Clark.
Yeah, and forget that I'm a fan of the star, but the catch, Donnie. And it was the dagger to start a dynasty and basically end one at the same time. That was just, I mean, the Niners were, I know they were at home, Donnie, but it was like, man, I just think of Steve DeBerg.
That's a good one.
And it was the Dallas Cowboys, and you kind of take it for granted, and a dynasty was started on that play.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in. I have a couple here that I thought of.
Give it to me.
To me, one of the greatest plays ever made was Bird stealing the ball from Isaiah Thomas in the in game 5.
That was incredible.
That would be up there. What else would be up there? Like in football, and this doesn't really fit as like the great, but nothing will ever beat the play. Cal State.
Oh, it's incredible.
Now,
you're right.
It wasn't an important play. I know, it's a big game. But, the national championship wasn't on the line.
Review would have negated that thing, right?
Well, what would they have found on replay?
Oh, I'm thinking probably 10 infractions, right? Hold on, everybody relax. Get the band members up. Do you got a problem if I go 1987 finals? Because I remember the Magic Johnson at Boston baby hook shot.
Oh, yeah. That was in game 4. No, you're right. Okay, game 4.
Our Magic with the baby hook.
Yeah.
In the purple
that was a game
jerseys.
4. The Warriors, Celtics were down 2-1. They were up 1.
Man.
Magic hit a little hook shot in the lane. What everybody forgets is
give it to me.
Celtics still had 2 seconds left, and they ran a play for Bird, who took this like fadeaway 3-pointer. Like from the Lakers bench, essentially. The Lakers had players fouling him who weren't even in the game. He basically shot the ball in the middle of their
Now I wish I could go find
players.
it. Right. That was an open look for him, though, Steiny.
He just missed it.
Man.
I mean, he just missed it.
That shot reminds me of what we've always debated about Steph, and next time we see him, I'll bring it up.
That he doesn't hit big ones?
Game 6 in the finals, 19. That great play. Iggy inbounded to Dre, and Dre one-handed saved it from going out of bounds and gave it to Curry, and Curry front kind of hit the back rim, and you go, "Good, that was a difficult shot." I go, "It's Steph Curry, though." I felt like he should have hit that one,
though.
Remember?
Oh, that was Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I thought you said Boston.
No, the finals against Toronto, and you're like, "Good, that was a difficult shot." It was a great play.
It was a tough shot.
What about Stockton? I forget the year that sent Houston home, 96, 97, I believe.
Yeah.
But, dude, he sent him night-night.
I think that was in 6. They put him away.
Night-night.
I mean, Reggie Jackson's 3 home runs.
Man.
Back in the mid-70s.
Man.
It's one of the greatest.
Well, are we talking plays or play? Because in that case, I remember watching Tracy McGrady score 13 points in 30 seconds to beat the Spurs. It was a regular season game, but I think Steve Kerr was calling that game. And that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever. He hit like 4 straight threes.
My thing to Evan on that, not to trump him, but is Reggie Miller at the Garden.
Yeah.
When he went on that bender at the end.
What do you have, 8 points in 9 seconds, something like that?
Man.
This is
McGrady.
This is a great one, but it's a long time ago. Garfield Hurd's turnaround jump shot against the Celtics. Remember that? I think the game ended up in triple overtime. There was one Havlicek hit I can't do this. Nobody's going to know what I'm talking about. Havlicek hit a little banker to put the Celtics up 1 game, or 2 actually, and they inbounded to Garfield Hurd. How about Ralph Sampson's shot against the Lakers?
And they called Magic Tragic Johnson.
That was like a 3-game series, I want to say.
You're right.
And he hit
at L.A.
He spun in the air.
Yeah.
That was an incredible shot. Incredible shot.
I'm so bad with years. Kawhi's shot.
Oh, against the Sixers.
And it just bloop, 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 bloop,
that is a great
and
one.
it went in.
This is where Evan usually knows the years in the games.
Well, it was the year they beat the Warriors, 2019.
Good call.
Okay.
Good call. Game 7. Philly tricked that one off.
That was their chance.
Yep.
Well, they're 3 bounces away from not tricking it off.
I know. That was man.
Yeah.
And he ended up like sitting. The ball didn't go in until he was like sitting down watching it. Remember, he ended up in the corner sitting down, and it was a bomb.
I'm going to give you an NFL one real quick.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl, Pats and Patriots, and the Seahawks not giving the ball to Marshawn Lynch, who got shoestring tackled the play before and Russell threw the interception.
The interception. Yeah.
We would have been fighting. Richard Sherman wanted to fight, and so did Marshawn Lynch, Pete Carroll.
Well, in that case, David Tyree, the helmet catch against the Patriots.
Eli Manning. Yeah. Man. Memories, man.
You know, there are many people that feel like the play call wasn't the problem. The throw was the problem.
No, the ball shouldn't have been in the air.
No, that's...
The ball should not. You got beast mode. Hand it off.
I've heard different theories. There are people with football minds out there that I respect. There was something to do with the time.
I hear you, but I've heard. I won't name the person, but stop.
I'm just telling you.
Okay, Warrior fans are going to get mad at me because I'm loving this. The one shot I'll remember that's number 1 on my list, NBA. You know where I'm going? Kyrie Irving over Steph.
Although from the text line.
Oh, Evan, why did you look like that?
The LeBron block of Iguodala. Oh, it was a defensive play. You probably don't remember.
Do you think it was a goal 10?
No, it was incredible.
The more I watch it, I'm like, did any of the rubber get the glass?
No, that was not a goal 10. That was precision.
Why didn't Iggy try to dunk it?
Because J.R. Smith played 1 lick of defense. It was the only contest he had in the series.
I need to get a life, but you brought him up. This is true story. On YouTube, you can go with there is no audio. After game 1, where LeBron went for 52, 8, and 8, the J.R. Smith blunder, they got the camera on the Cavs bench for 4 minutes straight, waiting for, and LeBron. It is the most uncomfortable thing you've ever seen. And at the last minute, LeBron goes, and he knew it. Did we have a timeout? And when they told him, Evan, I'm telling you, man, thank God he didn't have a weapon because it would have been all bad. But just to sit there,
you know what?
Everybody was seething like, and JR, they were patting him. It's incredible theater, man.
That might be the greatest individual performance by a losing player.
Oh, my gosh. That was
LeBron
incredible.
in that game.
I mean, he was unbelievable.
We were there. It was incredible. 52, 8-8.
Looking back on that,
or 51.
Obviously, the series was over after they lost that game.
Hello.
But I will say this: the Warriors were going to win that series anyway. I think.
Well, they were going to lose the first game.
Yeah, but they've been behind. They played from behind in plenty of series and got.
Well, I know LeBron was a champ, but that could have been his Allen Iverson game one.
Man,
He's a legend for winning one game
That's
against
true.
the Lakers.
That's true. You know who else had a game like that? Isaiah Thomas, Game 6 against the Lakers.
That's the sprained ankle game.
Yeah, I think he had 44 on like one leg. Yeah, Darren in North Dakota.
Oh, that was good.
Hey,
stuff,
Darren, how you doing, man?
Wagwan, guys.
Hey.
I think I got two good ones. Allow me to do two.
All
right. My guy, Brett Favre, against 49ers. Yes? 2009, playing for the Vikings, that 80-yard Hail Mary, 80-yard Hail Mary to win against, who was it, Greg Lewis in the end zone.
It was the one that threw it to the
days.
sidelines. The guy went for the interception, and then
the Minneapolis Miracle against the Saints.
No, I think he's talking about the Brett Favre one against the Niners.
Okay,
Brett Favre.
Oh, against the Niners.
I don't remember that one.
Go back and look at it. Yeah, man.
Okay.
Chills. And then my second one is audacity of Steph Curry against OKC 2016.
Yeah.
That brought out Mike Breen's bang, bang. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, let's go.
He did the double bang, man. That was incredible.
Yeah, the Favre one was like a fourth down with 13 seconds left in the game, and he's rolling right and threw like a 35-yard seed to the back of the end zone as he got drilled. It was one of the greatest throws.
Wow, Favre had a rifle.
What was the one more recently, maybe 5 or 6 years
Kirk
ago?
Cousins to Stephon Diggs
That's
against
right.
the Saints.
That, and I said, yeah.
My man.
That was crazy.
That was precision, too.
It's
Kirk
never
Cousins.
over until it's over.
Let's go to John. John's in Benicia. Hey, John, how you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you. What do you got, buddy?
My opinion.
Oh.
Well, the greatest shot that I think, it basically changed history, and having a dog in college, Chastain penalty kick in the World Cup.
Brandon Chastain's penalty kick.
In the World Cup, yeah, he was breaking up.
Okay, you were breaking up, John. That's not a bad one.
Yeah.
That's not a bad one. That was the game winner.
Right.
I forget who they playing. It wasn't Japan. I should know this. What about
give me some.
I'll tell you what could have been one of the great what's his name? I can't think of his name. Was it Gordon Hayward? At Butler? Did Gordon Hayward go Butler?
Oh, the half-court shot against Duke.
Man, I would have loved to see that one go in.
Yeah.
There's a lot of baseball ones. Rajay Davis off of Aroldis Chapman in Game 7.
I'll never forget. I thought it was over, Evan.
Joe Carter.
David Freese off of Natali Feliz in 2011. He had a triple to tie the game with one strike left in the 9th inning, and then he hit the walk-off in the 12th. That was pretty incredible.
Yeah. And then Joe Buck's call on, I know you guys going to have fun with me, Travis Ishikawa against the Cardinals.
Yeah,
that's one of the greatest calls ever. Can you remember it?
That game was tied, I think, at the time.
But it still was a moment.
Yeah, but it's like Kerr said,
What'd he say?
That, Ishikawa's homer was like a dagger.
I don't understand. What?
The shot's bigger if you're losing and the shot wins the game for you. I'm trying to think. I think Ishikawa was a tie game when he hit the 3-run homer. Okay, no, but it's a big one.
There's nobody out with 2 on. They're going to win the game.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Jordan's push off in the flu game. He did. But they don't call that against Michael.
That was the NBA's version of getting away with murder. Steiny, he didn't push. He shoved him, but he did it in a way that Mike's a bad dude.
Were you guys watching the Derek Fisher shot against the Spurs?
Changed the rule.
Oh, yeah.
That shot won't happen nowadays. That against the Spurs on the road. I thought San Antonio had won it. That was crazy.
Kobe against the Suns.
And who else did something? Ori against the Western Conference Finals. Divock hit the ball out. And Robert Ori, big shot Bob, drained it.
You guys were talking about blocks. Talking about LeBron James' block. What about Tyshawn Prince?
Reggie Miller.
Against the Pacers, game 2.
Yeah. That was a great one.
That was.
He was a good player, man.
He was good at that. He was good at that. USA beat China. That's right. China.
Is that the one he was talking? The caller was just no, that was World Cup.
No, I think he's got it right. Christian Laettner. Remember the shot against Kentucky?
I'll never forget it.
From the top of the key, they threw it the length of the court. He caught it at the opposite foul line and hit a turnaround jumper. I think that got him to the finals.
But we should be in basketball jail if we're going to do this and not mention Steiny. I still don't know how he knew where he was at. Ray Allen, when Pop get well, sub Duncan out on the free throw attempt, and Ray Allen got the ball and kind of had eyes behind his head, in the back of his head, Steiny, and hit that three.
Did Popovich choke?
I think
he choked.
No, he had. That was a bad.
What was he thinking? You think?
I'm asking you.
Oh, I think he choked. He must have. He couldn't have seen. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, Kirk Gibson.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Damn it,
Rotzi.
That's
Appreciate
great.
it.
88 World Series.
Oh, this is a great one too. Lorenzo Charles.
NC State.
NC State over Houston.
And Valvano ran around crazy.
Phi Slamma Jamma.
Man, that was
Remember them, Evan?
No, but I do remember Chris Jenkins walking it off for Villanova.
Oh, yes.
In the NCAA tournament title game.
Isn't that when, that's when Jay Wright went boom or bang?
He didn't react at all.
I know. But he said he saw the shot go up and he was like bang.
Jordan Poole had a walk-off half-court shot for Michigan his sophomore season against Houston. And that one was pretty incredible.
When was the Dame Lillard, when he still was with Portland and waved off Paul George and Westbrook?
Oh.
When he hit the night-night, that was a playoff game. Yeah, that was a playoff game. Night-night.
It was a bad shot.
Such a bad shot.
But it went in.
Let me think what else.
I think NFL.
NFL.
Oh, Joe Montana to John Taylor in the end zone to come back against the Bengals.
The catch is a great one,
man.
Obviously. But
Marcus Allen's run in the Super Bowl
against the Skins.
Antoine Randall, Steelers and Cardinals.
Oh yeah. Well, why do I think of Santonio Holmes? Yeah, that was Santonio Holmes. That catch. Kid finally made it there. Yeah, Kid. He chimed in. Heavy got him.
Oh, what about the immaculate reception?
That was
the Franco Harris.
No, it's
thing.
Incredible.
And so
had there been review, that would have been, but the league wanted to stick it to the Raiders.
Yeah, somebody saying Kawhi's shot. I mean, the fact that it bounced 3 times made it unbelievable. Yep, we got Joe Carter. See, this one I don't remember. The Kobe shot against the Suns to put the Lakers up 3-1 when the Lakers had Smush Parker. It was an awful team that had no idea how they made the playoffs.
I want to say that was Easter.
That was 2006, because that was also the year that...
Did he do the clutch? Is that when he did the left hand?
No, that's when Kobe refused to shoot in Game 7.
Oh,
that's why you don't remember that series.
I'll never forgive him for that one. You don't do that, man.
Yeah, he does. He's Kobe. He does whatever he wants.
Rest in peace.
See? That's why Curry is a better face of the franchise
I didn't bring up
than
Kobe.
a guy like Kobe.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes. This is a great one. Great one. I'm going to give you clues on this one. This was a great play, great shot made by a former Golden State Warriors head coach.
Steve Kerr, 19.
Oh, no.
Actually,
that's not the one we should have brought that. Smart.
Yes.
Yeah, in the NCAA tournament.
He's smart against the against Syracuse.
Evan, now you're right. Jordan passed it to Kerr.
Or maybe that was 97, I forget.
He did it to Paxson, too. So they both got one from Jordan to close out Phoenix, remember? They were playing Phoenix in the finals, and Jordan gave it to Paxson, and he hit the little bang, bang.
Yeah.
What about every single Robert Horry shot in the playoffs?
We brought up the one against the Kings in the Western Conference Finals. Man, how can you not like sports?
Because maybe you like ballet or music or theater or movies. I'm done discussing sports.
Wow, when was that said?
Remember I said that?
You'll never leave.
I'm working on my exit plan right now.
Some people are addicted to the microphone and their own voice. I'm not one of them.
You project.
But if you're that person, nothing to be ashamed about. Own it. You
I don't
could
have
not
to
go through a day without, hey, everybody, welcome to this. Like, it's in you. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I could say night-night. I just go watch games on DVR, listen to sports radio. But starting to think about it all the time, you can't walk away.
From what?
This.
I'm going to do it soon.
You ain't
out sooner rather than later.
Scotty, stop it.
Not 7.
Boss knows. I've given him 3 years' notice. Seriously, I gave him 3 years' notice.
3 years
notice. In 2028.
Yeah.
If we're still here. We'll see. We'll see. Yes, Lillard's 3-point game winner. Ray Allen against the Spurs. Oh, here's a good one. Low Neal. Music City Miracle.
Oh, man.
That was a crazy play.
That would have got over. I think they went to review that. Wow.
What you going to say, Evan?
I told Lowe to his face that was a forward lateral.
What'd he say?
No, he said, shut up.
Yeah.
Was he on the winning team or losing team?
Winning team.
He was on the winning. He caught the ball.
Oh, well,
they had him back to Tennessee and brought that whole team back to celebrate that moment.
Then they can't.
I was hungover that day. I was single.
Oh, jeez.
It was a Saturday.
I do you remember?
I was at the house, Lake Merritt, Vernon, and Perkins.
Is there sports moments, Sonny, where you remember where you were when you were watching it?
Come on,
yes.
man.
Miracle on Ice.
Where were you?
I was at the Shuttlesworth's house.
Jesus?
No, it was friends of it was friends of our family, and we were watching it in the basement. And that's where do you believe in miracles? Let me see, where else do I remember where I was? There's got to be
the shot her around the world.
I wasn't alive.
You were
1956, I think.
You were 12.
They had open. Nobody asked, but I'm sharing one. We were at Open Gym, Mills College in Oakland. Braves and Pirates. Barry Bonds. Pirates about to get their first one, and they blow the save, and Barry Bonds fails to throw out Sid Bream from home, and we had the portable TV in the gym. And I teared up in the caddy on the way home, back to Norm's. Man.
I mean, I remember stuff like...
Evan, it broke your boy's heart, man.
You know, I remember stuff like 1986. No, 84. A 1984 Game 7 between the Lakers and Celtics. I was like at Doug Kubinak's house, my friend went to high school with.
That's
I remember
special.
that, like the back of my hand.
I was at Cal Berkeley in 2000. Eddie House dropped 61 in overtime. I was and hit the game 3, sent the game to OT and winked at me after he hit it. That's how close I was.
Prove it.
We'll have him call.
Prove it. I saw Lamont Murray have a monster game at Cal. I think it was his career high at Cal.
He was a bad dude, man.
I can't remember. All right. 888-957-9570. 925 says, and don't forget to play. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Absolutely. Download the free Odyssey app. And check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Sports, man.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always...
Oh, boy. Oh, rubbing off on you.
Beer jinx.
Why would you say beer jinx?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, don't forget, coming up during the crossover, What's Bugging You? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control.
Ooh, I got one.
I'm in a good mood today, so I gotta try to figure one. Like
you've been in one, and then you fell off and got back on your horse, and I want to commend you. The Jordan thing threw you off a little bit. You turned a little evil.
Why did you want to bring it up again?
Just to remind you that you hadn't been in a total good mood for 48 minutes. But you're back.
I got a couple great shots and great plays.
All right.
A couple of them are brilliant. This one was from Ken. Painful. The Jeter flip to get Giambi at the plate.
And why did he treat it like it was a company softball game? It was a slide. Get down. What was it? Steiny, come on. If that's not the ultimate sign of non-hustle, get down. Get dirty. It's the playoffs. And the rest was history.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
How about, now I can't remember the details of this one, but it's on the text line. Boise State? They scored a hook and ladder or something like that on a conversion.
Boise State.
Boise State. I think it won them the national championship, maybe. Here's a couple. You're going to hate this one, though.
Well, nothing's worse than the catch.
Oh, this is better than the catch because it was in a bigger game. Philly special. Philly special. Super Bowl. Nick Foles.
Wow. Man, that's incredible.
How about this one? This is a great one.
He did a Jeff Hostetler.
How about this? Saquon Barkley's run this year where he leapfrogged the dude.
And he looked like a samurai, man. That's still one of the greatest moves ever I've seen. I got one for you, you guys. 1992. I don't know if Evan was. You really weren't around.
-2.
Who's my favorite quarterback ever?
Danny White.
Tony Romo.
Well, we need a family meeting. We need a show meeting now. No,
it's
but
Danny White.
It's Danny White.
Warren Moon.
Okay,
Aikman?
there we go.
Okay.
Warren Moon, who in the
7.
second half of a playoff game against the Buffalo Bills led the Bills. He was on the Oilers. Warren was. They were up 35-3 and lost 41-38. That's the biggest collapse I believe ever on an NFL field. 35-3 in the third quarter, and you lose to a backup quarterback.
Frank Reich.
Yes.
Well, in the postseason.
Yeah.
Regular season, I believe it was Kirk Cousins coming back from down.
Mm-hmm.
What was he down?
It was like mid-30s against the Colts.
Oh, yeah. I want to say Alex Smith was on the other side. No, that was...
I almost feel like it was against the Falcons, but I might be wrong just because he played for him this past year. What was the one you said before?
Warren Moon.
I had something to add to one of those.
Frank Wright was the quarterback.
Yeah, Frank Wright.
Yeah.
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Man.
He's from Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Have you spoke to him ever?
No. I was from Reading. It's just a town close by. How about the Vince Carter dunk over Frederick Weiss?
That was the Olympics?
In the Olympics, yeah. You probably never...
That was incredible.
You probably never experienced the thrill of hitting a buzzer beater, have you? It's wonderful.
I've played...
but you've never hit a buzzer beater in a real game, right?
No. Have you?
3 of them.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people are wondering what my answer. No.
But end of the shot clock doesn't count, Steiny.
Have you ever?
We didn't have a shot clock.
You hit it and it's over.
There was no shot clock.
And they jump on you?
Yeah.
Your teammates?
Sophomore year, Gettysburg. Buried a 16-footer. Let's see. My other one was, then Johns Hopkins. I hit one from the hash mark.
And it was a game.
Banked it in. And then Dickinson. Matt Bastian, my teammate, made a great skip pass against their zone. Knocked out about a 28-footer.
You ever had a buzzer beater hit on you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Many times. Muhlenberg got us my junior year in high school. I still remember the game. Terry Klee banking the shot.
It was a jumper.
Yeah, but it wasn't really even a jumper.
It went in.
You think what else?
You had 3, huh?
Yeah. I didn't have any in high school.
I'm jealous.
More than LeBron.
I've also been a GOAT. I've been a GOAT. Hey, I'm like, remember when and this is why I love the guy. Remember when Pods missed the shot against the Bulls?
And you went in and talked to him.
I'll never forget. And he was like, well, it would be a great player.
Yeah.
Sometimes you miss shots. You got to be the hero. You got to be the GOAT. You got to be willing to be. And I was like, yeah. So I've been the GOAT. You got to be able to handle it.
But that's dope. You got 3, and you rattled them off like they were yesterday.
Yeah, but you know what?
Damn. Evan, have you had a game-winning hit?
Yeah, a game-winning hit, scored a game-winning run. But you want to be on the mound when you're getting the final out of a complete game.
I've done that.
Especially a shutout.
I've done that in the All-Star game. Struck out 14.
Nice. This is a great.
With an afro.
This is a great question, and I'll give you more insight. Steiny, was there a court storming after your heroics? And I just listen to it. No. You know why?
Guru wasn't there?
Because all 3 were on the road. All 3 were on the road, baby.
Awesome,
at
man.
Gettysburg, at Hopkins, and at Dickinson.
I'm going to let him have his moment. Tell us more, man.
Well,
on the road. Did you have the same number each time?
What do you mean?
Were you one of those like Curry's 30?
I changed my number a lot.
Yeah.
I didn't care.
All right.
I didn't care about it.
I'm random.
But, Goo is, even though the 3, it's true what the greats say about, the losses hurt more than the wins feel good. As much success as I've had, it still haunts me. I missed the front end of a 1-1 against Eastern York. My senior year.
Was Pops there?
Yes, he was. One of the few he was at. We were up 1 with 16 seconds to go. I'm at the line for a 1-1. I can seal it. No 3-pointer back then. I got to make both, and we're up 3. It's over. I missed.
Was it a close miss?
Yeah, and I missed it. I missed it long because whenever I missed a foul shot, I would always miss just a little short. I remember thinking, just don't miss this one short. I don't know why I said that because then I missed it long.
Yeah.
And Victor Block came down and hit like a 17-footer with 3 seconds to go, and we were upset in the first round.
How was that ride home with Pops?
I took the bus.
Oh, okay.
It amazes me, Steiny, how you can recall every single detail of something that happened, I won't say how many years ago.
You can.
But at about 1:12, when you have a read to do, you can't remember which one it is.
He puts too much pressure on himself. I've seen you do it.
Oh, you know what? I forgot. I hit 2 foul shots with no time on the clock against Calico when I was a junior.
These aren't real schools.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Calico was good. They had Nate Weber, really good player.
Now I'm trying to get in here.
I got a foul call, and I got a friendly whistle as the clock expired. And we were down 1. I got fouled by a guy named Mendenhall. He's about 6'6". He got a lot of ball. But I got to the line. First one, money. Second one, hit the back iron, popped straight up in the air, and went in.
Yeah.
If I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school.
Because I was thinking of pickup when it's game point, no clock. I've done that. Yeah.
Hey, that's a great feeling.
But no horn, Evan.
Steiny, what was your career free throw? I should have been a better free.
Yeah, people call you Rolando Steinmetz.
That's because of Rolando Black.
Yeah.
Those were 2 big foul shots in the All-Star game. I actually thought those were incredibly pressure-filled. You know what we're talking about, Evan? Do you think this is pressure or not? I'll describe to you the situation. All-Star game.
No.
It was a different era back then, man.
Can you listen to it?
No.
So, seriously, do you know any of the details?
I know who Rolando Blackman is, but no, I don't know.
You don't know about this game?
No. Tell him. Okay. I want to get, come on. Change his mind.
All right. This was in the era of, the fourth quarter, they played hard.
Yeah.
Or the last 5. Are you listening?
Yeah, I got one ear open.
Okay. So, the Western Conference All-Stars are down 2. And they're trying to win, everybody.
Man.
Rolando Blackman gets fouled, and there's no time on the clock. So the Western Conference is down 2, and Rolando Blackman is at the line with nobody there. Nobody was even lined up on the court.
Dallas Mavericks.
It was like a technical foul because there was 0-0-0, and he made them both. And I was thinking, that, you know what? That is pressure.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't care if it was an all-star game. No time on the clock. You got to make both.
And he hit them.
And he made them both. Now, the interesting thing is I can't even tell you who won that game, whether it was the East or the West.
How you feel now about it, E?
That is pretty clutch. I also think there's a different level of pressure added when there's no one else at the free throw line with you.
Ooh.
Like technical free throws in a way I think are more difficult than average ones.
No doubt. Right? And, I mean,
you want to stay on this? Yeah.
I mean,
back to Wiggins.
You know what? The point you just made, I can say that's a fact. I mean, you're right. You're right. The technical free throw is different.
No, you're champing at the bit to tell us why.
Yeah.
Oh no, just as a guy who shot. I was the guy who, anytime there was a technical foul, I ran to the line to try to beat Swavely and Larkin there. All right, we got to get to this sound.
Yeah,
right?
Let's do it.
Well, what do you want to do the Broussard stuff?
I'd actually like Kerr.
Okay, all
right,
we can do that.
Now, you sure you can see the Broussard stuff?
Oh boy, especially after posting.
I don't want to do Kerr.
Okay,
let's do slates.
We can do what you wanted. The Broussard.
You're gonna have to pick one.
Okay,
do Broussard.
All right, I'll do Broussard. The only thing about this one is,
you played hoop against in college.
No, that's wrong. I did not play hoops against Chris Broussard in college.
I thought it was college.
It was at All-Star games. We would play. I played a lot of pickup with Broussard.
Oh, okay.
He went to a Division III school, but we never played against each other.
I got you.
Wait, real quick. I heard that there was at every single All-Star game. There's a pickup game for media members.
Yeah, there was.
Well, no, there still was this last weekend, but it was on Sunday at like 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
but where?
It was like in downtown San Francisco at a middle school. I heard about the game, but I couldn't get up that early.
Chris Haynes for the finals.
You
That's
needed
different,
a credential.
Evan. They had that same game that I played in, hoisted up 14 shots, but
Chris Haynes is good, by the way.
Oh, no, he's a ball. He can still dunk.
Is he really?
Oh, yeah, he used to play in college.
Can I tell you Fresno State?
Stoney, can I tell you
he's from Fresno. I don't know if he played there.
Okay.
He's got game. I know. Yeah. But, Evan, that hurts. But, do we know who was in it?
Yeah.
Can you give me a...
I mean, I wouldn't know now. I know the...
Where was I at?
You weren't invited.
You would have been at a court at 7:30 in the morning on the Sabbath?
Oh, Evan, I do you got 5:30 in the morning. I'm doing on Fridays. Not today. I want to get to when we're done out of here, I want to get to the bottom of how I was omitted and didn't know about this game.
Yeah, only credentialed writers could play.
Oh, writers. Well, there's ringers.
I don't know. Best basketball playing
Evan, I'm really hurt.
Media member besides me would be.
What's up, E?
Remember a guy named Rick Tellander? Great columnist out of Chicago. Hey, I heard Tim Kirkjian's a good basketball player, the baseball
Come
writer.
on.
Yeah, he is. No, he's a good pickup player.
And he's like 5'5"
Well,
or
we know
5'6".
that.
But yeah, no, I've heard he's good. I really have.
Well, I'm not a writer. Some say I'm not a host.
You know what? We forgot to mention this. The Don Nelson shot against the Lakers that popped up in the air, 1969. 650 is talking about that one, too.
Damn.
All right. Let's get to Anthony Slater, even though it won't be as entertaining as my various careers in pickup basketball. All right. Anthony Slater on Jonathan Kuminga.
I think that was termed in a scarier way than reality by Steve. Like, my sense is probably maybe early road trip coming up. Again, this is more educated guessing, speculation, I guess you could say. It's coming. They got to get him in a scrimmage. That'll come pretty soon. Post All-Star break was always kind of, it had become the timing on what has been a really bad ankle sprain. We'll see. I mean, like I said, he's got to get through the scrimmaging, and maybe that's why Steve's using some of the cautious language, but I don't think we're that far away from a Jonathan Kuminga return.
Yeah, and what Slater's referring to is, Kerr's done about 3 or 4 interviews in the last day or two, and whenever Kuminga's name's been brought up, he's like, yeah, he's not close. He's still not close. And when I heard that, I thought, oh boy, it sounds like a few weeks. But really, I think Slater's right. I think we're talking about late next week.
Okay, let's hope
that he'll be back.
So definitely not for Iggy's retirement ceremony.
No,
okay.
No, he won't play Sunday. Right. But the other thing was Kerr was talking about Kuminga. Oh, so even though Kerr said, it's not going to be a while, then later on he was quoted as saying, a week or two. So we're in the open window for Jonathan Kuminga.
So 29 left.
27.
27. He's not going to play these next two. So
Probably
that's 25.
not.
Man.
Right. Yeah.
And let's just say 3. Boy.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, think about where they'd be without Butler and Kuminga. No, I've never broken anybody's ankles. I'm not that quick. Although, I've had my ankles broken. What are you looking at, Goo?
I'm hurt.
Why?
That game.
Which game?
The 7:30 game. No, seriously, man. How did that get out of my grasp?
You know what? Just so people know that I can make a jerk out of myself. I ever tell you about the time I was on the front page?
I need to hear it.
I was on the front page of the Reading Times sports section after we played Reading High in a game.
Okay.
You know what the picture was? They had a guy named Nate Merritt.
Sound like a brother.
He was. He was quick. They have a picture of him crossing me over, and I'm basically sitting on my ass because I fell backwards.
I got a big ass.
And the picture was just like.
I wish we could find it.
I think I might be able to.
Boys, he gave it to you, the ha-ha, huh? That's why you hate the ha-ha.
I mean, he ha-ha.
Yeah,
me.
boy, sounds like
I mean, the only thing he didn't do was stop and look at me after he.
I appreciate the honesty.
Nate Merritt was,
There's nothing worse than getting the business, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
They captured for all eternity. All right, more Slater. And here we go.
A lot of these teams view certain picks in higher regard than others. Would you rather have the 2029 Warriors pick or the 2029 Spurs pick or the 2029 Thunder pick? You'd all want the Warriors pick. This is a post-Steph Curry era you're looking at, and I think those future picks are really valued by the league. And, again, if you unprotect a 2029 or a 2031 Warriors pick, that's like a real jewel in this league for a team that might be trying to rebuild. Not that that's the only asset you got to give, but I think those are really high-level assets where you pair with, if it was a Kuminga in a sign and trade or, you got to match contracts, Draymond's contract's big, Jimmy Butler, if he's potentially retraded down the line, you have contract matching ability. And then, Podziemski's on a really good deal. So they have they don't have the best asset covered in the league. You'd probably say the Thunder do, but the Thunder also don't want to add a bunch of future money. They're very protective of what they have. So, yeah, I mean, it's a long way of answering your question. I do think they have a nice little asset cover to go get somebody.
So help me here.
When is that going to happen?
Was he saying essentially that if the Warriors start talking about a willingness to trade unprotected first-round picks in 2029, that pick is so valuable that it would fetch them something like big? Did I hear that correctly?
I guess I would ask you, why would it be, how can we determine now that it would be so valuable then?
Well, because
Curry would be 41 years old.
Right.
Or
okay,
gotcha.
Yeah, and the Thunder the Thunder are coming.
All right.
And
they're here.
So yeah, I mean, so what Slater's saying is that's why the Warriors have to be real careful about trading an unprotected future first. But what Slater's saying is that if they ever would include one of those or two of those, I'm sure it would be for a monster deal. It would be for a big deal.
Well, I think he's also saying to the people that think they're done making moves this summer, if they're open to that idea, you could go out and get someone big to pair with your now big three. Like if, Guru's excited about next season.
Right.
Well, it could be because they're willing to trade a pick like 2029 to go get another big boy.
And that's what Broussard was alluding to on Willard and Dibbs, but he used Draymond. He was saying if they wanted to do something and maybe use Draymond, and now you got me thinking about Kevin Durant coming back to Golden State. But, I mean, I've already seen it now, Steiny. Steph and Dre are intertwined. They're going out together. And
we don't know that.
Well, you're right, but doesn't it feel that way?
I think it's, you know what? I think it's too soon to tell. There's still 2.5 more years.
We'll see.
I still think it's within the realm of possibility they move off Draymond. And they might move off him his last year, send him to Detroit or something. I don't know.
Yeah. But I'll tell you this, is somehow, let's just say in the next 2 years or 2.5, 3 years, Donnie, if somehow Joe Lacob, Steph, Dre, and Jimmy Butler are able to get the fifth, I'm telling you, as the president of Dub Nations, Donnie, I'm dubbing myself that, no pun intended, you could go 4 years of crap basketball and I'll be like, I'll be right here watching.
How about 10?
Well,
you win a title this year,
dude.
You should never.
Evan, can you imagine how fat of a rat we would be with another parade?
Listen,
dude, take your time. We're here. Nobody tripping.
Did you hear Kenny Smith during All-Star Weekend? Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area interviewed him. I think Bonte was on there too.
I missed that.
And they were talking, and Monty Poole asked Kenny Smith, does it feel like to you the way it feels to all of us that Steph just doesn't get as many calls as other superstars?
What did he say?
He said, "You got to be kidding me. You guys are so spoiled out here. It's
I got to go find this."
He goes, "Well, you want Steph Curry to shoot 9 free throws a game."
Well, it's got up since Jimmy Butler.
He's going to shoot. So he's going to score 39 a game instead of 30. He's like, you guys are so spoiled.
Did you watch Luka when he was in Dallas?
6'9".
With some fat. Yeah. Luka's depressed. Man.
So
you're saying 10 years. I said 4, but Stoney, I'd be like, look, man, everything's good in the hood, man.
Seriously, what's the most free throws per game a player 6'3" and under has ever got in a season?
I got to believe it's Allen Iverson.
I was thinking Iverson, maybe.
It's got to believe.
Let me.
I got to believe Evan. He lived on the floor.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. But it's like all the guards that are foul baiters, they're all 6'5" and up.
I've never heard that.
I'm going to check another guy.
Baiters.
I'm going to check Tiny Archibald.
That's a good call.
Because he led the league one year in scoring and assists.
That's a good call.
Yeah, it sounds like he was short.
That's a good call.
See, this is what bothers me. I go to look up his
NBA reference.
He's not listed under Nate Archibald.
Tiny.
Yeah, that's not his real name.
Evan just foul baiter. That is awesome.
Oh yeah, there it is. Tiny Archibald averaged 11 free throws a game in 71-72.
Oh, good Lord.
When he was, he averaged, and then the next year's when he averaged 34 with 11.4 assists. That year he got to the line 10 times.
See, they couldn't keep up with him, so they were fouling.
He was great.
Man.
Tiny Archibald was.
Just think about that.
Incredible.
11 point. You're going to the line. You got to make them, but damn.
Yeah, what'd he shoot?
Oh, YouTube chat's got a good one. Trae Young probably gets to the line a lot.
Good man. He gets way better whistle than he's great.
Did you hear what just happened last night to Trae Young?
No.
Oh, he's going to get fined. He was saying these refs now take stuff personally. You wouldn't believe the way they talk on the floor.
But he's been running hot since the All-Star snub.
Yeah. Was that Trae Young or Draymond?
It was Trae Young. It was Trae Young, the flopper in chief. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. A little bit of a free-for-all, but I promise on the other side we'll get to this Chris Broussard sound. Chris Broussard, of course, works for Fox.
First
FS1,
things first. Yep.
FS1, and probably second best D3 player in the media.
Stop!
All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good on 95.7 The Game.
It's Friday, and your boys happy.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Not anymore, Priest.
The shit. Man, where's he? That's what I don't like. Call back and just say it's on and pop it now.
We'll see.
Remember, he was saying this thing it was right. It's done.
But I think he really wants him to go more to Kuminga and the younger players because he doesn't like to see older players.
So you're saying he ain't excited about Butler?
I think he probably is. Yeah. How can you not? I mean, honestly, how can you not?
There you go.
How can you not?
Hey, during the break, real quick here, text Slater that Evan's right. That game did take place.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
The media of the Ryder game.
You did not do that.
Oh, yeah. I asked him, did he play? He said he didn't play.
Did you ask him who played?
No.
Ask him. As long as you texted him now, ask him.
I do got to be honest. I should have asked who played, but I don't want to bombard him with that.
Do it right now.
It was on earlier.
Just ask him who played.
You want to know.
I do want to know.
I was told it was set up. It's usually set up by a media member from the host city.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have been, obviously it wasn't Slater because he didn't play, but it would have been one of the Warriors media members.
Oh.
You think Kirk Lake up?
CJ Holmes isn't working for the Chronicle anymore, is he?
No, he's with the Nets. Or the New York Daily News.
Yeah, he was the guy who played at Auburn.
No. Yeah, you're right. Auburn? You looked up his stats.
He didn't play much, but he played Division I. Shh. What?
You don't say that.
What?
He didn't play much.
I've told you that we've discussed this. As a Division III player, I would have rather gotten a scholarship to Division I and never played.
That bothers me.
Yeah, I'm telling you the truth.
Damn.
You know how much student loans I came out of college with that I had to pay back?
Well, if you never played at D, you wouldn't have got a scholarship.
Well, what do you mean?
My man.
Well, no, I was hoping to get a scholarship.
Yeah, but if you're a scholarship player, you play. If you ride the bench,
I was going to
Mom, Dad.
There were 2 Division I schools that I could have gone to, and I would have tried to make the team. One team I wouldn't have made.
But usually as a walk-on, you're not a scholarship player.
Well, you can walk on and then get a scholarship.
See,
but
we're
talking about they love you.
You're a competitor. You would have rather played at a D3 than rolled the pine for a D1.
No, I would rather gone to a Division I school and proven I could play there because I'm still bitter about that. I could have played in the Ivy League.
But you wouldn't have played.
I would have played in the Ivy. I could have played for Dartmouth or Brown.
But you would have been like me at the Lucky Break.
But I couldn't get into those schools either. I didn't have the grades.
I'm playing.
Yeah,
I'm bench riding.
I would have. By the way, somebody asked me the 2 schools that. No, never mind. Let's go to Broussard. Now, we've been putting this off. So
Willard and Dibbs yesterday.
Chris Broussard, FS1, longtime NBA writer. He was talking to them about the whole Durant situation with the Warriors. And Broussard thinks that KD might have made a big mistake. Take a listen.
Had he gone back this time, I think he would have been viewed, if he would have helped them win a championship or even get close, I think he would have been viewed more as a savior. Like, the Warriors are not the 73-win Warriors anymore. They'll be fortunate to get in the official playoffs. I mean, they'll probably make the play-in, but they'll be fortunate to actually get in the final 8. And if he were there and he helped them get close to a championship, I think he would have got a ton of credit. And had he led them to a championship, I think it would have been viewed as his best championship ever. Whereas staying in Phoenix, he is like, I mean, he's like off the radar. He's playing great individually. They'll be lucky to make the play-in, right? They're in 11th spot right now. And so I just think that he had the choice of staying in Phoenix and basically being in basketball Siberia for the rest of the season, or making a run with the Warriors that really would have, put him in the mix of the NBA championship race. And he chose, the former, which I thought was a huge mistake.
Oh, God, man. And
well, the question that
go ahead,
to me that I have is, would the Warriors? It's hard to imagine, and I know it's only 4 games. It's hard to imagine the Warriors would have looked better with Durant than they do with Butler, right?
But you got that history.
What do you think about that?
No, I'm with you. But I'm watching Durant more now, and not with a critical eye, but I'm like, you're so great, but does it transcend your team? And he's just a part of it. But Steiny, why would he not want to take on getting out of Siberia, which is Phoenix, getting back with Dre and Steph and taking a run at it? That's why I really went to sleep thinking this trade is imminent, like it's coming, and but he said no to that, and now I'm watching them last night. You lose to the Spurs, the first game out to break without Wemby. They don't have Wemby, so I don't know. But to answer your question, I got to put some respect on this 27 points a game or 26, Donnie. I got to believe the impact would be what it is with Jimmy through 4 games. Because that's how low we were.
They're different players.
No doubt about it.
They're different players.
And I'm watching him move on defense, Donnie, and he's not a turnstile at all. But Kevin Durant, he ain't 25-year-old Kevin Durant.
No, not at all.
And he looks like he's coming out his shoes all the time, but he's incredible. But why is that team with that guy, along with Devin Booker, why are they just hemorrhaging like that? Don't tell me it's because of Nurkic.
They're just names. They're just names now. Bradley Beal?
Well, would you have said that about Jimmy Butler before the trade, that he's just,
Well, in fairness, I hadn't really watched.
Right.
We hadn't really watched a lot of Jimmy Butler, especially this year.
See, I didn't need to. I felt like that 23 final where he took Denver against Denver, I still felt like he had that. Although he was sprained MCL, I believe, that had him off to – he didn't play any playoffs last year.
I believe Kevin Durant did not want to be traded in the middle of the season, which is what he said. He said, I didn't want to get traded in the middle of the season. I actually believe that.
Do you understand it, though?
Yeah, I do understand it.
As opposed to,
as opposed to getting traded in the offseason.
Or having a chance at a run with Curry and Dre.
Well, for the life of me,
and he might have thought, I got the same action here in Phoenix. You don't, but I could see how you kind of could talk yourself into that.
I mean, for the life of me, I cannot understand. Not that Durant doesn't want to come back. I cannot understand Warrior fans not understanding why he wouldn't come back. I mean, it is so obvious to me why he wouldn't want to, or why any person wouldn't want. Like,
my chamber's empty on this. Not.
So I don't think you're putting yourself in Durant's spot, though. Like, if you were Kevin Durant, it would be hard to come back to the Warriors.
Yeah, but this is I guess I'm going to throw it right back at you before I go. What's your number one item on the list as to why it would be so hard?
I think there's multiple reasons.
Because you chose to leave us. We wanted you.
Right.
Curry took a 747 jet to New York, to Brooklyn to try to get you to stop. So
so that tells you he wanted to get out of here. Yeah. Like, he wanted out. He didn't like the way they played. He laughed at the whole thing. They played with joy.
He did.
He thought that was a joke. He didn't really love Steve Kerr. I don't care if he's best friends with Draymond Green now. I mean, you can't tell me what happened with Draymond didn't mean anything.
So where are we at with him? Is he going to – and I'm just asking. I know come on, Stoney, all time, but it looks like he may be wearing another jersey in his career again. And Phoenix will be a locale. Brooklyn, you can talk to me all day. You had COVID. You had everything going on. Kyrie and Harden hurt. But, man, Stoney, what does this look like? And that's why I brought this up to you and Evan the other day. Not that he's getting a pass, but it kind of feels like, what is this going to look like on the ledger when you were with Booker and Beal? And please, if anybody can refrain of just throwing rocks and barbecue sauce on Bradley Beal on how done he is, I mean, this is going to be a stop where Durant wasn't successful.
Okay. I don't, how old is he now?
I want to say 30.
Durant?
Yeah.
Same age as Curry.
He's 36, Durant.
Yeah.
Damn.
He's got 2 more years of NBA experience on his.
And he can do the LeBron, though, with his height, his frame, is shooting over people.
The bottom line is, Durant's just a scorer.
And that's what, you know what, when you say that.
He was way more well-rounded as a player when he was with the Warriors.
Wow, Scotty, maybe that's what it is.
So think about it. They got Beal who scores, Booker who scores, Durant who scores. Yeah. They have 3 scores.
That's a front office error.
It doesn't work. And that's why I think when Kuminga comes back, I look at, and I know they're different levels, but I look at Curry, Butler, Kuminga.
Variety.
Like I look at Parker, Ginobili, Duncan.
Yeah, I love it.
Right, and Greg Popovich brought Ginobili off the bench because he always felt it was impossible to start the game and get 3 guys involved.
I love it.
And I think that's what I think of when I think of Kuminga. You want Kuminga to, you're not, if you start Kuminga, Butler, and Steph, it's going to be hard to have all 3 guys scoring and finding a rhythm right off the bat.
But if you watch those Spurs games, Donnie, who was in the ending lineup? All 3 of those dudes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because they all could use the game to work, to get their rhythm kind of at their own pace. Here's more Chris Broussard about Jimmy Butler and what he thinks Jimmy Butler does for the Warriors and where they might go in the future.
I would shop Draymond if I'm the Warriors. If I was able to get Kevin Durant by moving Draymond Green, I would do that. You need Draymond's spirit and his defense. They need that because it's a great mix with Steph, but Jimmy Butler could fill that void. So if you had Jimmy Butler, Steph, and KD, I do think that's a team capable of winning a championship. And so I would certainly continue to pursue KD if I'm the Warriors.
I mean,
wow.
I mean,
I hate to
sign me up. With all due respect to Draymond, but you got to make that move if you could. But it's not just going to be Draymond, though. They're going to have to move somebody else.
But I guess it's such a wound for me, Stoney, that hasn't healed because of what I chose to do and believe this last go-round before Butler was announced. It's like the girl telling you, yeah, I'll think about going out with you, going back to my single days, and it never really happens. And then she says it again, and now hearing that, when I go off and we leave each other today, and be like, so there's a long shot. Maybe he could come back. And, I don't want to do that to myself. It's torture. Mental torture.
Get your hopes up?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I got you.
I'm good at that.
I got you.
And then you get hurt, I'm the king of it.
I don't know. If Draymond were included in a trade with Durant, would he feel better about coming back here? I don't know.
Huh?
I mean, I don't know. He's a different kind of dude. Different stuff makes him tick. So, I don't know.
We'll see.
He makes 50-something million, right?
That's why the Draymond
makes 25.
I was like, so, it can't be a swap.
They don't have Wiggins anymore to trade.
I got you.
I depending on what happens, I don't think they would move Butler for Durant. Unless the Warriors, I don't know, totally flame out.
And that's what it would have to be.
But I can't,
that's what it would have to be. And who sees that?
Who sees what?
Them flaming out. Like, the flame is on, and I can't wait tonight at 7. Evan on the here on the station. So I'm excited, Stoney.
As long as we're talking about Durant and Draymond, listen to what Shams Charania said about, remember this guy, this is the guy we coveted 5 years ago, Giannis.
Giannis Antetokounmpo loves the Bucks, but I'm here to tell you he loves winning more, and that's why everyone within that Bucks organization, they know what's at stake this season. They know the pressure, and every summer when Giannis looks around and he looks at the Bucks' current roster, he looks at sustained long-term winning. Where will he be able to find that? And he has said publicly on the record, if he feels like that's not attainable anymore in Milwaukee, he will look elsewhere. But, of course, he has tried always to make everything work in Milwaukee.
So that's Shams Charania.
Yeah.
Giannis is 30 now. He's 30 years old. And, boy, he's been in the league 12 years.
Man.
Still playing at a very, very high level.
Let's just take the Warriors and, what are you talking about it for then? I do believe Giannis will not end his career in Milwaukee. It might not be Golden State, Stoney, and I said this to you even when we were doing remote radio. He lives little crumbs about, we got to see. And I think Portland and Dame and swapping out Dame for Holiday, man, they're going the wrong direction. And this Portis injury doesn't help them. But, man, if they flame out early in the playoffs, which I could see, I mean, man, you're telling me Giannis could be had? My God.
What Giannis said, this report was, Shams reported this, and then did you hear what Giannis said when he was kind of asked about this?
Oh, no.
He said, I'm never going to ask for a trade from Milwaukee. I'm never going to ask for a trade. He said, I'm never going to ask for a trade from Milwaukee. They're going to have to, kick me out of here.
And his deal is up when? What's he got left?
And if they want to kick me out of here, they can kick me out of here, but I'm not the kind of guy that's going to ask for a trade.
Does he got 2 more on his deal? Wow. That's heavy if he said that. Because I'm to believe him then. But, man, if you're dealing, man, oh, man.
He's got next year, the year after, and then he's got a player option for 2027, 2028. So he's making 48 this year.
But if 54. They were to get knocked out well, they're not because they're in the East. But if they were to get knocked out in the first round.
They could get knocked out in the first round. They're not that good.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about the teams they would be playing in the first round.
What are they now in the standings? I haven't looked at the Eastern Conference standings in a while. I'll bet they're 6th.
They're 5th.
5th or 6th? All right. They still probably got action.
Not going to have their toughest player for quite some time.
Got Kuzma.
Oh.
Stephen A., I know, our friend of the show. He says, I'm paraphrasing, Kuzma looks like Bob McAdoo now, that move, because of this injury to Portis. Like, at least it gives you some slither of hope that you're going to miss him. It's going to hurt and sting. But the fact they got Kuzma, you would hope would alleviate that loss. But, man.
Oh. Kuzma just got married, I believe, over the All-Star break. Oh, engaged. And she's famous? Is she a singer?
I think she's a model.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's got going on.
Let's go to
That wasn't nice, Evan. Hold on.
Okay. Well, it's not basketball.
But guys have babies during the season, and we throw flowers and confetti like we should.
He stinks.
You guys are...
I can't stand him.
I know you guys can't.
I don't.
It's hard to defend a lot of guys here lately.
Basically, what Evan was saying though is, if an NBA player either dates or is married to a model, they don't have their priorities straight.
But we all need love.
They don't think the game's important.
Yeah, notice how Josh Allen got engaged right before the postseason. He flamed out.
Man.
Telmo in the city.
Our man.
What's up, Telmo? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
All right.
I don't know your schedule, but there's a little happiness in Guru's voice, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume it's payday Friday.
Telmo, I try to live my life being happy every day you call, but that kind of hurt, man.
I know, but you got a little extra something on payday Fridays. There's a little extra razzle dazzle on there. No, but okay. I was just thinking, K50 whatever. Couldn't they do a sign-in trade with Kuminga and Draymond Green to get to that total? To get Kuminga like 27, whatever, which is going to be about market rate, and then get Draymond in there and do the two of them. And real quick, I called yesterday, but I waited for a while, and then I had to get off before I could get on the air. Steiny, I know you were, doing your Steiny thing about how unfair it would be to Kuminga and having come back from this and now being the third guy. The way I look at it, Kuminga hasn't got minutes. He hasn't got run. All year we talked about Kuminga's price going down. This is a great opportunity for him to play with Curry and to play with Jimmy Buckets, because now he's going to be facing the third best defender on the opposition at any given time. And if he's coming off the bench, he's going to be facing even worse defenders than if he was a starter. So this is an opportunity for him to get some run and get his shine on a little bit. And I think if he realizes the situation he's in, and having played championship basketball, I think he's going to acquiesce a little bit to the fact that, like, hey, I'm going to have more space, more opportunity. Let me do what the team needs me to do and show that I'm a valuable asset on a contract year.
So do you want him coming off the bench or being in the starting lineup with Curry and Butler?
Well, it depends on the situation. It depends who they're playing against. It depends the team, the size, the other team's athleticism, right? But you guys talked about shooting yesterday, and I think traditionally Kerr liked more shooters because he needed to spread out the perimeter so Curry could get his shots. But now I think they can space the court out from the interior out. With Kuminga on the court, with Jimmy Buckets on the court, I think those guys are such a threat on the inside that they can't just hedge all their bets on the perimeter. those guys can use their athleticism to get inside and create shots for Curry from the inside out and create some opportunity that way. I don't think it all has to be 3-point shooters on the perimeter.
I got you.
It's not like you got a lot either.
I mean, I just, like, to me, it's going to be, I'm very interested in how it's going to work with Kuminga.
How can you not?
And, to my way of thinking, I don't like three, but they're not really ball dominant. Like, I think he can play with Butler and Curry. He just has to figure out how to play with Butler and Curry.
And that's not an easy ask, And I'll say this. We all wondered how Jimmy Butler was going to fit with the Warriors. We got 4 games, and so far so good, right? And now we'll see how, the next part of that, Stoney, unfortunately, is how will Kuminga fit with Jimmy, and how will there be any domino effect?
Hey, you know what I forgot to mention today? What? We learned something.
Everything.
And it blew me away. I'm trying to think. Who do we have on yesterday?
Mo Spades.
Don't let me.
You are awesome.
Can I announce it?
Yeah, you are awesome.
So
are we sure that this is
I'm
true?
positive, man. I read it.
I think it's true.
I read it.
I think it's true.
And you don't say what you're about to say if it was just a rumor.
I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say it.
No, come on.
I think he dated Taylor Swift.
And I think he did too.
A little while ago, Mo Spades. Evan, can you get confirmation?
Well, I just Googled Mo Spades and Taylor Swift. The first thing that popped up was, before Travis Kelce, there was Mo Spades.
And there was a song she dedicated about him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, like every song she wrote in the first 5 years was about a guy.
Mo,
hey.
You think Mo, man, but she was as big as she was.
Let's just let it there.
But we should have asked him. Would you have the cojones?
I would not have asked him.
I would. Hey, Mo.
I would.
Street said.
Like, who cares?
He's got charisma.
Do. We had to, man.
What's he going to say?
Yeah, that was my girl. We kicked it.
I would not have asked him.
You know why it's funny? I thought Travis was the first. We all did, right? He was the first athlete to date her. Now we find out he wasn't.
I've never thought about it before. I mean, how old is she? 35? I'm sure she's had more than one.
That's your thing. I don't know.
I'm sure she had more than one relationship in her life.
I'm sure some were nerds and conservative, not ball players.
She's from where I grew up.
Reading.
Yeah, actually, in a smaller place called Wyomissing.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's the most famous coming from there.
Yeah, but she moved to Nashville when she was like 7 years old.
So who's the most famous from Reading? It ain't you.
Steiny's a close second.
Donyell Marshall.
Yeah, good call.
Stu Jackson.
I'm going Stu.
Lonnie?
John Updike, the author.
Never heard of him.
Run, Rabbit, Run. Michael Constantine. He was the principal in the show Room 222.
Oh, come on.
Michael Constantine, yeah.
Marley Gibbs.
That I'm not sure of. I can't speak to that. All right.
You got the goal, my brother.
Yes, we do.
Lonnie Walker.
What's bugging you?
A job.
Oh, Lonnie Walker. Yeah, he's with the Sixers.
If you call that.
What's bugging you coming up next? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control and the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
He didn't get it in the hole.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
Hey, Steve.
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time, which means we are joined by Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. And coming up in 10 minutes, the What's Bugging You segment.
The fellas.
Which also will include the What's Bugging You tag, which I will read. And that's always an excursion.
It's always the best part.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It's always the best part.
Boy.
Yeah.
Support. Hey, how you guys doing? Uh-oh.
That might have been
going
me.
on?
That might have been me.
Okay.
That might have been me. My bad. My fault. What is happening? Happy Friday, everybody. Yeah.
We had kind of a kooky show today.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. That's what Fridays are for. Get loose.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, good.
We didn't solve any problems, but we punched the clock.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's exciting.
Gave you guys your flowers for your 2 interviews, Broussard and Kerr.
Yeah.
You guys do great interviews, man.
Well, thanks. That's on them. They both had stuff to say. Steve's always good. Steve's the best.
We actually...
What stood out to you?
Well, we used
we did
2 quotes and built a segment or 2 off them. First one was the great soundbite on what was caught on Court of Gold that he spoke to.
Yep.
It was like a minute about... And I said, Curry's the greatest face of a franchise in sports history.
No, this one we got in the fight.
Right,
yeah.
but then Steve apparently said he's actually the greatest human being who's ever lived.
I know.
Who he's ever met.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's so.
Well, I believe him.
He left out Jesus and Moses and other great humans.
Never met him. So again,
Gandhi.
you can only speak to the experiences you have, and apparently to Steve Kerr, Steph Curry's the greatest human being who's ever walked face the earth. So
I get it.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I said. So I was like, and I've said this before. Actually, I said it 5 years ago to Bob Myers, and he was very intrigued by it.
Okay.
But
and you gave yourself your flowers earlier.
Oh my dear!
And you were talking about a 7-minute victory lap, and Evan's like, "Would it take you 7 minutes to walk around, whatever?" Yeah. But no, go ahead. I'm not trying to deprive you of your flowers, but
I love you.
It was a little much earlier.
Yeah,
it was a little much.
Yeah,
as an audience member, it was a little much. But go ahead.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep.
Guru said Michael Jordan.
And tell him who else I said. I had another one.
Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
Better. Much better.
Right. That's what I said, too.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Jordan.
Who's much better?
No, I said they would go on my Mount Rushmore
Jeter
with Steph for a face of a franchise.
Jeter's a better face of a franchise than Jordan.
And Steiny's had a problem. He don't like Mike, but he had a problem with, well, we don't know that. I said, no, those dudes are presidential like Curry is to me. That's all.
I'm just saying.
Tom Brady could
Jordan
be up there.
Wasn't a great teammate at times.
Well, and you invoked
teammates.
the gambling, which I think is, a
stain.
He got kicked out of the league for 2 years.
Did he?
Wink, wink.
Did he?
Allegedly.
Right. Right. And allegedly his dad got murdered because of his debts.
No,
I did already.
That's
also alleged.
Yeah, I put it out there.
Well, then why did he get kicked out of the league?
I don't know if it's
that
alleged.
Is conjecture.
I don't know if it's alleged.
It's all alleged.
It's all.
Do you have sources?
Do you?
They got shows.
And that's why I would never put that out there. He's putting it out there.
It's an internet rumor. We could say the same thing has been alleged about Andrew Wiggins' absence.
Exactly.
But nobody knows.
Right.
Nobody. Somebody knows. Nobody in this room does.
Nobody knows.
All right.
So Michael Jordan didn't get kicked out of the league.
We don't know.
Draymond Green, did he ever get suspended, Michael Jordan? Did he get... I mean, Ron Artest got suspended for 73 games because he went into the crowd. We know that.
Did Dustin Johnson get suspended?
No.
You don't know. The answer is you don't know.
Do you know?
No.
Exactly.
Okay. That's
Was it ever
saying.
officially...
All right.
Did Donald Trump get convicted?
Okay. Anyway, Steiny, what were you saying? Steiny, what were you saying?
And that's coming up in 10 minutes, but go ahead.
You guys.
Go ahead.
Oh, no.
I'll just do it during a commercial.
I love you.
It's what's bugging me. Let's go ahead.
Okay.
Anyway, go ahead.
Then the other thing we got some mileage out of was Dan Dibley asking Steve Kerr if Curry's shot was the greatest shot in the history
this is beautiful.
of basketball. And, Steve Kerr did a little Greg Cosell where he said, well, that was more like of a dagger three because we were up 6. But
I love it.
But he mentioned Jordan's shot over Craig Elo. And so then we had a lot of great ones called in, biggest shots ever.
Yeah.
Any sport. Like,
yeah, you guys apparently don't remember when Brett Favre Yeah. Oh, that's my mic, Steiny.
I got it.
All right, you got it?
Yeah.
You sure?
Oh, nothing happened. Go ahead, Willard. Yeah.
You guys don't remember that?
Brett Favre.
I think, what was it, Greg Clark or something, whatever. But what my favorite part of that phone call, because I was listening, was the guy called it a Hail Mary. He called it an 18-yard Hail Mary. I'm like, you can't throw a Hail Mary from the 18-yard line. That doesn't exist. A Hail Mary's got to be at least about 45 yards. Hail Mary is not from the 18-yard line. He threw it to an open receiver, and the receiver caught it in the end zone for a touchdown. Not a Hail Mary.
Because I was like, what Hail Mary?
You guys don't remember that?
No.
Yeah. Anyway, Brett Favre.
Greg Jennings.
No.
Oh, wasn't him.
No. It was
Antonio?
Donald Driver?
No, it wasn't wasn't a big name receiver.
Okay.
It literally was Greg something. Something. This is some white guy running around in the end zone, and Brett Favre threw it to him. Yeah, he beat the Niners.
But 18
in his
yards.
Vikings career.
Yeah.
Yes, an 18-yard Hail Mary. Anyway, Brett Favre can't be your favorite play of all time because he's a terrible human being. But
mine
anyway,
was the catch.
Yeah,
Mine was the catch.
That's
that
great.
one.
Yes.
Yeah, that stayed with
Coming
me.
from a Cowboy fan.
Yeah, no, it stayed with me.
Pretty
Well, and
special.
Steve Kerr actually said the Michael Jordan on Craig Elo,
Yeah, it
which,
was great.
if you think about it, in that moment where Elo tries to close out and he kind of half falls down, and Jordan hangs, he rises and he resets, and then he hits it, and then it's that big double pump before Tiger even fist pumped. Michael Jordan had the the double up, and so and Steve is right about the gold medal game, and I went back and I've watched it now 4 times in the past week or so, just because we're all talking about Steph and what Steph did, and if you want to watch that game, France cut it to 3. Wemby had a shot that he missed, and he went up and he offensive goaltended, which is actually legal in the international game, and all the American players were like, pointing to the ref, and they cut it to 3. And the next trip down, Steph gets one of those classic pump, relocation, 3,
I
bang,
got you in the blender
to put him up 6. And that, for me, was the bigger 3 than the famous golden dagger, which Steve is right.
4 dudes on him, it felt like.
And, well, you go from up 6 to up 9 with 38 seconds left. It was probably already over. For me, the bigger 3 was the first one he hit of the 4, where that thing was getting away from him.
Man, they needed him.
Greg Lewis.
Yeah, I was just
Greg Lewis.
All right.
Yeah, Greg Lewis.
And I was thinking when he was a Packer, damn it, it was a Viking. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, beat the Niners on the last play of the game.
What's one for you, just growing up, just one that play?
The play? Like the absolute play? We're doing
anything.
Any sport? Any sport?
Yeah, Kirk Gibson was on mine, too.
We did a lot of sports.
Kirk Gibson.
I'm channeling my inner Willard right now, and I think that I have your answer, and I don't want to say it because I'm hoping I'm right.
And you'll be honest if you're wrong.
Of course. Yep.
Go ahead.
Ishikawa.
No.
I brought that
up.
I mean,
no, because that was like.
We debunked that.
I brought it.
That was like a dagger.
No, that was. No.
That was a walk-off.
It was a walk-off.
Yeah, but this game was tied.
Right.
The 2 on, nobody out.
I mean, they were probably going to score.
Dude,
You're right.
he was nowhere, my dude.
Yeah.
His career was over.
No,
he was brought back off the scrap heap.
If you want
I'm sorry.
the actual thing that goes like through my spine, and largely the Ishikawa thing, like I was an adult by then. It's a little different when you're a kid.
Right.
It was Will Clark's shot back up the middle against the Cubs.
Oh, okay.
In the NLCS, that essentially now I think it was the bottom of the 8th, so it wasn't a walk-off.
Oh boy, it doesn't count.
But it gave the Giants it broke a 1-1 tie. Long at bat against Mitch Williams.
The lefty.
Vin Scully on the national call. And day baseball game, playoff games during the day back then.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think I watched this at school because back then teachers were cool and they would turn stuff like that on in the middle of your classroom.
Wow.
And Will Clark went through a lengthy at bat with the wild thing, Mitch Williams, and then knocked him right back up the middle with the bases loaded to break a 1-1 tie, make it 3-1, and the Giants were on their way to the World Series. The earth was about to start shaking a week later. We didn't know that at the time, but that was the first time Giants made the World Series in my life. So
that was a battle, too.
Yeah.
Yep. That's a great one.
Yeah, that's the one that comes to my mind.
And it's always funny because, like, the moments that you remember either as a kid or if you were there somehow matter more than those ones that are otherwise. And so for me, the Barron over Kirilenko will always be a moment, even though, and Steiny, you're always quick to point this out, and I love that you do, they lost that series in 5. It's not like that led to, a fairy tale. That was the moment. Yes, Goo. I mean, we can go. We can re-adjudicate that entire series.
I can give you the play-by-play of the last 2 minutes of both first and second game.
And you were there for all of it. But that moment, even though it was a moment that led to, nothing, that moment, ultimately for me, in my heart, having been there with a couple of other former radio co-hosts on the far end of the gymnasium in that moment, it was like, oh my God. And then they showed the replay during the timeout, the media timeout, after Mike Tirico, oh! And Hubie, hello!
That is, man.
And I was hoping that you guys could get Hubie on at some point here, like you and Guru, to have Hubie Brown on, because he's retiring.
Yeah. Right.
But in that moment, 91. Tirico's yelling and hello! And I mean, that's TV great, call for me, because I was in the building, I didn't have the radio or the TV call, but that's one of those moments where it's like, whatever it led to, who cares?
Look how much we've changed in, how many years was that? When was the We Believe team?
2007.
Okay, so
oh boy, I got another kid.
In 18 years, look how much we've changed, because back then, a second round out was worthy of a documentary.
Yeah.
And now a second round out just leads to everybody being pissed off.
Who's getting fired?
Yeah. So and that's us.
Well, the doc never was completed.
Yeah, whatever. But we still
I'm waiting.
I don't believe we're ever going to see it.
Probably not.
All the smoke.
Yeah, exactly.
Tune in.
Got the way.
Actually, that documentary should be how the documentary's about to happen, and then everyone stopped and got high. That's pretty much, and that should be the end of the doc. It's about 8 minutes long. Like that. That should be it. All right? Be about as long as their playoff run, but whatever.
Wow.
Nice. A moment.
That's a 4.
That's man.
Yeah.
All right. Time for What's Bugging You. Hey, it's a new one. Oh, boy. February's pest of the month is rodents. Rodents are the pets of the month. Pests of the month. Whether it's rats or mice, the experts at ATCO, they have you covered. They can get rid of those pesky critters without using poison. They can even seal your home so rodents can't get in. So to protect your home or business and to give you some peace of mind, visit ATCOPestControl.com today to check out their special promotions. Say goodbye to rodents for good, only with ATCO. Rodent-free for good.
You nailed it, Steiny. And,
my man.
I mean, you had me getting emotional because I lost my mother-in-law about 4 weeks ago, and I'm thinking back to 3 years ago when my then fiance and I lived with her parents as we were trying to buy a house and all the rest of it, and they had a rat problem. And they didn't have ATCO. What they had was multiple traps set up. So part of my morning routine was, Dan, and my late great mother-in-law would summon me to let me know that she thought that a trap got triggered. And so up in the attic I go, and your boy in his 50s, Mark, the last thing I want to do is be going up on a ladder at 7:14 in the morning. Dude,
there's no age
everywhere.
where I wanted to go on a ladder, but anyway.
So you go up there and you look, and it's like, it's a lot of droppings. It's like dropping
but
palooza.
Nothing in the trap.
Oh, yeah. In the trap, what you found was...
stop.
Dude, I'm talking about like a 2-footer. Had to be like a 12-pounder.
Oh, God.
And so now, bigger.
What?
Bigger. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And I'm talking like fat like the sandwich we all used to eat in our 20s. Like, yeah, let me get that sandwich and let me get a bag of chips too.
I got rat phobia, man.
Dude, like 4 days in a row. Dan, and so I love you, Mima. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Rest in power. She had me up the ladder, and if we had ATCO, your boy wouldn't have had to go out there and fish out carcasses day after day.
Did you ever see one like run by you?
No.
Okay.
No, but I saw them after they got caught
That's my
up.
fear.
You just
rigor mortis.
Dude, this is a completely random visual.
I'm sorry.
You're making me think of this.
Yeah.
I was a camp counselor for Sports America Day Camp at Aragon High School in San Mateo.
Aragon.
Okay, so this is back probably
Up in the hills a little bit.
Little bit.
Yep,
but
yep.
like this is summer after, I don't know, sophomore year, whatever. Like as soon as you can start working, these were my first 2 jobs, Long's Drugs and camp counselor at Sports America Day Camp. And I go there and the Sports America Day Camp, it's the summertime, so there's nobody there. And you like, what are we doing today? Are we on the softball field? Or are we in the basketball court? We're at the gym that day playing hoop. And I take a break and I go out on, there's this little balcony on the backside of the gym, and I look down at the walk path that goes down from the gym to the baseball field. And I'm telling you, the rats were having a party.
No,
dude.
man.
It was
Ain't no party like a rat party.
Dance party. They're doing the samba.
Not even knowing you're watching.
I mean, just
that is
like 20 of them, and they're all that long, and they're just like summertime and the living's easy.
We got rat phobia, baby.
It was I was like, oh my God, I got it.
There's a lot of ivy up there, right, at Aragon?
A lot
Is that what
ivy.
man?
The rats love the ivy.
Is it like juniper bushes or what they're called?
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, those thick things where the ball goes into them, and that's the wrap. Like you're not finding those.
Oh, yeah. No, it's a rat is what it is. Yeah, Juniper and ivy. But anyway, I didn't mean to
all right,
jump the bit.
No, that's all right. Who wants
I'll go first.
Okay.
So, as we all know, last week was All-Star Weekend, so I got to attend a couple festivities. And in doing so, this just is a PSA to all the party throwers or security. Don't take your job too serious, because some of the things I saw last week were straight power moves of the guy or the gal knowing that you're in control of the line, the situation. I saw a no remain nameless, famous people try to get friends in. Some people, including your boy, try to go in and out. But there's a way to handle people and tell adults no. And there's a way to handle the power, because essentially you do have the power. But what I saw was Bobby Knights of security in regard to telling people no, whether you're a man or a gal. And it was the biggest turnoff, and it just reminded me of some people don't deserve that responsibility to have that power because they like to abuse it. And it was on full display. I told my guy Steiny earlier this week, like, I just saw some stuff on how, I don't know you, Willard, but I know you're abusing and enjoying saying no to any and everybody. Don't be that type of person when you got the power and everybody's just trying to have a good time and kick it. I don't like that, Dibs.
Yeah.
That's all.
No,
that's what's bugging me.
You're not wrong. And like Mark, when he takes phone calls, he does a great job of not exerting that power, because a lot of hosts, it's like once somebody tries to come down your road, it's like, bloop. Yeah. And then you do 30 seconds and you bury that caller and then you move on. But, you know, it's hard in our business. But if you got that velvet rope and you're standing there in your dark blazer with your earpiece, it's hard to not feel like you're out there running things.
Yeah, it's not that powerful of a power that we have in this business.
True.
Like some people have a velvet rope. An official has like the technical where they can hold the arms up.
Oh, tomorrow.
I mean, we have a mouse.
I'm back
we have
tomorrow.
a computer mouse where we can be like, drop. It literally says drop. And we can click it and then poof, you're gone.
That's too
here,
funny.
I'll get mine out of the way just because I've been saving, the guys know I've been saving this since Tuesday. Literally, I was like, I got to get this off my chest. And they're like, save it for Friday. I'm like, I have to eat this for 4 days.
You're going to eat it.
But I did it. We made it. We arrived. Here we are. I don't understand you human beings who can receive a text message and not reply. I don't get it. I don't understand. Are you that? Are you that much of a jerk that you can literally, and yes, I'm mainly tucking this into the idea of in our business, we reach out to people on the daily basis to see if they'll come on the show. And I don't know what the hell has happened since COVID, but people have decided I can just look at that, move on with my life, and say nothing. Even if they're your personal friend, I have no idea what has gotten into all of you. Like, it's no bother to just be like, no thanks. I'm busy. Can't today. Hope you're well. I don't know. Flip me off with an emoji. The gall to have the blue dot on your phone and just be like, gonna act like that doesn't even exist.
Oh, man.
Who do you think you are? It is I've never done that to someone. I've got people, you know this, you guys.
You hit nerves now, Mark.
Students and people who want to get into our business or whatever, or people who want us on their shows, who reach out every day. If I've never met you before, I'll at least be like, hey, like, appreciate the hustle.
Oh.
try me again in 3 months. I'm in the weeds. Something. I would never, ever look at a text and just be like, I'm too good. Moving on. What is the matter with y'all? Say something.
That's a standing O-worthy, man.
My God.
You're not talking about me because I haven't.
I saw you grab your phone.
January 17th was the last time that I ignored him, so it couldn't be fresh on his mind.
Not fresh, but that's only 34 days
that was
ago.
a great
That's
one.
right. I mean, he and I, like, today I sent him a message and I got a thumbs up back. It's like perfect because my message did not require more of a response other than I see it, I receive you, I understand you, boop, and it's like, cool, we move on. That's all. I'll go if Steiny, if you have one that's, for me, it's about politics and sports because we have politics and we've got world politics and Russia, we all know, is bad. Yeah. Russia's bad and they have invaded Ukraine and we're going on 3 years now and it's a joke and nobody steps in and we all pray for Ukraine and all the rest of it. I'm not going to get political in this, but you had the Four Nations hockey tournament.
I watched it.
Russia's not in. And Russia, by the way, would be the number 1 seed. So all these Russian players, whether it's Kucherov or Nesturskin and all the rest of the names that I'm going to butcher, all these people, these human beings who may or may not agree with Putin and what they're doing, they don't get to partake in the greatest tournament in the world because of their government. And so for me, I look at the 1980 U.S. boycott and then the 84 Russian boycott and all the rest of it, and it continues today. Can we take our politics and our sports and put them aside? For these Russian hockey players who play in the NHL, you're here, you're doing it, you're carrying the league, and this Four Nations thing was pretty cool. I wish I was more into it. I wasn't. I watched a little bit of it yesterday, but without Russia, for me, it kind of felt empty, and because Russia is Russia, we have to say, oh, you can't play, even though these Russian players, we don't know how many of them stand with Ukraine, but because we have these events and you're Russia, now you can't play. I'm out on politics and sports. It's supposed to be the toy department, and yet we inject all these other things into it, even though our president is super Russia-friendly, and yet Russia couldn't play in this tournament. I'm just out on politics and sports. That's all.
All right.
No comment from anyone?
Y'all coming with it.
No one?
Well done.
He gets nervous.
Yeah. He does get nervous.
Yeah. Well,
there's another word for it, but I'll leave it alone.
This is going to be a little bit. What's bugging me is shaving cream.
Oh, boy. There's a hot take.
Shaving cream.
Now, this is unique.
I don't use it.
Whoa.
How?
I use liners, dry shave.
If I could,
man, you got skin like that?
If I could get back
too sensitive
all the shaving cream that's gone down my drain in the course of my life, I would never have to buy shaving cream again. You cannot use shaving cream without wasting 2/5 of the can. You put it in your hand, you put it on your face, and it falls out of your hand, and you end up wasting like half of it. It's kind of like when you get a bag of chips that's about half full, and you're like, wow, this is only half full. It works the other way with shaving cream. It's just, you cannot be efficient with shaving cream. Not only that, it's very expensive. So it's not only expensive, but you're wasting half of it.
Go electric.
Yeah.
Huh?
Why not electric?
Yeah.
I don't like the feeling.
This is the strangest take I've ever heard in my entire life.
I'm shocked.
And I go dry shave, too.
I almost feel I almost feel like I'm missing something. Like, Steiny, nobody else wastes.
Stop dropping why are you dropping it? Like, it doesn't fall out of my hands.
Oh, you use it too.
Please.
You dry shave Dibs.
Steiny probably uses Barbasol.
Gel. No, I don't know what I use.
The Educated.
I don't use the clippers.
I use Harry's.
No, Steiny, I've never experienced this. It slips out of your hands?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have that experience. I put it in my hands, you put it on your face, you rub it around, and then you shave.
But it falls all over the place.
Some are saying they got shaving gel. Maybe you should try that.
Well, the other thing is...
Oh, well, that's what... Yeah, are we talking about the gel, or are we talking about
old
the
school
foam?
white foam?
Both.
Yeah, the gel. I use a gel. I don't have that experience.
So you put it in your hand.
I want to relate to you
right now. But you always have, like, you can't put just a little because it won't go all over your face. So you have to put a big one in there, and then half of it goes to waste. It just doesn't, it's not efficient.
I'm baffled.
So, real quick, back to you.
Well, if you
the barber lines your hair,
Russia hockey take, I'm not commenting on shaving cream.
I use that to shave. That's how I shave. Dry shave.
Oh, barber.
You don't use that on
Barber doesn't. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm a white guy, Goo.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Dark Gable.
It's a different. It's a different experience.
Steiny, what you gonna do,
I guess
buddy?
I'm not doing something right.
Yeah,
it's a dry shave. Dry shave in the shower. You know, here, bop, 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 and you're done.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
All right.
And anyway, yeah.
Well,
no, you're lucky if you can do that. Some people's skin is too sensitive to use a dry.
Yeah.
And then there's chafing, and then we have a whole new segment.
I don't like that.
I had a friend look like he had bit into a stick of dynamite. I'm like, damn.
Like, did you shave or come home with a hickey? Like, what just happened to you? Anyway.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll be listening.
Warrior game tonight, Steiny.
Looking forward to it.
Mine is 2 Warriors.
I feel like
I know some people that hammered it.
I know some people who decided to stay the bleep away. Do you have any idea what's going to happen?
We're past those days, though. Butler,
the Kings and the Warriors. I have no clue what to expect.
To your point yesterday, I think Sac's headed the wrong way. I could be wrong.
They are in a large sense, but they still got dudes. And it's still the Warriors.
And the Warriors owe them.
And the Warriors, right. They've been embarrassed a number of times up there recently. I'm not. Are you confident tonight?
I kind of am.
Is anyone confident?
No, De'Aaron Fox.
I'm looking forward to a game.
Yeah.
Game.
Same.
Yeah. I don't think the Warriors are a lock
at all.
Yeah. I'd probably bet on the Warriors to win, but
Grandy's going to go into full depression if they lose. He said that earlier.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Our man.
Okay. That does. Look at that. 215, guys.
Look
215.
I can't believe.
I'm not going to put in for overtime.
Your paycheck's going to be huge
All right,
in a couple weeks.
Stick around. Don't go anywhere. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 the game.
Put it in my hands. You put it on your face. You rub it around.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. We got a game tonight. We got a game tonight.
Yeah.
We got a game tonight. All right, we're going to walk you all the way up to this thing. I do want to say this real quick because we will have dive offs. We will have quick asides today.
Yeah.
There you go, Steiny. Steiny forgot his jacket.
Steiny.
Now we're all set. You do that when the sun's out sometimes. You can forget your jacket now. Don't forget your jacket now. But Willie Adamas is going to join us in 45 minutes. And then Brandon Rush is going to join us in 2 hours as the Warriors celebrate teams from the past or a specific team from the past coming up this weekend. We got the Iguodala stuff coming up as well. So big celebrations for the Warriors this weekend as the Mavericks come into town. But this game tonight, I tell you what, I miscalculated something.
Oh, you know what that is, right?
Yeah, I do. It's a miscalculation sensation.
Thank you.
I really did.
Let's get it started.
I'm not here to say I was wrong about the Jimmy Butler trade. I'm here to say that there was something I didn't really recognize in the moment. And I do think it leads us to today's conversation. And we always want to hear from you. So whether that's on our text line, the YouTube chat, Twitter, or Instagram, or of course, if you want to directly weigh in on the conversation on the radio, 888-957-9570 is the number. To me, Warrior basketball feels like it's back. And I know that some may say, because as you even so eloquently said about an hour ago, it never left. Where's it been? Well, I'd argue that the feeling that we have right now, as far as regular season fandom, it has not been rivaled in 3 years. And that was my miscalculation. When we sat there together at Splash a couple of weeks ago, reacting to and breaking down the Jimmy Butler trade, my mind was on basketball. My mind was on contracts. These things are all real, and I still think that they will play themselves out. I don't think we have any firm answers on that yet. But I very much underestimated what that move and a couple of wins would do for this fan base. And I smell it, I see it, I feel it. It's everywhere. It's in our numbers. It's in conversations with friends, out on the street, on my phone. There is an excitement about regular season basketball as we head into tonight and head into the weekend that I haven't felt in about 3 years with this franchise. And that I have to give credit to the trade itself. And I didn't see it having that immediate of an impact that way.
Well, and the impact, I think, is in the fact that the Western Conference is kind of wide open and the Warriors have work to do. And you all want everyone to maximize the Steph Curry window. And so here we are. And Steph Curry's got a chance to, with Draymond and now Jimmy Butler and with Kuminga coming back, it feels like they're in a spot where they could climb. And so there's more excitement than even last year where, you know, we talked about it yesterday. They were just a game better at this point last year, but it felt like you had Grumpy Clay and you had, you know, Draymond coming back after a suspension and, you know, what was Kuminga's role? And, you know, Wiggins, he was trying to become the player that he was a couple of years prior. It felt like last year there were more questions than there are this year, which is you got Jimmy, you got Steph, you got Draymond, you have a big three, you got Kuminga coming back, and the younger guys are playing well, and the West is a little bit wobbly. It feels more now like you got a chance to make some headway as opposed to last year when you were in a better spot record-wise, but I think the conference overall was better, and your team last year was a little bit more unstable.
I might acknowledge all of that, but I actually see it as a little bit different in terms of why we're here. I think it's because the Golden State Warriors finally explained to their fan base with their actions who they are and what they're doing. It has honestly felt for 2 years like they're straddling a fence. And now if you go up to any Warrior fan, and you know this, if you go up to any Warrior fan and you use the phrase 2 timelines, you're going to get a gas face. You're going to get people go, hey, enough of that. And I get why. Because while 2 timelines might feel like a good idea on paper, you might be able to look at the history of the league and find a spot, San Antonio Spurs, where you feel like that kind of worked. I don't think it's ever really how you can set out to live your life as an NBA franchise. You can't every year be like, we're going to be awesome now and we're going to be awesome in 5 years. Just watch us. We've cracked the code that no one else has. You can do that, but inevitably you're just going to tick everybody off because that's too hard. It's too hard to conduct yourselves that way. And so that's what I really think that I miscalculated, which is the fact that the Jimmy Butler trade, it honestly could have been anyone. It could have been Kevin Durant. It could have been a lot of other names. But what the Jimmy Butler trade signaled to the fans is, yes, once and for all, we are about now.
Yeah.
We're about now.
It's like a boy band.
Yes.
One Direction.
There you go.
Yep.
Perfect.
And you said it earlier, and I was trying to think about my favorite One Direction song, and I'm like, I don't know the first thing about One Direction. I know that one of their members passed away earlier this year, tragically, but beyond that, I was thinking about One Direction, and you're right. And just hearing you say the phrase 2 timelines had me a little triggered.
So it's a shiver up your neck, doesn't it?
And it reminds me of like, and it feels like 6 years ago, and I know that it was more like 18 months ago when they finally moved Wiseman, and that's when the 2 timelines for me officially kind of died, because 2 timelines was Wiseman, Wiggins, Moody, Kuminga, and whatever else would come, which turned out to be Pods and TJD. And if you had all 6 of those guys, you could still like beat the drum about 2 timelines, but you wouldn't have a lot of what you have now. And so just hearing you say 2 timelines reminded me of like, not only how foolish that was, because it was foolish. And if Wiseman turned out to be, I don't know, Wembanyama, then yeah, okay, it's not so foolish. But the whole idea of 2 timelines, even then was like, whoa, it's a long shot. And now hearing you even say the phrase makes me think like, oh my God, is that what we were doing?
That's what we were doing. That's what we were doing.
Yes.
And now we laugh at it, and that's what I'm getting at. Yeah. Like, I don't really care tonight if 35, 35, and 37 years old is realistic. I don't care. I don't care. What I want to do tonight, and this is actually what I really feel, maybe, I don't want to say for the first time, but I think we're about to get to a stretch with these last 27 games where Warrior basketball games, regular season Warrior basketball games, are appointment viewing. And they haven't been. Let's be honest with ourselves. They haven't. They haven't. 2 years ago, if they were on the road, you could already chalk it up as a loss. That was a loss. Last year, you got Draymond's suspension, and you're battling to get into a play-in tournament that you sort of really knew you weren't going to win. But right now, we sit here with a true fork in the road. You really don't know which way it's going to go. There's optimism for some, a little bit less for others, but the bottom line is the Warriors picked a path. And whether you have questions about the Jimmy Butler trade, I still do, or not. Or if you think, man, that was a perfect thing they could have done, looks like it's going to fit like a glove. Wherever your opinion is there, you still end up in the same boat, which is that it's 7 o'clock tonight, appointment viewing. The Warriors are in Sacramento, which is a nice opponent, but it's not a great one. You're not playing OKC. You're not playing the Lakers. You're playing Sacramento. It's the up-the-road rival. They're still adorable. They're the 9 seed. You're the 10 seed. You have the same record, whatever, all of that. But I don't know, man. Like, I wonder if we put that out to everybody. A, are you on board that Warrior games the rest of the way are appointment viewing? And B, when was the last time you felt that way? Because truly for me, I think it was. I think it was 3 years ago.
Yeah, I feel like last year there was a lot of times late in the year where it was appointment viewing because you wanted to see if they could get up to wherever they could get up. But there were other things that I think were dragging down the whole vibe. And part of it was the Clay question and Kuminga. And good Lord, will you please play Moses Moody and Chris Paul? I mean, really, are we doing this? And so I do think that last year was appointment viewing, but it was more conflicted. This year, to your point, and I do agree with your overarching statement about One Direction. It's like, yeah, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy Butler, 2.5 years, you've got them. GP2, Kevon, who knows? Pods, Kuminga, yeah, Pods will be here, but Kuminga, will he sign and all the rest of it? Will TJD ever be allowed to play basketball again? You've got Buddy, but good Lord, can we please trade him? All the other things that might bring it down. I do think that what you have now is Steph, Draymond, Jimmy Butler, 2.5 years. Let's go.
Right. Like tonight is about winning the game. Right, I don't care what your opinion is about the Warriors, but I don't think anybody can do that. You know, when they just could play the young guys more. I don't care who you play. Win the game. We got a game tonight. And it is one of 27.
Yep.
And they are massively important. They are massively important. So you can like the direction. You don't have to like the direction. But as you said, there's one direction. And I haven't felt that way in 3 years. 888-957-9570 is the number. When was the last time you felt this level of appointment viewing for Warrior basketball game? We will take your phone calls right now. Willie Adames of the Giants joins us in a half hour. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. Happy Friday, Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This is well played, Grandy. Do you know what's happening right now? Do you even know?
Nope, no idea.
This is One Direction.
Ah, nice.
One Direction.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Well, I'm familiar with the band and not actually their catalog, which is rare for me because I'm pretty up on a lot of modern music. But yeah, One Direction. Oh, I've heard this song. And sorry, YouTube
just
audience.
Sing this to your girl tonight. Yeah, sorry, YouTube. Sorry. We're singing One Direction together. You really don't want to listen anyway.
You don't. You
don't know you're beautiful. You should say that to her. That will start your weekend off real nice.
Why don't you go ahead and do what you do, which I see what you do.
What do you want?
And I see what you do, and you can do what you do, and then I'll do what I do.
No, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm just saying.
You just said I should sing this to my girl
that's
tonight.
How people talk to each other. I'm not, like, demanding it. Or I
get it.
Just saying, like, those guys, I think they do well with the ladies. If you say stuff like that to your lady every now and again, I think it goes well.
All right.
That's all.
And I think the response would be a 2-word response from my lovely wife, Supper.
What would that be?
Guest room.
No, it wouldn't.
Guest room.
If you said you don't know you're beautiful.
If I walked in and started singing that in a medium shirt, even though Abundant Life has got me where I can rock this medium on occasion, if I
think
she'd be like,
worth a try.
What's wrong with you? Breathalyzer.
No, that's fine. Then it leads to laughter.
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
Dude, laughter,
if I walked in, she would assume I was half in the bag.
Laughter is an aphrodisiac, Dan.
Yeah, it sure is. Don't say Dan.
I'm sorry.
Knock that off.
All right. 888
One Direction.
One Direction.
They have One Direction.
You don't know you're beautiful. Yeah.
Are they beautiful?
Who? One Direction?
The Warriors. I'm trying to get it back to sports. They're a 10 seed.
They've been more beautiful. Yeah, but that's the whole picture. Like, we're in Jimmyville. 4 games. They're 3-1.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I do, like...
If it was a full year, they'd be 60-22.
They would. They would.
Or 61-21.
Like, now we get to, like, let's go. Let's see what this actually looks like. You know what I mean? Like, we have spent, and I think there's a fair conversation here, we've spent about a week and a half talking about a team in a way that really is more an idea than reality. You know, Draymond Green, we're going to win a championship. All right, really all I took from that is that Draymond and the locker room are really feeling good. And that's great. That's wonderful. They have a high level of confidence. But I think, at 7 o'clock tonight starts a real hot and heavy stretch of, like, now you have to go do this. You have to actually look like you think you're going to look. And this is the perfect place to start, actually, because in theory, you're better than Sacramento. Vegas says you're favored tonight.
By 2.
But on the road,
right?
That's like, in theory, Vegas is telling you you're a better basketball team than them. They just sent their best player out. You acquired your second best player. They've had your number a lot recently. So, like, what a perfect stepping stone tonight.
It is, but I do revert back to what I said yesterday or the day before about the emotions of the fan base, and it feels to me, and tell me if I'm wrong at 888-957-9570, but it feels very day-to-day, the emotions of the fan base, and yeah, we're all revved up in One Direction, and you're beautiful and all the rest of it. You're 3-1 with Jimmy, and that's great, and then you go out to Sacramento, and maybe you lay an egg.
Maybe.
Or even if you beat Sac and then you lose to Dallas at home and we come back on Monday and it's like, well, still 1 game above 500, still the 10 seed. The emotions and the feelings might be colored by what happens the next 2 days.
Maybe, but, certainly over the next, you're talking
games,
about the next 2 games. I'm not in a situation where I think tonight, like I've heard some people say this is almost do or die. And I don't
know.
Yeah.
Like tonight?
Well, and not meaning like, they're out of it or something.
Like it's a must win.
Well, from an emotional standpoint.
Right.
Like this is something that they need to show themselves that they're ready to do. Sacramento has had their number, right? That fan base gets turned up when the Warriors are coming to town. But now they've been weakened. I know Zach LaVine is still, like, that's a dude. But, you know, they lost De'Aaron Fox. That's a wayward organization.
He was an almost future Warrior.
Yeah. I mean,
if you believe the reports.
Which I don't.
I don't either.
But anyway.
And I only don't believe him because I didn't want that to happen.
I only don't believe him because half the stuff we did read on Twitter during the trade deadline was proven to be false.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler refuses to sign an extension with the Warriors. Well, but ask me again tomorrow.
Well, until they get to 9 figs.
Yeah, that's not a refusal.
Yeah.
That's not a refusal.
I get it.
That's I don't want to today, or maybe not. Maybe it wasn't even that. Maybe that was simply the Miami Heat and Phoenix Suns playing some sort of game with one another.
Of course.
I have no idea.
And you know that's what happens going up to a deadline all the time. It's the lying season and all the rest of it, but I don't think that it's do or die tonight or even when you get to Sunday. And I wonder how Steve Kerr feels about, and I know it's a little bit different because you have Sacramento tonight, and after the game you'll take your bus home, and then you have a 12:30 game on Sunday, but it is kind of a quick turnaround. You know, it's only about, 36 hours between games.
Well, that's okay, and you're not that far away. But I know you're kind of joking based on what happened there at the end of the right before the All-Star break. But yeah, like I will say this. To say that, like, oh, these next two games are not do or die, sure, they're not. I will tell you this right now. You can go ahead and put this in ink, y'all.
It's the radio, so, go ahead and mark the tape.
Grab a pen.
Okay, I got a pen
write it down in ink.
All right, yeah.
If they lose both of these games,
okay, if they lose both,
you're gonna hear a very, very large thud.
2 varies and a thud
on the radio on Monday.
Oh boy.
You don't think so?
Oh, for sure. Like a thud, like as if time to
air out of the balloon.
Time to sag for flag?
Air out of the balloon. You can't, after all this,
right?
You can't go lose both of these.
I get it. But you got Charlotte Tuesday. It's a nice bounce back spot. I'm just kidding.
You got a week off, and you come back for back-to-back games against teams that are right there in the play-in with you, who are both missing a star that they have had for the entire year up to this point. No, you're not allowed to lose both of them. If they lose by 2 tonight and then they handle Dallas on Sunday, I won't come in concerned. If they lose both of these games, then we had a silly conversation for the last week and a half.
Right.
Like that's
I mean,
absurd.
it doesn't mean that it's over.
It's not.
It would be a setback. It would be like you're saying, a deflating of the balloon.
Okay, you've had 8 days where Draymond Green said we're going to win a title. Jimmy Butler flew to Dubai to tell friends that he thinks that they can win a ring, and Steve Kerr twice was like, "Love that he said it. I'm in. Yes, this team can win a championship." If they lose both of these games this weekend, that was all a bunch of complete junk. Everything that everyone said, if they come out and lose both of these games, that would be ridiculous.
It'd be disappointing. I won't go so far as to say that would be ridiculous because, I mean, NBA teams win and lose games all the time, but it would be a bummer because then you'd be sitting at a game below 500. But here's the other part of it, and this is why I say that I myself and many fans are living game to game, because if you go out there and you win both, and let's just say that Dallas loses to New Orleans, which they're allowed to do, and they play them tonight. If Dallas loses to New Orleans and then you beat Dallas, you're going to be the 8th seed by Monday.
Yeah.
So you go from the 10 to the 8 with 2 wins, or if you lose both, to your point, you lose both, you lose to Dallas, you lose to Sac. Now you've got a gap between both you and Dallas and Portland. They're coming. I mean, they're a ways back. They're a ways back.
And they lost last night.
Right.
I would be more activated by the fact that, for example, the Clippers lost last night. The Clippers lost last night. A game that they probably could have, should have won. They led the Bucks most of the way, and then they got absolutely crushed in the fourth quarter. And that's the 6th seed that apparently Steve Kerr has circled. That's who has it right now. And they lost. So, I mean, Grandy, I know you're eating, so I'll give you a second here to chew. What was the exact words you said about this specific game tonight against the Sacramento Kings and sort of like the importance that you put on it? I mean, you don't have to look at the text message. You can just say what you feel.
I mean, they better win this game.
See, that's what I mean. And why are they better?
Because the Kings aren't as good as they were in the past. You are talking about how you can win a championship. You have been embarrassed by this Kings team recently. They have come out and dominated you the last few times you've played them, or you have a really, really rough fourth quarter collapse versus them. Do you have any pride left? Then you come out and you win this game.
Thank you, Lucas. Director of shouts.
Wow,
in the back.
That was awesome, Luke. That was great. That was great to weigh in.
And that was a great post-sandwich take. And the other part of it is...
Sandwich take.
Yeah.
If you look at it, if you lose to Sacramento, then you lose the tiebreaker because they beat you, to Mark Grandy's point, they beat you by 30, they beat you by 6. So you need to win both of these just to revert to another tiebreaker. And it's the same thing with the Clippers. And we all want to talk about them getting over on the 6, but they've played the Clippers 3 times, and it's loss. So you need to be one game better than LA if you even want to get the 6. You can't tie the Clippers and think you're going to win the tiebreaker. You lose the tiebreaker against the Lakers and against Dallas, which is interesting. Right now, it's 1 game with a win and 2 games with a loss. So that game becomes big, too, in terms of tiebreaker as well.
I will say this, and I know that this is not a saving grace right now, but the idea that the Warriors won't at least make the play-in tournament is over. That's over. Go ahead and breathe easy.
Well, I mean, sure.
For real.
Sure.
I hope everybody saw what the Suns did last night. So the Phoenix Suns...
They dropped a tough one.
They dropped a tough one. They lost by double digits.
To a Wemby-less...
On the road, after a week off, on the road to a team that literally had just gotten the news that their best player's out for the year. And by the way, your boy was all over that one. Cha-ching. Because I've been trying to tell everybody who will listen this. The Suns.
Thanks for giving it to us beforehand.
They're done.
I mean, he could have given it out like on the air for all of us to gravy train off of.
Didn't?
But no.
You sure?
Check the tape. You keep it pretty close to the vest.
I might not have actually gone in and done it until the show was over.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. Anyway.
I mean.
Actually, no. It was when that came.
You got intel and
whatever.
The rest of it.
Matter.
But
yeah, bottom line is this. The Suns are done. The Suns are done. The Spurs are now done. The Blazers are too far back. The Warriors are like if all you want is the 7 or the 8. And for a lot of people, they think that that's what's realistic. If that's what you want is to get into the top half of the play-in tournament, you just need to catch the Kings and the Mavericks. And as you just said, that might happen by the time we get back to work on Monday.
Yeah, it should. I mean,
no, I don't know that Dallas is going to lose to New Orleans tonight.
Right, but I mean, you should be able to beat Sacramento tonight. You should be able to beat Dallas on Sunday in a matinee at home. I mean, you're better than Dallas right now without Anthony Davis, and it's a home game. And so, yeah, you should be 30-27 come Monday, and Dallas likely will be 31-27, so you'll be a half game back at Dallas, and you will have a tiebreaker with them that's 2-2, and so that will revert to, I believe, conference record and all the rest of it. But hopefully you don't have to worry about tiebreaker when you get to the end of the year. But the first one, the big one, is Sacramento. You need to get by Sacramento and get distance on 500, and then you can start to think about the 6th seed.
Willie Adames is going to call in 13 minutes right here on Willard and Dibs. Until then, we're taking your Warrior phone calls on when was the last time you felt Warrior regular season games were this must-watch. Appointment TV, appointment radio, wherever you are, however you take the games in. Drew in San Jose. Hi, Drew. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, hey, guys. What's going on?
Happy
up? Friday.
Yeah, to you too.
Yeah. All right. So, it's been a long time since Warriors regular season games were this must-watch. We had this much anticipation for these games, and it's because this weekend's games are must-wins. I can't really put it any other way because it's not only the Kings and the Mavs, but they are the teams that are either ahead of you or equal to you in the standings, and the tiebreakers matter here. The Kings are up 2-0 on the season series. The Mavs are up 2-1. So when we talk about tiebreakers, and that's definitely going to play a part in whether the Warriors finish, 7, 8, 9, or 10, or even 6. So these games are so important. And yeah, if they lose both these games, don't only retire Andre's jersey on Sunday, retire Steph's, retire Draymond, because it's over.
I like that take.
Yeah, I mean, Drew, it's not bad. I don't think, and thanks, Drew, I don't think that these games are, quote, must win. I just think we're still and it's the NBA, so don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. They might lose tonight. They really might. Like you say, they should win. They're a 2-point favorite on the road. Like, they absolutely might lose this game tonight.
Sure.
But I will say again, I'm going to couple the two of them. If you were to do that, and I don't expect them to or anything, but if they were to lose tonight, and if you don't follow that up by turning around, coming back home and beating a Dallas Maverick team in your own building, then there's a problem. But if they lose to Sacramento tonight and they beat Dallas on Sunday, I don't think it's alarm time.
Agreed.
Not great. Not great, not what you're hoping for, but I don't think it's alarm time.
No,
not
you
with
mentioned
25 games left.
Exactly, and you mentioned it yesterday about the idea of winning 2 of every 3, and you got 27 left, which would mean you go 18-9. If you just look at the next 3, at Sacramento, home to Dallas, home to Charlotte, can you win 2 of those 3? You're damn right you can win 2 of those 3, and you should win 2 of those 3. And I think that if you can win 3 of those 3, now you're going to start to build up a little bit as you go out on the road. And I know the road trip is not super daunting with Charlotte again, and a Philly team that's a little bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, they're down.
And Brooklyn, a team that's basically given up. So of that 5-game trip, there's probably 2 wins for sure, maybe 3. But if you can get these 3 in the next 3, now you got a little bit of a cushion as you head out there.
And somewhere along the line, early in that road trip, potentially even as it starts, Kuminga should be back and available. I know that Steve Kerr said yesterday he's still a ways away. I wonder if all of you heard Anthony Slater on our station earlier today say that he thinks that that's very much an under-promise, over-deliver thing from Steve Kerr. Don't know if it'll necessarily be Thursday in Orlando, but sometime very early on this trip. I'll say it right now, I'd be very surprised if next week ends and Kuminga hasn't played basketball. I think that we are 7 to 9 days away from seeing Kuminga enter back into the fold.
I think that's fair. And if you look at the trip, which starts next Thursday, 6 days from now at Orlando, does he make the trip? Yeah, he makes the trip. So he makes the trip. Does he play Thursday at Orlando? Maybe. And then Saturday at Philly, that for me feels a little bit more of a likely landing spot. But then you've got Charlotte and New York in back-to-back games. You probably don't want to play him in both of those. So as you look at Kuminga's readiness, you do look at the schedule and you think, all right, you've got Thursday, you've got 5 games in 8 days in 5 different cities. Could Kuminga play in 3 of those? That sounds about right.
Yeah,
so
I think so.
Maybe you sit Orlando, he plays Philly, you sit Charlotte or New York, and he plays either Charlotte or New York, and then he plays at Brooklyn, and then by then, I think that he's ready to hit the ground running.
I don't know about the whole load manage idea. He's 22 years old. When you're back, you're back. You don't need to come back and take breaks.
Yeah, but I mean,
unless something doesn't feel right. Again, they're not going to put him back in there for 32 minutes.
Agreed.
They'll probably ease him in. If it feels good, keep going. There's only one back-to-back on the trip.
Yep.
Yeah.
At Charlotte, not New York. And so,
he's fine.
He's fine, but depending on how the ankle responds, and, when you've been out this long, not only is it a minutes restriction based on your wind, but it's also, how do you fit in with your new team? Because he hasn't played now in, 7 weeks? And it'll be almost 2 months by the time he comes back.
Here's the back and forth both yesterday afternoon on our show and then earlier today on the Morning Roast with the Joes. Although Nick Fridell in for one of the Joes. But anyway, here's Steve Kerr with us on Jonathan Kuminga.
He looked good, but he hasn't scrimmaged yet, so he's still a ways off. But it was great to have him back out on the court with the guys,
And he's obviously a phenomenal athlete and, keeps himself in great shape. So now it's a matter of getting rhythm and progressing each day and hopefully getting to the point where, he can scrimmage and really put it together for a good stretch of days where he'll get cleared to play.
Okay, so Steve is doing a wonderful job here of managing expectations and keeping pressure off of Kuminga to return, because you never know when he'll show up to practice and something won't feel exactly right. So he's playing that right. But Anthony Slater, who gets to speak from a little bit more of an objective point of view, our Warrior insider and The Athletic, he's on the roast today, and here's what he said about what you just heard Steve say.
I think that was termed in a scarier way than reality by Steve. Like, my sense is probably maybe early road trip coming up. Again, this is more educated guessing, speculation, I guess you could say. It's coming. They got to get him in a scrimmage. That'll come pretty soon. Post All-Star break was always kind of, it had become the timing on what has been a really bad ankle sprain. We'll see. I mean, like I said, he's got to get through the scrimmaging, and maybe that's why Steve's using some of the cautious language, but I don't think we're that far away from a Jonathan Kuminga return.
Which, by the way, to me, only adds to the must-see television nature of what we're talking about.
Sure.
Like, knock on wood, but when you look around the league right now, especially the Western Conference, Suns careening, Wembanyama is out. Anthony Davis is out. Luka is in and out of that lineup. De'Aaron Fox is now on the Spurs. All of these things that we're talking about, when you look up and down the Western Conference, there is a chance that a week from tonight, the Warriors are actually free from an injury report. A chance.
You would hope, yeah.
There's a chance. And that's, here we go again with timing is everything.
Right.
Last time something like that happened at the right time, it was 3 years ago, and they won a ring.
It was Steph, and this is Kuminga, so it's a little bit different.
Of course.
But hearing Anthony talk about a scrimmage, when you look at their schedule, they won't scrimmage tomorrow because the Sunday game's at 12:30. So after Sunday, you probably scrimmage on Monday ahead of a Tuesday Charlotte game. And by scrimmage, it's going to be Kuminga and Pat Spencer and, maybe Kirk Lacob and some of the fellas. But I do think that Monday's the day to watch as far as will Kuminga scrimmage. And if he does, then you think about maybe Thursday at Orlando or next Saturday at Philly.
Yep, I think that sounds about right. All right. Willie Adames, the new star for the San Francisco Giants. Our first opportunity to talk to him, first time that he's going to visit 95.7 The Game, is coming up around the corner in just moments. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Also, quickly want to tell you about our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. You can win travel and accommodations for 4. That's you plus 3 guests. Go to Vegas and get, wait for it, $20,000. You'll stay at Circa Resort and Casino. Vegas' premium sports viewing destination. They got that stadium swim club that's unbelievable to take in all of the action for the college basketball championship. All you have to do to win, download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen each day for at least an hour, and your daily entry is in. It is that simple to win, and there is a lot on the line. So download the Odyssey app now. You could be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. Willie Adames, the new Giants shortstop, and will be for a long time, joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
run from Willie Adames. A 3-2 pitch. You could tell that Logan Webb was getting towards the end of his rope, getting tired. Left one hanging over the middle, and Willie Adames punishes it and gives the Brewers a 4-3 lead.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
And now they're teammates. How about this? We are excited for this, okay? This is changing Giants baseball before a game has even been played so far this year. And very, very excited to dive into this right now. So the big offseason signing for the Giants, their new shortstop for a long time, is none other than Willie Adames. And we go live to spring training along with Willard and Dibbs right now to talk it out and meet him a little bit. Willie Adames joins the show on the River Islands guest line. Hey, Willie, welcome. What's going on?
Hey, guys. All good, man. Just happy to be here with you guys. Thank you for having me here. How you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic, man. You're a breath of fresh air on so many levels, and we haven't even seen you play baseball yet, but I wonder if you could just share with our audience your first impressions of what is, at least at the big league level, this is your third franchise. What are you noticing at this point in your career that maybe is different about being a Giant?
There's just so much history here. I feel like, to put this Giant uniform on, it's just like, that you're representing something great, something bigger than we as a player. It's more, it's a lot of history here. The city of San Francisco, they embrace the Giant in a huge way. And I think, there's a difference there when you put this uniform. It's just like it's a different feeling. So like, I'm very excited to take the field and, just to be there in San Francisco for many years and hopefully we can accomplish the goal. Not one time, but like hopefully a few times.
Oh yeah, we're counting on a few times, Willie, and that'd be cool. I mean, if we could get more than one. And I want to ask you about the free agent process because you had your choice to go out there and your pick of the litter, and you met with Buster Posey, a guy who actually did do it more than once. He actually got 3 of them done here in the city. What was it about Buster, this team, this franchise that made you so attracted to it?
I think it was mainly Buster, because, when you have a guy like Buster running an organization, that he knows what it takes to win, He did it, like you say, multiple times, and him leading the organization is like what made me be like, okay, if I have a guy like Posey running the team, like I want to be part of whatever he's going to build there because I know he's going to bring the right pieces. He's going to build something great. Because he's a winner, so he's going to do whatever it takes to win, and I wanted to be part of that, and I think that was the main conversation when we started to talk during the off season. And when I was talking to him, and I asked him, I said, like, what are your plans? Or like, what are your plans to do in San Francisco? It's like to keep winning, like I'm a winner, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win. And I was like, man, like if your plan is to build something great, like sign me up, I want to be part of that.
Willie Adames with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Willie, does leadership come naturally to you?
I think so, man. I've never been like, oh, I want to be the leader of a team. You know what I mean? Like, I just go out there and compete every day. I handle my business. I work the right way, and and I try to help my teammates. And I guess if you call that leadership, then that's who I am. And I feel like when you're forced to do something, it's not who you are. So like because you're forcing it. So for me, like I don't try to force anything. I just try to let everything be and obviously lead by example and do the work the right way. And I think that's because I do work like that. That's why people think that they think that I'm a leader.
Yeah, and the reason I ask, and I'm not trying to make you blush here because I've never met you, but man, people around the game cannot stop talking about what a great dude you are and what a presence you are in the locker room. So my question is, how do you go about sort of taking that leadership role when you're also the new guy?
It's easier when you have guys like Choppy and Webby and Logan and Robbie Ray, Verlander, like a lot of the young guys from what I've seen so far, like, they work hard and they have an ethic. So like it's easier to come to an environment like that and just like try to fill in and, fit. And I feel like, like just being around Chappie and Webby so far, it's been easy to communicate with them and like just to try to see what they're thinking and what they've done the last few years here and how they run things here. Obviously we're trying to build a culture of like winning and obviously hard working. So like I think the connection is there, and for me, like when you have guys like that are like in the same page as you, it's easy to come in and just be yourself.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about Chappie and Willie now on the left side, and Chappie last year played in 150-something games, and I'm looking at your numbers, and you played in 161, and I won't ask you what happened for that one game because nobody plays all the games, but how much are you looking forward to the Chappie and Willie show on the left side literally every game?
I mean, I'm really excited for that. We already, talk about it. We say we wanted to play 162. Obviously, well, for me last year, like that was my goal. I wanted to play 162, but they were like bugging me for like to take an off day since like June, and I was like, man, like I was like having a lot of conversations with the manager, and I was like, I don't want to take no day off. Like I'm here to play every day. Like I want to be out there every day, and it was like some hard conversations sometimes, and I was like, and then like I think around like September, like mid-August, September almost, I told Murphy, my former manager, I told him, I say, look, I'm going to give you the day off after we clinch the division. So, like, after we clinch the division, then the next day he was like, well, we were celebrating. He was like, so what are you going to do tomorrow? Are you going to play or what? And I was like, well, I already gave you my word, but if you want me to play, I play. He was like, no, you crazy, you off tomorrow. And that's why I played 161 last year. But this year is a different story. Chappie and I, we want to play 162, so we're going to be out there competing every day.
Even after you clinch, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we got to do it, man. We got to continue to be, to get ready for the postseason after that.
Well, you know what? I mean, that leads to a question, Willie. I know you feel this. Like the fan bases around baseball are looking at this going like, well, no one's competing with the Dodgers. But I know you're a competitor. I bet you guys look at it very differently. How do you view what's going on in the National League West?
I mean, there's obviously, this is, from my point of view, this is the hardest division in baseball right now. But, like I want to say, like, the thing that we have in the clubhouse is just like, we have to play the right baseball. You have to play small ball, take advantage of every opportunity that we can take. And just like, try to beat ourselves, not trying to worry about like, the Dodgers or like San Diego or the D-backs, whatever. We got to focus on winning tonight, have that mentality of like worrying about today. Then we worry about tomorrow or the next day. But we have to, take care of business today, and then we worry about the future in the future. So I think the mentality for this year is just like, Let's play today. Let's be present. Let's try to take care of business today, and then we'll worry about tomorrow. So I think for me, that's the right mentality to have because it's going to be a tough year, but, we're competitive. We're going to be out there and, just competing and try to win the division.
Yeah, and you talk about competing, and if it's, you and Chappie on the left side and a pitching staff of Webby and Verlander and Harrison and Robbie Ray, does that give you a sense of an edge that maybe other teams don't have with the pitching and the defense? Yeah,
I mean, I feel like when you have a really good defense and a pitching staff that like the one we have, I think that gives you an advantage. When you have those two combined, and then our lineup is really good too. We have a lot of young players that are really talented, and when you combine those three things, I think we could do something special that nobody's expecting us to do. So like I think the expectation for us is just no expectation. Just go out there and compete and let it be.
Willie Adames is joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Willie, why did you wear 27 in Milwaukee, and why are you wearing number 2 here in San Francisco?
So in Milwaukee, Carlos Gomez, he was number 27 there. So when I got traded there, he was like, he wanted me to wear number 27 because of him. He's like we from the same town in the Dominican. He's like a big brother to me. I'm actually going to meet with him now. He's coming to my house But he wanted me to wear number 27, and the club either in Milwaukee, he's like, I think it would match because the fans in Milwaukee love Carlos because he had a lot of energy. He always play hard, whatever, and they thought that would match me, and I was, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do it because like in Tampa, when Carlos signed it with Tampa in 2018, I was gonna wear number 27. I had it because that was my second year on the 40-man roster, so I was number 27, and he asked me if I could give it to him in Tampa, so I gave him number 27, and then when I got traded to Milwaukee, he was like, you should wear number 27 because, I took it from you in Tampa, and I think it'll be a really cool story if you wear it here in Milwaukee now because, it'll kind of like match what I did in Milwaukee in terms of personality-wise and like, fans like loving Carlos, the way he played with a lot of energy. And that's why that's the reason why I wore number 27 in Milwaukee. And now here, I'm wearing number 2 because my idol Derek Jeter was number 2, and that's also my favorite number.
Nice. And 27 is occupied forever by Juan Marichal, so that wouldn't actually be available. But I love the fact that you're wearing number 2, and I can't help but wonder about you coming here to Oracle Park and thinking about how you've done here, because I was looking at some of your numbers, and it looks like, Willie, you've been pretty comfortable here as a hitter. Are you at all daunted or intimidated by this gigantic ballpark you're coming to?
Not really, man. Not really. I really don't worry about like ballparks because I'm like, if I see the ball good, I'm good. Like I don't care if it's big or not. Like if it's big, just hit a lot of doubles. Like hit a lot of triples. Score a lot of runs, and then don't worry about the homers. Whenever they go out, they go out. But I feel the main thing for me is just like feeling comfortable at a stadium. Not about like, okay, I could hit like 40 homers here. Like I don't worry about that. If that happens, it will be great. It will be amazing. But like we're not worried about stuff like that. At least myself, I'm not worried about that stuff.
Willie, obviously you've met with the media. Now you're in Arizona, so I don't know to what level you've gotten a sense of the fan base in San Francisco yet. But this group has really been looking for a star for a few years now. They're really thirsty for that. And so I wonder how that lands with you, especially because of the contract, the stats, the name value. Everyone's really hoping that you're going to be it. So how does that feel? How do you receive that?
I think that's amazing. That's like a motivation for me, just to show them like my personality, my talent, obviously on the field. Like I just want them to embrace me how I'm going to embrace them. And obviously, I want them to expect from me just being out there every day, giving my 100%. Like if I become a superstar there, it'd be great. But I want them to expect from me just going out there, playing hard every day, and trying to win some ball games, right? And also hopefully accomplish the goal, which is win a few championships.
And I think that fans out here are already so excited about you joining and Jung-Hoo Lee coming back, and of course Webby being here, and Verlander and Chappie and Bailey and all the rest of it. I don't know if you know this, but the last Giant to hit 30 home runs in a season was Barry Bonds, and you're coming off a year where you hit more than 30. So can you break the streak for us, Willie? Can you get us 30 home runs?
That's the goal. That's what we want. Hopefully it's not just me, but like hopefully we got Ramos, Chappie, and some of the guys I think they could do that too. So it'd be really special if it's not just me, but it would be like a few of us. So like that's one of the goals for this year. So hopefully we can achieve that. I mean, we're gonna try and obviously be there competing, but I want not just me, but a few of the guys. Do that.
Willie, I got a few fun ones with you before we let you go. First of all, how is Logan Webb's self-esteem after you took him way over the fence the other day?
Man, Nah, he's okay. He's okay. He knows now that he doesn't have to worry about it during the regular season. So he knows in live EPs that doesn't count. So he's good.
Okay,
he's in a good position.
All right, that's good. That's a relief. That's a relief, Willie. Okay, and then after your years in Milwaukee, I need to ask you: when the sausage race was happening, who did you root for? The brat, the chorizo, the hot dog, the Italian, or the Polish?
So I was like, in between of the Italian and the hot dog. It was just like, let me see what I'm feeling today. Or I either go to the hot dog or the Italian. So like it was one or the other. But like those two were like my favorite.
Those were your favorites. Okay. Did you know that the Italian sausage right now, it won the most races last year, Willie?
Wow. Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I was there for every game. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, Italian, then Polish, then hot dog. Those were the top three last year.
Okay, good. So that I have won the first place.
Exactly. and then while we're on food, what is your absolute favorite meal? If someone said, "Hey, it's your birthday, what do you want tonight? What are we doing?"
Well, then it would be my mom's food, man. Like she make a Dominican dish. We call it pastelón. It's like sweet plantains smashed, right, with ground meat, and then smashed plantains again, then a lot of cheese on top. So it's kind of like a lasagna, but like with plantains. It would be that with like chicken and like rice with corn.
You had me at a lot of cheese on top.
Exactly.
Yeah. Has anyone talked to you about food in San Francisco? Very different vibe than what you're describing, but also a very big part of the culture here.
No, nobody. Everybody talked to me about like the food there being great, right?
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I'm looking for the most, right? After besides playing baseball, like I'm looking forward to embrace the culture, to like. Be in the city, like trying different food, like different restaurants and stuff like that. Because I'm a foodie, man. I love food, so I'm looking forward to being in the city. Going to restaurants and stuff.
Willie, you're a delight to talk to, man. Well, welcome to the San Francisco Giants. We're really looking forward to watching you play ball.
Sounds good, man. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to start the season and get the boys rolling.
Beautiful, man. Best of luck and thank you.
Thank you guys for having me.
Thanks,
okay,
Willie.
All right. Willie Adames, San Francisco Giants.
Dude, Willie Adames, fan favorite.
Come on,
Willie
dog.
Adames.
Come on.
I mean, can you not get excited for Willie Adames and what he is already like coming with, and his story about only playing 161 games last year and him being mad that he had to sit one out? And I don't know the exact number in front of me with Chappie, but he played like 156
Close. I'll look it up.
The fact that the two of them want to play every single game, as opposed to, we've got a righty going, guys. I'm afraid we're going to have to go with somebody else at third base. You've got players now, Mark, on this team. You've got 4 or 5 guys that you can pen in, forget the pencil, put the pencil down. You can write it with pen on like 4 different guys on this team.
Are you ready for this? Like, obviously, X out 2020 pandemic year.
Yep.
Last 5 years of Matt Chapman's career, these are his game totals.
Okay.
Last year, 154. Before that, 140. There was a quick injury in there. 155, 151, 156. He has not done 162, but in 4 of those last 5 full seasons, he went north of 150. He went north of 150.
Yeah.
So,
and Adames is 161, 149, 139, 140 for 2 different teams, and then you get pandemic, but pre-pandemic, it was 152.
Yeah.
So the dude's going to play now.
Well, and isn't this what we were asking for?
Yes,
like,
Mark.
Don't give me this guy, then that guy. Like, the left side of the infield is now set not for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
For the next 3 years.
Exciting.
Those are your guys. Hopefully, without, too much injury stuff, who knows, man? You might get 450 games out of both guys the next 3 years.
I would love to see it.
Yeah.
And, just his personality, his demeanor, just right there on the phone. He can't wait to be here, eat Dominican food, check out the cuisine and go out there and play. Well, every single game he wants to play. I'm excited, Mark, for this team.
Italian sausage guy in the sausage races. I I might have had him for a chorizo guy, but he goes Italian sausage.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then hot dog. Perfect. What goes with baseball better than that?
Nothing.
Huh?
When I said bye to him, I did tell him we got to check out soul food together. I know that's Puerto Rican
You
food.
already asked him out on a date?
Yeah. Well, I told him about
much, dude.
Like, when you're back, check it out in Marin. Couple. Centerville, Mill Valley. There's also one in Petaluma.
Soul food does get it done. It does. Ooh,
Big
boy.
time.
It gets it done.
As you were doing your little Q&A with the food, and I just was kicking myself. We probably should have done a big finish.
We did, so I cut like
you kind of went impromptu, which I like it. You went
just make
rogue.
something up. Yeah,
I like it, but there's
on the fly.
like a bunch of restaurants just in the city that specialize in Dominican food. So he's going to have no hard difficulty finding restaurants that he's going to be able to enjoy.
Bro, San Francisco's got you covered, whatever it is you want to eat.
Yep.
We got you covered. So, dude, that fired me up.
Me too.
Did that connect with that? Like, I mean, come on. What the hell have we been waiting for with the San Francisco Giants? And tell me that's not it. Now, I get it. He's got to go out there and pump the ball out into the gaps.
Sure.
I get that. But, like, my God, was that not a sound for sore ears or what?
We were waiting for an everyday star with personality. Check the box, because he is an everyday star, and the personality was oozing through the phone in his debut here on 95.7 The Game. And he's not quite 30. He plays every day. He's not afraid of the big ballpark. He plays good defense, not elite, but good solid defense. He's going to show up every day, and he's going to love this market. What more do you want? I mean, I'm fired up,
That's
Mark.
pretty good, man.
I feel the same as you guys. I'm keeping an eye on our text line and our YouTube chat as well. I feel a lot of that coming in as well on YouTube. Theodore says, "Oh, yeah, Willie, I'm about to go buy some tickets." We've got from the 415, "Yo, Adames is my favorite Giant right now."
Yep.
The 510, "He sounds so confident the Giants will be successful." And the 925, "Loving Willie's humor, enjoying this interview." Feels pretty unanimous that everyone loves this dude, right?
Yeah, I didn't see any texts come through that said, "Who's this dud?" I didn't.
Get this Adams guy out of here. Come on.
I mean, that was, again,
pretty awesome.
It's just a guy talking.
Yep.
But man, if this is not a sign of what Giants fans have been through the last few years, that like in a way that's all it took. I'm like, good Lord, could you connect with your fans, please? Please, we're begging you. We're begging you.
Right.
And I've told you this 100 times. This is where I really, and I guess it's miscalculation day. This is where I really miscalculated on the Farhan Zaidi era, because I still, to this day, believe Farhan Zaidi is a smart guy who had a plan. It didn't work. But it's not like he came at this from some sort of like nefarious angle or something like that.
Yeah.
Even though it might have sounded like it at times. But anyway.
Damn it, Farhan.
Yeah, like he had a plan. It didn't work. I'm not like furious with the guy, but the point is where I really miscalculated is what Farhan was terrible at was creating something that connected with the consumer.
Right.
Just terrible.
And connecting with players.
Right. This signing is just flat out the exact opposite. And if this guy just goes out and has his garden variety year, Jung-Hoo Lee back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Come on, man.
And
let's go.
I asked Willie, what attracted you to the team? Buster
Posey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me too, Willie.
Right?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we can react to that. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. Brandon Rush is going to join us in 45 minutes. Oh, the one thing I forgot to ask him. Do you see this cockamamie thing about the Yankees? I mean, it's a good thing now. I've always thought this was absurd. You know, the Yankees don't allow any facial hair.
Right.
Willie's got a little chin fuzz. I was going to ask him, did you eliminate the Yankees from your list before you even started because they won't allow facial hair? Well, the first time in our lifetime, the New York Yankees, starting today, will allow facial hair. So that does away with the stupidest rule in sports. How about let's have some fun with this? What's the stupidest remaining rule in sports now that the Yankees have allowed facial hair? We'll take calls on this. Let's have this conversation. 888-957-9570. What is, in this moment, the stupidest rule in sports? Let's chat it out. Brandon Rush joins us in 45 minutes. We'll keep celebrating the Warriors at that time. It's Willard and Dibs.
Traveling in 2025?
after you took him way over the fence the other day?
Man, nah, he's okay. He's okay. He knows now that he doesn't have to worry about it during the regular season.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know. If you put Willie Adames' evil laugh alongside Nick Fridell's, I'm not sure which one I'm more drawn to.
Pretty awesome.
Close race.
Yep. Really good.
That's pretty good.
Logan is one of 16 pitchers that Willie has victimized twice. He's never homered 3 times off a singular pitcher, but he's gotten Logan twice in real baseball.
Okay.
And then apparently he got him in BP.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, whatever.
No, it's not BP. It's live BP.
Okay.
In other words, though, no, the pitcher's trying to.
I get it.
The pitcher's not like throwing you an 85-mile-an-hour
And
meatball.
I know that Keaton Wynn just did live BP for the first time in like 8 months, and so that was a big deal for him.
Yeah, and Verlander. This is the one where Verlander screamed out the F word when Ramos took him off the scoreboard. Like they're not out there trying to warm you up. They're trying to strike you out.
Right. It's BP for them too.
Yeah.
It's PP and BP. It's pitching practice, though. It's not just like I want to throw you a cookie because you're trying to get batting practice.
No, they're trying to warm up what they're doing too.
Yep.
And Willie took him a long way. So anyway, I don't know about y'all. I found that to be actually a pretty big moment. That's a pretty big moment. And I don't mean that to sound self-serving because we're sitting here doing the interview on our radio show.
No, good job, Mark. You did it.
No.
You did the damn thing.
That's not what I mean.
I know.
Like, I really...
You deserve your flowers.
No, it's not about me at all. This is about the Giants fan. Like, I don't know, man. We're sitting here begging for something that we can be like, I'm in on that. I'm in on that. Like, that makes me want to, blank, buy a ticket, buy a jersey, whatever. We've had this conversation for years.
Too many.
And if that's just a little taste of the Adames experience, man,
sign me up.
That's pretty exciting.
Yep. Sign me up.
Exciting.
And I mean, I was kind of joking about him playing 161. Like, dude, what the hell happened to you? And he had a story, and his story was about how mad he was that he couldn't play 162.
Yeah.
And he and
exactly.
Matt Chapman, I won't call him Chappie because I got called out.
Call him Chappie.
So
do you?
Willie and Chappie,
yeah,
they're going to play $1.62 apiece.
And
I'm here for it.
You might as well come in with one cheek painted orange and one cheek painted black on Monday.
You don't know that I don't right now.
I'm a Giants fan.
You can only see 2 of 4 cheeks at this hour. But I think to your point, the greater issue or the greater point that I think that you're making is one that I'm looking at right now, which their record over the last 3 years as a team is 240 and 246. You've won 240, you've lost 246, and through those 486 games, you've been what? For the majority of that, you've been absolutely uninspiringly boring.
Right. It's not even the 500 type records, which
I know,
in sports
but to me that's indicative of kind of what you've been.
But I think it's worse than that. Yeah. My point is a 500 record is notorious for driving fans crazy, even more so than a worse record, because usually a worse record is accompanied by some sort of rebuild. But the Giants are out here every year going, no, we're trying, and then it's a little bit like the Warriors' experience so far, where you're like, we're trying, and you can't win 3 in a row. You just can't. You're going to win 2, you're going to lose 2, you're going to win 3, you're going to lose 4, you're going to win. It drives you nuts. But in the meantime, tucked into those 500 records is the fact that by August every year, fans are like, I don't even know who am I looking at? What's going on? Wait, Matos is the player of the month and then he's gone? And who's our shortstop? Who is it?
Who are you?
Is it Luciano? Is it Fitzgerald? Is it Schmidt? What's happening over there? Who is our this? Who is our that? This guy just walked to a phone and called us, and within 18 minutes, there's a completely different relationship than I think that anybody who listened to that has had with a Giants player in 3 years. And he is a part of a left side of the infield that a Giants fan can go, I know what's going on there. Chapman and Adames.
Yep.
And they will bat probably 4th and 5th. That's who's there. Period. Ink, Sharpie, every day, buy a ticket, buy a jersey, go watch.
Right.
And Jung-Hoo in center field, probably batting 3rd. And Ramos is in left, probably batting 2nd. There it is. That's your lineup. Every day.
Yep.
Middle of the order. Good Lord, thank goodness. Thank goodness. We've been waiting.
We have been waiting, and you just hope that those players can live up to the billing. And if they do live up to the billing, then you can have a platoon at first, and you've got a catcher trying to get fit behind the plate. And, Fitzgerald, if he can stick there, and right field's going to be a platoon, and you start to, piecemeal the rest of it, and then you go to the rotation, and you realize, well, Logan Webb, all he does is pitch 6 1/3 minimum every single time out, and knock on wood that he stays healthy, and he has. Robbie Ray, a year removed from Tommy John, if he can pitch to the level that he used to pitch at, oh my God, you've got a second ace because he is nasty. And then you've got 4 or 5 other guys to go 3 through 5. You got a bullpen that is going to be deeper as the year goes on. All of a sudden you start to look at a team that could actually, I don't know about make some noise, win 100 games, no, but be a playoff team and be more suited toward winning a series come October. Absolutely.
Yeah. So anyway, that I found that to be pretty inspiring. Because also, do you know how hard it is to sort of handle yourself that way? I wish it wasn't so hard. Not everybody has got this makeup. But what you just heard is someone who is brand new to this organization and wasn't even born in this country. And to be able to handle a conversation that way and disarm the people around you, my God, that is no small feat. And I'll just tell you, because I've never met the man, but inside baseball circles, I'm telling you, you can just tell when you're dealing with somebody who's not just well-liked. I mean, I have not encountered someone yet who doesn't beam over Willy Adames. And this is what the Giants tried to say about why they were yeah, that's why we're doing $182 million. This is the dude. And he has no characteristics that will hurt you or work against you. He may not get a hit every time up. He may not he's not the best player in the game, but he's really good.
Don't let him face a lefty.
Yeah, well, I know.
Those reverse splits are funky.
They are weird. Yeah.
And dramatic, too.
He likes righties.
Yeah, and next time we talk to him, we should ask him more about some of the nuanced stuff. I mean, this was kind of a get-to-know-you piece, which I really enjoyed, but, Willie, why can't you hit lefties? You're a right-hand hitter. What is it about these funky lefties that bewilders you?
I don't know, but there's a lot more righties. So if you're going to be good against one of them, let's do righties. Let's do righties. Point. Yeah, I'm okay with it. But anyway, Brandon Rush in a little bit over a half hour will celebrate Warriors of days gone by. But 888-957-9570. We'd love to take some phone calls on that, inspired by the fact that the Yankees today, finally, the Steinbrenner family announced that they're now allowing facial hair, which there are still people out there who apparently think that that's unprofessional. One of the first texts we got, Willard couldn't disagree with you more on the facial hair thing. If you're working for me and I'm paying you millions of dollars to play a kid's game, and I tell you I don't want any facial hair, then just deal with it. With all of the bad ink and the bad hair in other sports, totally refreshing to have someone look professional when they're getting paid a lot of money. Look, that's your opinion. I don't know why you define the word professional that way. I don't look at tattoos or hair that goes below the ears and think unprofessional. You do. Okay, that's fine. But the Yankees are telling you right now that the majority of the world has absolutely moved past this. And oh, by the way, beards are probably as popular as they've ever been, maybe since the 70s right now. And so it's just a sign of the times. And it's a sign of the Yankees realizing that in some ways they might be moving into a competitive disadvantage if they keep this up. Would Bryce Harper ever be a Yankee? I don't know. You going to shave that beard? I doubt it. And the millions of dollars thing, I don't know. Like, that's just part of the deal. I don't get triggered by that. The amount of money you make doesn't really have anything to do with, to me, the way you are supposed to look or fit in a box. But anyway, whatever. That's my opinion. I've always thought this thing was ridiculous. I'm glad it's gone. So now what's left? How do you answer it? What's the stupidest remaining rule in sports?
Well, there's a lot of them. I mean, stupid rules, for me, it kind of starts with what we have at home plate in baseball, where the catcher is not allowed to block home plate. And I get it. You don't want to have collisions anymore, but the very fact that the catcher has to now be completely vacant from anywhere even resembling the baseline, and if the ball goes up the line, the catcher can't really go up and catch it and then make a play on a base runner because that runner will be ruled safe. So just thinking about baseball, the whole protection that we've given the base runner at second base and at home plate, for me, it's kind of stupid, and I understand the spirit of it. You don't want to have guys barreling over the catcher anymore, but what you made it so the catcher can't even really position himself to make a play. You have to be in front of the plate, you have to catch the ball, and then sweep tag back to the base runner. If it's a bang-bang play, you can't even be near the baseline. I find that to be stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from. I also, to me, that one doesn't get me as much because I do see the reason. I think you're overstating it a little bit, too. You are allowed to block portions of the bag or the plate. You just have to give the runner an avenue. And I know that can be very subjective and all that. I'll tell you, too, that popped to my mind real quick, and I bet that that some others thought of this one. The first two that come to my mind, and again, we'll take your calls on this. Stupidest rule in all of sports. We'll take calls on it right now. 888-957-9570. First of all, that fumble into the end zone that goes out of bounds thing is absurd. I don't like it. To me, it's completely against the spirit of how we play football. So somebody has the ball get knocked out of their hands at the 1 yard line, and if it happens to go out of bounds just barely inside the pylon, now it's the other team's ball. If it goes just on the other side of the pylon, which could be literally inches away, it's simply your ball still at the 1 yard line. I don't understand what the point of that is. I look at rules in sports that bother me. Like, I don't have to agree with all of them, but I think I need to understand why you're doing it. Like, what's your point? That one, I do not see the point. I wish for someone to explain this to me. Why does football think that that's fair or that makes sense? Fumble the ball into the end zone, it goes out of bounds, the other team gets the ball. And they don't even get it at the 1, they get it out at the 20.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're trying to achieve with that.
I think what you're doing is you're rewarding the defense for creating a turnover or for benefiting from a turnover, because anywhere else in the field, if an offensive player fumbles the ball and it happens to go out of bounds, the offense keeps it. Even though you might have stripped the player, you might have jarred it out, and if the ball bobbles out of bounds, well, your great play is not rewarded. But you get in the end zone, and that becomes an area where you as an offensive player have to be a little bit more careful with the football. And if you don't, then the punishment, the penalty is dramatic. So I know that is one that a lot of people are bothered by. Grandy and Lucas and I, before you got in today,
I don't get it.
They were on your team, and I don't mind that one because if you're an offensive player, protect the football. And when you get inside that area and you are going to try to score a touchdown, you better not fumble now, because you fumble and it goes through the end zone, you lose.
Right, but if you fumble in the regular field and it goes out of bounds, there's no penalty at all.
Well, you get to keep it.
Right.
So that's your benefit.
Right.
So when you get down to the end zone, you no longer have that benefit.
Why?
Now the defense gets the benefit.
Why?
Why should you get the benefit at all?
I don't know. Why the defense get the benefit? We move the ball all the way down the field on you. We get to the 1 yard line, and now you get a benefit because somebody drew a line on the ground?
Well, I
just don't understand.
I do think you could give the recovering team or the defense, you can give them the ball at the 2.5 yard line or give them the ball at the 5 yard line. Giving it to them at the 20 feels to me a little bit of an overreach, because if the offense is at the 1 and you run toward the pylon and you fumble it through the end zone, well, for them to get the ball at the 20 feels a little bit unfair, but I do like the fact that the defense gets it. If you fumble the end zone, defense, you get the ball.
For me, like, you want to get the ball from the other team, you got to recover the fumble. It's like the whole point of a fumble. You got to recover it. You have to recover it. That's why everybody's on the pile grabbing each other's you-know-whats, trying to get the ball. You got to recover the fumble.
Well, yes.
You want to pick up a fumble, you got to recover it.
The whole idea of recovering fumbles, let's be fair about what happens at the bottom of the pile. A lot of that is the recovery is not always who winds up with the ball.
Well, that's true, but I mean, look, they do the best they can on that.
They do.
There's certain things that are not doable. You can't have your head down there at the bottom of the pile and know everything that's going on. So,
yeah.
But you got to recover the ball.
One rule that is not a rule, but I wish it was a rule that I hate is what we now have in the NFL with this whole tush-push thing, because it used to be a rule where you could not aid and abet your own offensive player. You used to not be able to help your offensive player physically move forward on the field of play. But they took that rule out, and what we now have is this stupid play where it's the tush-push or the brotherly shove or whatever you want to call it. For me, that's not football. And I know it's partly sour grapes because I don't like Philly, and they perfected it, and they do it better than anyone. That play is unstoppable. For me, that play is stupid, and I wish that they would bring it back to where if you want to sneak it, but don't have two guys behind you putting their hands on your posterior and shoving you forward. That's not football.
I'm totally with you on that. Now, I do have one other that came to mind that I think is going to – I think it might bother you.
I'm sure it will bother me. You're bothering me.
Nothing new. Well, yeah, that's what I'm here to do.
You're doing great.
But let's go to Max and Hayward first. I want to get everybody else involved. 888-957-9570. Now that the Yankees allow facial hair, what do you think is the dumbest remaining rule in sports? Max and Hayward. Hi, Max. What's up?
What's up, guys? Long-time listener here, first-time caller.
Thanks, Max.
It's nice to be on the show.
Nice to have
thanks
you.
Thanks for filling my 2 to 6.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, you know what really bugs me? In football, I hate how they give teams an extra second for delay of game. And the system works. And the way they do it is they have a ref that looks at the ball, then he looks at the clock, and once it hits 0, then he's going to look down at the ball again, and if it's still there, then they call delay of game. But it's just I know spotting the ball was a big, we're sending things into space, and we got 55-year-old men deciding where the ball is spotted.
Easy.
And that one with delay of game. With delay of game, we can find a better way. I'm a big clock management guy too. I'm always looking at the clock. I think a lot of coaches in the National Football League don't know how to add and subtract by 40. They don't know that plays take 4 or 5 seconds. They don't know, to call a timeout on the front end of the 2-minute warning versus the back end when that makes sense. But yeah, just the delay of game thing, teams getting an extra second, it just bugs me.
Yeah, Max, I you know what? I hear you, and there are moments where the league, thanks, Max, where football does not always use the technology they have, which is odd because they were first as far as replay. They were really they've been forward thinking on a lot, but when it comes to spotting the ball, yes, it's just people with eyes, and they're like, how about right here? Let's do that. And then, for example, the delay game thing. And what he's talking about, if you don't know, is that basically the officials are watching the ball, they're watching the clock. Now, that's your head has to move in 2 different ways. When you see the clock get to 0, hey, you turn your head over to the ball, and there's this little extra second that they get. Why could you not just put an earpiece in? And it beeps when the thing hits 0. And if the beep goes off in your ear before they snap, it's delay a game. Why can you – that's the easiest thing.
Pretty easy.
For a league that's got drone cameras flying everywhere to get an angle of everything, unless the Niners are punting on a Thursday night in Seattle. Then we can't see anything.
We didn't have that angle.
Well, we don't have that angle. You have that angle, but we don't. We're the league. We can't see it. Amazon can. But
cost them the damn season is what happened.
Other than that, would have been 7-10. But anyway, actually, no, they won the game anyway. But point is – right? You have so much insane technology. Right. You can't figure out how to let the ref know when the clock hits 0?
I don't think that's weird. That important to them. And also, when the clock hits 0, 0 is not necessarily 0.0. So when you go from 1 to 0, you realize that 0 is not a full 0.0 until you get a full second elapsed. And if you watch, if you wanted to do 10th of seconds, if you watch a college basketball game, and that's all I do these days, when you get under 1 and it gets to 0.9, that is a 0 if you don't have a decimalized clock. So when the play clock goes to 0, it's not a full 0 until you hit that full second of 0.
Well, it depends on how that clock is going. When that hits 1 and then it sits there for a second and then it hits 0, that means it's arrived at 0, I think.
But not 0.0.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't believe so.
In other words, while it's 0.9, 0.8 or whatever, it's still viewing 1.
I wonder at what point that clock goes from 1 to 0.
My perception, at least.
Right.
I could be wrong.
And also, I will caution people, and I don't want to come down on our first-time caller, but you don't want more of these ticky-tack delay of games. And I understand what he's saying.
That's true.
When you're watching it and you see a 0 and you're like, it's delay. And then the team has a 3rd and 4 and they pick it up against your defense. It's frustrating. It's annoying. But I do like your fix where either you make it a decimal clock where the play clock's down to 3.2, 2.7 or whatever, or you do the red light in the NBA, which
beep
or beep it. Yeah, either way.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is we really don't want referees to get more involved in these ticky-tack little mealy plays. Let's just watch football.
If anybody else has one, dumbest rule in sports, we can keep taking calls, 888-957-9570. Brandon Rush going to join us in 20 minutes. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Also coming up, we can talk more about it next. The other thing that I can't stand is that they won't let people get mad at the refs in press conferences. That's stupid. You should be able to.
That's not a rule.
Yeah, it is. They fine you if you break it.
Right.
Yeah, so that's a rule. Anyway,
whatever.
Willard and
Save
Dibs.
it for the end.
Ref.
Hey, it's your boy Joe Shasky for my friends at Sacramento Ford, and I've got huge.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Tough.
Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. Brandon Rush in 15 minutes. The Warriors are celebrating the 2015 team on Sunday and retiring Andre Iguodala's jersey. More on that in a moment. Got to check in on Dibs and see if he's okay.
Oh, I'm good. Why wouldn't I be?
But before we move on from this, though.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, 925, for reminding me about what actually is the dumbest rule in sports.
Okay.
I brought up the fumble through the end zone. I do think people should be allowed to speak freely in a press conference if they think a call was wrong. I'm not saying rip people. I'm not saying to get personal, but they should be able to be like, yeah, like I thought the game changed because that was a bad call down the stretch. Like, what's the big deal? Anyway, this is actually the dumbest rule in sports. 925 says, a rule I can't stand is in the NBA. You challenge a call and you get it right twice, you don't get any more challenges. Why am I losing challenges because you got the call wrong? Beautiful. Thank you so much. That is actually the dumbest one. Why do you lose a challenge if you're right?
Yeah.
I've never understood that. And by the way, it's not just the NBA. It's true in the NFL too. And it's true in baseball.
Well, in the NFL, if you get both of your first two right, you get a third one.
And you should get a fourth and a fifth, and you should never lose them until you're wrong. Like, I don't understand how on earth you lose anything if you're right. You're right.
Well, you get a third.
And a fourth.
Well, we already are going to look at every scoring play and every turnover. And in the new NFL now, we have the eye in the sky who will look at any play that they want to look at.
Replay assist, yeah.
Right, replay assist, thank you.
No,
so
I get you.
Already, I think the NFL has gone a long way toward making these challenges less important. And now, a lot of times, the challenges are either a way for a coach to slow the other team's momentum or to throw a Hail Mary over a spot that they didn't like.
Yeah, no, I get it, and it's rare. But this is more conceptual to me than anything else. I don't understand how if you get something right, you get anything at all taken away from you. Not one penny. Like nothing. You do not get to take something away if you were right. So an official makes a bad call, they challenge it, you're correct, and you've lost one of your challenges.
Yeah.
What? What are we talking about?
Right?
That's odd to me.
It's the whole thing is very odd because some things you can challenge and other things you can't. Like, you have a blatant kickball in the Dallas Warrior game, and
another good point.
That can't be challenged.
Yeah.
So even though we all see it plain as day that the man kicked the basketball, that is not challengeable.
Why is that, by the way? You read the rule book all the time.
Yeah.
I thought anything to me that is fact or fiction should be reviewable.
Agreed.
I understand if you don't want to do pass interference or holding, but fact or fiction, did you kick the ball or not? Fact or fiction?
Well, they would say that was a judgment call, even though it's pretty clear and pretty plain as day that the ball was kicked. No, but that's what they would say. Like, for example, a goaltend, did the ball hit the backboard before the defender went up and blocked it? You can actually look at that, and you can see if the ball hit the backboard or not. And I thought that kickball would be the same kind of a play. Like, you could see whether or not he kicked it, and, well, yeah, he kicked it. And he put his foot out, and it was intentional, and that's a kick.
I love that phrase, a judgment call. Everything is a judgment call. My judgment is that runner beat the ball to first base. My judgment might be wrong. So fact or fiction should be reviewable. To me, whenever...
Well, again, holding is not fact or fiction.
Correct.
And pass interference is not fact or fiction.
I agree.
For the most part.
Because there are intricacies to those calls. It's not just black or white.
Yeah.
Pass interference, two players are jockeying, whatever. Somebody, this guy's touching that guy, this guy's touching this guy. I understand that. But did the foot hit the base first or did the ball hit the glove? Fact or fiction?
Pretty clear.
Yeah. That's all.
Can I add one here?
Yeah.
So this goes across like all sports. We talk about video review and replays and how we need indisputable video evidence to overturn something. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Speak on it.
Like, just because we take a random guess live, we have to stick with that random guess live because we're not 100% certain. I could be 95% sure that, say, Josh Allen got the first down in Kansas City. I think he did, but because I don't have the perfect angle or he's blocked by Chris Jones' helmet, I can't say he got it. No, go with whatever you think is more likely.
The rules are stated such that we are more likely to send someone to jail than overturn a call. You do not need indisputable evidence to find someone guilty. You simply need to move it beyond a reasonable doubt. I could not be with you more.
So dumb.
Absolutely. When you see something and you're like, I mean, that's what happened. I can't sit here and draw it out for you, but that's what happened.
Well, in this one, I think this particular case is tough because you had two different refs run in and say two different things in the moment. So already they aren't sure. They both were spotting the ball in different spots in real time.
Yeah. Although, again, that was just the example that Grandy's using in this particular case. We have an abundance of examples of this kind of thing when you can essentially see what took place. But by the way, the extension of that, and I've said this before, I hate any time someone is reviewing their own call because they're activated by the idea of being right, like any other human being. So it should nothing should ever be reviewed by the crew that called it. It should always be going to New York or upstairs or replay assist or whatever. Let somebody else who has no dog in the fight make these calls. I think that actually is related to what you just said.
No doubt, Brandon. Because, having done some officiating when, granted, not at the professional level, but when you make a call, you're making a call based on what you've seen and what you think actually happened. So you make a call because that's your job, and I have never had to go to a video monitor and review my own call, but I know that my inclination would be to look at what I'm seeing and back up what I thought I saw in real time. Because
who wants to be wrong in life?
It's not only about being right or wrong, but it's about what you saw, and then you're watching it again. It's like, yeah, that's what I saw the first time.
Yeah.
It's almost like
you're biased.
Confirmation bias.
Yes.
You're looking to confirm your own opinion, not because you're afraid of being wrong, but that's what you saw the first time and you're seeing it again. And unless it's like, oh my God, I was really, really way off on that one, you're going to be more likely to say, yeah, that's what I saw and I agree with it.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland who's got one. Hi, Gene. What you doing?
Hey, I'm going to the club to work out, but I had to chime in because this is what kills me, and it always has and always will until it changes. The rule that there has to be a human being call balls and strikes in baseball. That drives me crazy. I mean, you can have differences in the strike zone between games, between batters, and within the same at bat, and they can be so bad as to ruin an at bat or even ruin a game. So we got the technology to finally get rid of or let's put it this way: we can have the umpire, but let technology determine balls and strikes, and then he can call balls and strikes from the signal he gets.
The only thing that I'll say in your, kind of to aid what you're saying right now, Gene, is I think you're going to get your wish. And thanks for the call. This is happening. It certainly looks like the toothpaste is out of the tube on at least balls and strikes being reviewable now that they've got that box that we see on TV every day.
Yeah, I don't even want to get to that stage. Let's just go right to where you have the robots do it. I don't want to have the reviewable, the tap the helmet, and let's review it. I know you're saying that it's really fast and all that, and I get it. I believe you, but let's just skip beyond that because that's just going to lead to more complaining about the umpires. Let's just go from what we have now, which is the good umps get about 95 to 98% of balls and strikes correct. The bad ones are about 88 to 92, and that's not good enough. So let's get to the machines, and let's get to where it's going to be 97 to 100% accurate, and let's forget the whole idea of review.
Hey, you soccer stands. Someone just texted in about offsides in soccer. How do you feel about it? I think that by the letter of the law,
what they do with offside is it's right, but it's stupid. Like a lot of times they'll draw that line and you could have your pinky finger offside.
Right.
It's like, well, that's offside. Or your elbow. The spirit of the law is if you're even, you're on. And that's what,
No, but like, why does it have to be that way? Like, I could cherry pick in basketball and you get a dunk.
Well, in soccer, you can't really have that.
Why?
Because it goes against the spirit of the movement of the game where the ball goes and you move. And the way it is now, I like the way offside is where you can't just cherry pick, but I do think that with VAR, video assisted refereeing, a lot of times they draw the line, and if you do have like your shoulder or your earlobe is offside, well, now you're in an offside position.
What do you think, Randy?
Yeah, I'd agree with Dibbs. I would imagine the person who's texting in probably is not a fan of soccer, and therefore they dislike the offsides rule itself.
Well,
soccer would be entirely different, and I don't think I'd like it as much without the offsides rule.
Scoring would be easier.
No doubt.
And that's what a lot of American fans who have had a hard time with soccer, that's their thing. Like,
but Dibbs is also right. The spirit of the law, I don't think VAR gets it right because you could have an eyelash offside and it gets a goal taken away.
All right, we're sponsored by Safeway, and Brandon Rush is going to join us next. The Warriors celebrating the 2015 team this Sunday, and Dibbs' favorite player gets his jersey retired. You can be all right with Iguodala in the rafters?
That's not my choice.
I know it's not your choice.
I'm okay with it.
Are you?
I mean, why do you you're trying to poke me. You're poking and you're prodding. You asked me and I answered it. I am thrilled for Andre and the entire Iguodala clan. He earned it. And you know what? I'm going to be there standing and cheering. I might even take my shirt off.
Your answer shows that you're not all the way in favor of it.
I'm fine with it.
Which is okay.
I don't own the team. So if you want to put his number in the rafters, which of course you know is
it 9?
Look at you. Look at the big brain on Willard.
Did I get it?
Yep. Monte was 8.
Who knows?
Put Monte's 8 up there, Joe, while you're at it.
That's Kobe's. I know he was 8.
Not here.
Until he wasn't 8 anymore.
Exactly.
And he was 24. Brandon Rush joins us next on Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal and more.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we appreciate that, Kurt, so much. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're on an absolute highway to the end of the week, working for the weekend, just like all of you. Let's head to the finish line together here and then get ready for a basketball game tonight. We're working on connecting with Brandon Rush, see if we can get that done. But let's get back to Warrior basketball because truly, I think almost as emblematic as anything else of the way Warrior fans feel about basketball right now, dude, it feels like it's been a month since they've had a game.
Right.
And that to me shows kind of the excitement level that's been created. And this is what we started off the show saying. I really think I miscalculated with that Jimmy Butler trade. I think we got a long way to go to know if it was still a great trade and a great contract. But what I miscalculated was the excitement that it would create with the Warrior fan base because we see it everywhere right now. And I think it's really tucked into the fact that this trade kind of helped the Warriors finally declare whether they were about now or the future. They're about now.
It's one timeline, and this is the timeline. It's 2.5 years. It's Jimmy, Draymond, Steph, and everyone else that you have, and hopefully Jonathan continues to be a part of it. And, you just mentioned that it felt like it had been a month since they played, and I'm thinking about 10 years since the first title, and it doesn't feel like it's been 10 years. It feels like it's been about 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly, right?
But it's been 10 years.
It's been 10 years.
Coming up.
It's been 10 years.
My
and
God.
In fact, joining us right now on the River Islands guest line is a member of that title team back in 2015, which will be honored Tuesday night when Charlotte is in town. Andre Iguodala's jersey will be retired Sunday with Dallas in town. And our next guest is going to be there for both of them, and that is former Warrior Brandon Rush. Brandon, thank you for coming on the show. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Oh, we're doing fine, man. What does this mean to you? And sort of what Dibs was just talking about. Like, dude, it's been a decade. Can you believe that?
It's unbelievable to think that it's been 10 years since we won that. And I mean, you can't just fathom that right now. You're like thinking back, like, golly, that time has just passed by so fast. And then now it's coming up on 10 years. It's just amazing how time flies.
Right, and I'm just sitting here with my partner, Mark, and I was about 3 different shows back when this all went down. And for you personally, it had to be quite a journey because you're a Warrior and you suffered that absolutely catastrophic injury. I happened to be in the arena that night, and all of our hearts dropped. And then you end up getting traded for Andre Iguodala, and then you go to Utah, but then the next season you come back. What was it like for you individually to be here, get dealt, come back, and then be a part of a title team?
Well, for me, it was up and down because of the roller coaster we had. My first year there in 11, we didn't have a good season. I think Steph was hurt majority of the time. And then they hired, that was the second year of Mark Jackson. I get hurt the second game of the season, out for the season. Then I get traded, like you said. It was just a blessing. Just to be able to come back. I certainly put my imprint on the team as far as like the management and whatnot and the coaching staff, that they loved me, having me around in the locker room, having me around the guys. So that was the main reason why they thought it'd be a great idea to bring me back. And, it's just like I just said, it has been a blessing to be a part of that team. And then following up from winning that championship to going down in history as the winners team in NBA history. So it is, again, it's just a blessing to have.
Brandon Rush with us here on Willard and Dibs. Brandon, what are you looking forward to most for Tuesday night?
I'm looking forward to mainly the Sunday when Andre's getting his jersey retired. I think that's a big deal, especially the things he has done for the organization and that 2015 team when he won Finals MVP. So I'm looking forward to Iggy and then on to that ceremony where they honor us, that 2015 team.
Yeah, and what a season that was and what a run. And can you take us back to the Memphis series where Memphis takes you 99-89 in Game 3, and it looks like the Grizzlies might be too much, and famously, you guys all went to barbecue, or you decided to stop guarding certain players on Memphis. What was it like in that series where you were able to flip the script on the Grizzlies and then go on to win the title?
That just came from this hard work. This hard work, just putting in the effort of guys locking in, honing in what the guys' weaknesses are and their strengths were. And we had a good coach. We had a great coaching staff, and then you was blessed with having Steph Curry on the team to make it happen.
Brandon, let's talk about that early Steph Curry career. When did you have an indication that we were dealing with a different kind of a player?
I would say around his third season is he made a little jump, but he was so inconsistent with his games because he's dealing with a lot of injuries here and there. But then after the ankle injury, and I want to say 2012 or 2011, went around those times, he was able to take his game up to the next level. He pretty much changed the game of how we played it, how it's played today. Everybody shoot threes because that's how Golden State played. Everybody plays small ball because that's how Golden State was so successful. So stuff really, really changed the game in my mind these last 15 years.
And how important was Andre Iguodala for that team to be able to play the way that they did? Because when he came in and what he brought defensively and his ability to ball handle, was he a big key into you guys being able to play small like that?
Yes, he was a huge key. And then having Draymond, too. So you can't leave out Draymond. Draymond being able to guard big guys, the big fives, and put him in a center position at 6'4", 6'5", however tall Draymond is. And then you have a ball maker, a playmaker like Andre is able to roam around with his great hands. He's got some of the best hands I've ever seen in my life, getting his hands on the ball, stripping the balls, or getting deflections like that. So having Andre was really big for us going down the stretch.
Brandon, I'm going to circle back to my previous question because with regard to when you knew that something was different with Steph, and you kind of mentioned the third year, I wonder, though, now if you can reflect. We're not just talking about a different player. We've now arrived at a time where most basketball fans look at this player and go, this is a top 10 player ever. And so I wonder, what's your reflection on that? Like, did you see that as a possibility at all when you were together?
I didn't think he was going to be. I'm just going to go back to where we played in college. We played him in the Elite Eight in 2008. And I didn't think I know he was good. He was able to score the ball, but I didn't think he was going to be able to change the game like he has over the last few years. And then it just came with confidence. Like Coach Kerr put all his confidence in the kid, and then him being able to shoot the ball the way he does is only translated to winning basketball because you put the right pieces around him, like bringing in Draymond, bringing in Clay. Like you have all these right pieces around him, and that's what made this team so successful.
And Steve Kerr obviously has played a huge role in that. And I know that you started with Mark Jackson, and he laid the groundwork and the blueprint for the defense, especially for this team. But when Steve came in that first year and you guys won the title, what was it like to play for Steve when he was a rookie head coach?
For me personally, it wasn't the greatest because I was still dealing with an ACL injury. But as far as like having him as a head coach and how he like a real players coach that understand the levels of ball movement and how to get open shots without jibbing the ball crazy. And his whole philosophy of what she got from the San Antonio Spurs is that ball movement, everybody's getting involved. And he was a thrill to play with. I mean, he's a genuine guy and a great coach at that.
Brandon, there are only a handful of you guys coming back Tuesday night. To what level are you still in touch with all the teammates from that squad?
So right now, I'm actually talking to Mo Spates. We're trying to set up a time to play golf while we're there, since it's going to be pretty nice. And really ain't kept the time with anybody else other than Holiday. Holiday's he's in Italy right now playing. And a couple other guys we touched base. Ian Clark was there. For All-Star weekend, but he's going back to Australia to finish out the playoffs. So I didn't get any other guys I really am being in touch with.
Well, you know, Festus Ezeli now is a big-time media guy out here in the Bay Area. I mean, you get a chance to talk to Festus, or do you have to go through an agent to actually get to Festus now?
You got to write him on Instagram. You got to find a way to get in contact with him. He's kind of hard to like reach out to and like send a text to because takes forever to respond, but he's always on Instagram, so you can easily send a message to him and get in contact that way.
Brandon Rush with us. So Brandon, speaking of covering this team, how much are you watching what's going on with this particular squad, and what's your thought on the acquisition of Jimmy Butler?
I think having Jimmy is huge because you have that piece to where you can close out games other than relying on Steph to be Superman all the time. So having Jimmy to close out games now gives them the extra advantage on winning some of these games, and that's what's been happening the last few weeks before the Jimmy trade. Is they haven't been able to close the games. So now they have Jimmy, and I'm seeing like they're playing well. I haven't had a chance to watch too many of those games since he's been there, but he's playing well, and it seems like the guys like him, and they have been winning.
Yeah, obviously you made your way and you had your championship at Oracle over in Oakland, but now this is Chase Center in San Francisco. What are you expecting in terms of the reception from a fan base that now, 10 years removed from the first title, they're kind of growing expectations about titles, yet they got to have a lot of love for that first championship run?
Yeah, I think so. I think it would be a lot of love that would be shown, I guess, especially with Andre getting his jersey retired and having us there Tuesday to be honored. And I think it'll be a lot of love. So I think it's still a lot of fans from the Oakland side where Oracle was still big time fans.
Brandon, what stands out to you more in your career, a college basketball championship or an NBA championship?
Oh, that's the tough. I get that question all the time. I would say college, because this is one. I mean, you have one bad game and you're done for the season. And NBA, you get 7 chances. I mean, 4 out of 7 chances to try to move on to the next round. So I would say college is probably the toughest.
Yeah, and I was at that game in San Antonio that night, and you guys were in real trouble. And Memphis, I believe Douglas Roberts with a couple of missed free throws. Derrick Rose couldn't convert as well. And next thing you know, you guys hit a big 3 to force overtime. That was one of the real rescuing victory from the jaws of defeat games I've ever been to, Brandon.
It was definitely. Even if you look in some of our guys' faces, you would see that we just seemed defeated. Down 7 like 2 minutes ago. We're like, this. I mean, we don't have a chance here. I mean, we just blessed with those missed free throws and Mario making this miracle shot. And once I knew we got into overtime, I knew it was over because we had all the momentum carrying.
Hey, Brandon, before you go, I know you mentioned that in a way you're almost looking forward to Sunday more than Tuesday. Give us an idea of what Andre Iguodala was like as a teammate.
Oh, he was a great teammate. I mean, he always had something smart to say, but all around he was just a great teammate to play with, even be around outside of the court. I mean, he always trying to drop some knowledge, and he's always been great. So nothing bad to say about Andre at all.
Brandon, enjoy the heck out of both of these experiences, and thank you so much for hopping on with us for a few.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, there he is. Brandon Rush of the 2015 Warriors. He will be at both of the next 2 Warrior home games, Sunday against Dallas with Iguodala's number retired, and then Tuesday against Charlotte when the 2015 team will be honored 10 years since the Warriors became, at least this group, became champions.
And it hits me. I mean, 10 years, and then he's talking about the NCAA championship, and you mentioned the Steph Curry, or he mentioned the Steph Curry game and the Elite Eight, where Kansas had to eke it out over Davidson, led by the babyface sophomore Steph Curry in the Elite Eight to go to the Final Four. And I was actually at that game with your buddy Rod Brooks. He and I were at that Final Four game, and it's just one of those moments where your heart goes out to Memphis and the missed free throws. But yeah, Mario Chalmers with the triple, and Kansas wins it in overtime, and that's now 17 years ago, Mark.
I'm trying to remember. Give it to me again, because I swear to goodness that I might have been sitting next to you guys.
Might have been that one. That was in San Antonio at the Alamo Dome.
Definitely went to that.
Yeah. And it was
definitely went to that.
Yeah, Kansas beats Memphis in overtime. Yeah. Mario Chalmers hit that 3 after, as Brandon mentioned, they were down 7 with about 2.5 to go, and it looked like Memphis was going to get it done. They were going to win the darn thing, and a guy named Derrick Rose missed a couple free throws, and then Chris Douglas Roberts, who was a great college player, he missed a couple free throws.
CDR, yes.
And then your guy Mario Chalmers, who went on to have a good career in the pros, drilled a triple, and then they had Darrell Arthur on that team, and of course Brendan Rush, and
damn, dude,
Kansas was able to just kind of rescue that thing.
You know, I hate this. I hate when we sit here and do this.
I know.
No, but like the sports fans.
No, you don't.
No, the sports fans who are listening now, I want to make sure that everybody feels super served, and we're talking about what's going on now.
Yeah.
But like, there are moments where you come up, and no matter how old you are, I think you look back on things and sort of wish that they still were the way they were. And listening to you list out that roster, and kind of, at least my opinion, a college basketball roster will never sound like that ever again, because guys are out of there so fast, and we get to know college players for such a short period of time. I miss those days where you could go to a Final Four. I remember watching Florida, for example.
Oh, yeah, back-to-back years.
Dude, back-to-back years with Joakim Noah and Brewer, and I'm going to forget some of the other players, Horford. Like, those dudes,
Humphrey,
they were all on the squad and on the floor at the same
Did you say
time.
Corey Brewer?
Yes, Brewer.
Okay.
And then you'd get them, and then you'd watch them all go into the NBA over the next year or two, and that it just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist anymore.
Not in the same way. And I'm looking at the UCLA team that lost in the Final Four. Kevin Love, Darren Collison, Russell Westbrook on that UCLA team.
Yep.
And they lost in the semis. Carolina was in there with Tyler Hansborough and Ty Lawson. These are NBA players now.
All of them.
These are guys who had good long careers, and that was your Final Four. But Brandon had me thinking about that with the Steph Curry memory, and you look at that, and Steph was a sophomore, and here we are 17 years later, and he went from, man, what a neat story that was. This baby-faced kid from, Davidson?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? I know John Davidson, the former actor, but so he goes from that 17 years later, he's top 10 all time and the greatest shooter in history.
That's why I doubled back to Brandon on that question, because I'm like, when did you know he was special? And that's one answer. And then I'm like, okay, when did you know that he was, as Steve Kerr put it, the greatest human being who's ever walked the face of the earth?
Right.
I mean, honestly, it really is. And I know what it sounds like. We end up fawning over this guy so often. And maybe that hits you a certain way. I don't know. But the bottom line is it really is. We're watching in real time what I think is one of the greatest stories in sports history. And Warrior fans, it's all happening on your team. That's it. Like, and so when we go back to some of those conversations that we were having a month ago, 2 months ago, and people talk about the importance of Steph Curry never wearing another uniform, I'm going to double back to that for a second and really drive this point home. It's one of the reasons that I am glad about Jimmy Butler's acquisition, because I do not care if the effort at another championship for Steph Curry works out or not. I care, but my point is that's not the linchpin for me on this idea of Steph Curry finishing his career as a Warrior. That franchise needs to do whatever they can to make sure that happens that way. We brought up in the crossover this idea of the greatest face of a franchise ever, and Goo brought up Jordan. And I wonder if he even qualifies, because once upon a time he did put on a different uniform. Those names that we brought up with him, Curry and Jeter, to me, that's a big part of it.
Yep.
You never, ever, ever put on another jersey. And to me, that's one of the reasons that at this moment, Curry is ahead of Jordan for that subject matter.
Agreed.
Not as a player. Make sure you understand me. Not as a player.
Right. But in terms of face of the franchise, legacy guy, and, you could look at other players who have similar track records with one team, and it's Tim Duncan, it's Dirk Nowitzki, it's Kobe, and Steph Curry, as far as, numbers of years with a team and the ability to win. I know Dirk won just the one. I think Kobe got 5 at the end of it, and Steph's got 4. And Tim Duncan, I think, had 4, if not 5 of those. I don't know if he got all 5. I think he might have gotten all 5. Because Steiny mentioned the other day that
I think he did get 5.
That he was kind of like the reserve center on the Kawhi team. But when you look at legacy NBA players, John Stockton played his whole career in Utah, never won a ring, but he is the face of Utah. He and Karl Malone during the 80s and 90s. But Steph Curry is not only the face of a franchise, 4 titles, best shooter ever, but a guy who's now injected himself into the top whatever all time.
Yeah. I mean,
including an unbelievable American moment, too.
That's what I mean.
To just sprinkle on top.
Well, I mean, when you take the last 3 years as a whole, whatever Steph Curry had not achieved, he now has. Oh, but he's never been a Finals MVP. Check. Or he never won a gold medal. Check. Oh, by the way, you also hit the big shots to win the gold medal. I mean, he's running out of things. He's running out of things.
Never made the Final Four, Mark. Couldn't get it done against Kansas.
Yeah, joker.
9 of 25 in that game.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And we're here for your phone calls. And Bob and Philmo, Mike, you stay right where you are. We're coming to you next, 888-957-9570. And the question we started the show asking, which is, when is the last time you felt this urgent about Warrior regular season basketball? When was the last time you felt like their games were this much of an appointment view as we feel tonight is, and Sunday and Tuesday, for that matter, as Warrior basketball in the 27-game stretch run gets started here shortly on 95.7 The Game. Your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about abundant.
Bay Area, it's Buddy Hill. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
In life fun, in sports radio fun.
Super fun.
Like, let me, and the only reason I bring this up, and again, the beauty of this whole thing is that your opinion is your opinion, and no one can take that from you, and you get to keep it, and you get to say it with your chest if you want to.
Stand on it.
Right? I like to say it with my chest.
Stand on what you say.
There you go.
Stand on what you do.
I do. And so if that makes me a know-it-all, fine. I'll take the label. But isn't it fascinating how different, how wide the range is of things that you will hear people say when it comes to sports? Listen to this. Listen to this. And I see you, 408. You just texted in. And all I want to say, I appreciate you listening to this show and being a fan of our station, and even more so than interacting with the show. But we were just talking about Steph Curry, and again, nobody compared him to Michael Jordan, the player. We were talking about faces of franchises, which has got a whole business aspect to it. It's got a personal life aspect to it, branding, all of those things that go along with the actual basketball. But the text that just came in said, he's never been and never will be as good or as valuable as Jordan. Well, that's fine if you're just talking basketball. Watch the next sentence. Ready for this? He's just a shooter. And the last time I checked, not even the best shooter of all time. Isn't our job fascinating?
It's great. It's great.
Like, it's amazing. See, and I think it's incredible that there's a human being on earth who thinks that.
Well,
but that's the beauty of it all.
The idea of him being
he's just a
shooter. Okay, I mean
what?
He's really good at shooting,
Yes.
but if you watch the games, he can pass and he can drive. He's not a great defender, but whatever that means, and then you go to he's not even the greatest shooter of all time. Well, you can also think that. You're entitled to that opinion.
I mean, he said he does not have the best all-time percentage.
Right,
Yes.
but what percentage do you want to talk about? And do you know who the all-time leading three-point percentage shooter is
I don't
in
even
the
know.
association?
Is it Ray Allen?
I think it's Steve Kerr.
Is it Steve Kerr? Does he have, and he has enough attempts?
Yeah, barely.
Okay.
Barely. He
All right.
qualifies. But,
Congrats.
And the reason why, well, not the reason, but a reason why he's the all-time leader in percentage is that he thrived during the 3-year period where the three-point line in the NBA was a joke. Steiny voice. The three-pointer at the top of the circle was, I think, 22 feet, and now it's 23.9. And during those years, Steve shot over 50% from three because the three was a glorified free throw. So, yeah, we can go to percentages. We can go to whatever you want. But by and large, if you ask NBA experts and those people who have watched the association for a long time, he's widely regarded as the best shooter ever.
Right.
So,
but
not my opinion.
No. But,
although I share it.
No, but just a shooter is, to me, is patently hilarious. Like a bona fide one on multiple championship teams, like a finals MVP, a standard bearer in the NBA, a gold medal winner, like all of these things. How on earth can you look at Steph Curry and be like, just a shooter?
Yeah.
That's so wild to me.
No, it's crazy.
Yeah, but okay.
Well, and if you want to play face of the franchise, and this is probably an exercise for AI or Chat GPT, they could come up with the answer for every franchise. But if you wanted to go team by team, franchise by franchise in the association and say, who is the face of that franchise all time? If you got to the Warriors, it would be Steph Curry.
Of course it would.
If you got to the Lakers, you might have...
there's a debate there.
It's Kobe.
It's Kobe or Magic.
Kareem.
It's Kobe or Magic. I can promise you it's either Kobe or Magic.
Well, okay, fine.
But there's a debate, yes.
Fine. Like the Clippers, if you want to go to the Clippers...
I mean, Norman Powell.
I was going to say Michael Cage,
no, it's probably,
but...
it's actually probably... I mean... The most beloved Clippers.
Well, that's a great question.
Yeah, the most beloved. It was the Lob City era that got the most attention. So is that Chris Paul or Blake Griffin? But, prior to that, it might have been Danny Manning.
Chat GPT actually says Kawhi Leonard. So, work on it, computer.
That's current.
I guess my point of all this is if you went franchise to franchise around the association, you wouldn't have 30 definitive answers, yet the Warriors have one, and it's him, that dude, Steph Curry.
No doubt.
So that for me becomes the bigger point of all this. And, I mentioned San Antonio and Tim Duncan. Well, he is the longest tenured Spurs player, and he had 5 titles, but I don't know if he, right now it'd be Wembanyama. But all
time is probably Duncan.
Yep.
I think so.
Sure.
Over Kawhi and David Robinson.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, you'd go to Houston and it would be Olajuwon.
Yeah.
Because he got the 2 titles. But
definitely. Hakeem. Yeah.
Again, if we played this game all across the association, you're finding a lot of these answers are 40 years looking backward.
Or debatable, or there's probably a lot of franchises who don't even have one.
Yeah.
You couldn't really
the
answer
Charlotte
the
Hornets,
question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably Larry Johnson in Charlotte.
I mean.
Or Zoe.
I guess. Yeah.
Anyway.
All right. 888-957-9570. Willie Adames might be the face of the Giants here pretty soon. We'll see. I know that's what they're hoping. And he is in about 13 minutes. If you missed our conversation with Willie earlier today, honestly, no joke, Giants fan or not, this is worth your time. He is very impressive. My God, he is very impressive. So we'll have that for you coming up. But taking your Warrior phone calls until then, Bob in Reno on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Bob, what's up?
Hey, guys. Doing good. How about you guys?
We're good.
Excited for my birthday weekend. We get to go see the Warriors play. I honestly bought the tickets before I found out that Andre Iguodala jersey retirement, and that just put the icing on the cake.
Woo!
So
nice call.
How are you guys feeling? Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to say, how are you guys feeling about Sunday? I know they played the Mavericks not too long ago, and I know the whole trade thing went down. But one thing a lot of people have mentioned was they need to get in the paint early. What are you guys' thoughts on that, especially with now acquiring a guy like Jimmy Butler? And then also, you guys talked about the question sense of urgency in the regular season. To me, I really can't think of a time we really had a sense of urgency. Maybe it was last season, but, playoffs-wise, I would say the sense of urgency was, when Clay and KD went down, because everyone wanted that three-peat. Especially, a lot of Warriors fans really wanted that three-peat. This didn't happen, but I would say maybe sense of urgency was last season, but I couldn't really tell you the last time I've seen a sense of urgency in a very, very long time.
Yeah, Bob, thanks very much. Appreciate that. I mean, as far as the matchup on Sunday with Dallas, I know what everyone's thinking when they're talking about the X's and O's, and Dallas is missing all of their big guys, and it's like pounded inside. I look at it personally from a little bit of a broader view. They're a better team than the Dallas Mavericks right now. Kyrie Irving went absolutely crazy. I would not expect that to happen again because I would never expect someone to play that well. So, sure, obviously. Yeah, see if you can establish something inside, but that's not really the Warriors' offensive strength anyway. I just think the Warriors need to be sharper. And if they're sharper at the start of the game, they'll start winning these games. I hope that, and I trust that they do. I mean, they understand the same urgency that you're feeling, they feel double. Trust me. And if you want any evidence, it's the fact that after that Dallas game, 22 hours later, on a night that every star took out in the NBA, those guys went out and played. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
Yeah.
And those guys went out and played and won a basketball game in Houston.
Because they're feeling the urgency. Yeah. And, you're talking about the last time that we felt this, and I keep thinking back to last year, and I was just going through the schedule, and I'm looking at a loss against Minnesota that dropped them to 36-34, and at the time they were the 10 seed with a 1-game cushion on the 11 seed, and I don't remember the exact moment of that game coming in on the next Monday, which was Monday, March 25th, but I do remember the time, and it was like, are they going to miss the play-in? I mean, is this where we are with this team? And they did go out and win 10 of 12, and it didn't net them a top 6 seed. It netted them a play-in spot, and it only got them into the 10 seed, I believe. And so the urgency, though, down the stretch was, oh, my God, Joe Lacob said you're not going to be a lottery team, and here you are, a game up on the 11. So I do think last year we had a certain amount of that urgency. Now, this is different because You got Jimmy Butler in. You got 27 games left, and it does feel like things have opened up a little bit for them to make their way up the standings and maybe get to a 6 or a 7.
I totally buy it, but I also think that it comes in hotter than that. I'm talking about this year versus last year, and the last time regular season games had this kind of thump to them, this kind of sense of urgency. And it is because of Jimmy Butler. It's because the Warriors have made a proclamation with this acquisition. You want me to say it? It's a proclamation sensation.
You don't have to.
No, I did. They have made a declaration, if you will. They are about now, and now they have multiple stars, and you just have a very hard time kind of half-stepping, which is what I feel like sort of happened at the end of last year. You boogied for the last few weeks, won a bunch of games, got into a play-in, totally got blown off the floor and went home, and Klay Thompson stared into the sky. Like, that's not what this team is capable of or what they're doing. That team last year never had this level of excitement from their fan base, as I feel like they do right now. We'll keep going on the phones. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Philmo Mike is on the line. Philmo, what's up?
Yo, what's poppin', Willard? Willard,
what?
Do you get that a lot, that people say you know it all?
Oh, of course.
Did you mention that? Because you always be like, I'll say if I know it all. But I'm going to keep it real. I used to think that, but you do know a lot. So I give you kudos to that.
But there's also a lot that I don't. There's also a lot that I don't know, Philmo.
I know.
Yeah.
You ain't know everything.
Yeah,
you ain't
right?
that good, bro.
Yeah, well,
Come on, man.
I don't want to know everything. My God, it's not like I'm not trying to get on Jeopardy or something.
Nah, Dibs was on Wheel of Fortune.
That's true. I'm jealous of that.
Yeah, 3 bankrupts, Philmo Mike, in case you ever see the episode. Spoiler alert, the wheel got me, but I got my jokes in now.
Oh, I love it. And you know what I love? Y'all keep doing the little Herm Edwards. Y'all been doing that for like 3 days. I love it. Yeah, you got to get it right now. Got to get it right. Anyway,
that's a damn 4, Philmo. It becomes addicting. You know, I started doing it, and then Mark started doing it.
You listen up. You might hear it again now.
I don't know. Stop doing it.
I'm trying to let you know now. Anyway, the urgency, the last time I felt the urgency was probably We Believe. If you remember, I always tell this to Steiny, Don Nelson in Chicago, he declared defeat for the season. He was like, man, that's the last time I felt the real urgency, because a lot of times you feel it, but it's not really there because you don't really feel like it's a chance. But maybe it was different because back then I didn't really feel like it was a chance, and they turned it out, so I feel differently about it. So that's the last time I really felt urgency. But I just wanted to talk about the names you guys were talking about as far as college basketball. You guys said Darren Collison. When did he just stop playing basketball in the NBA? It's crazy. The guy from Oregon, Dibs, I know you remember this name, Donnell Harvey.
Yeah.
From Florida, and Steve Logan. He was like the first. He was like a Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf from Cincinnati. And you know who don't get enough love? Brevin Knight and Arthur Lee.
Wow.
Do not get enough love when it comes to college basketball in the Bay Area, because they was going crazy, and it was only like 5'7" and 6'1" as a backcourt. They were balling. I just want to let people know, man, if you have any chance, they need a documentary on them too, because they was going crazy right before Jacobson came and the Twins came. But for real, man, I love y'all show. Keep doing your thing. Don't forget to watch that back.
Thank you, Philmo. Always.
Yep, love that.
Can't reach the majority of my back, but I got a scrub brush that I have to go to because flexibility is at an all-time low. It gets tough now.
You know, that's just that it's the great beyond. Nobody really knows what's going on back there.
Right.
I mean, you could ask somebody. You could try to look in the mirror. Oh, or you could just do the ignorance is bliss thing.
Dude.
What's going on in the middle of your back? I don't know.
No idea.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There could be something awful back there. I don't know about it. Got to tell somebody if you see something.
No doubt. I mean,
tell somebody
see
now.
something and say something.
see red, say no. See hair, say no. Kyle in Walnut Creek. Hi, Kyle. What are you doing?
Willard, Dibs, how you guys doing? Happy Friday to you.
Yeah, you too.
Hey guys, I think the sense of urgency is big right now for two reasons. One, obviously, having Jimmy Butler, we know that it's more of a complete team, and obviously we have a pretty, I wouldn't say easy schedule, but a schedule that, like you guys were talking about earlier, we should win a good amount of these games coming up. But more importantly, if we are able to win these games, knowing that Kuminga is coming back, that's going to be two guys that you can count on to try to get to the free throw line, stabilize those games when we're playing tougher opponents. And it really just brings out a more complete team. So, like, the excitement of trying to get these games now to build a little bit of a cushion for the play-in or hopefully a playoff spot, but also knowing on the back end that Kuminga's coming back too. And if we, on these next, 4 or 5 games, just what that could look like as a roster, it's exciting. And I think that's also adding to the sense of urgency. Like, look, we got Kuminga coming back. If we can win these games, like, that just brings even more excitement to the team and hopefully for the hopes to get to the playoffs. So I think it's twofold. It's obviously because we want to play with the current roster we have now and make the playoffs, but also knowing that Kuminga's coming back too. That adds a whole other level of urgency and excitement to this whole scenario.
Kyle, you know what I think you're getting at there, and it's a good call. Thank you very much for adding to our show. This is kind of how I feel about it. When you look at the urgency or the excitement, whatever word you want to use for right now, compare it to at any point during the last 2 years. Do you want to know what I think it really is? This is the first time in the last 2 years that a rational human being can think that the Warriors might actually have something special. Like 2 years ago, actually, it was a good team that could compete at a high level, but there was such a cloud hanging over their head.
Right.
Couldn't win a road game. You could tell that they hated each other, at least some of them. And so such a cloud hanging over their head. Last year, let's be real. Be real. If you wanted to say that you thought the Warriors had to do something special, you had to force it and fake it to say it. Because you knew in your heart of hearts, no, they couldn't. I mean, a play-in team that got blown off of the floor in their one game in Sacramento. So I don't know where this season's going to go, but this is the first time in a while that I feel like a rational sports opinion is to look at what's going on and go, this might lead somewhere. Don't know where yet, but Jimmy looks like he fits. Jonathan's still coming. Don't know what's going to go on there, but maybe.
I get your point,
maybe
but
something's about to happen.
I think you're selling 2 years ago short because that team was flawed in many ways, and the way it started was something that we had never seen before, and with a punch and all the rest of it. But you did go up against Sacramento and you beat them in 7, and then you took on a Laker team, and you were very much in that series. And if it wasn't for Lonnie Walker IV and a miracle run in a game, you might have been able to win that series. So it wasn't that they were going to win a championship, but that run, while a broken squad, I think it was better than maybe how you remember it. And then last year, and this is where I want to caution people about, we're going to rock it up to the 6th seed.
Yeah.
Last year, you were the 10, and you ended the year on a 10-2 run, and you were still the 10. So moving up in the NBA is not as easy as just, we're going to go out there and win our games, and then we're going to move up. You went from 10-10 last year, even though you wrapped up the year on a 10-2 run.
Yeah, no.
So it's tough to move up.
It's very, very difficult to move up because those other teams are going to start playing with that same urgency, and then you've got tanking teams that you're going up against and all of that. The only thing I'm confident in this moment is who the 10 teams are going to be. That I'm confident in. I think you can get rid of the Suns, you can get rid of the Spurs. It's not happening. Those 10 teams that you see in the spots right now, those are going to be the 10 teams. Can the Warriors be something other than 9 or 10? And then continue to kind of push that optimism. I tell you what, might be the most optimism you feel in a while as a Giants fan if you sit down and take a listen to their new, fancy, long-term, and high-priced and very good shortstop, because Willy Adames joined us earlier in the show, and the conversation was fantastic. He is very, very impressive. And we began that conversation by simply asking, hey, what's going on out there with your start in Scottsdale?
Hey, guys. All good, man. Just happy to be here with you guys. Thank you for having me here. How you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic, man. You're a breath of fresh air on so many levels, and we haven't even seen you play baseball yet, but I wonder if you could just share with our audience your first impressions of what is, at least at the big league level, this is your third franchise. What are you noticing at this point in your career that maybe is different about being a Giant?
It's just so much history here. I feel like, to put this Giant uniform on, it's just like, that you're representing something great, something bigger than we as a players more. It's a lot of history here. The city of San Francisco, they embrace the Giant in a huge way. And I think, there's a difference there when you put this uniform. It's just like it's a different feeling. So like, I'm very excited to take the field and, just to be there in San Francisco for many years and hopefully we can accomplish the goal. Not one time, but like hopefully a few times.
Oh yeah, we're counting on a few times, Willie, and that'd be cool. I mean, if we could get more than one. And I want to ask you about the free agent process because, you had your choice to go out there and your pick of the litter, and you met with Buster Posey, a guy who actually did do it more than once. He actually got 3 of them done here in the city. What was it about Buster, this team, this franchise that made you so attracted to it?
I think it was mainly Buster, because, when you have a guy like Buster running an organization, that he knows what it takes to win, He did it, like you say, multiple times, and him leading the organization is like what made me be like, okay, if I have a guy like Posey running the team, like I want to be part of whatever he's going to build there because I know he's going to bring the right pieces. He's going to build something great because he's a winner. So he's going to do whatever it takes to win. And I wanted to be part of that. And I think that was the main conversation when we started to talk during the off season. And when I was talking to him, and I asked him, I said, like, what are your plans? Or like, what are your plans to do in San Francisco? It's like to keep winning. Like I'm a winner. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to win. And I was like, man, like if your plan is to build something great, like sign me up. I want to be part of that.
Willie Adames with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Willie, does leadership come naturally to you?
I think so, man. I've never been like, oh, I want to be the leader of a team. You know what I mean? Like I just go out there and compete every day. I handle my business. I work the right way, and and I try to help my teammates. And I guess if you call that leadership, then that's who I am. And I feel like when you're forced to do something, it's not who you are. So like because you're forcing it. So for me, like I don't try to force anything. I just try to let everything be and obviously lead by example and do the work the right way. And I think that's because I do work like that. That's why people think that they think that I'm a leader.
Yeah, and the reason I ask, and I'm not trying to make you blush here because I've never met you, but man, people around the game cannot stop talking about what a great dude you are and what a presence you are in the locker room. So my question is, how do you go about sort of taking that leadership role when you're also the new guy?
It's easier when you have guys like Choppy and Webby and Logan and Robbie Ray, Verlander. Like a lot of the young guys from what I've seen so far, like they work hard and they have an ethic. So like it's easier to come to an environment like that and just like try to fill in and fit. And I feel like like just being around Choppy and Webby so far it's been easy to communicate with them and like just to try to see what they're thinking and what they've done the last few years here and how they run things here. Obviously we're trying to build a culture of like winning and obviously hard working. So like I think the connection is there. And for me, like when you have guys like that are like in the same page as you, it's easy to come in and just be yourself.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about Chappie and Willie now on the left side. And, Chappie last year played in 150-something games, and I'm looking at your numbers, and you played in 161, and I want to ask you what happened for that one game because nobody plays all the games. But how much are you looking forward to the Chappie and Willie show on the left side literally every game?
I'm really excited for that. We already, talk about it. We say we wanted to play 162. Obviously, well, for me last year, like that was my goal. You know, I wanted to play 162, but you know, they were like bugging me for like, you know, to take an off day since like June, and I was like, man, like, you know, I was like having a lot of conversations with the manager, and I was like, I don't want to take no day off. You know, like I'm here to play every day. Like I want to be out there every day, and it was like some hard conversations sometimes, and I was like. And then, like, I think around like September, like mid-August, September almost, I told Murphy, my former manager, I told him, I say, look, I'm gonna give you the day off after we clinch the division. So like after we clinch the division, then the next day he was like, well, we were celebrating. He was like, so what are you gonna do tomorrow? Are you gonna play or what? And I was like, well, I already gave you my word, but if you want me to play, I play. He was like, no, you crazy, you off tomorrow. And that's why I played 161 last year. But this year is a different story. Chappie and I, we want to play 162, so we're going to be out there competing every day.
Even after you clinch, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we got to do it, man. We got to continue to be, you know, to get ready for the postseason after that.
Well, you know what? I mean, that leads to a question, Willie. I know you feel this. Like the fan bases around baseball are looking at this going like, well, no one's competing with the Dodgers. But I know you're a competitor. I bet you guys look at it very differently. How do you view what's going on in the National League West?
I mean, there's obviously, this is, from my point of view, this is the hardest division in baseball right now. But, you know, like I want to say, like the thing that we have in the clubhouse is just like we have to play the right baseball. You have to play small ball, take advantage of every opportunity that we can take, and just like, you know, try to beat ourselves, not trying to worry about like, you know, oh, the Dodgers or like San Diego or the D-backs, whatever. We got to focus on winning tonight. You know, have that mentality of like worrying about today. Then we worry about tomorrow, the next day. But we have to, you know, take care of business today, and then we worry about the future in the future. So I think the mentality for this year is just like, let's play today, let's be present, let's try to take care of business today, and then we worry about tomorrow. So I think for me that's the right mentality to have, because it's going to be a tough year, but you know, we're competitive. We're going to be out there and just competing and try to win the division.
Yeah, and you talk about competing, and if it's, you know, you and Chappie on the left side and a pitching staff of Webby and Verlander and Harrison and Robbie Ray, does that give you a sense of an edge that maybe other teams don't have with the pitching and the defense?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you have a really good defense and a pitching staff like the one we have, I think that gives you an advantage. You know, when you have those two combined, and then, you know, our lineup is really good too. We have a lot of young players that are really talented, and when you combine those three things, I think, you know, we could do something special that nobody's expecting us to do. So, like, I think the expectation for us is just, you know, no expectation. You know, just go out there and compete and let it be.
Willie Adames is joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Willie, why did you wear 27 in Milwaukee, and why are you wearing number 2 here in San Francisco?
So in Milwaukee, Carlos Gomez, he was number 27 there. So when I got traded there, he was like, he wanted me to wear number 27 because of him. He's like we from the same town in the Dominican. He's like a big brother to me. I'm actually going to meet with him now. He's coming to my house. But he wanted me to wear number 27, and the club either in Milwaukee, he's like, I think it would match, because the fans in Milwaukee love Carlos because he had a lot of energy. He always play hard, whatever. And they thought that would match me. And I was, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. Because like in Tampa, when Carlos signed it with Tampa in 2018, I was going to wear number 27. I had it because that was my second year on the 40-man roster. So I was number 27, and he asked me if I could give it to him in Tampa. So I gave him number 27. And then when I got traded to Milwaukee, he was like, you should wear number 27 because, I took it from you in Tampa, and I think it would be a really cool story if you wear it here in Milwaukee now, because, it would kind of like match what I did in Milwaukee in terms of personality-wise, and like, fans like loving Carlos, the way he played with a lot of energy. and that's why that's the reason why I wore number 27 in Milwaukee. And now here, I wore number 2. I'm wearing number 2 because my idol Derek Jeter was number 2, and that's also my favorite number.
Nice. And 27 is occupied forever by Juan Marichal, so that wouldn't actually be available. But I love the fact that you're wearing number 2, and I can't help but wonder about you coming here to Oracle Park and thinking about how you've done here, because I was looking at some of your numbers, and it looks like, Willie, you've been pretty comfortable here as a hitter. Are you at all daunted or intimidated by this gigantic ballpark you're coming to?
Not really, man. Not really. I really don't worry about like ballparks, because I'm like, if I see the ball good, I'm good. I don't care if it's big or not. Like, if it's big, just hit a lot of doubles. Hit a lot of triples. Score a lot of runs, and then don't worry about the homers. Whenever they go out, they go out. But I feel the main thing for me is just like feeling comfortable at a stadium. Not about like, okay, I could hit like 40 homers here. Like, I don't worry about that. If that happens, it will be great. It will be amazing. But like, we're not worried about stuff like that. At least myself, I'm not worried about that stuff.
Willie, obviously you've met with the media. Now you're in Arizona, so I don't know to what level you've gotten a sense of the fan base in San Francisco yet. But this group has really been looking for a star for a few years now. They're really thirsty for that. And so I wonder how that lands with you, especially because of the contract, the stats, the name value. Everyone's really hoping that you're going to be it. So how does that feel? How do you receive that?
I think that's amazing. That's like a motivation for me, just to show them like my personality, my talent, obviously on the field. Like, I just want them to embrace me how I'm going to embrace them. And obviously, I want them to expect from me just being out there every day, giving my 100%. Like, if I become a superstar there, it'd be great. But I want them to expect from me just going out there, playing hard every day, and trying to win some ball games, right? And also hopefully accomplish the goal, which is win a few championships.
And I think that fans out here are already so excited about you joining and Jung-Hoo Lee coming back, and of course Webby being here, and Verlander and Chappie and Bailey and all the rest of it. I don't know if you know this, but the last Giant to hit 30 home runs in a season was Barry Bonds, and you're coming off a year where you hit more than 30. So can you break the streak for us, Willie? Can you get us 30 home runs?
That's the goal. That's what we want. Hopefully it's not just me, but like hopefully we got Ramos, Chappie, and some of the guys I think they could do that too. So it'd be really special if it's not just me, but it would be like a few of us. So like that's one of the goals for this year. So hopefully we can achieve that. I mean, we're gonna try and obviously be there competing, but I want not just me, but a few of the guys. Do that.
Willie, I got a few fun ones with you before we let you go. First of all, how is Logan Webb's self-esteem after you took him way over the fence the other day?
Man, nah, he's okay. He's okay. He knows now that he doesn't have to worry about it during the regular season. So he knows in live EPs that doesn't count. So he's good.
Okay,
he's in a good position.
All right, that's good. That's a relief. That's a relief, Willie. Okay, funny. and then after your years in Milwaukee, I need to ask you: when the sausage race was happening, who did you root for? The brat, the chorizo, the hot dog, the Italian, or the Polish?
So I was like, in between of the Italian and the hot dog. It was just like, let me see what I'm feeling today. Or I either go to the hot dog or the Italian. So like it was one or the other. But like those two were like my favorite.
Those were your favorites. Okay. Did you know that the Italian sausage right now, it won the most races last year, Willie?
Wow. Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I was there for every game. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, Italian, then Polish, then hot dog. Those were the top three last year.
Okay, good. So that I have the first place.
Exactly. and then while we're on food, what is your absolute favorite meal? If someone said, "Hey, it's your birthday, what do you want tonight? What are we doing?"
Well, then it'll be my mom's food, man. Like, she make a Dominican dish. We call it pastelón. It's like sweet plantains smashed, right, with ground meat, and then smashed plantains again, then a lot of cheese on top. So it's kind of like a lasagna, but like with plantains. It'll be that with like chicken and like rice with corn.
You had me at a lot of cheese on top.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you? Has anyone talked to you about food in San Francisco? Very different vibe than what you're describing, but also a very big part of the culture here.
No, nobody. Everybody talked to me about like the food there being great, right?
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I'm looking for the most, right? After, besides playing baseball, like I'm looking forward to embrace the culture, to like, be in the city, like trying different food, like different restaurants and stuff like that. Because I'm a foodie, man. I love food, so I'm looking forward to being in the city, going to restaurants and stuff.
Willie, you're a delight to talk to, man. Well, welcome to the San Francisco Giants. We're really looking forward to watching you play ball.
Sounds good, man. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to start the season and get the boys rolling.
Beautiful, man. Best of luck and thank you.
Thank you guys for having me.
Willie Adames.
Oh, so good.
Everybody, the Giants shortstop, joining us right here on Willard and Dibs. And when we had that conversation earlier, we're not going to lie. Like, I mean, it's just people talking. You got to go out there and hit your 25 or 35 home runs and pick up the ball when they hit it to you and actually be a good team and all of that. But, like, that right there, to me, was such a sound for sore ears. It's what we've been waiting for so long, which is somebody who has the talent and the personality and the ability to maybe actually connect with the fan base. And after that conversation, I feel even better about Willie's opportunity to do that.
I feel great about the opportunity and about the personality that he brings and the work ethic. And, he played 161 games last year, and the only game that he missed was based on the manager telling him that you need to not play. So a guy who wants to go out there and play every day, he's got the personality. He's here for, 7 years, Mark? I think the contract is
7
a 7-year deal.
182.
You got Chapman next to him for at least 3, hopefully longer. So you're starting to really get some cornerstones. It feels like this will be a team where you can rely on a lineup. And I know that the lineup for tomorrow is already kind of out with Jung-Hoo Lee hitting third, right? And Lamont Wade is going to lead off.
Don't think Adames is in it, by the way.
Which is fine.
Yeah, of course it is.
I mean, the idea that you're going to have some anchor pieces out there, your third baseman, your shortstop, your center fielder, hopefully your left fielder, maybe your second baseman and your catcher.
Yep.
Platoon at first for now. Maybe your phenom comes up later. Right field feels a little platoony right now. Maybe DH is a question mark, but you do have a lot of anchor pieces, guys who you can bank on who will be in the lineup every day.
Yeah, that's the hope. And obviously you need to be blessed with health and all that stuff. But I just think, look, it's not going to be a one-year fix, but what they've done so far, if you match it up with what Giants fans have been asking for, which is, can you give us some star power? Can you give us some people who will play every day? Can you give us a professional-looking version of baseball? I think you at least right now can see the method to what they're trying to do. You can put a green check by some of those things. I don't know if any of them are going to come out and actually have star power. But if Willie hits 30 home runs this year and anchors shortstop and plays north of 150 games and has this personality to boot, and then the team plays well, I think there's some jerseys that you can now purchase.
No doubt. And he's rocking number 2 with the Giants, which has been a little bit of a wasteland. I was looking at the historical run of players who have worn number 2, and I know you're not big on numbers, and numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers, but one guy you'll remember who wore number 2 is Randy Wynn.
Oh.
And Emmanuel Burris wore number 2. I think he wore it during the World Series run. I know he wasn't on all the teams, but other than that, it's been a long line of kind of who's who. Kurt Casale, Jorge Soler, the most recent Giant to rock the deuce.
I cannot believe that these guys wore number 2. I know everyone you're talking about. I had no idea that any of them were wearing number 2. I don't know how many Giants right now I could tell you what number they wear.
Right. You'd be hard-pressed.
I mean, I can go back.
Like Jung-Hoo Lee.
No clue.
51.
All right.
In honor of Ichiro.
All right.
Which is, I don't know if it's in honor of, but I think it is.
Oh, that's right. I was the one last year who said, why don't they change the name of center field to Area 51?
Yep.
I wanted to do that.
I'm having crazy deja vu right now.
Well, over what?
If you can't name any of these jersey numbers after we literally did this segment.
We did this segment
like 2
already.
weeks ago.
I still don't know. I don't know any of their numbers.
And Lucas, this is not the way he processes sports.
I know.
Guru and Shasky can tell you every uniform, different set, and all the fits that they have. And I don't.
Sure. No, I sit here and I know the ones when I was a kid because I was a kid.
Yep.
And then I know some of the ones from when the Giants were really good and they were winning World Series. I could tell you Buster's number, Timmy's number, Mad Bum's number. Anybody today? Yeah, I don't think so. I do not think that there's. Yeah, I'm like going around the diamond right now. Webb? Feel like there might be a 6 in it.
One.
Yeah, is there a 6 in it? Is he 62?
Attaboy.
I bet.
Oh,
there you go.
Thank goodness. Yeah.
Justin Verlander.
No. Well, he's wearing Brandon Crawford's number.
Which is?
35.
Okay. There you go. Stay hot, kiddo. Stay hot. What about...
the answer's no.
Spencer Bivens.
Is he on the team?
76, yeah.
Oh, Spencer Bivens.
Patrick Bailey?
Yeah, that's a good one.
No idea. 16.
14. Not bad.
All right.
And
I overbid.
Yeah. Casey, that ball got Schmidt on. He wears 10, of course.
How about Yaz? Yaz has been here for a little while.
Yeah, he has been here for a little while.
That's your guy, too.
Yep. I love me some Yaz.
Yep.
Hang on.
Close your eyes.
Same number as Kevon Looney, I believe.
Same number that Pat Burrell used to wear.
Oh, jeez.
Ryan Terrio wore it.
We gave you a way to remember Looney's number.
The cat-owning Matt Duffy wore it. Ray Durham actually wore it. Tsuyoshi Shinjo rocked this number.
Is it number 8?
Baron Davis's number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
I got nothing.
The Loonies had a song talking about chipping in on some weed with your friends. I got blank on it.
There's no way.
Number 5.
Thank you.
I got 5 on it. I got that.
Yeah.
That's Yaz wears 5?
Right, in honor of the Loonies and that whole idea.
I had no idea.
Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, there you go.
You could lie to me and I would be like, oh, all right. He wears 78. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay.
All right. Hey, guess who's on the phone?
Hey!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our Friday afternoon call from Kurt in Hayward Hills. Kurt, what are you doing?
Hey, there's the boys. Hey, Women and Dids, the best boys in the Bay Area. Now you're talking, boys. Now you're talking.
We sure are.
We've been waiting for you, Kurt.
Hey, did I hear Green say that we're going to win a championship?
You did.
I did, huh? Well, let me tell you something about Green stating that. Well, he's got a point there. Why do you think they brought Jimmy in? Jimmy's never won a championship. That's number one. So he's hungry. So Jimmy's hungry. They got Curry, the greatest shooter in the world, and he's not getting any old time soon. And you got Green, the best player in the league, and you got a bench. They got a shot at it, but I don't know if it's this year, fellas. We need to move up in the playoffs. We need to get the number 6. I think we're going to get the number 6. I don't see, like I said, Green, Curry, and Jimmy on the floor together. You start Brandon, and you get Kuminga back. You put Muzi maybe at the starter, and you keep what's his name on the bench. He's not a starter. You got a good chance.
You talking about Buddy Hield? Kurt, are you talking about Buddy Hield?
Yeah, come on. Did you see what he did? He missed 7 in a row in the three-point. I don't think anybody in NBA history missed 7 in a row.
No, I know, but he also tied the all-time record for points in a round in the first round.
Listen, my friend. This guy is not somebody that's going to bring you to a championship. He belongs on the bench. He's not a starter, and that's the bottom line. I don't think he's not good for us at all. We got a lot of great players we should put in there besides him. And as far as the 3 games coming up, now, since Green said that,
Well, this is where he's got to prove his words. They have to, in my opinion, win the next three. If you win the next three, then I could see maybe you got a shot going to number 6 or 7. But if you don't win the next three, there's no championship. You got to win the next three. We haven't not won 3 in a row since November. Come on with that. Forget about it. We got to win 3 in a row, fellas.
Why these 3, Kurt? Why is everything all centered on these 3?
I'm going to tell you why these 3. Because if you lose tonight, which Sacramento's beat us 5 times in a row, and that's a bunch of crap, and they're not going to win tonight, that's for sure. And you got to beat Dallas because Iguodala's day. Hey, there's our boy.
Yeah.
Iguodala. That's our boy, man. What a tremendous player he was. He brought us championship, and he won the MVP, and he is awesome. So you got to win Sunday because it's his day. So you got to win the next 3. Bottom line, if you win the next 3, then you're telling me that this team could make a big move. And if we win the next 2, we'll jump in front of Sacramento. We'll jump in front of Dallas. We'll move them up maybe to 8 or 9. And I got them going at number 6. I think we can make number 6, fellas. That's what I think. We can make number 6.
Okay.
You got Curry.
So, Kurt, what do you say about the play-in tournament right now? What if somebody was like, come on, Warriors can come out of the play-in tournament? What would you say?
Yeah!
That's our guy.
There he is.
Curtin Hayward Hills. He says forget about the play-in tournament. Warriors are heading for number 6.
Yeah, it's pretty.
But if they don't win the next 3, then you can forget about that too.
Forget about the whole thing.
Yeah, call it all off.
Well, even if you do win the next 3 and then you're 31-27, it feels like you've got a little bit of momentum. But the 6 is still going to be a tall order. And if 46 wins get you the 6, that means you would need to go 18-9 the rest of the way. Minimum 18-9. So winning the next 3 would be a good step in that direction, guys. My 2 boys.
Thank you, Kurt. All right, we'll keep going on the calls in just a sec. 888-957-9570. But the first thing we're going to do, we're going to go live to the other room where Mark Grandy is standing by with this quiz on the Golden State Warriors. Grandy, what do you have for us?
We got a starting lineup tonight. I want you guys to... we got Warriors basketball back in action
That's
after
all,
the All-Star
boys.
break. How about that?
Right.
Our 5 boys, the Golden State Warriors.
Boys on town.
Warriors
On town, Sacramento.
Game tips off at 7. We have a starting 5 announced by Steve Kerr pregame. Would you guys like to take a guess at who the starting 5 is?
I feel very confident, in fact, who the starting 5 is.
All right.
I feel very confident.
I think Steph is in it.
Steph, co-sign. I think that Jimmy Butler's in it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right. How do you feel about Draymond Green?
Get in here.
Draymond Green.
He's in.
All right.
All right, 3 out of 5.
Now, here are the 2 tough ones. I know who I want to go with. Do you know firmly who you want to go with?
Andrew Wiggins.
No, not Andrew Wiggins. No.
Damn it.
I will say that Brandon Pajemski.
Yeah.
And
I think that they're going to play the stretch 5, the big kid with the smooth, silky 3-ball.
That's a no from me, dog.
Okay.
Go ahead, say it.
Quentin Post. Then they got to go with the kid from UCLA. He's been there for years. He's a sturdy pick setter, Kevon Looney.
That's a no from me, dog.
They got to play the 3-point shooter who missed 7 in a row at the All-Star contest, Buster Hield.
That's a no from me, dog.
Maybe they're going to dust off the kid from Indiana, the old center, Trace Jackson Davis, and give him a chance.
No from me, dog.
Maybe they go to the defensive. I'm going through the the whole thing on
I already
purpose.
know who it is.
It's got to be the stretch for Moses Moody.
It's Moses Moody. There it is. Yeah, it's Moses Moody.
What did he called him? Moses, I think?
He called him Moosey, I think.
Moosey.
Good job, Dibs. You got there.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was
I'm just trying to run through some Kurt.
By the way, that's the starting lineup.
Going forward.
Yeah, that's the starting lineup.
Yeah.
And maybe it changes when Kuminga comes back, but I bet it doesn't.
Steve Kerr said pregame it's their best two-way lineup, and he said, quote, "We lack size but have brain power."
Yep. Okay. I agree with him. I think that's your lineup right now, and Moody's ability to knock down the three makes a lot more sense. They've talked about how 27-game stretch, you're gonna have to be okay with Draymond Green playing some 5. there's your starting center, Draymond Green. And I think it's going to be that way for a while, maybe the whole way.
Well, that's what Steve told us yesterday when he joined us here on Willard and Dibs. He talked about how with just 27 games to go, he feels okay with, stressing Draymond and pressing the issue and having him play the 5 a lot more.
Steve Kerr yesterday with us.
Well, it's a lot easier with 27 games left to commit to Draymond at the 5 than it is, with a full season ahead of you. So I think now where we are in the season, where we are in the standings, I have no reservations in terms of playing Draymond at the 5 to start games, and he'll still see time at the 4 during the game, and so it's not going to be his full 30 minutes playing at the 5. But I'm confident that for these last couple of months he can play plenty of 5 for us.
Yeah, so buckle up, man. Yep, it's going to be hard, but you got to do hard things. What the Warriors have set up for themselves is that they're going to have to do something hard here. So Draymond may not love it, but Jimmy Butler's on the team, and that's going to be his role here.
It's going to have to be, and it's interesting because we ran a poll on the YouTube page today. What seed do you expect the Warriors to get this season? And 6 seed or better, and 7 to 8 seed are in a dead tie at 42%.
Yep. Which I think actually expresses optimism
for sure.
Because both, those are the areas from which you can do some damage, and both of them are going to call for the Warriors to play really well the rest of the way.
But to get the 6, you're going to have to be better than the Clippers. Right now, the Clippers are on pace to win 46. They hold the tiebreaker over you. So if the Clippers hold form, you'll need 47 wins to get by the Clippers because they've beaten you all 3 times, which would mean you got to win 19 of these babies, 19 and 8.
Yep.
18 wins would get you to 40. Yeah. No, 19 wins, would get you to 47.
It's doable.
It's a big ask.
It's doable, though. 888-957-9570. More of your phone calls as we head toward Warriors Live. We're sponsored by Frontier Ford. Frontier Ford is bringing you huge savings, huge discounts on the new 2025 F-150 and every Mach-E, which now comes with the Ford Power Promise, including a free Ford charge station, pro installation. Don't miss out. Visit Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard in Santa Clara or frontierford.com. This is Willard and Dibs. And this is Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Here we